Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. And oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Thanks for showing up, Atlanta. Thanks for showing up. And the Warriors handled their business. And really, this wasn't a game from the first quarter on. The Warriors outscored the Hawks in the first quarter 41-22, their highest scoring quarter of the season, their 640-point quarter of the season. And look, Andrew Wiggins playing well. Draymond Green nearly dropped a triple-double. Stephen Curry, what I call with a quiet 23 points on 10 field goal attempts. Warriors rolled. It all was in the first quarter. One turnover, 6 made threes. They made 15 field goals. And Shasky, as I say, good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift and all the truck drivers, and hopefully everybody's driving safe. I saw a couple accidents on the way in. I was driving like 50 miles an hour. It's the slowest I've driven in years. Please drive safe out there on the roadways. Atlanta, thanks for showing up, Shasky. Thanks for showing up, Trae Young. Thanks for showing up, Ricochet. Thanks for showing up, Jalen Johnson. Jeez Louise, the game was over after the first quarter.
God, I have so many bigger NBA thoughts about a game like last night, and it obviously calendar. And then, you want the audience to care about your product, and clearly the players don't, right? I'm not saying all of them. I'm just saying, teams like the Hawks are literally showing you they don't care about the game. And then there's this whole brand conversation as the Warriors unveil another uniform. I mean, what was the amount of money that the NBA just signed for with all of their new trade partners?
Billions.
Yeah,
billions
10 or 11 billion.
Billions of billions.
How much money could they truly be making off the fans for these one-off uniforms that they make? How much money? You're making $10 billion. So I thought the uniforms, honestly, are ugly. That's just me. I loved how the court looked. I thought the court was really cool.
What, the Warriors uniforms?
Yeah, I didn't like them at all.
I like them.
I don't like them at all. I don't like the red, white, blue, yellow, We Believe era Warrior uniforms. I get why you're trying to do a homage to them and go back to that. But
yeah, those uniforms, I kind of like them with the bridge piping.
You like them? I don't. That's fine. I liked how the court was. I thought that was really cool and unique. How the bridge with the fog and all that. But if I'm just tuning into a random game and I'm a random casual NBA fan, I have no idea who's even playing on the floor. Number one, because there's so many uniforms. Number two, it's this is the effort level. This is the effort level of what is supposed to be a premium player in the NBA of Trae Young.
Well, I don't think people view him as a premium player anymore. And when you watch him, and Andrew Wiggins did a fine job on him, keeping him up to paint. 4 of 12 from the floor. Trae Young 1 of 6 from the 3-point line. Look, they had won 3 of 4. They had beat Boston. They had beat Sacramento up in the state capitol. But they got rolled yesterday, and I think about Trae Young, the leader, because they have some good talent. This Ricochet kid, I like him. Zachary Ricochet, the number 1 overall pick. I like Jalen Johnson. I like Dyson Daniels. Clint Capella, whatever. I'm cool with that. And
I've always liked Capella. I'm kind of with you there. I've always liked him as a role player.
I've liked DeAndre Hunter. I think he's a good two-way player.
And he tries hard.
And he plays hard. He's a national champion from Virginia. So there is talent on that roster. But when your leader in Trae Young, he turned the ball over the second quarter on one possession. And the Warriors grab it. He doesn't even hustle for the ball, for the loose ball. He doesn't even cross half court to get back on defense. That's your leader. So when you have a leader like that, Trae Young, who went to he advanced to one postseason, and he got to the Eastern Conference Finals, and he's talking about the next season, 8 games in. Yeah, I'm bored with the regular season. It's boring playing the regular. Trae Young, you haven't done anything yet. Nothing. So that moniker, that stigma's kind of just followed him. It's hovering over him with the Atlanta Hawks. And I just think at some point they're going to have to make a decision. Do we build around Trae Young, or do we move off of Trae Young and start to build off our young assets here with Jalen Johnson, Dyson Daniels, and Zachary Ricochet? So it was an embarrassing performance by the Atlanta Hawks in the last 3 quarters. And the Warriors fell into the trap because they got sloppy in the second half.
It got really ugly. And so I think this is my biggest takeaway from yesterday's game. Another win. You got to stack the wins.
Stack wins.
I love the demeanor of Steve Kerr in a lot of these, what I would call blowout games, where they take their foot off the gas, they allow a team back. I'm just thinking about the last 2 years. I don't think we would scoff at a win like this. Seeing him, they would say, we're just happy we won. We won big. We were in total control. not only are they in total control and then they kind of take their foot off the gas, the coach is coming out and he's critiquing the wins very harshly. And then you have leaders like Draymond Green coming to the podium and he's like, yeah, me and Steve sat down, and I know we have sound, I'm sure, that associates it, but I'm paraphrasing. We sat down and we were going over all of my turnovers. And then I look at a game where he's got 9 assists and 3 turnovers. I told you, 3-1. That's 2.5 to 3.5 to 1 is like the sweet spot for ball handlers. And I'm seeing that assist to turnover ratio from Draymond Green. I just think that he's doing a really good job of setting this team up. I want to know right now, is there anywhere where I can bet this, that the Warriors coming out of halftime in every game are going to throw a lob on the whatever high pick and roll with Draymond and TJD to start the second half? Yeah. I swear to God, they do it on the first 2 or 3 possessions every single time.
Draymond Green, 3 turnovers yesterday, 9 points, 9 assists, 7 rebounds. He had 6 turnovers Monday night against the LA Clippers, and he was really ticked off after the Clipper game, saying, man, this is on me. I got to be better. I sucked tonight. And he was talking to Chris DeMarco because he was mic'd up for ABC Sports Bay Area about his turnovers. Man, I got to do better here. Steph had 5 turnovers, but I look at the first half when this game was over. Oh, hi, Lemon. How you doing? In the first half, the Golden State Warriors are up big against the Atlanta Hawks. They're up 25 at the half. And I look at the turnovers in the half. Just 5. Just 5. Draymond had 1. Steph had 2. They have 5 as a team. Now, again, it got a little sloppy in the second half.
It did.
Players always say this. I've been hearing it for a long, long time when it comes to the NBA. Worst thing to happen is having a 20-point lead so early. However, on the flip side, you don't want to be down 20. So the Warriors go up 20 right away, 21 in the first quarter, and then they go up 31 in the first half. And yeah, who's going to get a little sloppy? It's tough to beat a team by 50 or keep going, and your intensity level goes out because you're like, dude, we're up 25 on the Hawks. The Hawks are probably thinking about Chicago right now, flying out of the Bay Area, just getting to Chicago. So they got a little sloppy in the second half, but the first half, they got back to the fundamentals. Free throw shooting, they were 7 of 8. Turnovers, they only turned the ball over 5 times, and they only gave up 1 point off that turnover. The points off turnovers at halftime was 15-1. Their points in the paint was dominant. So they took care of their business in the first half. And Andrew Wiggins and Steph, they were all aggressive. It was just a good win, stack wins with some things to clean up on the backside.
Yeah, Andrew Wiggins has been awesome. We'll get to him in a little bit. But the Steph Curry stuff, he does at times get very careless with the ball. And he makes up for it with some of his threes. Like late, he hits some just sick threes. I mean, some of these double step backs that he's doing now, like that's kind of one of his patented moves is the hop back twice. And then let me just rip this 3-pointer, nothing but net or back iron. But there are some transition situations where I think he gets a little sloppy, a little careless. Draymond got a little careless late. And,
they got sloppy.
But for me, it's the ire of Steve Kerr when I think they were up like 16 or 14. He's like, I'm calling a timeout. I'm calling a timeout. Right now, we're nipping this in the bud. I'm not letting this get any farther. I just think that Steve Kerr's been on it this year. I've critiqued him at times in the past, and I think that when someone does really well, if we're going to crush someone, let's also praise them when it feels like their foot is on the gas pedal. It feels like Steve is having a monster year.
No, we don't praise people when they do good.
But he's been really good.
That's not how society works these days, Shasky. We only rip people when they do bad. We don't give any credit.
But I like his sense of urgency.
I'm kidding.
I know, but I really do appreciate his sense of urgency this year. It feels like he knows he's got a good team, and he's really trying to just kind of like not allow some of the little plays to like seep into long stretches. And like I had issues with when he called timeouts, lineups, things like that. I feel like he's just on it this year.
Here's what Steve Kerr liked about last night.
I love the first half. The first half was very aesthetically pleasing. We let our guard down a little bit, especially late third quarter. The game got away from us a little bit, but the energy, the sharp play in the first half was really fun to watch. So we just got to keep building on that.
And at 11-3, their next 3 games against New Orleans, San Antonio, and in Brooklyn. You have 3 games here where you can look up and say, boy, can you run the table? You go 3-0, and next thing you know, after Monday night, you could be 14-3 on the season because you know what? You have to stack wins because the West is loaded this year. Lakers on a 6-game winning streak. Next you look up, you're like, wait a minute, we're playing so well. Lakers are a game behind us. OKC's tied with because of the wins, losses, or whatnot, percentage points. The Rockets are 11-5. The Nuggets are 8-5. Next thing you know, you look up and Denver's won a couple games without Nikola Jokic. Minnesota's lurking in the cut. So this West As Phoenix is rolling so far, they've lost 5 in a row without Kevin Durant. So, stack of wins here. Steve Kerr's on it. And to your point about pushing all the right buttons, Kerr has been really, really good. In the first Clipper game, he sat Draymond for basically the last 6-7 minutes, said, I'm going to ride with the lineup that got us back in the game. He's pushing all the right buttons. And now the next button he's going to have to push is finding out who could play alongside Steph and the rest of the starters on the first 5. Who's going to fill in for DeAnthony Melton? Because as we're 16 minutes into the show, or 10 minutes into the show, in case you haven't heard, DeAnthony Melton is out for the season with an ACL injury. He sprained his left ACL on Clay Day against the Dallas Mavericks. He did it in the second quarter, ended up playing the entire game, including hitting one of the key threes in that game from the top of the key until Steph scored the final 12. But Melton in his last 2 games is 7 of 14 from 3, shooting 50%. He's a lifetime 37% shooter, and he's a 26-year-old who can't stay on the floor right now, which has really derailed his career. He played 38 games last year for Philadelphia. He had already missed 5 games with the lower back strain this season. You just feel for the kid because he's a good player. But it's also why some teams was hesitant to sign him this past offseason because they thought, boy, is his back going to hold up? Is something going to happen to him? And I just feel bad for him. I feel bad for him. I feel bad for the Warriors because he's going to be a free agent at the end of the season. And this was the ultimate prove-it year next to Stephen Curry, next to Draymond Green. And Melton was a good dude. He was already fitting in with the roster. So to me, this is a massive, massive blow to the Golden State Warriors. And I'm looking at a couple guys to step up here in place of DeAnthony Melton. Lindy Waters III obviously is getting the first crack at it. Moses Moody, I think, is another guy that I look to as like, can he pick up the scoring of the defense? And then it's Brandon Pajewski, and we'll get to him in just a second. But somebody's going to have to step up here next to Steph and in this first 5 to replace DeAnthony Melton, because what a blow this is for the Warriors, Shafsky.
Oh, poor guy. That's just snake bit by the body and being injured. And look, I know that Steve had kind of said something to the effect of like, now these are a little more routine ACL injuries, but I kind of thought that with Clay, and you just never know. You never know what's going to happen to someone's body, how they're going to react. Could they overcompensate? Like, is the rehab longer than you think? They could come back fine, and I'm praying and hoping for the kid that's the case. Once we heard like second opinion, I was like, oh no, that's
not good.
That's not good. Like, that's probably not good. You're looking for somebody who can say you can play through it or whatever, right? And trying to avoid something. It just sucks. And the part that really stinks is that he's a great little ball handler. He rebounds really well for his size. Defensively, he's excellent. He could shoot the ball. He really was an ideal fit alongside Steph Curry. And it is a major loss. And when you hear the entire team really express how big of a hurt this is and how they had plans for him.
Yep.
And I think that they were going to try to navigate the injury stuff throughout the year. And now that's just off the table. Lindy Waters, it feels like early on is going to get opportunities, and it doesn't feel like this is like when they used to like, hey, we'll start Zaza and then we'll take him out, and we maybe won't go back to him at times. It feels like Lindy's going to get a chance to get a lot of overlapping minutes as the 2.
Played 23 minutes and 5 seconds last night, 4-9 from the field, 2 of 5 for the three-point line. He's long. He's an active defender. Now, Trae Young at times are getting 2 feet in the paint against him, but I wonder if Lindy Waters III is still compromised with the hyperextension in his right knee. Lucky that he wasn't out for a long period of time after that block shot against Memphis in the second quarter this past Friday night. But Lindy Waters III is going to get a crack. And I think about this with Lindy Waters III. He doesn't look overwhelmed. The moment doesn't look too big for him. He's out there trying to play and hustle and play hard. And I want him to shoot more. I want him to shoot the 3 more. He said he got that strap on him, and I do believe that he has that strap on him when it comes to shooting the 3 ball. So just be a little more aggressive if you're Lindy Waters III, but third straight start for him. And I don't think he looks overwhelmed, and he has good size at that position. And I think Lindy Waters can defend. I really do.
Well, it's a great opportunity for him. You're buried on the depth chart at OKC. You get traded over to the Warriors, and Steve has been talking about him having the best camp of anyone, right? And so clearly Steve Kerr likes him, and that's a great start because if Steve likes you, you're going to get chances. And then it feels like he fits kind of the flow of the team. He's brought the ball up a lot. I know it doesn't really matter who brings the ball because it's not like there's like old school, high school basketball, the 96-foot pressure, but he's been bringing the ball up every now and then. And I've been actually more impressed with his mobility and his passing because I just thought he was a stationary shooter.
No, he can move.
Yeah, he can. And so I just think this is a great chance for him. I think Moody's going to get some looks at times. GP2's obviously still going to get some looks. And I think keeping Buddy and Kuminga off the bench for right now, I think that's the smartest thing they can do because they've got great 1-2 punch scoring off the bench. And I don't want to mess that.
No, I mess with that. Yeah, I don't want to mess with it either. Buddy Hield, Jonathan Kuminga, they came in that first quarter right away. There's 14 points. And so this is what we're talking about here. You have your first 5, and then you have your reserves. It's not about bench players. It's about who fits, who doesn't. And Kuminga, in that first quarter, even though he was 1 of 3, he was being ultra-aggressive, scored 6 points. Buddy Hield was 3 of 3. Now, they didn't end up shooting great from the floor. As Steve Kerr mentioned, and as everybody could see, the game got really sloppy. Buddy Hield finished 4 of 11, and Kuminga 3 of 9, but Kuminga goes 3 of 4 for the free throw line. He's going downhill. He's being aggressive. He's crashing the lane. He's trying to grab rebounds. And last night, 6 rebounds for Jonathan Kuminga. So as we track Kuminga and how aggressive he is, there were 6 rebounds for JK off the bench. So that 1-2 punch, I'm with you. I want to keep that the same. I want them dudes coming in, dropping 30 to 40 every single night off that bench.
Yeah, I do too. And I know that people are going to look at like Kuminga's minute log and maybe the points total and oh my God, he's not playing enough. He's not getting enough. I think it's fine. I think that they're really getting a good version of Jonathan Kuminga, and he's going to be asked to do more as time goes on. I think everyone needs to chill.
Yeah, Melton's gone. Melton's gone for the season. So Kuminga will play.
All right?
And they're guys are going to get minutes.
I'm sorry. Don't you think they're going to rest? You're going to, when you build up the cushion that they have,
right,
you're going to have strategical nights where Curry and or Draymond are sitting, or you're staggering the sitting. And so there's going to be nights where he's going to be asked to carry the load. The dog days are coming.
No doubt the dog days are coming.
So I think everyone needs to relax.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know who's getting outraged.
Well, I just think that people want to see Kuminga on a night where they're up a lot, get more than the minutes that he got.
What's the Fitz line? Stay off the internet.
Well, I don't think it's just the internet. It's just like my friends, you know?
Stay off the internet. Tell your friends, relax.
I mean, you're up 25. Right. Why can't he play 32 minutes?
Yeah, relax, dude. Relax. Take a chill pill, Shasky's boys. Take a chill pill. Very astute observation here. I don't feel comfortable talking about it because he just got hurt, but the 650 Comcast Business Text line, it is something to monitor with Anthony Melton as an unrestricted free agent. Now, Bobby Marks reported that the Warriors could go in for the disabled player exception. However, they're only $500,000 and some change under that first apron. So if they do use that DPE, the disabled player exception, it's 50% of DeAnthony Melton's contract, which is about $6.4 million, half of what he's making, the $12.8 this season. So if you do use that exception for another player, you're going to go into the first apron. So the Warriors are probably not going to trigger that. However, as the 650 is bringing up, if you trade Melton, do you clear that salary and maybe get another player back for the same price point? It's something to monitor here as teams maybe try to get money off the books here. I don't know, but it's a little early for that. We could ask about that a little later in the season, but it's a very astute observation. It's a very astute point by the 650.
Big picture, I would like to bring Melton back. I know that sounds foolish.
I would too.
I would like to bring him back.
I would like to bring him back too because he's only 26 years old. All right. We got a great guest list. I'll reveal it on the other side. Shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online to just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. What is coming up in the game? Brought to you by Save Martin, Lucky, California. We'll start taking your phone calls. 888-957-9570. Draymond Green on Brandon Podziemski. You don't want to miss this sound. Draymond Green speaking about Brandon Podziemski because there's a conversation there as a young man is struggling in his sophomore season so far. Draymond Green with some interesting perspective on pods. You don't want to miss that. That's coming up here on The Roast.
Make it a holly yay with festive deals at Lucky. Gobble up the savings on Honeysuckle White Whole Frozen Turkey, 12 to 22 pounds.
area. This is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joshasky on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, JK, 10.6 rebounds. I like what he's doing coming off that bench for Steve Kerr. The Golden State Warriors, they improved to 11-3 on the season. 11-3, they bounced back after having their 3-game win streak snap Monday night in LA against the Clippers. Again, 11-3 on the season, 2 of the 3 losses coming at the hands of the LA Clippers. And really, Shasky, yesterday in the first quarter, this game was over. Warriors outscored the Hawks 41-22 last night in the first quarter. They're going a 24-4 run. It was 15-14 Hawks, and it was nip it tuck the first 5 minutes. And then you get the Warriors blow them away with a 24-4 run. They get out on the break. They start bombing threes. They don't turn the ball over. They get to the free throw line. Almost a perfect quarter. It really felt good. They held. Look at the first half numbers here for the Hawks. You want to talk about defense. They're up 25 at the half. Hawks shoot 33%, 26% from the three-point line. And Andrew Wiggins at the head of the snake, defending Trae Young, taking away the head of the snake, I should say, and really just slowing him down. Trae Young only took 2 field goals against Andrew Wiggins. He suffocated them, made it hard for him. That was Warriors basketball in that first half.
I thought Andrew Wiggins was excellent yesterday, attacking the rim, shooting the mid-range, shooting the long ball. The way that he's going at the rim, he's got he'll go hard. Sometimes he goes with a slow, not a Euro step, but a off cadence, kind of like right, left, funky, finish with both hands. He does finger rolls. I just think he's been so good this year. And I got to give you credit. The beginning of the year, I was very skeptical about Andrew Wiggins. The last couple of years haven't been great, but the early returns, this guy's been awesome.
Stock with Andrew Wiggins. I just like how he's walking into the three and not afraid to let it fly. 3 for 6 last night, 12 of 17 from the floor. Andrew Wiggins, I mean, look, he's focused, and there's some sign from Andrew Wiggins. I'll send to the thread here. But he talked yesterday, and I know we picked it up on 95.7 The Game. It's our Twitter account right now. He just discussed that he had a great offseason. He discussed his offseason. It kind of put in closure. I know he didn't talk about this last night. I don't think he did. But putting closure into his personal life. His dad has been really sick for the last 2 years. And seeing him at media day, and I sent my condolences to him, and he was like, "Thank you, man." It's you could just tell it was kind of a relief because seeing your dad that sick, and I don't have to tell you about that, Shasky. And, that's tough. That's tough to play through that stuff. Who am I to judge a human being on taking time off? So you know what? He's back. He had a great all season. His family life is in order. The guy's balling. The guy's playing on both sides of the floor. Hard to win 4-15 Monday night. Last night he slowed down Trae Young. Andrew Wiggins looks really good, and now he can step up as that second scorer again. 12 of 17 last night. And you see, when he's aggressive right away early on in the basketball game, wow, look at Andrew Wiggins. 27-7, 7 rebounds, blocking shots, defending at a high level. I always believe this Wiggins. I didn't think it was just a fluke in 2022. This guy fits the system. And when he's locked into the gauge, this is the type of Andrew Wiggins, this type of play you're going to get from him. And so far, so good for him through the first 14 games of the season. Yeah, I think he would be, Draymond is, I think, probably number one. If I was going to label, what are the big differences? I would say, wow, Draymond has just been awesome. I think that would be number one. Number two would be Andrew Wiggins. And then a close third. He is very, Buddy Hield. Buddy Hield has been a revelation off the bench. And not that other guys aren't contributing, but Steph's been Steph, right? And that's vitally important. And obviously, Jonathan Kuminga's been quietly having a really good year. Just quietly, just humming along, playing good ball. And all those things are contributing to it. But when you have an engaged Draymond Green playing as buttoned up as he has on both ends. He had a couple of blocks late in that game that we're not going to think about. There were some sick blocks. Sick blocks. Some sick DeAndre blocks. Hunter at the rim. Give me that. Give me that. And then the way he's battling with Capella, I don't think the average human being understands. Draymond is giving away 6 inches and God knows how much weight to someone like Capella. And he is just battling with him under the glass. So, no, he's been amazing. And Andrew Wiggins has been awesome. I don't think that they're anywhere near where they are. It's a funny thing in the NBA this year, Pete. I look around the league and I'm saying to myself, there are a lot of bad teams. Maybe I overrated some of the talent around the league. Maybe there's something about chemistry or whatever, but it's almost inarguable.
if you try hard every single night, you're going to be in a lot of games.
Yeah, you will be.
When I see the effort the Hawks gave, it's like
it was embarrassing. It was absolutely embarrassing for everybody. For Dominique Wilkins to call that game for the Atlanta Hawks,
it was bad.
To be on Bally Sports Network and calling that game for the Atlanta Hawks. He's a Hall of Famer, and he's got to watch this. He's got to watch Trae Young just go out there and just go through the motions. I mean, come on. Now that I was kind of pissed off because I thought this set up on paper to be a really good basketball game.
Well, they're long.
And those two teams have put together some really good basketball games, some entertaining basketball games over the last 3 years. You had a double overtime game where Kevon Looney tips it in and Chase Hitter. Klay Thompson scores 54. You had the overtime loss in Atlanta when Steph Curry scored 60 against Trae Young and company. He's had some monster double-doubles against the Warriors. Last night from the Atlanta standpoint, and it started with their leader, Trae Young, not crossing half court after turnovers, like the end of the second quarter for a second. Mully always likes to play the little cloud music. The last 5 minutes of the second quarter, both teams are turning it over, and the Warriors kind of fell into that trap of being sloppy because they weren't even trying on the other end. It was just yeah.
Well, that's a different one. That's Kirk Guduzzi, but I like that.
No, that's Larry David. But it was the little cloud music.
If you're Adam Silver, right, your two best, most profitable players in terms of fan engagement and what they mean to the league and people actually caring and tuning in, Steph and LeBron. They're also the hardest workers.
Yep.
Right? And I think that there's a correlation there. This week alone, all right, if you zoom out of the NBA, Tyrese Maxey is basically saying that Joel Embiid can't show up on time and doesn't care. Right?
Unbelievable.
One of the stars of the league.
Unbelievable.
LaMelo Ball was benched in the fourth quarter.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
Wow. Another thing with LaMelo, clean it up in the post-game interviews. Clean it up a little bit. Clean it up, LaMelo. You're not from the hood. You're from Chino Hills, dude.
You're
from Chino Hills.
I don't know if you've seen T.I.'s son, who's been getting in trouble, but LaMelo and him remind me of each other, and it's kind of like sad. Anyway, that being said, there is a league problem right now. The reality is there's a league problem. Now, I know I want to get into some Draymond sound, but we can have this conversation throughout the year. I'd be worried about, even though they've just signed a mega deal, that the competition of the league, we got to do something with the calendar.
All right.
They got to readjust this.
Before we get back into that, it's time for the Warriors Future Focus, presented by Peralta Community College District with Lady, Berkeley City, Merritt, and the College of Alameda, where Gary Payton, Senior, the glove, he's coaching there now at the College of Alameda. This morning we focus on JK, Jonathan Kuminga, who had his bobblehead day yesterday. 2 hands on the rim, Air Congo dunking. Well, last night he had 10 points off the bench, 6 rebounds with a couple steals, including this one to set up Buddy Hield in the first quarter.
Wants and looks for a pass and throws the ball away. Throws it right to Kuminga. And that is the second turnover for the Hawks. Buddy Hield for 3 in transition from Kuminga. Warriors up 12. Quinn Snyder calls a timeout.
Hopefully you got to the game on time because it was over before you knew it. 41-22 at the end of the first quarter. If you got there late, you missed all the action. Buddy Hield with 8 points in that opening frame. Kuminga with 6 points in that opening frame. And at that point, they were up 33-17. They went up 21 in that first quarter. 21 points. And they played defense. They played offense. A really good opening start for the Golden State Warriors last night. That was the Warriors' future focus, just like we love the future of the Dubs. Peralta Community College District encourage you to love your future too. That's right. Love your future, folks. Go to school. Go to Peralta.edu and apply today. All right. We're going to get to Draymond Green and Brandon Podziemski. 888-957-9570 is the number. Draymond Green on Brandon Podziemski. I was listening to it on the way home, and I was like, wow. Draymond Green at the podium this year has been unbelievable. He's been terrific at the podium this year.
Absolutely incredible.
I would say that
the podcast is one thing.
Well, no, I would say that the podium has been infinitely more entertaining than the podcast.
Well, it's just been real. Draymond Green's in a good headspace right now. He posted on his Instagram page, he had a collage. He was talking about, therapy works. It works. Champion the change. And wait till you hear what he had to say about Brandon Podziemski. We'll do that on the other side. And that's coming up on the Morning Roast, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Hey, it's Willard and Dips for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for their members, and as always, earn 4 times.
and through more than you have ever hoped to be through. So you just shut your yapper.
What up? This is Turtle Pie Turtle from Frisco. If you're anything like me, you're getting hella roasted every day on the Morning Roast with Bonta and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Yay!
I wonder what Coles is up to these days. This segment sponsored by Go to State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. What is Coles up to these days?
He's doing the Trump dance, dog.
Oh,
what do you think he's doing?
Well, of course he is.
You're asking a question you know the answer to.
You guys went political. I mean,
that's
about that.
He knows.
Why would he be doing the Trump dance? Why would he be doing the Trump dance?
Well, it's his guy, bro. Hey,
is that his guy?
Yeah.
Really?
So,
I didn't know that. That's not good. Why would you throw that out there on him, man? He's always, both Coles used to be so salty, man. I love. We used to do shows together. They were a lot of fun.
Say it. Say, I'm sorry, sir.
He used to eat Nutella and bananas in the morning with me on Saturdays.
Into the microphone every time.
He would turn his back to me completely and dip the banana into the Nutella.
You hear it was a metal jar too, so you hear the metal spoon hit the glass jar. Like, Coles, we're on radio. What are you doing?
We didn't agree on a single thing, Coles and I. A single thing. One time when John Curley was producing, he goes, yeah, Bonte's not a fan of Hoosiers. He goes, what? He doesn't love America? All right, fine, we got a show.
I told
he
you.
doesn't love America. That was the pivot.
That was the pivot. He doesn't love America.
So, okay, two great stories with the Coast, and we'll get right into the Pajemski stuff. One of the first shows that I ever did was a Saturday morning. I mean, I did before, but it was like one of those I've arrived moments, in my mind, right? I'm doing a Saturday 8 a.m. show with Coase. I drive all the way in. I work, and this is a guy who I'd seen on TV for a decade, and Chronicle Live was still, just fresh in my head, and then I'm driving back to the house, and he sent me this long text. You can do this. I've worked with a lot of people who can't do this, and you can do this. And I swear to God, I mean this from the bottom of my heart. It's one of the most empowering texts I've ever gotten from anyone. He is the sitcom dad. I love him so much. And then here's the funny story. I watched the Chicago Bear double doink game with him on a Sunday night when the kicker double doinked. Remember that? The field goal? And Trubisky was throwing dimes in that game. I can't believe it. He was so sad doing that post game. He had made Chicago beef for me and the whole crew. And he's like, I can't do the show. I can't do the show. We lost again. My quarterback lost again. He was all in on Trubisky. All in.
Yeah, he's.
Of course he was.
Of course he was. Makes sense. Makes sense on why he was in on Trubisky.
Chicago beef is hella good, dude.
It is good. With the hot peppers?
Good.
Yeah,
very good. Very
it's hella good. Yeah, the hot peppers.
You ever been to Chicago?
Nah.
Chicago's a great city.
Gotta visit. Yeah.
It's on my wish list to take the little guy to Wrigley.
Yeah, you do the architecture tour and you go right down the river. You could do the mob architecture tour and tell you about the mafia out there.
I did the mob ghost stories.
Yeah, that's I did do that one. That was cool. Yeah.
A lot of cool history in Chicago. Yeah, very, very cool city. Very easy to walk around in.
Yeah, you can walk around. You got the rooftop bars and the rooftop clubs and the rooftop restaurants. And Chicago's fun city. Fun city. All right, let's go. Let's go to Canada. Oh, Canada. Oh, Canada. Halifax, Canada. Greg in Halifax, Canada. Come on, sing it with me, Greg. Oh, Canada. Oh, Canada. I have my pretend flag in my head. Come on, give me
gotta do that. Yeah.
Come on, give me the first bars, Greg. I love this song. Oh, Canada hits different.
Oh, Canada. True North strong and free, baby. You know how we do. We got too many different versions of this anthem now because of all these politics.
Oh, boy. All right, let's not get there, then. Let's talk some basketball, Greg.
No, let's keep it Wiggins, baby. Let's keep it Wiggins.
Keep it Wiggins. Canadian. Hey, let my Canadian brother out there balling, isn't he, Greg?
Yeah, man. I'm actually close with his family, so I've been I kind of been waiting on this one for the last couple of years. I'm not going to lie.
So, give it to me. Give it to me. What you got on Wiggins and Melton, man? Because I bought a lot of stock in Andrew Wiggins coming into the season. I know he's not the player he was the last 2 years. There was a lot going on with him. So what you got, Greg? You're a close family friend. What you got on Wiggs?
I think if you look at Wiggins, especially come from Minnesota, his whole game has been mental. Like when he's confident, he's an all-star. When he's not, like he came off the bench for us last year. Mentally, he hasn't even been in basketball mode for 2 years. Like it's to the point where we think when Draymond gets suspended, it's a big deal. He might mentally need to check out, stuff like that. I know the fans were getting at Wiggins last year, and honestly, that makes sense. Like, let's be real. You're not supposed to really come out with any information. Families ain't really trying to have any of that come out. But when it comes to Wiggins, I think talent-wise, he's one of them all-NBA type of bodies and athletes. Mentally, he's fluctuates. Do you know what I mean? And he's fully locked in right now.
He seems locked in. Thanks for the call, Greg. He seems locked in. I'm going to send this cut to the thread because I listened to it on the way rolling in. I was like, wow, this is a great cut with Andrew Wiggins here. I retweeted it. I'll send it to Loveman now, but he talked about being locked in. We talked to him on the postgame show yesterday, and you could just tell. I've been around Wiggins now for a few years. You can just tell he's feeling like Draymond Green's in a great headspace. Wiggins is in a great headspace. Curry's locked in. I think Kuminga's getting there. Buddy Hield is bringing all type of joy here. We're trying to get Podziemski there. He's putting too much pressure on himself, which we'll get to in just a second. But Andrew Wiggins, if he could play like this and be that individual lockdown defender for the starting five, they are going to win a lot of basketball games.
Do you think, like, I don't know, maybe you don't buy this. I just want your opinion on it. Like, when I look at the Niners right now, they just look exhausted. They look like a team that's been on a run for a couple of years, and they just, like, they hit a wall. Whether it's mentally, physically, a combination of the both, whatever. And then I look at the Warriors, and I'm like, the last couple of years, their season ended pretty abruptly. And they've made a lot of tweaks, right? But some of the same people, for whatever reason, had a wake-up call, and maybe there was a rejuvenation. Maybe it was having an entire offseason, things in their personal life, a combination. They feel reignited. And I actually believe that had they gone on a deeper playoff run last year, maybe they don't look like what they look like right now for whatever reason, whether it's looking themselves in the mirror, whether it's having the extra time, not the wear and tear. I don't know. I think there is something to be said, like bowing out the way they did the last 2 years and coming in singularly focused, knowing that their window here is shutting. I think there's something there.
There's something there. 888-957-9570. I do want to get to Brandon Podziemski, Draymond Green. By the way, good guest list today. Cam Inman, Bay Area News Group, 8 o'clock to get the lay of the land down to Santa Clara. Who's practicing, who's not. His wide 9 stuff. He was very critical to wide 9 on Sunday, so we'll get to Cam Inman. We love Cam here on the program. He'll join us at 8 o'clock. The Hall of Famer, the legendary. You may know him from Around the Horn, which apparently is going to get canceled in the summertime. Woody Page, who made Around the Horn. He's one of the originals. Woody Page, who's been in Denver for a long, long time, covering the Broncos for the Denver Post, the Nuggets, and all that. He'll join us at 8:30. We'll get Woody Page. And then Terrell Owens. He's going to join us at 9 o'clock. And he's going to talk a little pickleball because he's joined up with Bully. He's joined forces with Bully. So we'll ask T.O. about that. Maybe he'll sell some wine. We still haven't gotten a wine bottle, the 81 Vino. We were waiting on that one.
Well, we could just buy it.
No, he said he was going to send it to us.
Oh.
No, why do you have to buy it?
Well, he's a businessman. He's in business.
No, I mean, we freebies.
Well, then as a businessman, you give the freebie to the guy, the king himself, and then everyone will follow the king.
No, it's not. No. It's the people who are helping you promote it. It's not the king, and I'm not the king. LeBron James is the king.
Might be Connect now.
Is it King Charles in Europe? What's
King Connect.
What's the king in
yeah, King Charles.
Yeah, King Charles. He's the real king.
Well, Connect is the way it's kind of spelled, it makes you think of a knight. So maybe he's pulling the knight out of the sword stone for the king. I don't know.
There you go.
Is there something
that's a
there?
4 right there. No, that's a 4.
Yeah, that's LeBron James. There you go.
Does that make JJ Redick Merlin?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Why not? JJ Redick. Hey, Lakers are rolling right now.
LeBron, by the way, I don't know if you guys seen this. We'll get back to actual basketball in a second, but he said he's quitting social media.
I saw that.
Because he can't stand all the liars. People calling him liar. He doesn't like that.
They're calling him liar?
Yeah.
So he's leaving the internet? Did he really say that?
Yeah, he said that. He's like, I can't stand it, what people are saying.
I joined the Blue Sky. The Blue Sky movement is real.
Okay, so let me ask you, why are you on Blue Sky?
Because it's, I like to get, people want to be informed about things. And I think the creator of Twitter is now running Blue Sky. The guy who sold it to Elon Musk, I believe, is
Jack Dorsey?
Jack Dorsey.
So it's Twitter.
So it's basically Twitter, but it's Twitter with positivity. There's there's nobody calling
Twitter.
Dude, I haven't been called.
Positivity. Give me a break.
No, I swear to God, there's nobody.
Twitter with positivity.
There's nobody calling people names on Blue Sky. It's all, dude. It's a community. You can actually have conversations with fans again, like you used to on Twitter, without somebody jumping in saying, you're an idiot. Bonte, you suck. Bonte, you fired. Bonte, you're this. Bonte, you're that. I get tired of looking at that stuff. I don't care. I'm not going to lie. You log into Twitter, somebody's telling you to shut the bleep up. Or somebody's telling you have an opinion about Brock Purdy. Somebody's telling you, F you. Shut up. It's like, come on, man. I get tired of that. Seriously.
Well, I don't think that is exclusive to Twitter. I watched a guy yesterday on 6th Street get out of his car and punch someone's window completely out. I swear to God.
Well, I mean, that's
right there on 6th and Harrison.
But, you know, you can't, I mean.
This happens everywhere. But Facebook has negativity.
I can control.
Instagram has negativity.
No.
TikTok has negativity.
I can control that stuff, though. I can control by not going on there.
Okay.
But not,
so you sign up for a different app and wait for that to get flooded with negativity?
No, it's not going to get flooded with negativity. I have faith in Blue Sky. I have faith in
Jack Dorsey, by the way, quit Blue Sky's board a couple months ago back in May and urges people to stay on Elon Musk's X.
Did he say that?
Yes, he did.
Why? Well, I'm not going to stay on
He sold the company to Elon. That's why they're tight.
Oh, but he created Blue Sky to compete with.
He was part of the board. He was part of the board there.
I mean, we did this with Threads, and then Threads went nowhere.
Yeah, Threads went nowhere. So I'm on Blue Sky. I got to stay with the times. Got to evolve, right? Like we've been talking about Kyle Shanahan evolving. I've got to evolve. Blue Sky is where it's at right now.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet Blue Sky won't be as big as X, but that's fine.
Well, that's fine. It's easy. It's an easy bet to make. But I'm going to ride with Blue Sky till the wheels fall off.
Okay.
And I'm going to ride.
2 more weeks?
Well, no. No, I'm not going to be there 2 weeks. You don't have to do Blue Sky.
Loveman, you're the Chuck person of this show. You're the rifleman.
Yeah, a lot of bricks there.
No, dude, he's coming in. He's firing.
It's fine. You guys like being name called on Twitter. And you guys looking at political ads. I know what it is. I know what it is on Twitter, why you guys want to stay on there. It's the OnlyFans. You guys love the OnlyFans.
The OnlyFans.
You guys, I'm with the 209. I'm with the 209. Comcast Business Text Line. X turned into a free porn site. I scroll to see so many links under all the subjects people tweet about. He's so right. He's so right.
You can do about it.
I mean, what Instagram isn't? It's filled with models. Like, what are we doing here?
I'm
TikTok. It's just about. Well, I'm not even going to.
Well,
it's just society in general. We can take a macro view. Sex, drugs, and rock and roll.
I
control everything.
Yeah, I know you guys are horny, man. You guys like this stuff. You guys like this stuff. It's all good.
I like Blue Sky.
You know, I do like Blue Sky.
I'm happy with Blue Sky.
I'm happy with Brock Purdy. I'm very happy with Blue Sky. I'm actually excited about the Giants. Blue Sky is actually really cool.
I'd rather be Blue Sky.
I would. You know what? Rather be the White Sox. Blue Sky. Look at all the conversations we're having.
What we're saying is Blue Sky could really make a run here.
Absolutely. Yes, we're saying out loud. I think they will make a run. I think they really will make a run. Blue Sky so far so good. Just positivity. Nobody's calling each other names.
Stock in Blue Sky, right?
Blue Sky or the 49ers? Who are you buying stock in?
I'm buying stock in both. Listen, I'm buying stock in Andrew Wiggins.
You guys he was right about that.
You guys, I've been right about a lot around here. You guys just don't give me credit. Listen, the freaking X stuff, when people sliding into DMs calling you names and being racist and being homophobic, I'm not cool with that.
No, that's not fun. That's not fun.
I'm just saying.
Well, I have closed DMs, so.
Do you really?
Close them, yeah.
Yeah, I want these people talking to me.
Dude.
How about those Warriors, huh? Huge win last night.
Andrew Wiggins stock.
Y'all laugh there. See, here's the problem. It's all fun and games, right? You guys all like to crack these little jokes. Love it. It's getting a little $2 jokes in. Buy stock in Andrew Wiggins. I got another text yesterday saying, Bonte, you know, that no-name player, 55 wins. You're winning 55. You laughed at me with that. You mocked me with that with this basketball team, man.
Well, the last 2 years you were high on them, and
I was
flamed out. I mean, can we be fair here?
No. Listen.
And then you retconned it yesterday. You're like, I knew that it wasn't as good as I thought it was. Well, I had to put a face on.
I played all sports teams, and I've been around a lot of sports teams where things like that happen, and the chemistry is going to be wrecked. But I have to get through a season. I can't come in here every day and say, well, the season's wrecked because such and such happened and this thing happened.
We always say that for baseball season.
No. I tried to tell you guys because you guys were silly. You guys were silly as hell to be optimistic about the Giants 2 years ago. Oh, my God, the Giants, Cincinnati, Casey Smith this. And the dude didn't even make it up to Yankee Stadium for the opener. I had to put you guys in your place like, look, this is what's going to happen in baseball. I'm not going to waste our time. I'm actually excited about the Giants. And as a businessman around here, you want low ratings talking about a bad baseball team? Or do you guys want to win? But let's talk Camilo Duvall in the middle of June. See how that works out for us. Hell, and this is no laughing matter. Being all serious, talking Giants is what's happening to the other station and why the other station's getting gutted. Giants derailed that station. Sold your soul to talk about that damn baseball team. All right, Draymond Green on Brandon Podziemski. It's the truth, right? Don't not say anything because the facts are true, right? Oh, now you guys got nothing to say.
Well, look,
no jokes anymore.
I mean, if you want to talk about the industry as a whole, that's a different conversation. And the larger company, I'm not gonna explain what has been going on over there. I'm not in that building, and I think it's reckless for me to talk about what their financials are.
I know what their financials are, and talking Giants baseball has been a losing proposition.
There's no doubt it hasn't been the greatest conversation points. That I agree with.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
It's deeper, though.
But this Podziemski talking point, Brandon Podziemski. Yesterday, took wasn't an elbow, kind of a hand to the face right there where his nose was broken. He left the game yesterday. He's day-to-day. X-rays were negative. He just took the mask off last week. And you would think that taking a mask off would help his shooting a bit, but he was 1 of 6 last night, and he's pressing. There's no doubt. Anthony Slater joined us yesterday. He was pressing. He discussed how he was pressing and trying too hard. And the naked eye will tell you that he's pressing and trying too hard. Well, Draymond Green was asked about Brandon Podziemski, and we broke it down into 4 different cuts, but Draymond Green was at the podium for about 4.5 minutes discussing Brandon Podziemski. And here's the first cut about Brandon Podziemski. And he just basically said, man, I'll start it with this one. Pods dealing with the sophomore slump. Here's Draymond Green about Pods dealing with the sophomore slump.
It's hard, and I don't say this from experience of myself. I say this from experience of watching people. It's hard having a great rookie season and then coming back and having the second year as good or better. It's tough. That's why you've always heard of a sophomore slump. You know, it's a very tough thing to do. And I think for him, he's just put so much pressure on himself for the player that he wants to be and that he thinks he should be, and it's unnecessary because what he's special at is doing all the other things on the floor. When you put the pressure on yourself, like, I got to make this shot. But there's some guys that have that pressure, and they have to because that's what they do.
That's what they do. Now, more on him, on Draymond, on Pods dealing with the pressure.
If you don't have to have that pressure, I say that from experience, don't put that pressure on yourself because it's hard night in and night out to live based on whether you make shots or not. It's a tough thing to do. Only the greatest can do it. And I think he's capable of becoming a really, really, really good player in this league. But why put the added pressure on yourself? You know? Why beat yourself up? We believe in him. You know, the amount of pressure that he puts on himself with each shot is insane. And so I'm saying this also, so I hope you hear it.
That's Draymond Green. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM at AC1 San Francisco, .C Sports Station, and always live on the free Odyssey app, 888-957-9570. What do you think about Draymond's quotes on Brandon Podziemski? And the last one here, Shasky, about Paz not needing to worry about his shot.
You almost want to tell him, shut up, man. Because, again, none of us are thinking that way. We just don't. When the pace that you bring to the floor, the crackbacks that you get, the steals that you're getting on the weak side rotation, the charges that you take, those are all great things. So if the one thing that you're struggling with is your shot, but you're doing 5 or 6 other things great, I think that will outweigh your shot. And he should appreciate that. Lean into that. If he leans into that, the shots will fall. But if he keep putting that amount of pressure on himself and thinking, I'm letting you down, I used to think that way. Man, who cares? If I make it, great. If I miss it, oh, well, I'm going to shoot the next one. And it's hard to get there. I've done a lot of work to try to get my mentality there. And he's young, so he'll learn that as he goes. But we have the utmost belief in him, and we need him to have that same belief in himself.
888-957-9570 is the number. What do you make of Draymond Green? Speaking of Brandon Podziemski putting too much pressure on himself, I thought it was very insightful. We have another cut to play on that situation, but I thought it was leadership. And he's right. You could see Podziemski's just pressing. You make first team all rookie, he exceeded my expectations last year, Shasky. And you see all these people being on him. But it was brutally honest and brutally accurate from Draymond Green, in my opinion.
Being one of the great players in any sport requires you to do it year after year after year after year, right? That's how it works. We just had a caller from Canada call in and basically explain that Wiggins and his confidence are up and down throughout the entirety of his career. And when he's not confident, he's a guy that looks like a barely a role player off the bench. And when he's confident, he has as much talent as anyone in the league. And I agree with that assessment. And I just don't think in pro sports, youth sports, somewhere in between high school and college, we talk enough about confidence. Having the right coaches, having the right elements, feeling confident in yourself, and knowing that you can bust out of a slump for whatever it is so important. It's everything. I've talked about this 50 times, but I'm watching the Red Sox doc, and David Ortiz was talking about how he had no confidence when he was in Minnesota, and he was hurt. He hurt his wrist, and he couldn't get over it. And then he got into Boston, and they were going to have him as a role player. He's like, I need to play every day. I need to know that I'm in the lineup every single day. And he just took off. Nomar Garciaparra heard one of his teammates question whether he should be the shortstop on the team, and his confidence just cratered. It just absolutely cratered. He was never the same. And yeah, he was dealing with physical ailments, but the confidence was zapped. And so when I look at Podziemski, whether it's pushing it, the psychology behind it, his own confidence in his shot, I know that when you're struggling, every missed shot, every bad pass, every, I don't get it, steal or whatever, it feels like the boulder on your shoulder is heavier and heavier and heavier. And what is normal inclination? To try to do more. Yeah. You try to get yourself out of it. And I think when you're doing too much, it's a detriment to you and the team. And I think he's in a tough spot right now. And I think it's actually unbelievable audio from Draymond Green, of all people, to diagnose this.
No, he was really good. And in this last cut here, Draymond, on what Steph and himself have been telling Pods.
Me and Steph talk to him every day. Like, who cares? Miss 7 of them. No one cares but you. Like, you're the only person thinking about the shots you miss. No one else is thinking about it. But he kind of puts this pressure on himself of what he needs to be, and every shot means so much. Man, it's a soft Wednesday in November. That shot don't mean that much. But he carries that weight. And I think anyone who carries that amount of weight in anything, it affects you negatively. And I hate that for him. And so that's something that we've been trying to talk to him about. Stop reacting to everything that goes wrong for you. No one cares but you. Nobody else. You know why? Because what we care about is all of the other things that you do. So if you do all of those things well, and that can keep you on the floor, who cares about the shot? And I think he has to reach that point. But some of that is who you are as a person. You have to do that work as well.
So Pod's putting too much pressure on himself again. 888-957-9570. Warrior fans and roasters out there, what are you seeing from Brandon Podziemski this season so far? Obviously, the young man is struggling, shooting 21% from three. But is he putting too much pressure on himself? Do you have the faith and the hope that Brandon Podziemski will turn the season around again? We're only 14 games in. I'm not freaking out over Brandon Podziemski. He set a high bar last season. I don't think anybody expected him to make all-rookie first team, but he did. I don't think anybody expected Brandon Podziemski to make the select team for Team USA and be practicing against the Dream Team in the summer, but he did. Obviously, Joe Lacob coming out in the summer league saying, hey, we think we got a future all-star. So the setting has been reset for Brandon Podziemski, and the expectations have been set a little higher for Brandon Podziemski. But what do you think about what Draymond Green said there? 888-957-9570, because obviously the young man is putting a lot of pressure on himself, and he's a connector. He does all the little things well. You know, he has that ball hopping around. He gets 2 feet in the paint. He rebounds really well for a guard. He's scrappy. Obviously, he led the league in charges last season. But where are you at when it comes to Brandon Podziemski? 888-957-9570, because I do think it's imperative for him moving forward here over the next 5 games, 10 games to get his confidence up, because they're going to need him without the Anthony Melton.
Oh, they're going to absolutely need him, and he's going to have to settle in, B. I mean, that's where it's at. I think the hardest thing to, whether you're a young woman, man, athlete or not, like how you accept failure and how you learn from those things, and not being too hard on yourself and being able to use the adversity as fuel, is extremely important. And we've all been there. Like, you know, you're pressing, you're trying hard, things aren't falling your way. And then like with every shot you're taking, like you just feel like, oh my God, please go in, please go in. Because you're thinking, I don't ever want to shoot again, you know, and it's all up in your dome. Chuck Knobloch. I mean, how many guys can you think of in sports who have had the yips in whatever it is?
Brink and Kill.
Yeah, great example. Yoda has a line in Star Wars, and I know you're going to roll your eyes at me,
I'm not
but
going to roll my eyes.
I believe in
like
it.
Star Wars.
Failure is the greatest teacher. And the hardest
Star
thing.
Wars. I'm sorry.
Well, it's the truth. That failure is the greatest teacher. And it took me 30-something years to finally understand what he meant with that. And because I was like, no, you have to succeed in everything and everything. No. Part of the success is the failure that leads up to the success, because you learn so much from losing, and you learn so much of how to react and what to get better at. And that's that self-reflection. And I think when we think about failure, it's always the negative. And if you flip it and go to the positive, which is what Draymond's going at, which I think Clay at times was masterful at it. Yep. Hey, I missed 7 in a row. I'm going to keep shooting.
I'm going to keep, yep.
He was masterful at that.
All right, more coming up here. 888-957-9570. Line them up here. Draymond Green on Brendan Podziemski. Very insightful stuff. What do you think about the message Draymond sent to Brendan Podziemski? He said he hope he's listening because he is pressing a little bit. What do you think about Podziemski's start to the season, and is he pressing, and can he turn it around? There's a lot there. There's a lot to get into because some of the fan base thinks that Brendan Podziemski held up a deal for Larry Marketing. They think that was the reason why the deal got held up. So already fans are looking at him saying, "Boy, we could have marketed this guy, blah, 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 blah." Podziemski's a solid player, man, and I do believe he'll turn it around. But I want to hear from Dub Nation on Brendan Podziemski as the Warriors improve to 11-3. We have Cam Emmett at 8 o'clock. We'll get into the Niners at some point during this segment. That's all coming up, brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
Hi, it's Sherry, owner of Life Source. For 40 years, families have been loving our Life Source.
Bay Area, it's Brandon Pajemski. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonta Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. You better hit those brakes, Bonta.
I'm trying to, Pods. I'm trying to. I think I did well. No, actually, we were late on the last break. We were very late on the last break. We were early on the 6:42 break. We made that break. I'm not sure if we made the 6:23 break. Probably not. We're always batting like 200 when it comes to hitting our breaks. Sorry, boss man. Sorry. Download the Odyssey app. 95.7 The Game. Thousands of other stations and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news. Great podcasts like the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys. Hey, have you guys recorded a podcast recently?
Been busy.
Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys. A lot going on with the Giants. Bobby Evans is back. Buster Posey making moves. Randy Wynn. We got to get a podcast up. What's the baseball talk, fellas? No, we're not doing it here. You got to get your fix, Lubman. Come on. Get your fix. Anyway, you can also download Great Calls. Who was it yesterday from San Rafael? Who's our guy? $54,000 man.
Frankie
in San Rafael. Frankie in San Rafael. Boy, a lot of people hit me up about Frankie in San Rafael. Had a lot of fun. I heard about him at the Gatehouse yesterday. Inside the Chase Center, people, hey, man, that dude Frankie tonight, man, it was great.
Did they say that you cooked him or he cooked you?
No, nobody. They just said it was great radio.
Oh, it was great radio.
Not everybody needs to be cooked.
We're just
having a conversation.
It was funny.
Just having a conversation. It wasn't coming at him hard. I was just asking him questions.
Hey, Frankie brought it. Give him credit.
You can't ask questions and then say, oh, man, his answers cooked you. No, I'm asking questions to get good answers. I thought it was fun radio. A lot of people thought it was great radio.
It's not about wins, losses, who's cooking who. It was just, were you laughing? And the answer was, well, yeah, a lot of laughing.
Right. There's no scoreboard with that. Not everything has to be a scoreboard.
Well, for laughing, I think we're all winning on the scoreboard.
Yeah, exactly. Frankie. Shout out to Frankie. Shout out to Draymond Green for that soundbite on Brandon Pajemski. Is Brandon Pajemski stressing? Is he pressing? Is this just who he is? 888-957-9570. And not even quietly, Shasky, but there's no doubt Brandon Pajemski is ascending in a way that he's becoming one of the more polarizing figures in the Bay Area when it comes to our athletes. He may not be the biggest superstar, but when you say Brandon Pajemski, it sparks a conversation.
What conversation?
Whether or not he's underrated, whether or not he's overrated, whether or not he fits, whether or not he has a jumper, whether or not he does too many media hits. Whatever it is, Brandon Pajemski has become a polarized, like J.K. in a sense. You know, J.K., it's dissipated the noise on him because he's playing good basketball. But every time I hear from people about Brandon Pajemski, they're like, I don't know about Pajemski. Oh, I love Pajemski. He connects everything. Well, he does connect everything. It goes in all sorts of different directions.
Yeah, I don't know. Most of the feedback that I get is usually like, hey, he's a really solid player, you know? But if he's holding up a big trade, you know, I mean, you know, like that's the sentiment, because you were alluding before we hit the break that, oh, you know, some people felt that maybe he was the holdup or one of the holdups for a major trade or whatever. And I think when people read those things in certain articles that, they're like, wait a minute, a backup point guard, you can't hold up a big trade for something like that. So I think that's where the majority of the ire might come from. But I think a lot of people just like him as a player and think he's really solid. I think the question then becomes like, well, is he a 1? Is he a 2? Is he a starter? Is he a backup? Like where? Like, and then now we start really spreading out how people feel.
Yeah, let's go to. I want to get to some calls here.
I appreciate his effort.
9570. Draymond Green, you know, he discussed Pods, and I'm gonna play this cut about Pods, dealing with the sophomore slump. And then we'll set up the calls here. 888-957-9570 is the number. Here's Draymond Green on what he said about Pods dealing with the quote-unquote sophomore slump.
What he's trying to work through is y'all fault. And I told y'all that at the beginning of the year. It's hard, and I don't say this from experience of myself. I say this from experience of watching people. It's hard having a great rookie season and then coming back and having the second year as good or better. It's tough. That's why you've always heard of a sophomore slump. You know, it's a very tough thing to do. And I think for him, he's just put so much pressure on himself for the player that he wants to be and that he thinks he should be, and it's unnecessary. Because What he's special at is doing all the other things on the floor. When you put the pressure on yourself, like, I got to make this shot, but there are some guys that have that pressure, and they have to because that's what they do.
Sophomore slump. Did you see it coming? Is this a sophomore slump that's going to linger until the next calendar year? Is it going to linger into December? Is it going to linger into January? Or is it just a thing that's going to pass? Because Draymond is right. You make first-team all-rookie, the league knows, first-team all-rookie, Brandon Pigeon. Oh, wow, okay. He goes up on a scouting report. Now, all of a sudden, in every coach's meeting, an opposing team are like, Pods, when he comes to the game, X, Y, and Z, we got to do this. But he's high up on that scouting report. So the book is out on him, and he's got to make the adjustment now. There's always a counter to the counter.
I just think it's hard to be a good player in all these sports year after year after year, right? We just expect, like a video game, everyone to get better and better and build and build and build. And it's like, nah, that's not necessarily, how it happens in the real world, And I think Peyton Manning's a great example. What do you have? How many interceptions in his second?
I think his first year he had like 31. He set a rookie record.
Right. And then had some good years and then had a down year and then back to being an all-world player. CJ Stroud's kind of going through some of this, missing out on Nico Collins for a few weeks. Didn't look like the same player that everyone saw last year, or at least they were hoping to see. And so I think at the core of what Draymond's saying, it's hard to replicate a really good rookie year. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's 100% spot on. And on the Warriors, think about Eric Paschall and where we were with him a few years back. And that's a name I don't even know if people remember. But he had a really good rookie year. Everyone was hurt. He was allowed to kind of do whatever he wanted. He could get any shot he wanted. It was Kai Bowman and him basically running the offense. And then when you're the third center the very next year and you're like the third or fourth big man off the bench, it's a lot more difficult when you don't have the same usage, you don't have the same role. And so I think Pods is trying to find himself right now. And it's not our fault. I'm talking about the media's. It's not our fault. The owner did come out and say that he thinks he can be an all-star. Right. That wasn't the media saying it. So, and I also think that Podziemski himself, because he's a good athlete and because he's an up-and-coming player who has tremendous confidence, I think he wants to be great.
No, he does want to be great. He does want to be great. He's admitted, and you should want to be great. I like this from 415. No, on the Comcast Business Text line. Pods isn't holding up trades. Transactional bros, the Warriors are not going to sell their farm. You got to understand that. And it wasn't just Pods. It was, again, I mentioned this when the rumors started. You understand that you're dealing with Danny Ainge? Danny Ainge is notorious for holding up deals because he wants to rip you off with all your picks. They want a pick swap after pick swap and first. No, and by not moving off these guys, you still have great assets and you're still winning games while hoping some of these guys turn their season around. So,
do you believe that Pods was the holdup in any trade?
I know he wasn't the holdup. I know he wasn't the holdup. I agree with you. So, all this stuff again, so I don't get bothered with the internet when people don't know what they're talking about. Grant Liftman joined us yesterday on the pregame show at NBC Sports Bay Area. And he's the VP of basketball operations now.
That's incredible.
And the biggest thing he said, one of the biggest takeaways of being on this job is that the average fan thinks that you can just call somebody and get a deal done within the same day.
Like in, what was it, Moneyball? Hey, Sabey Sabes.
Right.
Where he's just wheeling and dealing on the phone.
He's like, dude, it doesn't work like that. We've been trying to work on deals for 8 months and then they just fall through the cracks. And then you got to start from square one. It doesn't happen like that. So, and then you're dealing with Danny A. So anyway, I know for sure Pods wasn't a holdup. And Pods, I thought, had one of the best answers I've ever heard from somebody about being in trade rumors. Basically said, you know what? I look at it a different way. Somebody wants me. And that's how I'm looking at it.
I like that.
I'm wanted around the league.
Yeah.
So that's a great perspective from a young man who's coming off his rookie year.
Well, I just think that when we look at scoring, guys, right? Like I think Clay falls into this bucket. And I think it's really difficult when one of the main ways that you like to contribute is via scoring. Kuminga is another example. Are there other ways those guys contribute? Of course there is. But they're going to hang their hat on scoring. And when shots aren't falling, that's tough. That's really tough, right? And then now you start pressing, and your best way of contributing for your team, you're not leaning into your own skill set. Like, it's a home run hitter who hasn't hit a home run for a month, right? You know, like it's tough, and then you're questioning your philosophy and what you hang your hat on and all that stuff. So I think Brock Purdy went through this at times. I think Brock was maybe trying to do too much, throw only deep balls to shut up the critics or whatever it is. It's like, no, you got to play your game.
Play your game.
And I think Pods is a little unique in the sense that I don't need him to score 25 points.
Draymond mentioned that. He goes,
exactly.
Be great at what you do. It's all the other things.
Exactly.
The scoring is not what we need. Now, it's a bonus, but what you do on the court is you keep the ball moving. You let everybody touch it. You're rebounded well for a guard. You're in the right spot. You're orchestrating the offense.
Hustler.
That's what you're great at.
Yeah.
You're doing filling the stat sheet like Draymond Green. Being a triple-double threat. That's what you're great at. So let's go to the lines here. Let's go to Zach in North Carolina. Then we'll get to coach and everybody else. 888-957-9570 is the number. What up, Zach?
Hey, fellas. This is Mac Zach. I'm normally in the Bay Area from Oakland, but I'm out here in North Carolina. And this is something personal with me as far as what Pod is going through last year. And the reason why I'm out here in North Carolina, my mom passed, and I got, I was kind of caught up in depression to where physically I got sick. I developed pancreatitis.
Oh, my goodness.
And
sorry, man.
So, yeah, thank you. But so what I noticed is if me being in a negative mindset made me sick, the reverse has to be, just as true. You have to have a positive mindset with, and this is at the risk of sounding like Tony, but you have to have a positive mindset to heal yourself mentally. And even from a physiological standpoint, you have positive ions that give you a charge, and the negative ones detract. It draws it in and takes it away. So all he has to do is just, keep a positive mindset, and he's going to be okay.
Hey, look, man, I'm sending my love to you, bro. And I mean this, whatever you love doing, lean into it. Like, I love playing ball. I love coaching, and those things have gotten me out of a lot of depressions because it's something to look forward to. Find what those things are. And you're right. Get that positive ion going. I'm pulling for you, bro. For real.
Thanks, fellas.
Yep. Good call, Zach. Good call. And he's right. Positive mind frame. You have to have a positive mind frame. I go through it too, man. The holidays, for some whatever reason, depress me sometimes. I think I may get a Christmas tree early because maybe there is some truth to having some ornaments or something around and just having some joy. I don't know.
Where Shasky was right?
But no. My daughter wants a Christmas tree. That's the literal reason why. I'm just making that up.
No, but I believe mind frame is a big deal.
But positive mind, no.
Yeah.
I agree. So sometimes music gets me going. Sometimes I'm feeling down in the dumps. I'm like, man, was I good on the radio today? Did I say the right thing? Boy, am I really good for this job on television? Am I, what's going on here? Am I really this guy? Because so-and-so may say something to you on the social media app. And like, damn, am I really that? Like, what's going on here? But then all it takes is a song. All it takes is something. Like, Nipsey Hussle yesterday popped up on my playlist, I Don't Stress.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, this is a banger. But it was like, yeah, what do I need to stress for? Life is good. It's okay. I'm going to be all right. Believe in yourself, right? Have some confidence. So we all go through these things here. Maybe Paz is going through it mentally, say, boy, my shot's not right. I'm not off to a good start. The All-Star game is out here. I want to be in the Rookie-Sophomore Challenge. What is going on here? And Draymond Green going to the podium and answering that question for Anthony Slater about Brandon Podziemski, I think could be the start of something special for Brandon Podziemski here in the month of November. Just, you know what? Yeah, forget about the shot. Just keep shooting, because he's going to get open shots. But just keep playing your game.
Yeah, it's really difficult too when you have like 1,000 coaches all in your dome. And I'm not saying this is what's happening with Podziemski. I'm talking about like the ones online telling you what you should do and how you should play, and then you're critiquing yourself, and it becomes very lonely, man, when you're struggling like that. I think it's easy for people to say like PMO, and that was something that my dad's friend who was withering away from cancer, he was like, hey, PMO. That was his mantra every day, positive mental outlook. And he was like, I'm trying to control the things that I can control, and I'm trying to tune out all the other stuff. And I think in this modern day for young athletes, as you talk about social media stuff, Like it's just tough. It's tough to navigate. It's tough to lay away from it. Klay Thompson went through this. Yeah. I know he's not the first. He's not the last. Not Draymond, but LeBron James is turning off his social media. There's the human element. There's your own life, and sometimes you can't avoid it. And there's negative people that you're living with or you're married to or whatever. Like, it's tough.
LeBron went through this his first year with Miami. He saw all those cameras in Dallas, Texas, and he had to get away for about 30 days. And he was like, wow, this is a lot. This is a lot. Even LeBron James went through this stuff, so we'll see about that. But Coach has a different idea here. He has a different thought about Brandon Podziemski. Let's go to the coach in Vallejo. Good morning, Coach.
Hey, good morning, guys. Bonte, I'll say this in a complimentary way. If you ever want to run for politics, you'll do well.
Why?
Because your soliloquy on the many reasons why Paz is such a polarizing figure, you touched on a lot of bases. And I want to touch on them, too. Number one, Podziemski put himself in the spotlight. He's never met a microphone he didn't like. He's running up on other people's interviews. He's the first one at the interview table. He put himself in that spotlight. Now, another thing, too, when we tend to like a player, we overlook their faults, okay? And so I think that's – and also, too, I think one of the reasons why some people don't like Podziemski, he got to play through all his mistakes his rookie year. Kuminga and Moody never got that opportunity. And people are comparing how they were treated their rookie season.
That's true.
I know I am.
That's true.
So that kind of bothers me too. Now, Podziemski, he put himself up there with Jaime Jaquez or whatever. Now, that rookie class that he was in, that was one of the worst rookie draft classes ever. There's no Hall of Famer in that rookie class that Podziemski was in. Okay,
Victor Wembanyama
got in there. Wembanyama is a whole nother stratosphere. Okay, right. But what I'm saying is this: Podziemski made it because he played more minutes. He had a ton of minutes. The guy's averaging 30 minutes a game as a rookie. If Kuminga or Moody had those type of minutes, they would have put up numbers too. Podziemski has never been a good shooter. He shot 60% from the free throw all last season. It's less than that this year. He had a terrible junior year in college. He had 1 year in a very weak conference. And, the Warriors drafted him number one. He thinks of himself as a superstar instead of thinking of himself as just an NBA player. And part of that is Kerr's fault because Kerr gave him way too much rope.
So now, Coach, let me ask you this because you're cooking here.
Sure.
You are cooking. Is he able to turn it around this season? I mean, it's very early. We're 14 games in. You're right about the free throw shooting, but the law averages tell me that he's going to get back to the mid-30s in terms of his three-point shot. He's at 20% right now. Can he humble himself? I think he has been humbled, number one. But number two, can he focus in on the things that he's good at? What did you make of what Draymond said about him?
Okay, here's the thing. Draymond could say that because he's a forward and they do other things. A point guard in the NBA or any guard needs to be able to score. And I don't care if you're a rebounder. I mean, who is he, T.R. Dunn or somebody? No, he's got to be able to put some offense on the board. If not, his minutes should be reduced. And I'm afraid the Warriors are going to lose some games if they keep playing him 20, 25 minutes a game.
Well, he hasn't been playing that many minutes. I'll let you get it here. He played 15 minutes last night, Coach. Stay on the line, Coach. Yeah, 15 minutes. Go ahead, Shasky. Ask him something.
No. You seem very agitated over him being allowed to play a little more than Kuminga Moody, which I agree there are some shreds of truth there. But can we also acknowledge that Kuminga plays a totally different position than Podziemski, and though they experimented with him at the two, like I think ideally he's just a backup point guard. Like that's what he is. I don't know. I don't think you can view them the same because they had a log jam of wings, and I don't think it's fair to say that, hey, he's allowed to play through. They didn't really have a backup point guard. Paul was out for quite some time. I don't know. I don't think it's a perfect necessarily like for like analogy, but I get what you're saying.
And I agree with you. You make a good point, Shasky. But also, too, there were times when Lester Quinones was playing better than Podziemski last year. And being that he wasn't a drafted player, he's not going to get the opportunity. See, the problem is, we're pros, you're victim of salary, you're victim of draft position, and these guys get more leeway. Now, there's some other guys that are really good players,
right?
And like Moses Moody has played almost great every time he's put in there, but Kerr will jack him take him out after 10 minutes. He could hit 5 shots in a row. Kerr will take him out of it. Podziemski, yeah, he takes a lot of charges, but he can't guard other point guards in the league. He's not quick enough, but he put himself in that spotlight. He said he wanted to be the new face of the Warriors.
Coach, passionate call. 888-957-9570. Do you agree with the coach? Did Podziemski put this onto himself? Or is it the media's fault? Is it the fans' fault? Did Pods put too much on his plate? 888-957-9570. But I'm all for a player. I'll never tell a player to not have confidence with himself. If you want to walk around and say, hey, I will carry the torch once the Hall of Famers retire. I have no problem. Yeah, it's sound. You know what? Publicly, I know how people are going to take it.
I know.
But you know what?
But if Kuminga had said that same thing, I do think people would be like, whoa.
I'll use an example. I'll use you. When you're a caller and you're getting reps, didn't you think you were the best in the building?
Oh, yeah, but everyone said I was ridiculous and I was arrogant. And even the boss, to a degree, he's like, yo, you need to pipe down.
But nobody, I didn't have a problem. When I got here, I knew I sucked, but I didn't tell anybody. I was like, you know what? The best thing is to slice bread.
Yeah, but I also acknowledged to myself in retrospect that my tact and my behavior during that time period was a little disproportionate to my accolades and my resume.
Probably.
And in real time, I thought I was right. And I might have been, but I went about it the wrong way. And I wasn't, I don't think I was mature enough to realize that.
But as the 925 says.
But it's a good point.
But 925 says it's a dude's second year. Be happy he's a dog with a type A personality. I'd rather have a type A personality and a guy where I say, hey, we need to scale back a little bit. When I first started here at 95.7 The Game, I started at NBC, Doc was, man, you got too much energy. It's too hyped up. Dial it down just a little bit. But on the flip side, it was like, I'd rather tell you to dial it down than have to dial it up.
No, I think we agree on that.
You get what I'm saying? So, you know what? Pods, he understands what's going on. And as Draymond said, he's putting too much pressure on himself. 888-957-9570. But is this on Pods? Because Kuminga, to a point, Coach has his call. He has a point. Because Kuminga, we talk about Kuminga, and he walks around with a lot of confidence. Kuminga's had confidence from day number one.
Well, no
like
doubt.
Pods.
Yeah, no doubt.
Now, publicly, he hasn't said as much as Pods, right? Doing interviews or whatnot. No. But when he does do interviews, it's like, yo, I know I can score. Yeah, I want to be like Kobe. And people are like, oh, I want to be like Kobe. I don't find any problem with that. The guy has a goal. The guy wants to be an all-star. The guy wants to be a great player. I'm not going to take that away from him. But the knock on Kuminga was, he needs to earn what he has to do. And Pods' rhetoric was a little different. So I'm with Coach on that.
I agree with that. But I think, again, my opinion of this has probably evolved dramatically in the last 15, 20 years. But I also believe that with that youthful arrogance, you also have to understand how it's going to land in people's laps, right? And if you're taking over an expansion franchise team, it's one thing to be like, I'm the man. It's another thing also to kind of read the room and realize, this is a Steph Curry, Draymond Green team, and you have to kind of fall in line a little. I just think there's a delicate balance. I guess that's where I'm going.
But there's so a delicate
young, balance.
But, how are you going to have that perspective?
I don't shame him for that.
Yeah, no, I know you're not.
I don't shame him for that.
I'm just sad, though, he's so young that he doesn't know any better.
But when you join a team for the first time, unless you are an established Kevin Durant, you know what I mean? You got to kind of feel your way out and pick and choose your spots. I guess that's the way I would put it. It's pick and choose your spots publicly. And maybe to a lot of people, he came on way too strong.
Maybe. He's 21 years old.
I didn't get that sense. Right. I like him. I really like him. I like the he's having a little slump right now.
Yeah, he's 14 games in. It's not the end of the season. As Draymond Green said, it's a soft Wednesday in November. That's a little wet. You know what I'm saying?
But you could see how it would be perceived by a lot of people. I just think about it this way. Hey, somebody comes in here to 95.7 The Game, and they're like, I'm taking the mantle from Bonte one day when he gets out of here. And everyone will be like, whoa, buddy. You just got here, okay? Well, and you're not the bigwig from, let's say, ESPN or Fox Sports or whatever coming over here. You need to relax a little and maybe wait a couple of months before you say that.
I'll say this, though.
But I understand having that prerogative.
I'll say this. There's this young lady who I met, and she's now working in Bristol for ESPN. This young lady, and the name is evading me. Maybe I could pull it up in my phone. I ran into her at a playoff game. She was waiting outside. She was with her father. and she graduated from LSU. And she recognized me. She goes, Bonte, what's up, man? And her dad was like, hey, my daughter, she's majoring in broadcast journalism at LSU. And she goes, yeah, I'm going to take your job one day. And I looked at her and I laughed and I said, you know what? I respect the hell out of that. And we formed a relationship.
Yeah.
To the point where we had lunch and talked over the phone, career advice. For some reason, that drew me on to her because I was like, you know what? Okay, I respect that. You have goals. You want to do something. You have a vision. And I'm not going to be here the one to knock you. Because there was somebody like Rob Parker who told me, hey, you can do both. You can do broadcast journalism and you can write. Where somebody else 15 minutes prior is like, yeah, you can't do both. You're going to have to pick a lane and blah, 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 blah.
I've been told no by so many people.
Don't tell me what I can't do. Tell me what I can do. Yeah. And so this young lady's vision, I was like, you know what? I respect that. I hope you do take my job one day because you're going to have to work your ass off to do it. But I love the goals that you have set for yourself.
But let me play the other side of this. When you say it publicly, you do open yourself up to criticism when you slump. And that's all. I think there's the caveat that he might be learning currently.
Mackenzie's her name. Mackenzie Jordan. You know
what I mean? Like if I was online, every time you tweeted something out, this is not what Podziemski's doing, but like, I'm coming for your job. I'm coming for your job. Right. And then you find out I got fired from my job. You'd be like, well, wait a minute, dude. Like, come on.
But I'm sure Pods, when he puts it out there publicly, or anybody who puts it out there publicly, you have to be willing to say, there's going to be a lot of noise coming my way.
Absolutely.
I have to be able to handle that. Let's go to Mark in Berkeley.
Absolutely.
Mark, what's happening?
This is a good point.
I didn't even know about the free throw shooting problems. This guy should have never been picked. But the reason Moody and Kuminga are I used to get mad they didn't get minutes. They're our future of our team. They're slowly bringing them along, and you can't compare him with Podziemski, but I'm not impressed with him right now. He needs to hit those shots if he's going to get those minutes. And, he rebounds and stuff, but I agree with the coach. I think I don't think we should have picked him.
Who do you think, Bonte, is the best backup point guard in the game right now?
Best backup point guard?
Because I have a name that I'm thinking of, and he might not be your number one, but like I think
Tyus Jones is pretty good with Phoenix.
Yeah. He's kind of a fringe starter, but I hear you. I was going to go Peyton Pritchard.
He's not.
You don't think he is? I really like Peyton Pritchard.
He's not bad.
But that, to me, that's the template for backup point guard. Right. High energy, could knock down a three if he need to, set up my offense, a pest. You know what I mean? Like a big time. So to me, Podziemski, and I don't know, maybe they drafted him to be something more, but I view him currently as a backup point guard. Yeah, and through those lens, I'm not as harsh.
And look, and he's going to get 20 to 25 minutes, and he's going to play his role. We're not asking him to be an all-star. He set personal goals for himself, just like J.K., just like Draymond, just like Steph, just like Wiggins. Yeah. All these guys set personal goals for themselves, so why not set a goal of being an all-star?
Yeah, nobody's coming into the league like, I want to be Alan Smilagic.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, here's my goal. I'd like to be the ninth man on the Hornets.
No doubt.
You know, you're right. You're right.
So, 888-957-9570. What do you think about Brandon Podziemski, and what do you think about Andrew Wiggins? Here's Draymond Green on Wiggs.
We know how great of a defender Wiggs is, and it's always good to know that you can go to that. But at the same time, he has to score more this year for us. Those times where you can get him off the ball handler, and have somebody else guarding the ball handler, that helps. Tonight, 27 points. It's no surprise. You're not chasing around Trae Young, so I think that ultimately will help him. And then, Wiggs has been getting some blocks. He's been all over the place defensively. So not only defensively, he's stepped his game up a lot this year. And I wouldn't necessarily say step his game up. He's just playing more like the Andrew Wiggins that we know.
So Wiggins is back to being Andrew Wiggins. And Draymond is all in on it. I'm all in on the experience. But Pods, Brandon Podziemski, what do you feel about him? 510 Comcast Business Text Line. Bro, the Jazz wanted Pods for marketing. Of course he should have been picked. What the hell are we on today? The Jazz not only wanted Podziemski, but they wanted a slew of picks. They wanted a lot of picks.
Look, saying he shouldn't have been drafted was a little absurd.
Yeah.
I mean, he's an NBA player. He's a rotation guy on every team in the league.
And listen, you mentioned how I have a memory like an elephant.
Yeah.
It was 8 months ago when everybody said start him over Klay Thompson.
Yeah.
So to the people that are ripping Podziemski, you wanted him starting last season over Klay Thompson. You wanted him playing over Chris Paul. Not everybody did. Not everybody, but Pods was very solid. He's a very solid player.
I think one of the things that's difficult is that they did play him at the 2, and I just don't see him as a 2.
No, he's a
and I
point
know
guard.
it's because of Steph Curry, and with Curry, there's kind of like some odd positional groupings that go with it because he's not a traditional point guard. But like I view Pods as a point guard and a backup point guard currently.
Me too.
That's what I view him as, and I do think that, to your point, him playing the Clay 2 distorted a lot of people's opinions of what's going on here.
I agree. Here's what Kerr said about Pods.
I mean, it's a frequent sight. I mean, he literally sticks his nose in there, on every play. That's why we love him. He's so tough and physical, takes charges. He's always battling for rebounds, so he frequently gets hit in there.
Would you term him day-to-day then, if X-Rays?
Yeah, I think that's about all we could do right now, yeah.
All right, let's go to the lines before we get to the injury report. Cam and Los Gatos on Pods and Moses Moody. What's up, Cam?
What's up,
Good
Cam?
morning.
Hey, guys. I think you're totally on point. They're different positions, first of all. And I think everybody's looking at it the wrong way. Pods is a point guard. Moody is a wing. Moody needs a player like Pods. What Pods does is he streaks, he moves the ball, he's always running around, he creates shots. Moody is a shot taker. He can get the ball and then do a pump fake and then drive in and hit a 10-footer, or he can hit the 3 if he's wide open. So it's the guy saying, and first of all, I would love any 20-something draft pick like Pods every year. That'd be fantastic. And the way he played so much is that the Warriors were so lacking of any players last year. It was a blessing that we had Pods. And I think the guys who really poop on Pods are not seeing what he does add on the defensive side, how many plus possessions he does create for the Warriors. And, but I totally agree. Moody does need more time.
No, I think we all agree
What he did in the preseason was fantastic.
Dude, it's unbelievable. He's such a polarizing figure.
He really is.
Nobody's saying play Pods. 650 said, you guys say play Pods 48 minutes.
Who said that?
I'm not mentioning that one time.
I don't think we even
15,
said
20 minutes,
a minute allotment.
25.
Are you serious?
It's going to play 20 to 25 minutes. Nobody's saying play full 48.
Can anyone
but
hear
also,
this? I've said this over and over. He's ideally the backup point guard. How more clear do we need to be?
No, I don't even want to get derailed with that, but he played 15 minutes last night. And so I do love it when you defend a player. This is what we were talking about earlier. You can't say any nice things about anybody these days. How much is Pods paying y'all to defend him? Or did he send the black SUVs at y'all houses last night? The same thing when I defend Joe Lacob. All Bonte's on the payroll with Joe Lacob. Because
I can see where that connection is made, though.
No.
The Pods, us be sleeping over at Pods' house. Come on, man.
Yeah, I mean, come on, man. Come on. It's wild. Let's go to Cam.
Does he have a house?
I don't know. Probably not. I don't know.
Yeah, he's a young guy. He's probably got like a condo or something, penthouse.
Yeah, I don't even know his personal life.
Yeah. If there's no parking spot, that's no bueno for me.
Let's go to Cameron and Cameron. Excuse me, Cameron and Eddie.
Let's go.
Cameron and Eddie.
Killer
What's
Cam.
up?
Oh shit! Good morning. How y'all
You
doing?
saved yourself. You saved it. I like you, Cam, man. That's a hell of a save right there.
Yeah, man. I'm cooking fish, man. The grease man almost popped me. But on Pods though, I definitely think he came in like getting too much love. Like he just overserved Moody. Moody getting DM. Moody definitely needs to get his minutes up. But for Pods, I think he really should go to the G League, get his confidence back. He's still on in his second year, get some time down there. And I definitely also think they need to bring Post up a little bit more, let him get some playing time. We need that. We're going to need that big for the playoffs, see what he can do, or if we need to just keep him in the G League. And Kerr is a terrorist. Why would Kuminga only...
Come on, man.
You can't use that word flippantly. That's all I'm saying.
Why would you even call Kerr that?
Considering his backstory, we can't. This isn't a joking matter. I want to say this. Look, let's be careful the words that we use.
No, that is so out of bounds.
I know he wasn't thinking that deep, and it's just a word that came out. But we have to let's think about what we're saying and who we're saying it about. That's really. Wow.
I got to put Cam and Antioch in Alcatraz for a couple weeks on this show. He's got to go to Alcatraz. It started a call. They almost had to dump you right away because almost. By
the way, Quentin Post. So many nicknames for Quentin Post. He's the QP man. All right, that's all. He's the QP man.
Well, I knew
quarter pounder.
Well, he's the next guy that we're going to talk about.
As what?
As like he needs to play. Because
he has yet to appear in an NBA game.
My dad called me. We hadn't talked in maybe 3 weeks or a month. And I get a call from my dad. He goes, so what do you think about Quentin Post, man? They go, I'm like, Pops, what? Quentin Post?
Quentin Post.
No, well, but you know what?
If I asked all these people, what school did Quentin Post go to?
Yeah.
At the very least, Bonte, I would like the broadcast and NBC Sports Bay Area to keep us posted on it.
I don't know if you know, but last night, Fitz was giving major love to the WCAL. Major love.
Well,
I went to a Sarah High School basketball game, and I was like, let's go, Fitz.
I live with these people.
Let's go.
I love these people. They're part of my family.
Reardon Saturday, Division One championship. Yeah.
Well, they're not in the championship. It's SI St. Francis.
No,
right?
that's open division.
Yeah, open division.
Because they're all in the open, they're classified as Division One because they were the 3 seed.
Yeah, so open division is a higher division.
Yeah.
SI's in a higher division.
Are you an SI guy now?
I'm anti-reader. No, I'm kidding. Only because it pisses you off. Let's go to Jason in Philly.
Palma High School Division 2 guy. Huge win.
Oh, yeah?
Hey, relax over there, buddy.
Go.
Jason in Philadelphia. Jason, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, y'all?
What's up?
I'm calling because the Podziemski hate is out of this world. I don't quite understand where it comes from, and I don't think we're really examining this logically. I remember when Moody and J.K. were young and they were rookies and they were in their second year, and everybody just defended their play and said, "Oh, they're young, they'll get there." The famous thing with J.K. is he's only 20, but Pods is having a rough start. Looks bad out there. Definitely looks like his confidence is shaking. But he's still a young player, still developing. And playing point guard in the NBA is one of the hardest positions to play. But when it comes down to the playing time that he receives, Pods led J.K. in 10 of the key statistical categories that the league looks at across the board. So he was better than J.K. in offensive rating, defensive rating, net rating, assist ratio, rebounding, true steals a game, 3-point percentage, BPM, and VORP. And people always say that Pods can't defend, had a higher defensive rating than J.K. and Moody last year, and currently has a higher defensive rating than both of them. The reason that Pods plays is, one, he's a ball handler. Two, he can create, not just for himself. Well, he hasn't been creating this year, but last year he was creating shots for himself and other players last year. Two things J.K. and Moody struggle at. And he also does every little thing on the court that brings the team together. He rebounds. He
no doubt.
charge.
Jason, you're on it, man. We got to run here because we have to get to the injury report. You're on it. I saw something crazy before we get to the injury report. 707 Comcast Business Text Line. You want to laugh a little bit? Says this team needs more attitude. Should we bring in Dylan Brooks?
The Niners? Ow! I would, honest to gosh, I would try to put Dylan Brooks at defensive end. I actually think he'd be a good DN.
Oh, man. What about the Warriors?
Oh, no, I'm good on that. I don't need another bricklayer. The chase has already been built.
Oh, man.
The Rockets coming out to play.
I watched an entire TikTok on how this guy does masonry with bricks and stuff.
Yeah.
Fascinating. I don't know, the TikTok, dude. Fascinating
You're addicted
videos.
on TikTok.
What?
You're addicted to TikTok.
I just see fascinating videos.
You're a big TikToker.
Well, I was working on different egg recipes for me and the little guy, just quick little fried eggs.
Yeah, fried eggs.
I don't think my eggs are that great.
Go scramble for the kids.
That's what I do, but a little bit of whipped cream or whatever, heavy cream.
You gotta let the kids choose.
He's not there yet.
Yeah, baby test we had to do.
Oh, that's cool.
All right, Warriors worst fears. This tough. We haven't spent a lot of time on this. We're gonna get Cam in and we're gonna talk some Niners on the other side, but how big is this injury with DeAnthony Melton, man? Warrior fans, how big is this? DeAnthony Melton, he's going to miss the rest of the season, and he will undergo surgery to repair his left ACL after injuring it last week against the Dallas Mavericks. No surgery date has been set. He's going to miss the entire season. DeAnthony Melton, man, tough blow. Played in just 6 games for the Golden State Warriors on a 1-year, $12.8 million deal. get well. D'Anthony Melton, man, we're praying for you. And Draymond Green mentioned last night, maybe they can re-sign him because he's a good player. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What is coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Get you the rest of your calls because I see you coming in, 888-957-9570. We'll get back to the Dubs. Woody Page going to join us at 8:30, but Cam Inman from the Bay Area News Group will join us and give us the lay of the land on the San Francisco 49ers. That's coming up here on The Roast.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good? Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Good morning to everybody out there watching us on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate all along, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Finance. You got the dealer. A shout out to everybody out there. Text it in on the Comcast Business text line. Everybody out there driving in the rain, drive safely. I saw a bad accident on the 380 101 merger coming in this morning, man. Right away, fire trucks. I'm like, man, am I going to have to get off the freeway? Bad accident there. So drive safely in this rain, man.
380 to 101.
Oh, okay.
380 to 101.
You were going 280 to 380 to 101. Okay,
I got on 380. At El Camino, you get on the 380 and then get to 101.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yep. And so
the old
really
Big
bad.
Five.
Yeah, that was really, really, really rough there. So just drive safely, man. Like even last night, I was driving like 50 miles an hour on the way home. I was like, this is just not worth it. It's not worth it.
It's bad when your windshield wipers are going.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. People are like high beaming me. I was like, dude, I'm only going 55.
Yeah, seriously, go around.
Go around. Anyway, let's get to Cam Emmett as he joins us here on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Our good friend Cam Emmett, who of course has the book The Franchise, chronicling the 49ers history. A really good book there. I'm diving into it halfway through. Cam, good morning to you. Of course, he's with the Bay Area News Group. And you know what? We get to Purdy and Love and the 49ers and Bosa and all this stuff here. But I saw on Twitter, you were very critical of the Y9. This is a conversation that we've had as we talk about the lack of adjustment the Niners made against Seattle in the loss 20-17 this past Sunday. We'll get to Shanahan and everything about that, but I want to start with the Y9 and defensive scheme. Cam, is it time for a change?
I don't know if you have to do a wholesale change. I just like to see them mix it up a little bit more. Some of Bosa's best rushes this season was when he's been twisting inside off the wide nine and hiding behind guys. It just seems like it's become a little too predictable. And I guess the thing that kind of just stuck with me after last game against watching Geno Smith do this was, he's able to cut inside, cut underneath it, and run for a touchdown. And it reminded me, Kyler Murray did the same thing, and they had trouble with Patrick Mahomes. It's just like, if there's these escape hatches in this scheme and they're getting killed in some games with it, you got to figure it out and solve it.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. You referenced Bosa. What is going on? I mean, he gets that sack, he comes up. You can see that he's grimacing and hurting on the side, and he's saying it's more of an oblique. I guess the television broadcast was explaining it's more of an oblique than it is a hip, and then he plays one more snap, and then he comes out. What's going on currently with Nick Bosa?
Yeah, so Bosa basically, I love the terminology when he was finally getting to it. He just says it's an upper body. It's not like the core groin area that he had to have surgery on back in 2018. So, that's the good news. But, it obviously is hurting him. We saw in Tampa, it was the right side, and almost after every play, he was, grabbing at it. And then this last game, he gets a sack and then he stays in for one more play, and it's the other side. And so, Nick Bosa's got muscles all over the place, right? And he knows his body down to every little fiber. So he knows what he's going through. I thought it was encouraging that he said yesterday it's feeling a little better. And he was able to play through it last week, but at the same time, if this guy's whole upper torso, he can't twist at all, and he's not just going to be bull rushing straight ahead into Jordan Love. It gives me a lot of concern whether he's going to be available against Green Bay.
That could be a big blow for the 49ers as we're talking to Cam Emmett here on the River Islands guest line. And the quarterback's day-to-day. He didn't throw yesterday.
No.
Is there a chance we're going to watch Brendan Allen and Joshua Dobbs on the frozen tundra at Lambeau Field, Cam?
The Niners have been carrying 4 quarterbacks all season because you got Tanner Mordecai on the practice squad too. And it's like, well, I understand why they're doing the depth. We all saw what happened in Philly, right? And you don't want to relive that. And it's like yesterday, it was almost you're reliving it because you're watching Brock Purdy run around without throwing a pass in practice. He threw an underhand shovel pass to the equipment manager, and I go, I'm having flashbacks to Philly. That's not good. But at the same time, so he was out there moving around. So that means there is a good chance that he's going to be able to go. And Brock's been really durable. Obviously, he came back from the elbow injury last year and threw for a record yards. But, there's some things about just the 49ers passing attack that is concerning to me. And I know that, like Kyle said, that this shoulder sprain or whatever it is happened from a hit on Sunday, but Brock has not aired it out much over the last couple of weeks. He has not thrown a pass over 20 yards, I think, the last 2 games, and he hasn't thrown one over 25 yards since week 4. So it's like, what's going on? Are the receivers not getting open downfield? Does he not have time to do it? I don't suspect that there's a more serious injury to it. Let me put it that way, because if you go back, I think, 3 years ago, Jimmy Garoppolo hurt his shoulder against the Cowboys, and then gutted through it, and their next 2 playoff games obviously didn't do great. So I don't think it's anything too serious, but at the same time, anytime it's a quarterback and an arm is involved, it's cause for concern. So if they were just resting him yesterday, terrific. It's a Wednesday. It's an install practice. Today's the bigger debate because Thursday is their more rigorous practice. He's going to be having a lot of wind at his back or throwing into the wind because it's going to be gusty down in Santa Clara. But I saw a picture today out of Green Bay, and there is snow on the ground in Lambeau waiting for the Niners. It's going to be cold. It's going to be freezing temperatures again. But again, last visit that worked out okay for them. They just didn't score an offensive touchdown to beat the Packers in that playoff game. I wonder if they're going to have to this time. How many snow games has Purdy played in college? Because I don't think he has any in the NFL. I mean, I know he had, it was very cold and wet obviously at Levi's and in Philadelphia on the road. There's been other games, but snow like that, is there any games? I would be more, honestly, I'd be more concerned with his shoulder than what the weather is, I think the wind is a bigger issue than the snow. Okay. Guess what? I mean, after Green Bay is Buffalo. And I think that one of the bigger questions with Brock Purdy is how does he do in the cold weather games? And it's not just Brock Purdy. This offense has not been in sync all season. And yeah, go ahead. Yeah, because Debo, I was going to bring up this Debo quote. I'm glad you said this. Debo says on a podcast, this right here, about his disappointing season.
This year for sure. Me personally, want to be one of the, want to be my best self as much as possible, especially as a whole, as a group, kind of hit on it, losing games that, we don't supposed to lose. And we put ourselves in positions, put our back against the wall at times and just look at from top to bottom, one of the best rosters in the league. It's just it gets frustrating because we know we're capable of. We got to finish games. We got to be the Niners that everybody knows that, we are. And it kind of get frustrating at times when you don't win those games. And you kind of be why we keep putting ourselves in these positions and putting our back against the wall. And now every game that we play, it's just you got to treat it like your last, even though you treat every game like that. But it's really if we don't win this game, then, we'll be in some trouble. That was Debo on the Up and Adams podcast saying that this year is his most disappointing season. What'd you make of that, Cam? I fully agree. I'm just sitting there yesterday going, man, this might be the most underachieving team I've covered of the Niners in 25 years. Wow. It is. They should be finishing these games. They have better rosters than the other teams, but they just aren't a better team. There's and it's not just one guy you can point to and say, get him out of the lineup, or one coach say, this guy's screwing up. It seems like every game there's something different. For a stretch there, 9 games, it was every game there was a special team mistake, but it wasn't the same guy making the mistake. And then you compound that with penalties and injuries, and those are hallmarks of bad teams. So this team, yes, they're coming off a Super Bowl loss. That's usually a big red flag for teams, but they have a lot of the same core personnel, especially offensively. Now that you have McCaffrey in the mix, everybody's figuring, okay, everything's going to be fine and dandy, but it's not. And, then you have certain injuries that you're watching for. Certain players aren't playing well. Debo obviously is not having a good year. I don't think he's having as terrible a year as I think we look at from the outside, because I did the story on Debo last week where I went back and looked at every single one of his touches, whether he was carrying the ball or catching it, and it wasn't statistically as bad as you'd think it would be. It wasn't great, but they needed more out of him with Brandon Ayuk out for the season, and that compounded, I think, with Debo too, is he and Ayuk are tight, and to lose him, that affects the whole receiving core. It's remember we were talking whether Ricky Pearsall is the next guy, he's ready to go. Well, that's asking too much for a rookie. And, he didn't have any catches last game. And it's Brock was no, I'm going to Juwan Jennings or McCaffrey. I don't blame Brock whatsoever because Juwan Jennings he's having a tremendous year when he's out there. Big bodied guy that's going to give you that second, third effort that you want to kind of get going.
you know, you bring up Juwan Jennings. I think he's going to win the Lynn Eshmont Award winner, but you also brought up how this may be the most disappointing team you've covered in 25 years. So where does that leave Kyle Shanahan? Because we've had the debate this week, you know, Mason may be getting more carries or getting Garindo on the field because he has speed. And the word I kept going back to this past week against Seattle was slow. They just look so slow on offense. No explosiveness, whether it was from McCaffrey, Jennings, Debo, Pearsall, whatever the case was. It just felt slow and stale. So with Shanahan, how disappointing has it been from a coaching standpoint with Kyle Shanahan? And what do you think he needs to evolve in or evolve with moving forward?
I agree. I totally agree with because the start of last game, it's like, what are you waiting for? Let's get moving here. It's like, this isn't, we've seen, him for about 7.5 years now. And obviously he kind of sets up his plays for later in the game. Right. But at the same time, you need to come out and just get the momentum going and show some confidence and kind of get Purdy in a rhythm because they haven't been in a rhythm. At the same time, everybody's got to back off. I think Kyle Shanahan is the best coach for them going forward. And so yesterday in the locker room, I asked a few guys, few big guys on that team, how Kyle is doing. Because I don't sense that he's losing the locker room or his message is getting stale. Kyle's message it evolves because what he does in team meetings, he points out what's gone wrong and tells you how to fix it. He's very much more of a teacher and instructor than a drill sergeant that just rant and raving for no reason. There's a reason to his message. So George Kittle, I pulled him aside afterwards. I said, what's the deal with Kyle? How's he doing? He's like, well, he was concerned too. He went and checked in on him on Monday, and he said, I've seen Kyle in a bad place, and he's not in a bad place. He's doing all right. But he's as frustrated as everybody else. So it's not like Kyle's taking this in stride going, everything's cool. To me, these next few games, this is when they need Kyle Shanahan more than ever. They need to tap into his curiosity or his creativity, his leadership. He's got to get the coaches coaching better, the players playing better. This, to me, is a real big test for Kyle Shanahan to see if he can get these guys in playoff condition because they are not out of it. They are one game out of the NFC West. They beat the Packers. That's going to help them a lot in NFC West or NFC wild card stuff. So I'm really fascinated to see how he does. And at the same time, this is exhausting and taxing on him, just as it is the fans. I mean, he knows this guy gets fans. Remember, he was one.
Right.
And he knows what's demanded, that he knows that Super Bowls are demanded. And so that's why I'm just saying, look around. I don't know who you're going to get that's going to be better than Kyle Shanahan as a head coach.
The fire Shanahan stuff is silly. It's kiddie table stuff. I don't even entertain it. It's just beyond stupid. Some people are just dumber than rocks out there. But when it comes to Shanahan and losing the locker room, you mentioned that you don't believe he's losing the locker room. You heard from George Kittle and you heard from others. Did that surprise you a bit? Did you get the feeling that maybe he may be slipping away from having control of that locker room?
No, because here's why. Because the leadership in that locker room are guys that have been on the team for years, that have been through the playoff runs, right? But I will say this. It is a very different locker room because you have these core guys that have made their money, gotten their contract extensions, right? They're secure. And then you have this younger wave of talent that's come through. And I wouldn't say it's not as harmonious and fluid. It just doesn't seem like there's a great bond yet. Because they need to have the big signature wins. They need to be able to pull games out and say, hey man, you covered for me. Thank you. And that just has not happened. And that's why it's just they haven't gelled yet the way that other teams do. And they're running out of time to do so.
You think it turns around in Green Bay this Sunday, Cam? What's your gut feeling here?
It's funny because I do my weekly picks, right? I'm having a pretty good year.
I noticed.
Okay. But I've also picked the Niners almost every game. So I'm there's a few losses on the record that shouldn't be there, just like the Niners, right? I, for the first time, am picking against the Niners. And the Packers are only favored by 2, but I think the Packers could win by more. If the Niners have issues there look at your injury report. Brock Purdy, Nick Bosa, Trent Williams, okay? And then McCaffrey's still kind of getting into form. Kittle's coming off a one-game hiatus because of a hamstring. To me, and then then you're going to have a cold weather game in Lambeau. Packers are doing pretty well. I don't think the Packers are a great team whatsoever.
Me too.
And I don't think Jordan Love's a great quarterback whatsoever. So this definitely could flip. But at the same time, I just don't have a good feeling right now about this team.
All right, Cam. Good stuff as always, man. Always good to hear from you, and have fun in Lambeau Field. Are the Niners going to stay in the Midwest? Or are they going to go to Green Bay, then maybe go to Youngstown, Ohio, or the Greenbrier, and then go to Buffalo, or are they going to come back out to the West Coast?
If this was not Thanksgiving week coming up, I could see them staying. They're coming back. We're all coming back. Pray for me, because I'm sure there's no way I'm making all my connections for this Green Bay and then the Buffalo trip. I will be stranded somewhere in America, and everybody alert your friends that I may be knocking on their door or porch.
All right, there it is. Cam Inman here on the Morning Roast. Good stuff, Cam. Have a good day, buddy.
Thanks, boys. All right, you too.
Stay dry. Cam Inman, Bay Area News Group, doesn't believe Kyle Shanahan's losing the locker room, but does believe they need to evolve not only offensively, getting out to a faster start offensively, but also maybe a tweak in the scheme when it comes to the wide nine, or not being so predictable when it comes to defense. Nick Sorensen, for whatever reason, just was not blitzing last week. He doesn't believe in the blitz. And even when they do blitz, his body points out. Body's been spot on. He's been pointing this out all season long. Even last year with Steve Wilkes. Their blitzes are just not creative.
He said something that I thought was like, my jaw dropped. He's been covering this team for about 25 years, he said. This is the most underachieving team of all the 49er teams he's covered in 25 years.
Pretty remarkable.
Now, the season's not over, right? And I know at one point they were 5-5 a couple of years ago, and they went on to go to an NFC Championship game. So we'll see where it goes from here. But when I think of like most underachieving, and I know like there were a lot of reasons why, but when I think of one, like heading into the year, 2014 is at the top, right? Now, I'm sure you can come up with other ones, but the 2014 season where you're 7-4, okay, and you lose 4 in a row, and obviously the big loss was the second loss of the 4 in a row to the Raiders, which just like, it just felt like everything was imploding. Patrick Willis was hurt pretty much all year. It was the final year of Justin Smith. Frank Gore was, still playing, but he wasn't necessarily the same. Chris Borland was monstrous that year and then just retires out of nowhere. Alden Smith, he was on the roster but barely played. Antoine Bethea is one of your best players.
Yeah.
Like Harbaugh and Kaepernick just weren't necessarily gelling the same way. It felt like the roster needed an overhaul. Like that to me was the most order. But this one, like there are guys still in their prime. I know retrospect now, I look back on that 2014 team and I was like, yeah, that was the end of the run. But in real time, I was in denial.
One of the most disappointing seasons, sure. 2014's up there. I'll look at 2007, the year after they went 7-9, and they won that Thursday night game in Seattle with Alex Smith and Frank Gore, and they lost Norv Turner to the San Diego Chargers as he became head coach, and Jim Hostler was the offensive coordinator. Yet there was a lot of expectations. I'd never forget NFL Network in its early days. Rich Eisen was hosting something, and going into that season, Rich Eisen's like, boy, there's no more room on the 49ers bandwagon. Everybody's high on them, and they go 5-11. And then you think about the 6-10 season in 2010 when they have all this talent. You're thinking to yourself, boy, we can't make the playoffs. Well, and Jake York's out here tweeting. You have Mike Singletary as a head coach. We did have a little expectation.
We did.
We did. And so,
but we didn't even know who the real quarterback was.
We did, but it was still a massive disappointment with that team. Now, was it the biggest disappointment in the last 25 years? That's all debatable. But it was disappointing. This year has been disappointing so far. And the omens have been there on why this could be a disappointing season. And we've been in denial. I know I have, trying to ignore like, hey, man, these guys are pros. They've been able to handle things. They've been able to handle adversity. Well, this year with all the turnover, you're playing young guys like Renardo Green. You're playing Tink Brown. You're playing Malik Mustafa. You're playing Ricky Pearsall. Jacob Cowley's your punt returner. You're playing Dominic Pooty and starting to be right guard. There is a little changing of the guard here in terms of some of the young talent not knowing how to win a big game yet in the NFL. You hope that starts this Sunday, but it has been disappointing. Cam's on it. And now we talk about the evolution of Kyle Shanahan and how he's going to evolve moving forward. And the why nine. There's a lot there with the 49ers. So can a win cure a lot of things here? I think a win will go a long way. It will go a long way. But how many people are actually confident they're going to go to Green Bay and win a game?
I'll tell you,
I don't think there's a lot of confidence with the 49ers right now.
No, there's not. Like, you heard Cam. He's like, well, we'll find out today about Purdy and Bosa. Purdy and Bosa, not either or, right? And then we know that Fred is a gladiator, but he's been compromised physically. We still don't know what's going on with CMC. Like, he hasn't looked necessarily the same. Yeah, this is. You want to talk about inflection point? This is make or break for the season, it feels
there's
like.
no doubt. This is a must-win. This is a make or break.
And I know that next week, the people are going, well, if they lose to Buffalo, it's like, no. If you go 6-6, you're still in the hunt.
Yeah, you can lose to Buffalo because they're an AFC opponent. You need this game for tiebreaker reasons.
Exactly.
And just to get the stink off you from what happened last Sunday or at Levi Stadium against Seattle. All right, Woody Page is going to join us here. He's with the Denver Gazette now, not the Denver Post. Denver Gazette. All right. All-time winner on Around the Horn, of course. We love Woody Page, Colorado Sports Hall of Fame. And we're going to ask him about Mike Shanahan and some of the similarities between Mike and Kyle. And Woody Page has been covering the Broncos for a long, long time. How did it end with Mike Shanahan? Because as he got towards, Mike Shanahan there for over a decade. He won the 2 Super Bowls back-to-back. They made the playoffs, but then they just started getting bounced in the first round. There was no evolution within his offense. And it ended ugly. It ended ugly with the Washington Commanders. So we'll ask him about some of the similarities between Mike and Kyle, his thoughts on how Mike used to use running backs, and how did he evolve or not evolve as a head coach. So we'll do that with Woody Page coming up here on the other side on the Morning Roast on 85.7 The Game. But we got a few minutes before we get to Woody Page. Here's some of the sound yesterday. I want to get your thoughts on this. Greg Cosell was on with Willard Dibbs yesterday, and he was talking about Brock Purdy. And he was talking about whether or not Brock Purdy is playing as well as he did last year. Shanahan said, yeah, he's playing as well as he did last season. Now, the numbers don't say that. Here's what Greg Cosell had to say about what Shanahan said about Brock Purdy playing as well as he did last season. Oh, and there it is.
First of all, I'd be truly, truly surprised if Kyle truly meant that. He's giving a press conference.
Right.
So he knows. Believe me, he knows. I'll give you an example. On their first third quarter possession, okay, he threw to McCaffrey for 6 yards on 3rd and 15. It was just outside the red zone, so they ended up kicking a field goal. So that was a great example of Purdy just not seeing the game with the same innate, refined, nuanced feel of timing and anticipation that we've come to expect. He had 2 throws there. He had a seam route to Samuel, and he had Jennings on the high-low with McCaffrey that he would have made last season without even thinking. So instead, he threw a check down to McCaffrey for 6 yards, and he threw it too quick. It was a clean pocket. He just got rid of it quick. And then they kick a field goal instead of perhaps getting a touchdown. There was another case, and see, some of these occur when there's completions. So you don't think of them as, oh, maybe he didn't see it the right way, because some of them are completions. But there were too many dropbacks in this game in which, to me, and I've been watching the Niners, for years and years and years, as you guys know, in which I do not believe, and again, I'm not talking to Kyle, obviously, but where I believe he just did not process the route concept versus the coverage in the way that he needed to and with the necessary clarity.
20 seconds left, Shasky. What's your thoughts on that explanation for Greg Cosell?
That was kind of my takeaway. I didn't think Purdy played even close to his best game on Sunday. He made a couple of plays here and there. I just thought he felt pressure when there wasn't pressure, and I didn't love who he was throwing to, given what I thought I saw. And I thought he was passing up some stuff. Like he had a corner opportunity to Ricky Pearsall in the red zone that for whatever reason, he got so jittery and left the pocket, he didn't even allow the play to kind of set itself up. And the old Purdy would have held that in the pocket and would have stepped into that throw and hit him into the pylon. It wasn't a good game from Purdy. It doesn't mean he sucks. It's just I had a bad game.
Yeah, had a bad game. All right. More coming up with Woody Page. Woody Page is going to join us here to talk some Shanahan and some football and how they deal with running backs and all that stuff. That's coming up, brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. I just got one this past Saturday, and it is quick. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Expert technicians. They check your fluids. They check your tire pressure. Wipers, windshield wipers. You need those right now. No doubt about that. Your lights, your batteries, and much, much more. For locations and coupons, visit BayAreaOilChange.com. That's BayAreaOilChange.com.
Liam Mayclem here. What better way to celebrate the holiday season than by relaxing in your brand new
Philadelphia, there's a high probability that you hate these two. It's the Morning Roast with Bonta Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Love you guys. Most of the time.
I have started to hear from Eagle fans. They are stunting on us, man. They are stunting on us. They're rolling right now. And I don't think too many people want to fire Nick Sirianni anymore. A little premature with that one. Damn good coach. I mean, I'm not saying he's Shanahan or anything like that, but Sirianni, he irks me. He rubs me the wrong way. I don't feel him at all. But you know what? Philadelphia wins a lot of football games under that guy. They win a lot of games. Right now, the Niners aren't winning a lot of games. And we need to figure out what the hell's going on and whether or not this is the beginning of the end of Kyle Shanahan and his tenure with the 49ers. It's been 8 years in, and a lot of people have Shanahan fatigue. Now, I'm not saying fire him. I don't think you should at all. But we're going to get to know Mike Shanahan and what he did in Denver and how it ended in Denver. I want to talk to Woody Page in just a second, Shasky, about the Shanahans and Mike and Kyle and the way he uses running backs. But, man, a lot of doom and gloom with the 49ers these days, man. It is a stinky feeling right now.
It just feels like we haven't gotten over last year. Psychologically, spiritually, emotionally, mentally, physically. And it feels like we've hit a wall. And, you know, as much as I want to see them go on another deep run, and, you know, sometimes the best thing to happen is the season hits a thudding crash because it makes you address your real true deficiencies, and you don't think you're that close to your ultimate goal. So I don't know, man, but I still want to see them go on a run.
All right, let's bring in Woody Page, the all-time winner on Around the Horn, one of my favorite shows. He's one of the originators on Around the Horn. He's been with the Denver Gazette for quite some time after spending a long time with the Denver Post. He's covered the Broncos, the Avalanche, the Nuggets. He's done it all. He's a Colorado Sports Hall of Famer, and he's an Around the Horn Hall of Famer. Woody Page, one of my favorites here on the River Islands Guest Line. Woody, thanks so much for joining us this morning. How are you doing today?
Well, I was doing great until you just read off my obituary.
Come on, Woody. You're on LQ, man. No, you're a accomplished man. We got to talk about the resume, man. You should be proud of that. Pat yourself on the back. And you've been around so long, Woody, that you covered Mike Shanahan for so many years as he was a head coach of the Broncos from 95 till about 2008. And there's a lot of talk about Kyle Shanahan, obviously the son of Mike, and he learned the game through his father or whatnot. And a lot of people out here on the West Coast in the Bay Area, they want Kyle gone. There's a lot of rhetoric about firing Kyle Shanahan, and he's been so successful with this organization. I wanted to bring you on because I wanted to know how it ended in Denver and if there was similar dialogue about Mike Shanahan towards the tail end of his tenure in Denver. Obviously, he won back-to-back Super Bowls, and he had a lot of success with a lot of different running backs. But how did it end in Denver with Mike Shanahan? Did people just get tired of him? Did it become stale out there in Denver, Woody?
That's actually a very, not because you said it, but that's a very good question. Nobody's asked me that lately. But what happened is after that Super Bowl run, back-to-back, the Broncos lost a guy named John Elway. And Mike Shanahan, and the question always was about Bill Belichick without Tom Brady, Mike Shanahan without John Elway. Well, look what Belichick did after Tom Brady retired from, or moved on to Tampa Bay, I should say. And that's sort of what happened in Denver. Mike Shanahan, just a short history lesson, but the Broncos had drafted Brian Griese, who's back out with the 49ers, as you know. And he was supposed to be the successor to John Elway. And as Mike told me at the time, and even Brian would admit it now, from the neck up, Brian Griese was a great quarterback. From the shoulders down, he was a very lousy quarterback. And so that didn't work out for Mike Shanahan, and that basically, and then he brought in Jake Plummer. I'm sure you guys remember him. Oh, yeah. And Plummer had one nice year. The Broncos went to the AFC Championship game against the Patriots after beating Pittsburgh, and then Mike Shanahan made a bad mistake. He drafted Jay Cutler, and Cutler, as both of you know, Cutler had a really mediocre career. One playoff appearance with the Chicago Bears after they got rid of him and brought in Cal Orton, who was much. But it might have been fatigue in regard to not Mike Shanahan's fatigue, but the fatigue of Pat Bowlen, the late owner of the Denver Broncos, and so many people around Denver going, they had should have won the Super Bowl in 1995, and they were upset by the Jacksonville Jaguars. And then the next 1996, then the next 2 years they won the Super Bowl. But it was a very average team. If you look, Mike's last 6-7 years, they had an overall 500 record. And so you have fan fatigue, you have media fatigue, you have ownership fatigue, and that seems to be happening out there. Cal got off to a slow start with 49ers, and then came around, and it became one of the best teams in organizations in football. And now there's the obvious fatigue that's setting in there. As you pointed out, that people think Cal Shanahan has changed as a coach, which isn't certainly obvious, but I'm not going to tell you anything you guys don't already know. The McCaffrey situation, you got a situation there where he's not come back strong after being injured most of the year. He had, I guess, his most carries this past weekend and lost to Seattle. But Mason may be a better running back even now, and maybe he needs more ticks. Mike Shanahan had a great offensive line and a great offensive concept in running the football.
Yeah.
People think about John Elway, but it was basically those 1,000-yard runners that came through here, including Terrell Davis, Hall of Famer. And the running game at the 49ers has dissipated. It's not the same strength of the team that it was in the last several years, and the defensive pressure because of injuries, both of them being, I guess, the latest, and the young man that's been brought in, Garvin, is not. Joe Namath and I are friends, and when he played for the Jets, they'd go on the road, and he'd usually end up the evening with someone very nice. And one night in Pittsburgh, Bay Pearlie was his backup quarterback. And at about 10 o'clock, Joe Namath walked out of the bar with a woman, and all of his teammates said, Joe, what are you doing? And he said, guys, it's midnight and Miss America ain't coming in. It's kind of, so that's kind of, guess what? 49ers, Miss America ain't coming in.
All right, Woody, we got Woody Page with us here. Just an absolute legend, Denver Gazette, all-time winner on Around the Horn. And no, I'm not reading your obituary.
Adding Garvin, but adding Garvin to the practice squad is not Miss America coming in at midnight.
No, but what is your feel and your read? Because you brought up CMC. Bonte's talked about it for a decade since Kyle got here. Like the Shanahans, they'll go through running backs. They'll cycle through them. And we thought we hit on one in CMC, and he had a monster year. And then he got hurt. And then it looked like Jordan Mason was having a monster year. And now they're back to CMC, and we're seeing none of Mason. What's your feel on how he's used the running backs? Is there any similarities between Mike and Kyle in that sense, or are they different?
Well, I think when you are run-dominated, even though you think about, again, Mike Shanahan with John Elway, that running backs have a short shelf life. You better get it out of them while you can, because, we don't see a Henry or a Barkley that can sustain it over the course of the season. Particularly when you add, you guys know, when you add more games to the NFL, you're putting more pressure, more injuries, more possibilities of downfall than what happened in 16-game seasons, or me going back to 14-game seasons. I think I'd go back to 8-game seasons covering this.
Leather helmets, Woody? Is that what you said? No face mask?
Yeah. I didn't cover the 1918 Chicago Black Sox, but I was there shortly after, I think.
27 Yankees.
you use up running backs. That's why they don't make the same kind of money they used to make. I mean, they were the premier divas in the league, and now it's wide receivers because wide receivers tend to have longer and more successful careers. And you try. I believe, just from being an observer of this game for 50 years, that you use up those running backs pretty quickly. I would do more with Mason and McCaffrey, and try not to push McCaffrey into 25 carries a game or touches of 35. He's still coming off an incredible injury. And I just tell you as an aside, it's really funny that I've known Mike Shanahan since he just came in the league. He came from Florida and was brought in by Dan Reeves, the late Dan Reeves, to sort of tutor, even though he was younger than John Elway, to tutor John Elway. And he figured out that the strength, and became offensive coordinator of the Broncos, that the strength of that team was a veteran offensive line and using those running backs and finding guys that could rush for, and they had that strong offensive line, as I said, and I'm seeing the same results. Mike Shanahan's wife, Peggy, it was my interior decorator when he came in. That's when he was not making very much money. And the McCaffreys, I know the entire family. I lived like 2 blocks from them for years, and I've known Christian since he was a kid. I've known Kyle since he was a kid.
So you've known Mike for so long, and you know Kyle as a kid. What's Mike's role with the 49ers? What do you think Mike is doing with the 49ers?
Well,
is he still involved?
Mike's got Mike's name is on the restaurant Steakhouse here, and I saw him about 3 weeks ago because we were talking about the Hall of Fame. He doesn't want to discuss it, but he's the next strongest coaching. Even though Belichick's out of the game, I think Mike's the next one to go in. And I've asked him his role. He sold his home in Denver. He lives a lot in Mexico. He lives in San Francisco. They have grandkids, different places. He watches every practice on a laptop. He and his son talk regularly, if not daily, and he offers up, because Mike was called the mastermind. He was a brilliant coach for years and years. But again, we go back to what you said at the beginning. People get tired of losing. That's what happened in Denver after the 49ers and the Broncos were the greatest franchises in the NFL in the 90s. And then the Broncos, went to pits. I was looking for a word that was a 4-letter word, and that was.
Don't worry, everybody curses on the show, Woody. People are comfortable cursing on the show, so you will fit right in.
I'm just saying that it's kind of deja vu for the Shanahan family because Kyle's now going through what Mike went through. But you still have a Super Bowl that for parents that's right in your rearview mirror. So it's too early. And the funny story that maybe has not been told much out there is that John Elway tried to bring back Mike Shanahan after Vance Joseph's rookie season as a head coach. And because of the health of Pat Bowlen, a guy named Joe Ellis, who was his concierge, and I mean that, I did that, but as the president might say, I used that word incorrectly on purpose. But Joe Ellis was the one who basically poo-pawed John Elway bringing Mike Shanahan back, so he never had another coaching job. But father and son, in regard to San Francisco, Mike's always there for Kyle. Mike doesn't call anything during the games. He doesn't like Al Davis used to call his coaches on the sideline and go, "Here's plays for you to run." And I was around when Al Davis called down to the sideline to John Madden and got Red Miller, the Broncos coach, instead. The phones got hooked up incorrectly.
Woody, let me ask you this question. we see Mike at all the games. Bonte sits right underneath his like press box, and so
the suite,
excuse me, where he sees Mike all the time. I mean, so they're basically running it together, huh? The Niners, like they've kind of got carte blanche. He must like it out here if he's living in Mexico and in San Francisco, basically full time.
Yeah, he makes regular appearances in Denver because he still has family here. But I would just say that he's not running the team, but he is. A lot of teams now, that just happened in Baltimore, where the Ravens brought back Don Pease, the ex-coordinator, because they have a rookie defensive coordinator, and they brought Pease out of retirement, and you've seen a change in the Ravens. So that's kind of the role that Mike. He's not at practices most of the time, but he's there. In his presence is felt in the coaching staff, and his philosophies and not orders, but his suggestions. I'll put it that way. Recommendations are taken, but you can't run an offense. I would say this about Mike. Mike never paid much attention to defense, and as a result of that, he ran through a lot of defensive coordinators. And Kyle's kind of the same way. He turns the defense over to a coordinator because he's so intent on running the offense by himself. But I think two things have to happen there. Just from a distance again, and I'm not out there, and if people want to call and say that guy doesn't know what he's talking about, they're probably correct. But I've been on national TV for the last 25 years. I don't know much longer that's going to last, according to what I read in the papers. But,
what a flex!
Anyway, so I may not be qualified much longer to talk about anything. But I would just say that I think Kyle needs to lean less on his father and more on Brian Griese, who is a student of Mike Shanahan. And I think that he also maybe needs to take a little bit more. I thought Mike's mistake was he didn't take a little bit more interest in the defense, and I would say that for Kyle, because it's not only the running game, but it's also what you guys have seen out there in the defensive line and the defensive rush. It's not of the strength that it's been in the past. I mean, and so you got to control the lines. I'm not telling you guys anything or anybody that's listening anything. You got to control both lines of scrimmage, and they're not doing that. And that's the result. They're putting themselves in third and long, and that's not when Purdy's at his best, honestly. And the Mike Shanahan philosophy, which Kyle Shanahan follows, was you try and pick up 6-7 yards on first down. Don't put yourself in third down positions. Well, when that stopped happening in Denver because of changes in the offensive line, we're seeing that kind of happen in San Francisco, where you're not getting 6 and 7 yards on a running play on first down. So you're being pressed into more third downs. Defensively, you're not stopping third downs. I can't give you the exact statistic, but I've seen the 49ers enough to know you're not stopping people on third down. So you're not making on third downs, you're not stopping on. So offensive and defensive lines, defensive rush, getting yardage early on. I think there'll be some changes significantly on both sides coming up, because the 49ers have got to go on a 3-1 run. And they don't have the easiest schedule. Going to Buffalo is,
no doubt.
Past the Kansas City Chiefs. That's not going to be a bargain.
No doubt, Woody. No doubt. Woody, we got to run here. We're hitting the kiss. We got to do this again, man. We could do story time with you all day, every day. So, Woody, we appreciate the time this morning.
I appreciate the invitation, and I wish you guys well. I listen to you every time I'm in town, and I haven't been in town in a couple of years.
You probably turned it off so damn quick, like, ooh, who are these jabronis, man? It ain't, who's my guy, Benjamin Albright out there in Denver, man, with a KOA radio or something like that. Woody, man, you're the best, man. We always enjoy you on the Round the Horn. Big fan of you, man. Thanks so much for the time this morning.
Thank you, guys.
Anytime. Denver Gazette, Woody Page, all-time winner on the Round the Horn, Colorado Sports Hall of Fame. He definitely gave John Miller a run for his money with long answers, but it's okay. There's a lot. If you shift through the answers, there's a lot there. Mike is heavily involved in the 49ers. Something we all assumed.
Well, you and I knew this from the beginning.
But the fact that he ran into Mike 3 weeks ago at his steakhouse, and he's watching all the practices, he's got input and everything. And I sent you guys a picture of Mike in the suite. Mike's heavily involved, and he thinks that Mike needs to take a step back, and Kyle needs to go to Brian Griese a little bit more. That was fast. If he could sift through all the stuff what he said, that to me was pretty fascinating.
So it's the family business is football, right?
Yep.
The family business is football. So this applies to lots of different things. It doesn't just apply to sports. Like if your father was a plumber and you become a plumber and you grew up in the industry, a lot of things that you learned were from your father in, riding around in the truck or whatever. Let's say your father wasn't, and your first journeyman as an apprentice, they're going to shape you, right? And so that's going to formulate a lot of your opinions. Not all of them, but a lot of your opinions. I think about this all the time because, I've been coaching forever, not on the professional level like Kyle, but a lot of my philosophies on coaching and sports and stuff were formulated by my dad, by the Schneiders, by Steve Phelps, by different people who coached me growing up. And that's what formulated practice strategies, ideas, how I view the game. And I'm constantly evolving. But at the end of the day, when I started coaching, I'd get text messages during the game from my dad in center field. I would get talked to after basketball games on what I should do, shouldn't do. I'm like, bro, you haven't coached in 20 years, dude. Relax. And I can't imagine if your dad is a 2-time Super Bowl champion coach.
Borderline Hall of Famer.
Who also was a brilliant offensive coordinator on one of the most explosive offenses of all time, who helped regenerate an entire version of offense. If that was your father and you learned at the feet of him, how could you not ask him for advice and ask to pick his brain? It's smart. It's what you should be doing.
He held the cord
I'm not
for
surprised
him.
at all.
He held the cord for him at the Super Bowl when they beat the Green Bay Packers. He was holding the cord of the headset, following his father around, a young Kyle Shanahan there. But a lot of insight there from Woody Page about Mike, the way it ended in Denver. When he first started in Denver, he knows his wife. She decorated his home. Crazy little insight there. But he believes that he needs to lean on Brian Griese a little bit more. But also, John Elway believed in Mike so much that when Vance Joseph got fired, he wanted Mike to coach the Broncos again.
Monte, I remember when Kyle got hired, there were people in the media suggesting Mike should be the coach.
Yes.
Kyle should be the OC.
No doubt.
Remember?
Well, the Raiders, Mark Davis went to go interview Mike Shanahan, and Greg Papa went crazy. It's like, you can't do that the way he did the Raiders and the whole lawsuit there with Al Davis. A lot of that stuff, man, cost him his job. That's what you're going to say, Spinotti? You guys, down the line, man. You guys like.
I haven't said anything down the line. I was
going to get it down your ear.
No. I didn't get anything in your ear.
Well, neither did he. Did I say anything to you, Joe?
Hey, TL's going to join us in moments here. TL's going to join us.
Wait, Terrell Owens?
Terrell Owens, yes.
Friend of Deion Sanders?
No, we're talking turnover. And, if Louis wasn't so long-winded, I wanted to ask him about the Colorado program. You knew he was going to have to say about Shedeur in prime time.
You've seen the end of Usual Suspects, right?
I have.
Yeah, and like that, he's gone. That will be the end of this season with Deion and Shedeur. I'm not sure if you need to know that or not, but Deion's gone.
You think Deion's gone?
I think Deion's gone. I think he's trampolining on out of there, and I think he's got options.
Dallas Cowboys options?
Cowboys, Raiders. Who knows?
Well, he's getting a lot of recruits in Colorado. He said he stayed. Somebody asked him a question last week.
I'm getting a lot of recruits in Colorado. Of course he is. He's Deion.
Prime time, man.
Of course he is.
He's got Warren Sapp out. Hey, they might win the Big 12. Big game against Kansas
that's
this week.
An accomplishment.
What do you mean? That's not don't poo-poo Colorado. Well, you didn't think they were going to win 5 games this year.
The Big 12 got gutted the last few years.
So what, though? You can't say, you can't poo-poo on the Big 12 and what Colorado's doing. What an accomplishment they're making. No, seriously, Travis Hunter.
They've had who's the premier program in the Big 12 right now?
That's what I'm saying. Oklahoma's gone. Texas is gone. I'm not
telling you. The ACC is booty. ACC and Big 12
BYU's just undefeated. BYU has some good wins.
I love how you're fighting for the sanctity of the Big 12.
No, come on. Colorado.
Monte, the Big 12 is not.
Think about where Colorado was.
I'm not downplaying what Colorado's done. No one's downplaying what Colorado's done. They're doing it in a
gutted out Big 12.
Hey, you go tell Buffalo fans, Colorado Buffalo fans, whether or not it's an accomplishment.
It's a great accomplishment for this year, but it says last year's Big 12 would have been a lot more impressive to win than this year's Big 12.
Why? Exactly. Who was in the last year's Big 12?
Texas. They're pretty good, I guess. Yeah, Texas. I mean, they only won the national championship game.
No, they were in the Final Four.
Sorry, they're in the Final Four. Excuse me. Oh, sorry. Yeah, they were trash.
They got smoked by a Pac-12 team.
Well, that Pac-12 team's in the Big 10.
I love how big of a Buff fan you are.
I'm not a big Buff fan. I'm pulling. No, people like to see. We can't just celebrate good things. He goes to that program.
True. We're saying it's a great accomplishment.
No. You just poo-pooed.
We said the Big 12
just poo-pooed on them.
On the Big 12, because the Big 12 is basically poo-poo compared to what it used to be.
That's some accomplishment to win the Big 12. In Colorado gets into the college football playoff, you go poo-poo on that accomplishment?
Well, if they play Georgia or Bama or something,
they get put in their place, yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Like, it depends who they play.
Oh, my gosh. We're out here trying to win the NFC West, and the Arizona Cardinals are 6-4. Ain't nobody poo-pooing on that division,
well,
the NFC
NFL.
West.
That's exactly.
Stop. You guys disrespect the South divisions every single year. Stop it.
Yes,
the NFC South.
The NFC South is basically the Big 12 of the NFL.
You got a Miami fan over here rooting for the ACC. That beating Cal had to come back from 25 points, and you got to poo-poo on pride.
I mean, I'm not giving up the ACC either. The ACC is also down right now. Half the reason Miami's 9-1 is because they played a booty ACC.
You guys are high-level haters. It's not even close.
We're just being realistic.
It's called assessment.
You guys are high-level haters. High-level haters. I got the #1 pick in Shedeur Sanders. You got Travis Hunter. They're coming out here getting sacks.
Don't give me false equivalencies.
Stop it. High-level hating going on the morning roast.
BYU, just the long-time dominant Big 12 program.
You know what? This is great. I want y'all high-level hater asses to say the same thing with T.O. on the line. T.O.'s about to come on, pull that same rhetoric with T.O., see how he checks your ass. All right? That's high-level hating.
Hey, I have a lot of respect for Tennessee Chattanooga.
Do you want to open up with Big 12 talk with Terrell Owens?
Absolutely. I'm going to open it up.
No one's been this passionate about the Big 12 through the entirety of the existence of the Big 12.
Just poo-poo, hey, they're going to go to the Big 12 championship. Oh, yeah, that's some sort of accomplishment. Like, really? Come on, you saw what this program was 2 years ago?
I do like how fired up.
When did I rain on Colorado, though?
Look at this joke over here who's a Miami fan. They've been out there living and dying with Cam Ward, and they got no marquee wins whatsoever, and you're going to poo-poo on another program. You ain't even going to the ACC championship.
I probably are, though.
No, you're not.
Dude, you're like sitting around waiting for Deion Sanders to come save Florida State.
SMU is undefeated, all right? So stop.
I guess they did lose to BYU.
What is going on here? Games this year, and they go down here and turn their season around, and you just poo-poo on things that are accomplishments.
All I want you to do is admit that the second Deion leaves, you're not going to care as much about Colorado.
I don't care about Colorado now.
Then why are you fighting for their dignity?
Because you guys poo-poo accomplishments all the time.
They're having a great year.
High-level haters. Oh, yeah, Big 12. You said it right out your mouth. Oh, it's Big 12.
There's no one in the country. Name the teams in the Big 12.
BYU.
That's one.
Kansas State. Iowa State.
A lot of tradition at Iowa State. Shout out Brock Purdy.
Texas State have been more successful than Miami the last 10 years. I bet you bottom dollar on that one. Talk about the Cyclones all you want to.
Oh, yeah, you're locking on the Cyclones.
Baylor, Kansas State.
We're talking football, not basketball.
Texas Tech. We're going down to Lubbock, getting tortillas thrown at you and going down there to dominate them guys. Stop it.
Going down to Lubbock.
Stop it. High-level hating.
Texas Tech has been relevant since Michael Crabtree.
Those young men are playing their asses off.
What channel is the Big 12 on now?
They play on ESPN. They play on Fox. Big 12, you get Big 12 network.
They have a network?
TNT, TBS. Everybody's got a network. Everybody's got a network.
Time for you to do the legal.
Pac-12 had a network. Half the people couldn't get it, but they had a network. Bring that same energy with T.O. on. I dare you. I dare you. Crack the mic and do it with T.O.
T.O., what do you think of the Big 12?
I dare you. Poo-poo on Colorado.
He's going to hang up because it's a dumb question.
No. He's going to laugh at you. Nobody asked the first question. Hey, T.O., and I'm going to put you down.
Actually, no, the first question has to be about pickleball. You know Second question can be about the Big 12.
3-1-1 Shasky and throw your asses under the bus. Hey, T.O., these guys are poo-pooing on the accomplishments Colorado had this year.
Bonte Hill, Big 12 insider.
Hating.
Bonte, this feels like you hyping up the Atlanta Hawks yesterday, only to have the Atlanta Hawks literally not try.
Well, they had good numbers. They won 3 or 4. They beat Boston and Sacramento.
What numbers does the Big 12 have besides 1 and 2?
I don't know why you're talking when Miami ain't doing nothing.
Sure, we're only number 8 in the latest rankings that don't matter.
And when Cam Ward leaves, you ain't going to have nothing.
Well, that's what the transfer portal's for.
Nobody's going to the games anyway down in Miami or South Beach.
I beg to differ with that one. Well, there like 9 people at Doak Walker at their last game?
I don't care. We got a national championship. When the last time you won a national championship?
That was like a whole decade ago.
You guys haven't even been relevant. You don't even got your own stadium. All right?
You don't need our own stadium.
You don't even got your own on-campus stadium. We got,
and you guys do, and like 5 people walk into it every day.
So what? They'll be sold out.
I mean, boy,
how many years did we kick your ass in a row? You finally got a win over the worst.
Pretty sure Miami has the all-time lead in the series.
What team are you currently rooting for?
How many documentaries have been made about Florida State?
What is going on here?
Is this a Florida State?
Documentaries because you guys were cheating so much.
Stop!
Jesus Christ.
Stop!
I just can't believe the hatred, man. These guys just hate. That's what's wrong with society now. All right. I'm sure we're going to get a chat about this in the show meeting today, which we have to stay for. Like to rather sleep. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Is T.O.? Get T.O. on. We're going to see what's up. We're going to see what's up. All right, y'all, keep that same energy with Terrell Owens joins.
I'm waiting for him to call in right now.
Yeah, you better hope he doesn't call in today.
I kind of hope he does. I want to hear about pickleball.
No, oh yeah. I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do.
Sam,
I'm sure you do. Bring that same energy.
No, I'm curious. Tio, what do you think of the Big 12 right now? And then he just gives you the weirdest look ever.
Didn't TCU just make the national championship a couple years ago?
Absolutely.
Did they though? Did they though?
Who didn't get obliterated?
Got destroyed.
Like Miami.
What was that guy's name? Sonny Dykes?
I swear to God, I hope Miami plays Georgia this year.
Oh, it's going to be ugly.
Oh, yeah. So
it's going to be really, really ugly. Because I'm man up to admit it.
That was right.
Mr. Mike Norvell fan over here.
Keep the same energy.
We're waiting for T.O. to call it is what we're doing.
65-7 was the final.
Okay, but they got there though.
They beat Michigan in that New Year's Eve game because I remember watching that up the river.
And C.J. Stroud had a hell of a performance and a loss to Georgia leading up to that.
Exactly.
Yeah, for Ohio State.
Quentin Johnson got first-round draft status in that game against Michigan, cooking their asses in Harbaugh.
And Harbaugh now coaches him for the Chargers. So there you go.
Wow.
Circle of
Mind
life.
blown. I'm sorry, I can't keep up with the conferences.
How about those Niners, though, guys? Am I right? Like, they're last in their division, but they're only a game out of first place.
Sounds like the Giants. They're almost near 500. Could they go on a run for that 5th wild card spot?
Man, negativity sells, man. Wow. I need to retire, man. I need to go be a professor, TCC Young journalist on how not to be like you guys.
What, nuanced?
No.
Honest?
High-level haters. Being high-level haters.
Sam Ludman will never lie to you.
Ludman was hating on the Warriors for the season. I'm not even excited. Is the team even better? I
just said I don't know how they're going to be better.
Care.
You're saying, they're going to be great. They're going to be 50 wins, mister. This team's going to go on a run last year.
I'm talking to Shasky, dude. Get T.O. on the line, man.
I'm trying to get T.O. He's supposed to call us.
He's supposed to be the producer. Produce the show, please. Shasky, man.
You guys are all over the place. Oh, my God.
Don't be mad because I'm right and you're wrong.
Hey, who would you take right now for the next 3 years? I'm starting a team from scratch. LaFleur or Shanahan?
You like that question, huh?
I'm taking Shanahan. I seen him build a team from scratch. Although what LaFleur has done these last 2 years is very impressive.
It is.
It is. And I don't want to sound like I'm hating on him. I did at one point think that he was overrated because I thought Aaron was that good. But no, like he has swayed my opinion, and I've now come over to the side of I think he's a really, really, really good coach and clearly understands how to utilize the talent that he has. And I really like him as a coach, and he's grown on me a lot. But I'm still taking Shanahan. I think what Shanahan has built and sustained over the 8-year period is super impressive.
You know, LaFleur kind of reinventing himself, and we all thought it was his fault. We got the image of the NFC Championship game where he elects to kick the field goal late in the game, and Aaron Rodgers allows it to happen. They don't go for it. They don't get the ball back. They get called for a pass interference on Brady and company, and Brady and company go to the Super Bowl, and they go win it. And a lot of people were down and out on LaFleur, called him soft and everything like that. But to deal with the Aaron Rodgers saga, as we see now that Aaron Rodgers is a lot to handle. He's a lot to deal with.
The Jets might tell him to go away next year.
Woody Johnson apparently wanted him benched.
That's crazy.
Like, just bench him, which is insane, right? To reinvent himself and believe in his young quarterback in Jordan Love. Now, Jordan Love hasn't had a great season. Who's had a better year? Brock Purdy or Jordan Love? Jordan Love's getting $222 million. He can't stay on the field right now. And he's thrown some what does he have, 11 picks? I think he leads the league of picks.
I think he gets a second sum of money that would equate to a total of $75 million guaranteed right around the next week or two.
Okay.
That's a lot of cash.
That's a lot of cash.
That's a lot. For a handful of great starts.
A lot of money. But LaFleur building this young wide receiver squad, or having this young wide receiver core, reinventing himself, going out and getting the defensive coordinator, firing his friend as a DC, bringing in old boy from Boston College. LaFleur's done a hell of a job with Green Bay, keeping them relevant. A hell of a job.
3 quarterbacks tied with 11 interceptions, by the way. Jordan Love, Patrick Mahomes, Geno Smith.
Wow.
Interesting.
Very interesting.
Interesting. Well, he's going to have to reduce the amount of turnovers, and that's the Favrean quality of him, because there's times that his mannerisms look like Aaron Rodgers, but some of his ball selection looks more like... Oh, I'm sorry.
I got to bring in my guy, the Hall of Famer.
Back off the mic.
The Hall of Famer. And he comes in at a perfect time. We're going to talk some pickleball. We're going to talk celebrity pickleball bass in San Francisco during the All-Star weekend out here in San Francisco when the Golden State Warriors host the All-Star game, the NBA All-Star game, Saturday, February 15th and 16th. Celebrity pickleball bass with TL, Chris Mullin, Brady Chastain, Hunter Pitts, and much, much more at San Francisco's iconic Warfield Theater. But TL, good morning, guys. We welcome you in on the River Islands guest line. I want to start here because I see at Folsom Field in Colorado and what Primetime, Shedeur, Travis Hunter, and what Sapp and everybody's done up there in Colorado. I think it's amazing that you guys are in the Big 12 mix for the Big 12 championship with a big game in Kansas this week, or at Arrowhead Stadium against Kansas. And I got my fellas alongside of me, just basically high-level hating on Colorado, saying, oh, it's not a big accomplishment if they win the Big 12. I think it's a hell of an accomplishment for what Deion Sanders has done with that program over the last 2 years. But you know what, T.O., you know about the haters. The haters are always going to come out in full force, right? What you guys have done in Colorado has been amazing.
Absolutely. Haters are going to hate, man. If you got hate on your heart, man, I guess just let it out. Let it out.
That's what they do, T.O. They say that if you guys don't win the Big 12, it's not much of a big accomplishment because of the conference. And I say to hell with that. That's a major accomplishment if you guys go out and win the Big 12 championship.
They've exceeded expectations considering, Deion is basically what he's doing in Colorado is pretty much a carbon copy of what he's done with now his second program, taking over from Jackson State there in Mississippi, obviously rebuilding that program and then doing it essentially the same thing there in Boulder. So again, every time that Deion does something exceeding and abundantly above the expectations, people want to move the goalposts for him. I'm familiar with that type of treatment, but other than that, Deion has those guys focused. Those guys are 8-2 in the conference right now, 8-2 record. They're doing well in the conference. Every week, Deion has those guys, ready to play, have those guys concentrating on one game at a time. Obviously, like you said, they didn't start out very well, but obviously when you have a nucleus of new guys rebuilding a new program, what they needed last year to even compete, and that's what they're doing now, competing with the guys or the big guys up front, the offensive line, defensive line. Coach Livingston, that defensive coordinator, with the addition of some veteran guys. When you talk about Hall of Fame guys and guys that have played in the league, they have basically turned the mentality of that defensive front. Basically, they are holding that team down, and Warren Sapp is holding those guys accountable up front, and he has those guys humming, coming around the edges, attacking the quarterback, stopping the run. And we're not even going to, we could go on and on about Travis Hunter and what he's doing on the defensive side as well as the offensive side of the ball.
I want you to go on and on because these guys are just hating so hard, T.O. It kind of drove me crazy. But let's talk. Go ahead, Shasky. Get in here. I don't know what I'm done.
With all these coaching vacancies in the NFL, obviously Shedeur is going to be one of the top picks. Could you see maybe the Dallas Cowboys wanting to not only bring in Deion Sanders, but also draft Shedeur? I know they have Dak Prescott under contract. Have you talked to Deion about that? The opportunity to maybe coach his son in the NFL?
I mean, I'm aware of the circulating and the speculating rumors or what have you, but honestly, I think it's so unfair for Deion and that program, Rick George, the AD there. I think it's so unfair to insert this type of ridiculousness really at the juncture of the season that they're in right now. Let these guys, like Deion has only been there 2 years. Let him finish out the season, and if that comes into play, let it come into play. But I don't think that's fair right now. Honestly, that's just a big distraction. And again, I've already said, if there was an opportunity, because everybody's been talking about possibly him, leaving, uprooting Boulder and going to Florida State. I think that if there is an opportunity, and if there's an opportunity for him to go anywhere, Dallas would be that situation. But I don't think it's fair right now for us or even Deion to even consider that, considering there's unfinished business there in Boulder, Colorado right now. Again, they're leading the Big 12. Nobody expected them to be 8-2. They should be 8-1. The only butt whipping they took was against Nebraska. They definitely should have beat K-State, and they lost by 3 points, and Travis didn't even play that game. So you factor in Travis playing in the game, that's a W. So literally they could be 9-1 right now. But at the end of the day, Deion is not going to consider or even entertain, all these rumors at the moment. And then I think when that comes, like I said, when that situation comes, he'll cross that bridge when he needs to.
Terrell Owens here on the River Islands guest line, now 95.7 The Game. And we're going to talk some pickleball here. And, my man Chris Bullen, we had him on a couple weeks ago, and I get to work with him every day covering the Golden State Warriors. He brought you up, T.O. He goes, man, I love that T.O. He's a great player. He's competitive. What got you into pickleball here? Because I can't wait to see you here at the Celebrity Pickleball Pass. What can't you do, T.O.? You love pickleball now, too?
Yeah, man, I'm in it to win it, man. I'm grinding. I'm taking a few lessons every time that I get on the court, pickleball court. I'm getting better and better. Even with people that see me, I was just in Houston earlier in the week, and I didn't have anything to do, so I tried to find some pickleball courts, and all the courts in Houston were outdoor, and I finally found an indoor court. Drop shots in Houston, Texas. Ran up there, met the owner, the guy Sean. He took some time, got me a court, got me on there, and they had a couple of games being played, and then some pro guys, and so they watched me for over an hour, and they saw progressively how I got better and better as I played, and then we stayed, after. Probably hit some balls about probably like 45 minutes, and like I said, just gave me some tips on just to kind of add to my athleticism. The pickleball game is new. I'll credit that to Marcellus Wiley. He has a foundation that he does pretty much throughout the course of the year, and he has a pickleball court at his house. It's invite only, and he's been asking me, throughout the years, like, man, come to pickleball. And finally, I went probably like about 5 months ago. And he asked me, had I played? I'm like, no. I was like, I've never played in my entire life. I said, I've heard about it. I understand pickleball is one of the fastest growing sports. I mean, people are playing pickleball faster than they're buying Teslas back in 2020. So again, that's how I got into it. Thanks to Marcellus. Again, he has some guys that, like I said, are more experienced than I am and I was at that time. But when I played, some of the people that asked me, they was like, yo, how long have you played? And I'm like, literally, this is my first time. And they thought I was lying. Jenna Bandy, she's like obviously influencer, very good athletic female. She plays everything as well. And she was in awe that I wouldn't say that good, but I was better than she thought, considering that was my first time on a pickleball court and the way that I was playing. So now I can say I have the pickleball bug. I will be, like I said, trust me, I'm going to be on a pickleball circuit. I was just in Puerto Rico for a pickleball event. There I met some of the top pickleball players over there in Puerto Rico.
Did you size them up?
No, trust me, I'm nowhere near where they are, but by the second or third day that I was there, everybody saw, they was like, yo, they were like, dude, you've gotten better since the first game that they saw me. So they paired us up with different random people there because it was a charity event. But they saw, again, progressively I got better, every time that I stepped on the pickleball court.
Yeah, no, that's really cool, man. And I'm not surprised. You're a 1% of 1% of 1% elite athlete. We just had Woody Page on, who, on ESPN covered the Broncos for many years. And we were just talking about Kyle Shanahan and Mike Shanahan and kind of the fatigue, I guess, that set in Denver before, he ended up going to a different team. Do you get that sense from the Niner players or the Niner culture right now that there's a fatigue, or is it just a hangover from the Super Bowl last year?
No, I don't think so. I think every year is different, and I think that's what everybody has to understand. There's not going to be a year like the year before. And obviously, like I said, with the type of players that they have, obviously there's high expectations to get back to that point. But no 2 years are alike. You have injuries that will factor into the way the guys are playing, the record. Every year there's an influx of you got draft picks, you got free agents. Everybody has to fill in. Everybody has to, have some continuity, some chemistry. Again, you look at Christian McCaffrey. Again, if he was healthy, would they be different had he played, early on? Probably so. So again, that probably factors in too. You got the guy Jordan Mason, the guy that came, the undrafted free agent. He came in and started to play well. Now he's hurt. So now, as an offensive coordinator, you got to figure out ways to make up for the lack of production and that firepower that you have on offense. You lost Brandon Ayuk. Again, the contract situation that he had. Obviously, like I said, the chemistry, him coming back, not really playing up to his standards. Then he gets hurt. So now you're trying to plug and play. So, again, everybody's going to be spoiled based on what they've done the last 2 or 3 years. But at the end of the day, can they right the ship by the time the playoff starts to roll around toward the end of the season? Can they get themselves in a situation to play solid football going into the playoffs?
Well, it starts this Sunday as we're talking to T.O. in Green Bay. We'll get back to the celebrity pickleball basketball because we've got more info on that. But Brock Purdy, what are you seeing for Brock Purdy? He's scrambling a lot. Seems like receivers are not getting open. Or is that just a byproduct of Purdy just rushing to get out of the pocket? What have you seen from the quarterback of the Niners, T.O.?
I mean, as a quarterback, you're only going to go and do things that you're comfortable with. And if the line, if the protection is breaking down, if receivers aren't getting open, again, he's used to a certain caliber of receivers that he's been playing with throughout the course of the year and getting open. And if those guys aren't getting open for whatever reason, then he either has to get out of the pocket, try to make some plays with his feet. If those guys are open, of course, he's going to throw the ball. I don't think he's just running just to be running. I'm sure there's a lot of things that factors into why he's taken off more so than ever now. Again, Jauan Jennings, he's been the brightest spot on that offense, since day one of this year. And I think, again, Jauan Jennings can only do so much. Jauan Jennings is a playmaker. I don't see him as a game changer. You have guys like game changing, playmaking and game changing ability. That's your Christian McCaffrey that can take any play at any given point during the course of a play and make something happen. That's not your Jauan Jennings, but he's been super productive. He's been the brightest spot on that offense. So again, obviously, like I said, again, I'm going to be redundant. Every year is not going to be the same. Again, you're playing with different pieces every week, and until there's some continuity, some chemistry. There's not going to be any offensive production that you're expecting.
What do you make of fans wanting to fire Shanahan? He's been highly successful. He's in his 8th year. He had a 54-29 record entering this season over the last 5. What do you make of fans wanting to fire the head coach when things are not going well?
Well, fans should stay in their seat and be fans. They're not GMs. That's all I can say. It's easy to say that and want to discard or just uproot a coach because things aren't going the fans' way. But again, like I said, that's why you separated it. There's players, there's football players, there's fans. You come there, you root on your team. Yeah, I understand the fan support. You want your teams to win. You want your players to play the best. But again, stay in your lane. I don't think this is a reason to just uplift and uproot a coach because things aren't going well. It's been an up and down season, but you got to factor in, again, a lot of the injuries, a lot of the new pieces coming in. You can't just write that ship right away. This is not a plug and play. It's not a video game that you can put somebody in and then they can obviously duplicate the ability or the production of somebody that was playing in right before them. That's just not how the game works.
Tio, you referenced Jauan Jennings earlier, and I'm 100% with you. Like what Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson and those guys, I mean, they could take one on a slant 80 yards on any given play, right? And that really was the separator for the elite players. But Jauan Jennings is nasty. And with all respect to the other wide receivers that have played since your time in San Francisco, Bolden and Crabtree and the current crop of Ayuk and Pearsall and Debo and whatnot, Jennings is the only guy that's got that nasty stiff arm that you had. I mean, you and him, obviously you were way faster and just a dynamic player, but I see a lot of the things that you brought in terms of that nasty physical breaking tackle stuff from Jauan Jennings. I love watching this guy play.
Absolutely. Again, like I said, I think the only thing that he lacks again is that breakaway speed. Taking, like I said, he has the physical attributes to do some of the to bring some of that physicality to the game. But obviously taking your short and intermediate routes, taking it to the house. He obviously has a catch radius. He can make plays. He can go up, like I said, take 50-50 balls and turn those to 80-20, per him. So again, I've seen that and watched it progressively. And again, this guy, like I said, he's going to make himself some money somewhere. I know he's going to. I don't know what his contract situation is, but obviously, like I said, he's auditioning. Obviously, he's playing well for the Niners. But again, if you looked at it at the beginning of the season, and obviously with the Brandon Ayuk situation, contract situation looming at that time, I told my son, I'm watching him play. I'm like, yo, he's playing like he's the $30 million a year type of guy. And Brandon Ayuk, like I said, come back. I don't know if it was an in shape thing, but obviously things factored in the way that they did. But again, Jennings was like I said, the lone bright spot of that offensive unit of the San Francisco 49ers. And again, like I said, if he's right now is a focal point. Obviously, they got Kittles. Again, I hear he's been battling injuries here and there. Debo is not really playing up to Debo standards. Debo seems like he's more focused on his pregame attire than he is actually the game. So again, if we can shift that focus, maybe that can energize and create some more production, from an offensive standpoint. I'm just kind of tongue in cheek with that, but again, Jauan Jennings, like I said, to your point, dynamic player. Like I said, the only thing I think he lacks is, like I said, is that game-changing ability. Yeah, he's a playmaker, go up, make plays, but he can only do so much. He needs somebody else to complement what he's doing from an offensive standpoint. Like I said, the running game has to come along the way as well. So I'm sure the more games that Christian gets back on the field, he can get back in there and get back to himself, then you'll probably see that offensive firepower that everybody's expecting as the season wears on.
Last one for you, Tio, the pickleball tournament. I can't wait. Mully talks about it. He's into it. Rick Barry's into it. The biggest celebrity pickleball event in the world happening February 15th and 16th at the iconic Warfield Theater right here in downtown San Francisco. And Tio, I got to ask you lastly, what makes this event so damn special and different?
Man, get your pickleball ready. Yo, get your pickleball ready. I'm going to be in the house. Trust me. This is not just a celebrity event. This is just not for fun. Again, this is something like, it's a hell of a workout, number one. Every time that I play, I am drenched. Every fiber of my clothes that I have on is soaked. So again, this is going to be fun. Like I said, it's going to be star-studded. It's going to be some firepower, some star power in there. The building is going to be electric. Again, like I said, it's going to be at Warfield Theater. You're going to have the likes of, you've already mentioned some of the celebrities like Brandon Chastain, phenomenal soccer player like Champion, myself, Hunter Pence, Chris Mullen. Again, if you want to come, go to celebritypickleballbash.com. Go to the link, check it out, be there in the house. And by the time February rolls around, there's no telling who may be in the house at this point, because again, I'm bringing some star power, and I'm bringing some athleticism. Trust me, I'm going to be one of the top. I'm pushing to be one of the top pickleball. Now, if I consider myself a celebrity, but I'm trying to be one of the top celebrity. I mean, not pickleball players in the world.
Yeah, forget the celebrity. Just top pickleball players, T.O. I believe you.
Absolutely. I've met a lot of those guys. Tyson went to a couple weeks ago, played at the Dirk Nowitzki, played at their pickleball event there in Dallas. I attended the PPA tournament, got to see some of the top women play, some of the top men play. Bro, like it is unreal. Hayden, he's like 17, 18. He's like one of the top pickleball players. Man, it was unbelievable. That day, literally, I got so juiced. I stayed. I was going to leave. I stayed an extra day. I ended up playing like 6 hours of like pickleball. I played damn near with every pro player that wanted to play pickleball, after hours. And the next day, dude, I was so sore, knees, back. I didn't want to do nothing but just hydrate. I started to cramp up. That's how much pickleball I've been playing. I was cramping up just playing in some of the games.
Well, Chris Muller loves you. He speaks highly of you. He's like, dude, I met T.O. He's about that life, man. He's competitive. He can't wait to play with you. Tickets now at celebritypickleball.com. CelebrityPickleballBash.com. Tickets start at $49. Yeah. CelebrityPickleballBash.com. $49. You're in the house with Jalen Brunson, Anthony Anderson, Mario Lopez, Jesse James Decker, Eric Decker. We're going in the house too, Shasky. We got to go see T.O. play pickleball. If you play as well as you did on the football field, then there's no telling where you could go. Pickleball Hall of Fame next, T.O.?
Absolutely. Dude, I'm so engulfed. I'm so into it, bro. I got my clothing line, Prototype 81. I've even created and collaborated with the CPB. We have gear. We have merch that is coming. I got hats, dude. I got shirts. I got shorts. I mean, it's gonna be nice, dude. I'm telling you.
Oh, there. We're there.
We got some. We designed some pickleball gear. I got some of my own merch that it's gonna be dope. Trust me. Pickleball Hall of Fame, here I come.
You don't lie, T.O. We trust you, and we know about the 81 Vito wine as well. T.O., we got to run, man. Always good catching up with you, brother. We'll do it again before the Celebrity Pickleball Bash.
Thanks, T.O.
Get your pickleball ready!
Let's go. T.O. right here on the River Islands got son. We got to run and react. He said a lot there. A lot. Oh, what a show this has been. Oh, my gosh. This is one of my favorites. More coming up on The Roast. Brought to you by Save Martin, Lucky, California.
Make it a Holly Yay with festive deals at Lucky.
Debo is not really playing up to Debo standards. Debo is seems like he's more focused on his pregame attire than he is actually the game. So again, if we can shift that focus, maybe that can energize and create some more production, from an offensive standpoint. I'm just kind of tongue in cheek with that.
Now back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Let's make sure before we put it on a social.
I said this to Sam in the hallway.
Get the tongue in cheek.
Make sure it says it in the caption.
Right.
Because I don't want T.O. coming back to us and never coming back on.
And that's not right. That's not right. He said in tongue in cheek.
It was a joke, which I appreciated.
Yeah, it was a joke.
I included the tongue in cheek part.
Please,
it's already on social.
God. Oh, my God.
Boy.
Oh, no.
Oh, boy.
Oh, God.
Well, it's a good thing you're not on X anymore. You're on Blue Sky.
I am on X. I get tagged to this stuff, and
but you're active on Blue Sky. You're not on X.
Let me see what it looks like on X. Let me see.
I mean, are we not supposed to post it? He said it. Like, what's wrong with that?
Hey.
We put the tongue-in-cheek part. He said it.
I say that cut in cheek. I would start the tweet by saying disclaimer.
No, he said what he said, and we posted it.
Florio style. I said what I said.
What do we do? Are we protecting the guy? What is he? He's T.O.
Yeah, we just had him catch. But you guys don't get the blowback. We get the blowback. We get the blowback. We get the blow. Oh, man, these guys are out here searching. You guys out here thirsty for clouts.
Get that wine.
That was a callback. I mean, it's just Petoni. I'm just a man like Brian Palo Alto. Just a man.
Just a man.
I'm not a GM or a comedian. Oh, what?
I'm not a GM, even though I'd love to be one.
Wouldn't we all like to be one? Oh, man. Here's the tweets already out, huh? Damn, you could wait. You guys to get other tweets out, man. You'd be waiting 6 hours.
Sam's on it today.
Something gets juicy. Oh, man, let's get that out there in 2.5 seconds. Oh.
It is the society we live in. Go back to sex, drugs, and rock and roll.
I asked the real hard question that he was like disrespectful to even suggest that regarding the Dion and Shedeur. I thought it was a fair question, That's what I do. I give the hard-hitting journalistic questions on this show. Someone's got to do it.
Well,
it's the cross-eyed bear.
All the ass kissing you do, about time you ask us some hard-hitting questions.
Oh, my God.
All the smooching.
I actually enjoy the uncomfortable questions.
I do, too.
The reason why is the tapestry of how I fumble across my words before I spit out a stupid question that I already know the answer is probably going to be boring. But there's just something.
How does this become about you?
It's riveting.
Can I ask, how did this somehow, some way become about you?
What are you talking about?
How did it lead back to you and your question?
Well, yeah, I mean, you went in on the Colorado for
you brought in the coach. We were talking about coaching. Then we started talking about your coaching career. We started talking about you are one of a kind, man. I love you.
I mean, I've been coaching for 20 years.
I love you, man.
Don't talk about it. Be about it. About that life.
Oh, man, I don't talk about coaching. I coached for 1 year.
That's why like T.O. said, I stay in my lane.
I stay in my lane, too.
I'll tell you, you're doing great.
What did you make of that? You're the big fan. What did you make of that?
Which part?
T.O. said, fans need to stay in their lane. I asked about, what about the fans wanting Shanahan fired and da-da-da-da. Get that quote. What did he say? Fans need to stay in their lane. What'd you make of that?
No, I disagree. Actually, and in fact, Jason Kelce and Travis Kelce had a podcast earlier today where they said the reverse opposite. And he would tune into WIP, and Jason Kelce would say, this is the radio station in Philadelphia, that no, actually, the radio stations and the podcasts and all that stuff, it's a reflection of how the fans are feeling. And they may not be educated as to what's going on in the building, and they may not even be right. Sometimes they are, sometimes they're not. But it's a reflection of the paying audience. So I think T.O.'s point of view is his point of view, and I get where he's coming from. But no, I disagree. We're the consumers, and to a degree, if the fervor wasn't there from the consumers, you wouldn't have the television deals and the money and the trickle-down effect would, it just, do you have it on the board here, listen to what Jason Kelce said.
You know what? I was listening to WIP this morning. I think the Eagles fan is WIP. WIP is the local, like, big sports talk show station in Philadelphia.
So they're the ones that have been on them.
Well, they control a lot of the narrative, but I will say they usually are. I think WIP is pretty much, for the most part, I don't want to say for the most part, WIP is oftentimes just a reflection of what the fan base truly thinks about the team.
Yeah, that's how you keep the fans involved.
Sometimes they are wrong.
That's how you keep them listening.
Sometimes they are wrong.
See, that's what I mean. I told you, Sirianni is done.
They're also, it tends to be the loudest fans, which, you know, hey, listen, I go on WIP. I like listening to WIP for these exact reasons. I like hearing those perspectives. But I think Nick was facing a lot of criticism for the end of last year and early on this year. He made a lot of fourth down calls that just haven't gone their way. And he's faced a lot of criticism for that. A lot of fans have been saying, you know, what does he do? He's not calling plays anymore. What is he doing as a head coach?
It's so unfair.
It is. It's very unfair.
It's so.
And Nick is really, that narrative is starting to flip. Obviously, when you win games, that's all people care about.
So Travis Kelce's just laughing.
Well, he's also a legend that hasn't really had a lot of scrutiny. No. They've won nothing but championships.
But he's also laughing at the fact that he's like, these fans have a voice. Like, these fans are so loud. And it's like, when Jason Kelce brought up, well, the fans want to know, what does Nick Sirianni really do? And Travis Kelce kind of laughed like, they have no idea what goes on inside the building.
No one's saying that they do.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying with Travis Kelce.
Yeah, they have completely different, polar opposite points of view. I appreciate it. I think what is great about it is, like, Travis, you're in a small market where the Chiefs are the kings of that area, especially right now, right? Whereas WIP with the Eagles, like, well, it's football, and so it's crazy, but we know that the Philadelphia radio scene is crazy. I think that WIP, similar to 95.7 The Game, is a reflection of how the fans are feeling. And I think that's a badge of honor.
I don't know about that. I think people who call radio shows are not the direct reflection of the fans, because there's a lot of fans who think a lot of people are ridiculous who call sports talk radio fans. I would push back on that. Now, I do think the lunatic fringe and everything like that, sure. Yes, they represent that aspect of the fan base.
I'm not talking just callers.
I don't think they just reflect everything with a fan. Not callers, texters, or people who don't call and just listen. I don't think it's a reflection of every single fan or most of the fans. Like we talk about Klay Thompson, right? Our sports talk radio station, and we took a lot of calls, and it felt very anti-Klay. Well, you go out and about, and a lot of people are like, dude, we love Klay. He's a legend, blah, 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 blah. So I don't think it's a total reflection of the fan base. No, I'm saying
the conversations that we have, not necessarily just the callers. I think the conversations and the tone and how we're feeling. And again, there are times where I act a certain way or I feel a certain way, and you disagree, and the audience might disagree. But I think for the most part, like he was saying, Jason, and this is just how I feel, I do feel like we are a reflection of the famous. Are we the loudest reflection? That probably is correct. Yeah. That I would agree with. It would probably be the most amplified voices.
Well, you got the cut of Chio. Chio, what do you make of fans wanting Kyle Shanahan to be fired?
Well, fans should stay in their seat and be fans. They're not GMs. That's all I can say. It's easy to say that and want to discard or just uproot a coach because things aren't going the fans' way. But again, like I said, that's why you separated it. There's players, there's football players, there's fans. You come there, you root on your team. Yeah, I understand the fan support. You want your teams to win. You want your players to play the best. But again, stay in your lane. I don't think this is a reason to just uplift and uproot a coach because things aren't going well. It's been an up and down season, but you got to factor in, again, a lot of the injuries, a lot of the new pieces coming in. You can't just write that shit right away. This is not a plug and play. It's not a video game that you can put somebody in and then they can obviously duplicate the ability or the production of somebody that was playing in right before them. That's just not how the game works.
What'd you make of that? They should just sit in their seats and enjoy the game.
Well, that's absurd. I mean, like part of why people love the NFL is because they all fancy themselves a fantasy GM, and there's an emotional stock in each of the players. Part of why you love your team is that you're emotionally invested, and so I think it's easy to say stay in your lane. It's like, nah, man. Like the guy who's working as a contractor or whatever, making $100,000 a year, and he's spending $6,000, $7,000, $8,000, $9,000 on his season tickets and the amount of time to drive down there and watch all the games and pay for all the different packages now that the NFL are on. Like, not only are they emotionally invested, they're financially pot committed. So I would just disagree with him on that.
Yeah, he's saying that you're not a GM, that And it was a response to wanting to fire Kyle Shanahan. Obviously, he's saying that Kyle is a hell of a head coach, and he can't just, because you're going through one turbulent season after advancing to the Super Bowl. And a lot of people say, well, he's had the most talented roster. He can't win with this roster. Well, who put the roster together? Who put this roster together? How come? I mean, how did he become so talented? Well, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch coming together and drafting all these great players and being able to attract great players. They helped build this roster to be great. So it's his roster. He put it together. So that argument I always kind of laugh at. And, you know, the whole firing of Kyle Shanahan, we haven't talked about it much because I think it's absolutely absurd. But that's basically what T.O. said. Said it's absurd. Well, and some fans should maybe just stay in their lane and not comment on certain things like this. And they're going to comment on it. They're going to say things and say wild things. I got no problem with that. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. That's basically T.O. saying it's ridiculous.
Well, I would ask T.O., like, was it ridiculous for Giants fans to ask for Farhan to not be the head of the Giants? It was hurting their bottom line.
You should have asked T.O. that.
No, I'm just saying, like, does he mean Kyle specific? Stay in your lane. If that's the case, then I agree. It
was Kyle specific. I asked him about Kyle Shanahan.
So, like, for Cowboy
obviously,
fans.
if there's going to be a coach, T.O. had plenty of beefs with other coaches.
Oh, I know that.
And other coaches like, yo, this guy needs to go. This guy needs to go. He's not good. And he still can't stand Mooch. So if we asked him, hey, Farhan, what are your thoughts on that? He would have probably said Farhan's got to go.
Exactly.
He never played. But in terms of Kyle Shanahan and what he's done with the 49ers,
yes,
T.O. thinks it's absolutely absurd. Yeah, and I'm with T.O. in that aspect.
And I agree with you because his resume is comprehensive. Whereas Mike McCarthy, similar to I think actually McCarthy's been pretty successful, but it's clearly not working anymore, right? It's time to go. You know, it's time to go in Dallas, and the fans want him out. And whether Jerry feels that pressure or not, they're still printing money. I don't know if they have the leverage to be able to pull that. I do believe it's not the main reason, but part of why the Giants made the decisions that they did, the fans were not happy.
You know, we had some great guests today. Cam Newton was awesome. He set the tone. And him saying that this is the most disappointing season he's covered with the 49ers, it's like, wow. He's covered this team a lot. He's seen some bad teams, some good teams. Most disappointing. Whoa. You get Woody Page. You see Mike. He thinks Mike needs to take a step back. That Kyle needs to go to Brian Griese a little bit more and, lean on him a little bit more with the San Francisco 49ers and not Mike Shanahan. And Mike Shanahan needs to just, chill in Mexico and San Francisco and just let Kyle do his thing. Need to get T.O. Like, hey, tongue in cheek, but Debo, it's time to lock in. We love your pregame fits, but are you more locked in on that and Kay Adams, or are you more locked in on maybe taking a quick sled to the house 70 yards? He said it tongue-in-cheek, though. Tongue-in-cheek.
Have they done another Ayuk Debo with Liv Moods on Bleacher Report? Have they done another episode since
Kittle was on there. I think they still do well.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if they were still doing that.
It wasn't going too well. He still does Up and Adams.
Don't you think that today, and that's why I'm going to be so locked into Steiny and Goo, is Brock Purdy going to practice today? Is he going to throw a football? Is Bosa going to practice today?
We shall find out.
Are we going to find out soon? Like, they're got to be on the field soon.
Yeah, well, we'll find out when they hit the practice field today.
So I'll be tapped into Steiny and Goo.
The latest episode of Cleats and Convos with Debo Samuel, he had Josh Downs on the podcast yesterday to talk about Anthony Richardson and the growth of Anthony Richardson.
Josh Downs is balling.
Did you see the Jonathan Taylor quote about that? Jonathan Taylor was asked about Anthony Richardson. They're like, Anthony Richardson was coming in and doing all of his work, but he didn't realize to be the quarterback, you can't just come in and do all the work. You have to go above and beyond. So he started eating his lunch with all the coaches, and in the film room during lunch, he'd come in before everyone was getting there. It wasn't that he wasn't working. It's that the requirements of a young quarterback and any quarterback in the league to be great, you have to go above and beyond everyone else. You have to literally be there at the beginning before anyone's there, stay longer than everyone, eat, sleep, and breathe it. And so, like, he was talking about his dedication, and Jonathan Taylor's like, you can't just be one of the guys. You have to be more than one of the guys. It was interesting. It was really interesting regarding Anthony Richardson.
All right. Let's get to Fast Five.
My final thoughts is drive safe and put on your rain gear. I got my duck boots on today so that I can go through all the puddles on my 8-block walk.
How about you just avoid the puddles on the 8-block walk?
Well, that's why I got the duck boots on. Go walk right through them.
Like baby LJ.
I'm looking for boots for him. I went to the Old Navy store. They didn't have any. Although he dunked his first basketball yesterday.
My final thought. Let's go Colorado. Going to Arrowhead. Go beat the Kansas Jayhawks. They got this cornerback talking mess about Travis Hunter. Go do what you do, Colorado. I doubted you. The world doubted you. Hey, it's my final thought. You cut me off. You cut me off with my final thought. What's going on around here? Go Buffs. Go win that Big 12 championship and get to the college football playoff. And let people like Lubbock and Shasky tell you ain't really accomplished nothing because you played the Big 12. Don't listen to people like that. Dion, Shador, Shiloh. High-level haters are coming your way. Fast and furious. You know what to do. Go get the dub. And then tell the haters, what did Shaq tell Kobe? Kobe, how my ass taste?
Kobe won that battle. 888-957-9570. Terrell Owens going at Deebo Samuel? I don't think there was much tongue. When you say tongue-in-cheek, you're laughing about it. I did not hear him laughing when he said tongue-in-cheek.
He chuckled. Stop instigating.
Just saying. I'm just telling you what I heard.
We're just high-level hating.
I'm indifferent on the situation. I'm agnostic. I'm allowing it to play out.
My final thought is just because life always just seems to sync up in such fun ways. Literally, as soon as we got done with that Colorado conversation, we got the Pat McAfee show up here in the producer studio, and he's got Julian Juju Lewis, who is the number 2 quarterback in this year's recruiting class. And the dude commits to Colorado literally right as we finish our Colorado conversation. Such a fun life. I wonder what this kid's going to do, though, once Deion leaves Colorado after this season, though.
Is he really leaving after the season?
Well, he's going to take over the Cowboys, or maybe he's going to go and take up that trailer park in Tallahassee.
If I was the Raiders, I think it would be a huge splash in terms of PR. I would do it, but it would be rife with risk.
I'd much rather have Mike Vrabel, who's been linked to the Raiders the last few days.
I didn't know that.
That's a good move.
I like him in Chicago, too.
And Tom Brady's going to be a lot more involved as part of that ownership stake. I think he's going to take a huge role in finding the next head coach. And according to my sources, he wasn't very high on the AP hiring last year, making him full-time.
Well, we're talking blow out the entire offensive staff like 7 weeks later.
Warriors played 14 games. They're 11-3. Draymond Green has played in all 14 games. 51 to go for the House of Prime Rib
season, baby.
51 to go.
Just one dish.
51 to go.
And all of us, too.
You agreed to all of them.
Yes.
So, Shasky.
Wait, time out.
Hopefully you paid your mortgage on your third house.
Time out. I'm remodeling the second one. Stop with the third. I did not say all three.
Yes, you did. Oh, yes, you did. You said the whole show. You did. Sometimes you
pretty sure that was the case. Yeah, I agree.
Yes.
Sometimes
60 games.
Sometimes you 65. Or we can move it to 60. We can move it to 60.
Yeah.
We can move it to 60 if you want. I mean,
65 is great. I like where I stand.
Sometimes you say things, and I'm like, boy, Shasky, you shouldn't say that, but you said it. All of us are going to House of Prime Rib, baby, on Shasky's credit card. Now, Satisfy brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Don't be a high-level hater, folks. Be nice. Steiny Guru next. Do you believe?
Ooh, we got a question. Brian W. asks, it's the holiday.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack.
Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Sports, man.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Warriors win 120-97 over the Atlanta Hawks. I'll tell you what, that team were in the English Premier League. They may be relegated.
What? Now, what's that mean?
It means, Evan, it means when they kick you out of the league and bring in 3 teams that are a minor league team or lesser level team.
And I resigned. I don't know if you got the memo. I am out of the Trae Young fan club. Okay. Was he on shrooms? What was that last night, Steiny? That was Warrior defense in that tail. The Warriors D is just, it's refreshing. But my God, Atlanta, that was a stink bomb.
Yeah, that's a game where
Quinn Snyder with red glasses, take them off. Get the Van Gundy's. What are you doing?
Just put black glasses on.
Coach your team.
Or brown.
Steiny, they had nothing from the outset.
Well, the only thing you can take out of that game if you're a Warrior fan is they won it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't sink any more effort into what happened because
11-3.
The Hawks had won a couple games on a trip. God knows how. And they were just, you know what? It's another game where you look at it and you're like, that's not a good product from that one team.
Yeah, no doubt.
But
I go ahead.
Hey, they took care of business. That's what good teams do against teams that aren't ready to play or aren't together or don't have chemistry or aren't motivated. And I think that's one of the reasons, and just to get back to this 12-man rotation that they're going to try to play, I still believe it's going to work in the regular season. And to me, a game like last night is why. I'm not saying that they wouldn't have won that game if they wouldn't have had a 12-man rotation. But if the Warriors play 12 guys and they're all playing hard, they're going to beat a lot of teams in the regular season. And they're 11-3 right now. And, things are clicking. There's no doubt about it. The only downside right now is what happened to DeAnthony Melton.
Man.
He's going to miss the rest of the year with an ACL injury. But there's a couple silver linings there, I think.
Give it to us.
Well, the one is this is the beauty of having a 12-man rotation. And I think this is the beauty of having a back end of the roster where the guys, a lot of the players are at about the same skill level. Eddie Johnson brought that up yesterday. I don't think there's a big difference between the 7th man and the 11th man on this team. So I think they're equipped to deal without Melton for the season. But the one thing I was thinking is, Goo, I'm going to surprise you with this one because I didn't even give you a hint. This is where I was going. Is this the first thing you can question Mike Dunleavy about? Signing DeAnthony Melton. Now he had a bad back. And
35 games last year.
And he's been injury prone. And the Warriors signed him right out of the gates in free agency. 15 minutes after free agency opened, they signed him to a 1-year, $13 million deal. And he had a history of injury, and now another injury is going to knock him out for the year. Is it fair? I am always interested in how fans look at that. Is that a mistake? Did he make a mistake because he signed an injury-plagued player? Or is just that something that happens and it's outside of your control? And, it's a piece of bad fortune, but you got to move on.
Okay, I love the question, and I'll say this before I answer, Steiny. Who in the hell had this Golden State Warrior team after 14 games, 11-3? I know you were excited for him, ecstatic. I didn't, and I don't know how many people are in that line, so I'll leave that there. But, no, I'll say this. Had Melton lost the season due to back issues, then there would be a conversation. But the fact that this was an ACL, something he hadn't had problems with, I got to give Mike D a pass on. That's why he was aggressive, brought him in. But if you want to have a conversation, I think you got to be mute right now because everything is good in Warriorville right now. But you said something, Steiny, that I'm kind of like, and I'm going you with that in regard to comparing Melton, who I felt like had a diversified portfolio in regard to what he could do, and then they identified him as being a starter, and now Pods is struggling. I don't know. I know Moody is not as polished as Melton, and Waters is playing his tail off, but I bring that up because I am a little concerned now as what Melton symbolized. Can these other guys duplicate that? And you could be like, well, we only play such and such games. I get that. But moving forward, Melton seemed like a perfect fit.
I mean, I think Pods is a fit. I think Moody's a fit. I think Waters is a fit. I think Hield's a fit. They're all different players, but they all can play. And I would just say that if you're going to play 11 or 12 guys and Melton's now hurt, this doesn't ruin your season because you've got plenty of guys who can play that position. Now, I like Melton too, no doubt about it. He looked like he was giving him something that they hadn't really had in a little while, but
he has something to prove too because he lost last year due to injury.
Yeah, this to me though isn't a death knell for the Golden State Warriors. It's just something that they're going to have to deal with. And
do they make a move, or you think no? If I can understand you correctly, they got enough. I know Bonte had mentioned that before he got out of here.
Well, I don't think that the Melton injury makes them hit the phones to get another player. Right. I think they're in the same frame of mind they've been in since the offseason, where they're going to look all year and figure out if somebody's available, and if that somebody is somebody they like, I think they're going to go after him. But I got to just spend a minute on the Hawks here.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
There was a and I know he doesn't care, but boy, I didn't. I thought Quinn Snyder was a little more buttoned up. Oh. So it's the end of the second quarter, okay, and the Warriors are up, and the Atlanta Hawks get the ball with 25.5 seconds left in the second quarter.
I remember.
And they bring the ball up court, and it finds Bogdanovich in the corner, and he takes a three-pointer with 12 seconds left on the clock. Man. Misses. Warriors get the rebound, and they go down and get the last shot. They missed it, but the bigger picture is, what are you doing?
Wow.
25 seconds left and 24 on the shot clock? You got to run it down and get the last shot. Like, that
he didn't get his butt either. I was watching this.
He didn't say anything.
He's like one of their friends. Like, dude, you should be. Popovich would have. You almost strangled you. I could not. Steiny, you're gonna laugh. I think it's a lack of respect for the coach. Almost like, dude, we're just out here balling, man.
Maybe it's
not.
You
got your red frame zone, your Gucci frame zone, trying to look swagalicious. But man, that was a bad. What was going on?
Yeah, I mean, not a great night for the Atlanta Hawks.
But the Warriors 11. I think, again, I'm being redundant. You and Evan talked about it when I was out, and I just got to be honest, Donnie. I think they're earning it. With the state of the NBA now, Luke is out with the sprained wrist for a week. I mean, it just keeps coming. I think they can, by taking care of business and being serious and being talented like they are. I hope this doesn't come off wrong. They can almost manipulate their way to a top 3 or 4 seed because they're back. They're mad. They're invested emotionally, and they're playing good ball, man.
Yeah, I don't know if it's too early to talk about where they're going to be seated or anything like that. But I do think that they're off, obviously, to a really good start. They're playing a lot of guys. They're getting a lot of contributions. And the thing that I like most is they don't have to rely on 1 or 2 guys to play well for them to win a game. They've got multiple guys who can do that, and I think that's been their kind of.
Wiggins was great last night.
Yeah, I think that's kind of been their signature through the first 14 games. We all know Podziemski's struggling a little bit, but he hasn't cost them a game. And again, Podziemski struggling. You don't have to play him 27 minutes a night if he's struggling.
Can you keep that up, though? That's what I worry about.
Why not?
Because Draymond spoke about Pods and him being, in his own head. And it was fascinating, again, to hear the OG talk about one of his young comrades. But, Steiny, I guess, time will tell if you're right. And I hear what you're saying, and you're not minimizing because you just gave kudos to Melton, but you keep saying now it's one less guy that's going to play. And then if Pods doesn't figure it out or Kuminga doesn't, then at some point when you play better teams, at some point somebody's got to answer the bell.
Well, that's my point, is they got a lot of guys who can answer the bell from night to night. And the Melton season-ending injury is something I think they can absolutely overcome, and they've got different guys who can do it. But 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to get into some Warriors today. Matt Barrows of The Athletic joining us at 12 o'clock. We're also going to get into some real good sound about the 49ers a little bit later in the show and where their season's at right now, because it does feel like it's at a crossroads. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Expert technicians check fluids, tire pressure, wipers, lights, batteries, and more. For locations and coupons, visit BayAreaOilChange.com, BayAreaOilChange.com.
Tune in this week to
to hell with Harry.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'm in a good mood today. And then this text came in.
Oh, boy.
Steiny, what's the deal? Can't you get off the Niners train and get on the Warriors? I was amazed at how ho-hum you were about this year's Warriors season on opening day. What show were you listening to, Miss
That's
T
a plant.
from Oakland?
Yeah, that's a plant.
That is a plant.
Yeah, you've been fired up from the
I was higher on this team than Goo.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. You didn't understand the concept of depth and role players and fit.
Yeah, no.
You just didn't. You're
Why
all
do you
star
gotta
power.
I'm backing you up, coming to fight with him, and then he stabs me and punches me.
I just wanted to make sure somebody doesn't think you're me and I'm you.
No,
That's
just
all.
stop. I went to my guy Aaron Posey's birthday party Saturday in Modesto, and somebody pulled me to the side, and this just is speaking to how people think and where we are as a society. You and Stoney aren't arguing enough. And I just look like, you get off on that. That's what you turn it on for? That's sad to me, seriously.
A lot of people watch auto racing for car crashes.
Or you can drive on 880 and see them. But
some people watch the NHL for the fights.
All right, before we get back to the Warriors, another victory lap.
I'll be the judge of that.
And you better have my back. I told you before the baseball season started, the Pirates were going to call up a phenom, and his name was Paul Skeens, and you were right there in that same jacket, and I said, Steiny, he's special.
Everybody had him as special.
But he went won the Rookie of the Year. Yeah. And you got to get that to me. You heard it here first. Just have my back and put that in the, talk that up, as
Anybody
they say.
who read any of the trade papers knew Skeens was going to be good.
Evan is my witness. Pop the bubbly.
In fact, what if I told you I took him in my fantasy league in the second round?
Okay. I don't care because you didn't share it till now.
Well, I
the
didn't.
most hype pitching prospects in Steven Strasburg.
Let me guess. You saw LeBron coming too. Nobody saw LeBron coming,
man. Don't tell Guru he can play sound from the computer. Now he didn't turn on me. Just give me the dub.
I had a thought last night about
only one.
I had a thought about the NBA last night.
Oh, give it to us.
Is depth more important than having stars?
I'm going to say no.
I think it might be.
Well, what would you call something that's just, I hate it.
The Warriors have one star.
What would Boston be to you? Because they got
multiple.
Yeah, they got everything.
They're the ideal. But what I'm saying is, would you rather be, Embiid, Paul George, Maxey? What's that getting that team? It's like if you have 2 or 3 star players and one of them goes down, you're done. You're done.
Well, yeah,
and
but that's across the board, though.
No, the Warriors only have one player, I believe, that if right now they lost, they would be in big, big trouble. 1.5, I'll give you Draymond.
Well, what about the Lakers? AD or LeBron, right? One of them go down, it's a wrap.
Right, but how's their depth is what I'm saying.
Well, it's improved now.
Well, I'm looking at the Golden State Warriors right now, and they're going to have 9 available bodies who are good players night in and night out. And I think I'm just looking at Denver right now, and Aaron Gordon's played half the year.
Jokic has
and
been out.
Murray has missed 3 games. Jokic has missed games. And they've gotten off to a little bit of a slow start. The Warriors have depth. And I'm just wondering, we've always called the NBA a star league.
Yes.
You've got to have stars. Maybe with this era of load management and guys not playing full seasons, depth might be more important than having a star.
Well,
I should say multiple stars.
Because I look at the finals. I go back to the recent championship, and Dallas had what I believe the Warriors have, but just a little more in regard to two alphas, and then a great bunch of pieces that fit. So, and now they've added Clay. But Steiner, I'm taking the stars all day. But injury can throw that off. But yeah, this just feels different.
From the 415, correct, Steiny. Depth is more important than stars. 707. 2 different seasons, Steiny. Regular season, you need depth to survive. Playoffs, you need superstars to take over. Yeah, I think we'll probably find that out maybe this year.
But when the Warriors won it in 22, what that was a win for this formula that you talk about. They had 1 star.
Exactly.
Well, Draymond
too. But Clay and Draymond, that championship were not the second best player. It was Wiggins.
No doubt.
So they
1.5.
And to me, Wiggins was
terrific.
Part of their depth that year, even though he started. Just throwing that out there and seeing if people, what people think about it. But let's go to Big Smooth. Wants to talk about DeAnthony Melton. What's going on, Smooth?
Yeah, I was just good morning. First of all, good morning.
Yeah, hey.
Yeah, here's my thing. You're saying, well, does Dunleavy? Correct me if I'm wrong. You're asking if Dunleavy gets a ding for this year because Melton gets injured on a freak play. If you saw the play, it was a freak play. It had nothing to do with his back whatsoever.
Yeah, I'm asking.
He's done a job that may reshape the way that these teams are building because of this first, second, third apron. The Warriors have gotten ahead of this once again, light years. Hey, you know what? We're going to get a bunch of guys, mid-range guys. We're going to flood the bench and we're going to play everybody, stack up wins, and then we can redefine the lineup when we get close to the playoffs. Brilliant. Who saw this coming? I think now, as you now can tell, the national media has finally awakened to these Warriors because I'm starting to see the national talking heads are starting to pick it up. But and then on TNT they were saying, well, I don't think this is sustainable. Of course it's sustainable. It's the only way to make it sustainable is to have these guys and put these numbers in. And then Steph is only playing like 28 minutes a game. His numbers are going to go down. This is the blueprint, man. I'm telling you, this is the blueprint.
Well, hey, Big Smoothie, real quick. I'm not saying you're wrong, but and I got to be careful because you're not throwing bouquets everywhere. Because last year hurt me, and I hadn't forgot about it. You didn't make the playoffs, but the Warriors tried to do something different in the offseason, and I do wonder do they look at each other right now and say, you know what, we're so glad we didn't get either one of those guys because you're excited. I'm excited, but we don't know where this thing is going as far as can they really compete for a chip? And if they got an opportunity to do it or break it up for a star, Big Smoothie, will they do it,
Well, I'm glad you asked that. Here's the thing. Look at the numbers. The numbers don't lie. Top 5 offense, top 5 defense. Also, Steiny, you mentioned this Hawks team as if they're terrible. Go back and look at the numbers. They're the top 5 in assists, and they're on the top 5 in, I think it's I know they looked bad last night because the Warriors made them look bad.
Well,
go back and look at the numbers. This team,
right? Why do you think they lead the league in assists? Because they play no defense, and all they want to do is score.
Wow, man!
Listen, I hear you, Smooth.
Yeah. We hear you,
but that game,
please, we could have beat Atlanta.
Oh, you know what?
Evans,
How about this, Smooth?
And Nahegan.
You know what, Smooth? You might be right. The Hawks came in as the number 5 seed in the East last night.
Yeah.
That was a team that's in 5th place in the East.
Yeah.
5th place.
And I don't.
So maybe you're right. They're atop the Eastern Conference.
That was embarrassing. The Warriors had a lot to do
in
with
the East that are above 500.
Exactly.
What is that man?
West is better than the East.
Well, I think Silver, and I've been a proponent of this for a while, Steiny, just make them all one division. This can't keep up, man.
Yeah, I don't know.
Now we got the varsity league and the JV league.
And Smooth, just for reference, I said, is this the first thing you can question Mike Dunleavy about? Signing Melton.
Yeah.
And he got hurt. I get it's not the back, but he's had an injury history, and now he's going to miss the rest of the season. It's just a question. Yeah. And because I always feel like we don't have a set standard about if a guy gets hurt, like, what was the guy's name? My guy for the 49ers who had the problems, and he was
Reuben Foster.
Reuben Foster. I think he was picked like 31, and he was absolutely phenomenal, and then he ran into problems.
Yeah.
Do you hold that against the Niners organization because it was a great pick?
But he had a file, so
Melton had a file too.
Yeah.
So
but it was a back file.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's an injury's an injury.
Well, the big smoothie's point,
and he hasn't
it was kind of flukish, Tony.
Well,
this injury.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I'm just.
But okay, look though. This is what I'm saying. I don't care if it's a back or whatever it is. The reality
luck.
of the situation. Yeah. Well, it's not. Is it bad luck? Played 50, 60, 52. Last year, 38. I mean, I'm just asking the question about, do you hold an injury against the team for signing him, or do you question, you know what? They did go out and get a guy who's been injury prone. I'm not looking to start anything here because the bottom line is that this team's very equipped to move on without Melton, and he was their big free agent signing in the offseason. They signed him 15 minutes after free agency opened.
What if I told you
asking the question?
No, I love it. But what if I told you this is on the Guru computer, Steiny, on Keeping It Real? If anybody or any Warrior fan had a problem, the day that initial signing was announced.
Well, you did. You did.
Yeah.
Take a victory lap.
You said, the back. I thought the back couldn't be overcome. Yeah. This was a fluke ACL, and that can happen to anybody. So that's why I don't double back now and say, now, Steiny, if this were a back, it's on and popping. But I don't think it's fair for something fluke on another body part to say, man, you should have saw this coming. That's all. Okay. Now, some may have done that. Oh, your neck's connected to your arm bone. Your arm bone's connected to your, I get that, but I not for this, for me.
888-957-9570 is the number. I'm also interested in how Warrior fans look at a game like last night. And I take away one thing from that game, and that is you won it. That's another win. You're 11-3. You've done a great job of stacking wins. Outside of that, I'm not putting a lot of stock in that game because the Hawks were not good at all last night, and they didn't look like they were motivated to play. And the Warriors put them in their place.
Yeah.
So
early.
That to me is what a good team would do to a team that tries to come in and play like that against you. You just hammer them, and that's what the Warriors did. So. Kudos to them for that. And now they go on the road and play a back-to-back against the Pelicans and the Spurs. And we'll find out a little more about the Golden State Warriors, which is fun.
Those are two winnable games. They're better than both teams.
Do the Warriors have a non-winnable game this year?
That is wow, man.
I mean,
that was well said. I get it.
They got blown out by Cleveland, but that happens once in a while.
Now, before you get to the phone, Steiny, I know you and Bonte almost jumped me when I brought this up, and I'm about to bring it up again. It's not the Jonathan Kuminga Warriors. It's no Steph Curry Warriors. It's the Warriors on mine. It's our team.
Right.
But I love every player like we're all family, and it's hard not to watch and know what each player, where they're at, what they got going on, because we monitor it. But do you have a problem in a blowout for Jonathan Kuminga, his third straight game to where he did not get 20 minutes recorded, 3 of 9 on the night? So he's fine.
We're 11-3.
I'm focused on Jonathan Kuminga. So you're not a good teacher. Because you got a classroom. It's the class, but you got to manage.
Yeah, one guy can't hold up the class.
It's not about holding up.
See?
Why are you reluctant to talk about...
He deserved 19 minutes last night. That's what he got. How come you're not saying why Pods only played 15?
Well, we all
what about Moody? Moody only played 19.
Yeah, but Pods is struggling, and we're watching that. Yeah, but it feels like Kuminga's the dirty little secret nobody wants to talk about.
I don't think so, because I've been saying forever that if you're going to play an 11 or 12-man rotation, that's not going to be good for Kuminga. It's not good for Kuminga, but it's good for the team.
No doubt. That's all I was asking for. And I'm rooting for all of them. But I was just like, man, what's going on here? Yeah.
Kyle Anderson only with 14 minutes last night.
He
stripped.
Hey, no, you saw
Trae Young just robbed him blind.
Oh, Eddie Johnson.
Hey, how come Gary Payton only played 6 minutes?
GP3. Those hit me different than Kuminga. Their futures are different than Kuminga's. That's all.
We'll see.
Wow.
We'll see.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Pete in San Ramon. What's going on, Pete? How you doing? Buddy Hield only 20 minutes.
Hey.
was a blowout. Go ahead, Pete.
Oh, man. I'm with both of you on so many different things in the last few minutes. I'm just going to say I'm really with Big Smooth about playing everybody. All the more experience they can get during the year, that's going to be good for all of them. And this is going to change the NBA over the next couple of years, just like Steph and Clay did with three-point shooting a few years ago. I think it's great. It's a team sport. And that's what I got today. Thanks a lot.
Appreciate the call, Pete.
Yeah, I got you. Right now, Steiny, so far, so good. But we can't ignore that there's, two guys with 4 rings and another guy, Looney, with 3. Like, they got a closer. They got a formula to where if everybody does, their thing, the closer can bring you home are the closers. And Draymond again last night, like the bully on the schoolyard playing hoop, just taking the ball there was no resistance from Atlanta, just fumbling the ball, just scared, it seemed like.
Let's go to Matt in Oakland. What's going on, Matt? How you doing?
What is up on this gloomy day, gentlemen?
Hey, what's up, man?
No, everything's cool. 2 quick points and a question. Guru, they won.
And I'm happy they won. What makes you think you had to tell me that?
Well, because
can he talk?
Well, he can talk. You brought up Kuminga early.
Okay, and as far as Kuminga goes, man, he's right where he should be. The guy is not experienced. He's 22. He was good last night. He's not a bust. He's might be a future All-Star, but I'm not sure that's going to happen with Curry. But I'm cool with Kuminga. My last thing's a question. Have you guys gone over what they can do with Melton? Can they trade his contract and package him with something else?
Yeah, they can.
What is it? What would that mean?
Well,
but even if they did, they can only use so much of it.
No. So he's making $13 million and he's hurt. So basically, what happened with the injury is he's gone now from an asset to filler. In other words, if you were to make a trade with the Warriors and Melton were healthy, you throw him into the deal, and that's a plus. The other team's getting a player. But if you have to use Melton now, it would solely be as part of the deal that would make the money work because they know he's not going to play this year. He's going to be
signed him for 1 year, right?
Yeah, exactly. He's less valuable for sure, but they can still use him in a trade to aggregate if they need to.
Okay.
But the team that gets him knows they're getting a player who won't be playing, which is fine if they want to come off his money at the end of the year. That's kind of how I would explain it.
All right. Thanks, fellas. And Steiny, be nicer to Guru, man. That's all I got to say.
That's never going to happen.
Please.
That's not going to happen.
That's a drop.
Yeah. He's a poodle. These people take this like I need help. I love you, buddy, but you are a poodle. Never been in a fight.
Yes, I was.
You're a bully on the radio.
Brett Wiley in second grade.
I ain't mad at
broke his collarbone. You don't have the
about 500 in my career with fights.
I told you that. Warriors, they look good.
Yeah.
They look good.
I'm going to back off.
But I just wonder why he hit me with the Kuminga antidote. We're watching these guys grow and play and evolve. I do, the 11-3 start, but I can't ignore what's going on. And with Pods, I just feel like he's struggling.
Everybody's contributing.
Yeah.
To me, that's what's going on. And how long can they keep it up? Are they going to be committed to this all year? I mean, we're 14, 15 games through the season. I mean, that's 20%? So,
man,
little less than 20. So they're clearly going to keep trying it as long as they can. Austin in San Jose, he ain't buying it.
Our man.
What's up, Austin? What aren't you buying, my main man?
Hey, fellas, what's going on, man?
Hey.
I always love the conversation. Yeah, I'm like my guy Guru. I'm different, and I don't. I got to be honest, man. I know the Warriors are 11-3. First of all, last night's game was what a terrible product for the NBA, man. That was terrible. I mean, I don't care whether the Warriors won by 50. I don't want to watch that, and I certainly don't want to pay for that. So that's just me. And so the second thing I think you agree, Steiny, on that. I mean, the NBA's got a structural issue with I watch the league
yes,
pass,
they do.
man. I scroll around. Believe me, guys, the product is not good right now. Okay,
I agree wholeheartedly.
This whole 12-man rotation thing, Steiny.
Yeah,
I can't go with it, man. I don't like this collegiate thing. You can't tell me, Steiny and Guru, you guys play ball. What guys did you know come in saying, I don't mind coming off the bench. I don't mind not being in the starting lineup. When has this all started? This is ridiculous. That's not the way these guys are built. These guys are built to be starters, man. They want to be on the court. They want to be the guys being announced. That's what these guys work their whole lives for. So I don't think that these guys are buying in. Because they're not saying anything doesn't mean they're buying in. You know what I mean, right? I mean, you can't tell me that those guys like Kuminga's already said he wants to start, and Draymond said he should want to start. Anybody that settles for not wanting to start is a guy that's really settling for being mediocre. So I question all that, Steiny. I know it looks good right now. And then the last thing is, please stop saying that all these guys are equal. Podziemski, all these guys, they are designated role players. We should not be projecting these guys into the starting lineup, ever. Podziemski cannot be in the starting lineup on a team that's going to win over time. Please, can we stop that? That's all I got, guys. Thanks.
Yeah, all I'm saying is how do you tell the difference? I mean, not how do you tell the difference, but to me, Payton, Podziemski, Moody,
they're not
Lindy
Melton's,
Waters.
though, Steiny, and I know he's gone, but we got to put some respect on Melton's name. And maybe that's why he was inserted into the starting lineup. I'll just say that. They're good, but they're not Melton.
Who is Melton? He's never played a full season.
Wow.
So I don't know how good Melton can be over 80 games. What I'm saying is when Steve Kerr looks down to his bench and he sees, let's say 3 days ago, he sees Melton, Podziemski, Payton, Moody. I mean, reach into a hat and pick out your guy.
Yeah.
I don't think there's that's what I mean. I don't think there's a drastic difference between those guys. And here's what I would say, because Austin, I've been thinking about that too.
Good points, Mom.
I've been thinking about that too. But you got to look at the individual players who have to buy into this. Okay, Buddy Hield. Buddy Hield's in his 11th year, all right? He's playing like 22, 24 minutes a game, which is just about what he's been playing in the past, maybe a little less. Buddy Hield's a veteran. There's no doubt he likes it here.
Yep.
I don't think he's going to have a problem with playing 22 minutes a game.
At all.
Gary Payton II. He's not going to complain about minutes.
At all.
He's just not. He with all due respect, he doesn't have the right to complain about minutes. Looney, we've seen Looney in this role a million times. He doesn't have an attitude problem. He'll be ready when the team calls on him. Podziemski and Moody, hey, I got news for you. They're still very young players, and if they want to act pissed off and be an attitude problem because they're not playing, well, guess what? That's too bad. They're not all-stars in this league. So, and even this guy, Kyle Anderson. Kyle Anderson is not the kind of guy who's going to go to the media and say, I should be playing 25 minutes a game. That's kind of not who he is. And I'll go a step further. I think that's a big reason, or one of the reasons why Dunleavy targeted Melton and Hield and Anderson, because he knew they were solid veteran players who would be able to handle the ups and downs of the season, which might include playing some nights and not playing as much as others. So I give Mike Dunleavy a lot of credit for that.
Now, what about Kuminga? You left him out.
Another young player. He's a young player. I know nobody likes to hear that, but if you're not going to guarantee minutes, you got to not guarantee minutes to everybody. And I think so far Steve Kerr's done a great job of playing the guys who deserve it, and the guys who aren't playing well, they don't play quite as much, but they always play. Everybody's getting into every game. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warrior fans, how do you feel about the 11, 12-man rotation? Do you think there's trouble up around the bend, like Austin said, or do you think this team can handle inconsistent minutes because that's what it may be. But when I look at player by player on this team, I don't see a malcontent. And that includes Jonathan Kuminga. Download 888-957-9570 is the number. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Picture yourself in a cozy room by the fire, enjoying breathtaking views of Bodega Bay. This time of year is magical at Inn at the Tides. Midweek rates start at just $159 per night. Book your escape now, inatthetides.com.
Game Day Men's Health is
Can we get to the bottom of the wives?
Black Mets.
Hey, it's Moses Moody with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
Let's see, Moses. 19 minutes last night for Moody.
4 more than JK?
Yeah.
But I'll say this about...
Oh, yeah.
JK had 15.
No. 16, 17, 18. 3 minutes and 45 seconds.
Oh, look at my man.
I'm sorry. I got to be nicer to you.
No.
I do.
That's a joke.
I don't think he was
I'm 6'4", 237. I got no problem with you. But listen, I got to be honest. I love what our man Austin in San Jose said. I feel him, but what I'm getting concerned with, and this is not haterade, the Warriors are sending the message to every one of the players, regardless of where you're at in regard to your contract, like, hey, bud, right now we're not budging off of this. So tough. So it's almost kind of hard that the team is winning and doing. They're the number 1 seed in the West right now. You can't complain because it would come off as bad right now. How about that, Steiny?
Exactly.
If you wanted to.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
And I did this during the break, little homework. So I'm mad at what I feel like a bottom feeder schedule because I want to see a good game. The Warriors got New Orleans tomorrow, the Spurs Saturday, then Brooklyn. But listen to this, the next 7 games. OKC at home, at Phoenix, at Denver, Houston at home, your T-Wolves, back-to-back baseball series, then Memphis, Minnesota. Yes.
Then they play Minnesota 3 out of 4 games.
Yes, what is that about?
That's weird.
Yeah, but it's gonna pick up is where I'm going. But they might be 20-4 or better.
You want to bet? I'll make that bet. I'll have to make that bet.
Well, hold on now, because I'm hearing Will Guru. Don't make the sucker bet on Evan.
They'd have to win 9 of 10.
I do it for the show. Take one for the team. I was that guy.
So you want to bet?
Yeah,
they'll be 20-4. They're gonna win 9 of their next 10.
No, that's yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that'd be a dumb
I shouldn't have done the math.
Yeah, that's a dumb bet.
But
next question.
By the way, now I had it here and now I lost it. But anyway, you know what the Warriors' record was last year after 14 games?
Let Evan and I guess it.
Oh, it's not that hard.
6-8.
6-8. They were 6-8
I heard the
last
6
year.
coming off your lip.
6-8 last year. They're 11-3 this year.
After starting 6-2, I believe.
Yeah, no, and you hate this, but you kept saying they got to play some tougher teams, and boy, it happened. Starting with that Denver loss in Denver that they should have won.
Yep, they lost that game 108-105. By the way, I'm thinking about this last night.
That product part. Go ahead.
Watching the Warriors game, and
that court was awesome.
That doesn't deserve a water. I just watched the game.
Oh, but
that's all I did.
And you were listening.
But the question...
You said like you were bragging about it.
Exactly, yeah. Evan knows you. We do too. Go ahead.
How would you feel if you had to support a team like the Philadelphia 76ers? Imagine being a 76ers fan and trying with all your might to get behind that team. How could you do it? How can you do it if you're a fan? I talked to my buddy last night. He's got season ticket holder. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. How many games have you gone to?
Perfect.
How many games have you gone to? None.
But okay,
0.
I get that because it's a choice.
You can't get behind Embiid and Paul George.
But you can do this with the Eagles last year. Now they fixed it, allegedly, with Sirianni and Jalen Hurts whining. So we thought they fixed it. I'm
saying, right now, if you're a Warrior fan watching a team like the Sixers, think about how demoralized you'd be.
Who are you really mad at with Philly outside of Embiid? You ain't mad at
Paul
Maxey.
George. I'm mad at Daryl Morey. Okay. I'm mad at the organization.
Right. They mad or disappointed? Because we don't know.
They have guys who don't love the game. Well, plain and simple.
Can we really say that about Paul George, who hyperextended the same knee?
I'm just saying. Do you think?
You know what I mean?
Answer the question. You would be in Philly supporting that team like you would support the Golden State Warriors. No chance. It's demoralizing.
Well, I have an issue with Embiid.
He's out.
Yeah, no
he's
doubt.
in.
I
He's
have
out.
an issue with him saying he's not playing back-to-back.
Exactly.
So it's frustrating.
Exactly.
But last year they were almost in it.
That's great. I'm looking at this
Embiid,
year.
but I'm not mad at Paul George or Maxey.
I would not watch that team. I'm not watching.
You gotta
that
always
team.
watch, though.
No, you don't.
You gotta always watch.
I won't watch Philly once this year.
Because I got a bat. You think I'm playing? Had Halloween and I've been on my P's and Q's. I'd have came in here with a Cowboy jersey and the paper bag with the eyes and lips cut out. Like that's where I'm at. You gotta always watch, Donnie. You cannot not watch.
Well, first of all, don't tell me what to do.
I'm telling you.
I'm saying put yourself in the position of a Sixers fan.
But you gotta watch.
No, you don't. That's the problem with the NBA. Nobody's watching this crap. People are disillusioned.
That was crap last night.
People are disillusioned. We have a league full of players making multi-millions of dollars, and the perception is they don't really care that much, and it's hard to think they do.
Wow.
When you follow the game like
now
we follow the game.
I got nothing for you there.
Wouldn't pay a dime to see the Sixers.
As Luka goes to
Not
the
right
list
now.
of sprained wrist, out a week.
Exactly.
Gosh! Man up!
You know what? You're the kind of fan that every owner
You better
loves.
be careful.
Oh, I'll just go watch anything, even if it's crap.
You covered the Warriors for umpteen years when they were crapola.
Right, and they didn't have a lot of fans that really lived and died with them.
No, people showed up. We
For
showed
the
up.
other team, it's a great timeout.
I know,
Here's
but-
our package. Kobe's coming in. Jordan's coming in. Buy the package.
Stoney, but
Be nice to the guru, man.
Don't try to sell me. Don't try to sell me that the Sixers are exciting.
You can't tell me I didn't watch the Warriors when they were crap. I watched it for Fitz.
That's great.
And Fitz,
How many games did you go to? That's my point. Right. They gave you the tickets for free.
I got you.
I mean,
and I adopted a team during the playoffs.
Okay.
I keep that real.
I can't believe you're fighting me on how'd you feel to be a Sixers fan? And you're like, what? They're good.
I feel like you're because you started
They're
it
2
and you're
and
not
12
wrong with
and their stars don't play. How can you get behind that if you're a fan?
But I think you're mad at Paul. I think I'm sticking.
I'm mad at the organization.
Okay. All right.
I'd be
You
mad
can't
at
be
Daryl
mad
Morey.
at Paul for doing the same thing, hyperextending the same knee. Like Embiid is the whipping, the pinata for it all.
Look, any idiot could have seen that paying Paul George $225 million over 4 years is not a smart move. And that's why from day one, I was like, the Warriors should not get Paul George. Absolutely not.
Allegedly.
We'll see. I don't know.
Well, we'll never know now, but they did.
We'll see.
Good. Well, then, you know what?
They dodged a bullet.
Exactly. Same with Markkanen. I mean, do you realize that if they got George and Markkanen, they'd probably be 5-10 right now.
Or smiling like Buddy Hield driving to the arena, knowing they're playing in a system with selfless guys that are trying to win, coming off a bad season. Steph, Looney. Like, the Warriors have a culture. And I know from a winning standpoint, they didn't make the playoffs, but Buddy Hield's in paradise. And he told us as much.
I'm not saying he's not.
All right.
I'm saying Paul George and Markkanen would have effed this thing up so bad it's not even funny. And then you'd have no draft picks. You'd have 2 guys making way more than they deserve. Yeah. And you know what? You know what they might have done? You know what Mike Dunleavy might have done this offseason is ensure that Curry will retire here by not getting those 2 guys. Rich in Fresno.
Richie.
What's up, Rich?
Morning, gentlemen. I love the show. Steiny, please don't retire in 4 years.
Oh, okay.
What happened?
Thanks.
Hey, if we're going to get a chip, we're going to need to make a move because Melton, to me, was that guy for us that kind of put us over the top. He does want to play small, but Melton gave us enough of that overwhelming effect on the best teams and kind of a punch on offense and defense to put us over the top. Now that he's gone, we don't have that extra overwhelmingness on offense and defense. Maybe we need to get a big instead of another guard. Look at Zubac against us the other night, 17 boards and another loss to the Clippers. Cavs blew us out bad, and they got some good 7-footers right now. Jared Allen and Mobley playing good. Even Mitchell is a tall guard. Maybe that's a sign we need to get another good big or another good guard like Melton to compete for a chip this year, because I feel like us losing Melton is like the Cavs losing Garland right now. Yeah, you have Mitchell, like Steph, but now you're not overwhelming anymore and you're a little more predictable, and I don't think that's going to get us a chip. So, like in 22, that was maybe you could say JP,
this year that could have been Melton, and now I think we need something.
All right.
It doesn't have to be big money or trade the farm, but something.
All right. My first preference would be to just keep playing right now and see if somebody steps into the void. The 415, if you keep expectations low, then it's fine watching the Philadelphia 76ers for development, and excited to see how Jared McCain will turn out. 415, from the bottom of my heart, you're doing the Lord's work. You really are doing the Lord's work.
That's not
because
right.
they signed Paul George, Embiid, and kept Maxey to make a run this year. But I respect your optimism.
Yeah, but, they had expectations. Stoney, I'm not saying you're not saying they're not going to miss Melton. I liked him. I liked him on defense. He played the passing lanes. You got a couple guys struggling, no harm, no foul, but as this thing picks up and you play better teams, it will reveal itself on what they feel they need to do. And that's why I'm rooting for Pods, just like we all are, to hurry up and kind of get out of this funk or sophomore slump. It's early, but what if he doesn't?
Then they have another guy who can play. And the guy who's going to play for Pods, if Pods isn't playing well, is going to be a competent NBA player rather than an 11th man that we think stinks. Like, that's the other benefit to me of the 12-man rotation. It's, you don't, like, if Pods, you can win if Pods is not playing well. Why? Because you have other guys if he's not playing well. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Steiny, you're wrong on Melton. What? Kerr made a point to say Melton was a starter at 2 and articulated why. Yeah, he likes Buddy Hield coming off the bench. He likes the defensive angle right off the game. And you take on Melton, minimize it. I'm just saying, that's why you have 11 guys. And you know what? Anybody out there who's thinking Melton was going to play 78 games, you haven't followed his career. So it's a good thing that you have multiple players who can fill in for Melton. And it's a good thing that it's not all or nothing. If
I'd like to see Buddy in the starting lineup and
I don't think
Kuminga be the first man off the bench.
Lindy Waters apparently
and he's been playing. He's taking the bull by the horns right now. And he's got length, he can but he can shoot. But Stoney, I wouldn't like you say, they got options and all depending on who they're playing. But yeah.
Let's go to Josh in San Francisco. What's up, Josh? How you doing? By the way, Matt Barrows coming up in an hour. Matt Barrows, we're talking Niners at 12. What's up, Josh?
Howdy, guys. Love you guys. Love the show as always. And I'm just, we'll see what happens in the playoffs, knock on wood. But for the regular season, I couldn't be more all in on this 12-man rotation. And you go up and down the list. There's no superstars whining about their minutes or anything like that. It's just guys, I think all of them, up and down the whole team, who are selfless players. You got Looney, who's been in the league for a million years, who can train up the younger guys. You got GP2. Melton, it's obviously a bummer, but I think Lindy Waters will be fine. He's 20, 26, 27. It's not like he's a 22-year-old guy hopping in there shooting guard. I don't think he's a slouch on defense either. And then last thing, speaking of defense, just shout out to Goo and his love for the Wiggins eyes. Check out Goo in the Celtics when we came back and beat the Celtics. Check out when Wiggins makes those 2 free throws at the end to put us up 6 with 24 seconds. Stackhouse, he looked into Wiggins' eyes like Wiggins had just won the finals. I think he is really coaching up Wiggins. I think Wiggins is a nice, shy guy who needs someone to really give him a boost of confidence. And I think it's going to work. We'll take it game by game, as always, with Wiggins. But I think Stackhouse, in addition to just giving this defense a huge shot in the arm, is going to help Wiggins. As always, love you guys. Go Dubs. We're rolling.
Thanks, Josh. Appreciate the call. Here's what Steve Kerr had to say about who gets Melton's spot, minutes, etc.
Yeah, I'm committed to that right now. He's a good fit next to that group. I like bringing Buddy off the bench. The bench group has been really good this year, so starting Lindy allows us to keep the bench intact and gives us another shooter, defender in the starting lineup.
All right, so it's going to be Lindy Waters III who's going to jump into the starting lineup for DeAnthony Melton. Chris Paul II.
That's big. He's having some fun on a Thursday. Steiner! Something you talked about earlier this season, coming into this season. Curry's minutes, if I had, you probably know. What would you have him at on the young season, minute-wise?
30, 31.
29. And their record is
Perfect.
like everything you said.
Perfect.
I'm trying to see how I build you up. You can tear me down. It's all good. But, I mean, man, that's special right there. Like 29 and you're 11-3. And Wiggins, 17 field goal attempts. Excellent defense, Steiny. 7 rebounds. And for him, that's like 10. But, I mean, he's playing right now. He's locked in, as Evan likes to say. Locked in.
The thing Kuminga did last night, and I don't know why I didn't think about this 4 years ago. Why isn't he a better offensive rebounder? I get why he might not be a great defensive rebounder.
One. Go ahead. There was one he did.
He likes to get out on the break, but offensive rebounding is where he could make.
And he got one last night that made you think. I think Kalina might have been fit, Steiny. Like, let's see that more. He grabbed it and put it up there like, man.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors, they're rolling 11-3.
Number 1 seed.
They have a back-to-back on Friday and Saturday against the Pelicans and the San Antonio Spurs. And the question I have for Warrior fans is, we've seen this 14 games now, and Steve Kerr has done a great job of following through with his attempt at playing 11 or 12 guys. And do you like it? I mean, he has been committed to it. I think the easiest thing to do is to not commit to something, but the reality is they've had so much success. Now they got to continue it. But I'm interested to see and to hear what Warrior fans think about this team. Is it way more enjoyable than you thought it was going to be just watching these guys play? And if you were Steve Kerr, would you continue doing the thing the way they're doing it, which has yielded a real good start, at least early?
And you beat Boston. You beat OKC. You beat some teams. You beat Dallas.
888-957-9570 is the number. This is what Steve Kerr said about last night's game, what he liked.
I love the first half. The first half was very aesthetically pleasing. We let our guard down a little bit, especially late third quarter. The game got away from us a little bit, but the energy, the sharp play in the first half was really fun to watch. So we just got to keep building on that.
Steve Kerr talking about great first half. And
it's got to feel good right now, man.
Yeah, a little bit of, you knew the Hawks were going to, well, you didn't really, but they did.
They got it to what? Back to 11? I was like, okay, now what's going on here? But they were sloppy, the Warriors.
Yeah, I mean, the one guy who's not playing well, obviously, is Podziemski. But again,
1 of 6 last night.
I choose to look at the bright side of when a guy struggles on this particular team. And what I mean by that is this. Brandon Podziemski last year was playing 26 minutes a night.
Damn.
27 minutes a night. This year he's only playing 24.
Looked like he got hit in the nose again.
Exactly. So, he's struggling. Yeah. There's no doubt he's struggling, but what I'm saying is you don't have to keep him on the floor as much as you had to keep him on the floor last year because you have players who can play, essentially.
But to that point, Steiny, how does one get out of the funk then if you
practice,
got that?
You practice, you work at it. You commit yourself. And I have no doubt that Podziemski's going to do. It's just a slump.
Yeah.
He's not shooting well. It happens. Not a big deal. By the way, I like to needle a little bit here and there.
You can dish it, but you can't take it.
No, that's not true.
It's who you are. I would say it at your funeral.
No, I can take it.
You can dish it like Dan Marino, but can take it like Pee Wee Herman.
No, it's not funny, Evan.
Go ahead.
Oh, he's dead, too.
R.I.P.
Yeah. Now I forgot what I was going to say.
I can needle.
Oh. There's an ex-Warrior
I know
That's
I know
Go
his
ahead.
name.
Who?
Ty Jerome.
Yeah. He was such a joke, wasn't he?
I never laughed at him.
Yeah, Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb.
Now, Lamb, I had a problem with.
Were absolutely vilified here in the Bay.
I said Ty Jerome was Lucas Alexander.
Ass.
I always said he looked like Lucas Alexander on the hoop court.
They were two big villains here. They were taking minutes from everybody. Look at Ty Jerome now. Look at his numbers.
Dude, I'm with you. And he's on a good team. I'm happy for him.
I'm surprised any of the guys behind him ever got to play. They're lucky that those guys were on that G League 50-game minimum. Ty Jerome.
Steiny, how did I guess it? 2 peas in a pod.
Evan told you. 888-957-9570 is the number. 510. My question to everyone is, what did Kuminga work on in the offseason that you guys can notice right now? Eddie from Oakland on the Comcast business text line. My question to everyone is, what did Kuminga work on in the offseason that you guys can notice right now?
His attitude. Because old Kuminga would be mad right now and yapping. So I'm going to give Kuminga that right now to answer Eddie's question, Steiny. His attitude. Read the room. Can't be happy. Well, the team's winning, but you know what I mean for his individual play.
Yeah. You know what? It's like that. Yeah, Kuminga's not in this one.
And the team is saying,
he's not in this one.
Get on the bus or get off.
He's on it. He's on it.
No doubt about it. And that's why I'm giving Eddie attitude. But, Steiny, what would you really say about his game where you see something? That's where I'm.
I mean,
because it wasn't free throws.
I mean, he went to the hole 2 nights ago.
That's what he's always done well.
With that left hand?
Oh, he was doing it against the Clippers with the left, finishing off the square.
I don't think he had a left hand when he came into the league.
Man.
888-957-9570. Steiny and Guru with you. We'll get into some 49ers in about 50 minutes. We'll get Matt Barrows joining us at 12. He writes for The Athletic. He covers the San Francisco 49ers. And one thing I can't wait to ask him about
is the mailbag.
The mailbag and the fact that he was so definite that Brock Purdy will get $60 million a year. I want to ask him how committed he is to that, or how much of a lock he actually thinks that is.
But just think about the transition it would take to get a new quarterback, Steiny. That's why
you get him for 40. Go get him for 40. That's what I say.
They got bigger issues first, though. They got the pack.
I don't think it's from the 916. Ty Jerome could always hoop. JK sulking slightly less. It seems like he is rebounding on purpose at times, but he still has a paint allergy.
Wow, he had 6 last night. JK in 15 minutes.
Rebounds?
Yep.
There you go. That's the kind of thing that keeps you on the floor.
But Wiggins, 17 field goal attempts. What's got into him?
They're playing Atlanta.
Hey, he's having a good season, man.
Yeah, he is.
He's having
a real good season.
I'm done with Trae Young. What was going on? And Curry, your hero, that's what you showed him? I thought you was going to try to do something. He had a third quarter.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warrior fans, your squad is 11-3, and they're playing 12 guys, and they're doing it consistently. How long can this go on? Do you think this will work for the entire season? 888-957-9570. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
What's up? It's your boy Guru, and you know Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action with over 10 million members.
This fish is stinking from the head up.
I said, I'm a Pirate fan. You got to have more hope than that.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Ain't nothing stinking right now, Priest.
Yep.
Nothing about the Warriors.
Priest.
I got a question for anybody out there. Was anybody behind the 18-wheeler that jackknifed on the Bay Bridge today at 5 in the morning?
Oh, no, I didn't even hear about it.
It was going eastbound, so it was going out of San Francisco. But at 5 o'clock
I hope he's all right. Or
I think everybody's fine except the people that were behind the jackknife truck. 4 lanes were shut.
Good Lord.
I just walked in to when I got in here this morning at about 8:05. I like to get in a few hours before my show, Goo. And when I got in at about 8:05,
play it.
I heard KCBS saying, if you're thinking about going to Oakland via car today, don't even think about it.
Man.
Don't even think about it.
Jackknife is the worst thing, man.
Yeah. So
Thanks to the Guru, man.
I don't need.
You're so soft, Goo.
No, the people think I need it.
Well, why? Why do you think they think you need it?
Because you sound like a Richard on air, but you're really not.
No, I am.
Your family. You are. Remember I told you the old women were coming up to me, hugging me at Oracle?
Yeah.
And we were doing pre and post? Yeah. And I'm like, who died? Who are you? She goes, that's Steiny. That dude's a mouse. But it bothered me. I will rip you to shirt. See, now I'm turning into Gangster D. I'm not. I'm a lover, not a
head. Yeah, you're a big muscle guy. Solve everything with a fight.
Dude, you try to get the last word, man. Shout out Jim Rome.
You think?
But you say stuff with just so much vindictiveness, like you hate everybody and you hate sports. And
I hate the NBA right now and the product they're throwing out there.
Study, I'm happy. And it's like, shut up.
No, it's not true.
Dude.
It's not true.
I do, but really, play this at my funeral. There is something about you, a mechanism that when I'm happy, it bothers you.
No, I just...
Like I can be Steiny, I'm happy.
What bother me sometimes are your takes. That's all. I love you as a person.
Your
what,
takes.
Evan? Go ahead, rip me.
No, his takes are just too positive.
You love negativity.
Not necessarily.
You're from the
Oh,
East Coast.
Melton's out. Season's over. I got to replace Melton.
I
don't know. He played 6 games. He might be tough to replace.
But I'm learning. You get mad at me and resent me when I don't say what you want me to say, but you're really thinking it. Like I never once said the season's over and you're having fun because of Melton.
No,
you kind of want me to so you can rip me, but I'm not.
Hey.
Yeah.
No, I mean, this is a big blow to Melton and the Warriors.
He was off to a great start, man.
Partially torn.
Oh, that's the other thing. How do you feel about that?
Honestly,
Evan, can you get up the paragraph in Slater's story that's a little bit interesting?
Because if it were your son, if Melton was your son or daughter, you would have said, son, go get that, do what you're doing, right?
No comment.
Boy,
I don't know. Daryl in Concord. Let's go to Daryl in Concord. Let's talk about the rotation. What's up, Daryl?
Hey, guys. I'm excuse me, pardon me. I want to talk about the rotation because I kind of liken this year's Warriors version to the Bruce Bochy Giants. Like, their bullpen back in the days was clearly defined. And it looks like that's what Steve Kerr is doing a little bit more with this year's version of the Warriors. Like, for example, Kyle Anderson isn't coming in until like 6 or 7 minutes left in the second and fourth quarter. You know, he's not playing the first and the third. And I just think that is helping this team gel a little bit better.
Yeah, that's not a bad analogy. The one thing I would say is, you know, it felt like Bochy always had a guy for the 7th, a guy for the 8th, a guy for the 9th. I feel like the one thing Kerr's committed to is just playing 11 guys, and it might be a different guy, so to speak, pitching the 7th inning, then the 8th inning, then the 9th. But, Evan, you got that Anthony Slater. Listen to this paragraph from Anthony Slater's story in The Athletic about DeAnthony Melton.
Yeah, so Melton, quote, went searching for extra medical advice about his partially torn ACL. Rest and rehab would have been attached to the risk of a full tear. Instability could lead to further damage. That led Melton to the agonizing conclusion that season-ending surgery was the best route for a young career with plenty of future upside. He's still 26.
Yeah. And Evan, what would you have You ain't got kids yet, but you will one day. What would you have? Like, I get it. He's here 1 year, and he's thinking of longevity.
The culture didn't kick in.
No, what if you don't want to rob Peter to pay Paul when it comes to your body?
What if we found out he could have, rehabbed and be back for the playoffs?
Or second half of the season.
I think you do that when you're 35, not 25. Well, my 2 cents.
Yeah, it's tough. You know what? It's a tough one. It's a tough one.
By the way, Steiny, you keep saying that they signed him 15 minutes after free agency open. It was 20 minutes.
Look at E. Don't let that deter you. You've been phenomenal.
That was for Goose, sorry.
Yeah. I like it. I'll say this. I do wonder when they had a vision of this is which way we're going to go, because you brought up Bochy. Right now, Steiny, their vision, Dunleavy, Kerr, Lakeup, Kirk, Lakeup.
Steinmetz.
Well, this is like, it's perfect. I feel like it's working better than they could envision. So
it's working better than Paul George or Larry Markkinen.
No doubt. And I will say this. It will get tested, and I know you're not saying it. And if there is an opportunity to get a said player, would they do it or try to sacrifice it?
Yes, I think they would, and I would not be against it. But it's got to be the right player.
I got to say
it has to be, and I can't think of who the right player would be right now, other than Giannis. But no, I don't. I wouldn't take a chance on an injury-prone star. I just wouldn't.
Unless it's twofold. This is why I love myself.
Unless the guy's really young.
Give me something on. I want a grade. You can chime in too, E. I want a grade from both of you on this take. Because life is about, it's mental. It's 90% mental. It's not what happens. It's how you react to it. But I'm putting rats on the table right now. Let's just say the Warriors were to include Kuminga and Moody for a guy. Okay? Just make whoever. I am really starting to watch this Warrior team and think if I were Kuminga or Moody, and you're telling me moving forward, Steiny, I'm only going to get 10 to 12, 13 to 15 minutes a game. If you could put me in a situation or a place to where I could play or be guaranteed 20 minutes or more, maybe they might want to, that's attracted to them too.
Well, Moody then shouldn't have signed a contract extension of $13 million.
Fair. As soon as
he's been handled the same way his entire career. So if he were really had a problem with it, he would have not signed that. As far as Kuminga goes, I think they're in, I don't want to say trouble with Kuminga, but
they are. It's
there's no team.
Now, what do you mean there's no team?
The issue with Kuminga and saying, we'll give you Jonathan Kuminga is the other team has to pay him.
Well, right.
And
I got to believe there's one or Steiny, there's some that.
I don't know.
The Atlanta Hawks wouldn't have. Do you know what I mean?
He would get so lost in Atlanta, it would be unbelievable.
But he would put up numbers.
You said it.
No, seriously, though.
And then what? So then he goes to Atlanta. They still stink, but he averages 22 a game. Now what do you do?
Well,
he's a free agent.
Yeah, okay.
I don't want to. I think teams don't want to make that decision. And I think that was a big holdup. Why I'm not convinced the Warriors didn't want to give up Kuminga. I'm more convinced that a guy like Danny Ainge looked at Kuminga and said, I'm not paying that guy $40, $45 million.
Because that's what I'm looking at. Like, if he were in Utah with what they get, like
what?
You know?
I don't think Jonathan Kuminga is a difference maker. I mean, hell, Ben Golliver yesterday, Washington Post said, they can live without Kuminga.
But and I BG.
They might just let him walk.
I'm being real, man, because I'm a Kuminga fan. He has a lot. This playbook or system, I don't think fits him. Okay, but yet you can't ignore the gifts and the bounciness of his game. Steiny, you put him somewhere where it's not a scholarship, but he knows he's going to play 25 to 30 minutes. Jonathan Kuminga could be on an all-star team and maybe not a championship-winning team. He's got that much upside. Let's be real with that part. I'm not saying championships.
If he goes to a terrible team, how's he going to be an all-star? Unless that team starts winning. 25-point scorers on bad teams, like that was the problem Monte Ellis always had. Well, he never made the all-star team as a Warrior. Well, or on any team. He averaged 25 a game. The Warriors only won 23 games. But no, they'll make a decision on Kuminga at some point. And maybe what'll happen is the Warriors will realize that teams are reluctant to trade for Kuminga. I mean, listen, word around the league travels fast.
Right.
You think the executives out there don't know that the Warriors wanted to get Kuminga for 30 and that he wants way more than that?
Yeah.
That would scare me.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to acquire Kuminga if I knew he was going to want $45 million.
But you and Bonte made me, seriously, you put a complex on me before the show because, Stoney, you know I'm team first. I don't want to come in here Debbie Downer in a blowout. It's 11-3 on mine all day, 5-1 at home. These guys are I'm like Fitz. They're my family. I'm watching. I know, what's at stake for different players. And for some, it's none because they're made. And this is great. And this is a bounce back from the play. But I'm rooting for Kuminga like all outdoors. And last night, I turned the TV off and I'm like, you couldn't get 15 minutes in that game?
Why wouldn't you think, you know what? This game was a total blowout. Kuminga's too important to run out there.
Because I saw an important game against the Clippers with 9 minutes, and you didn't get in that one.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do know what you mean. But
yeah, I'm rooting for all of them. But yeah, and you want to know about life? Let's keep it real here. Lindy Waters III is starting for the Golden State Warriors, and I'll just say to kids, men, women, everywhere, never give up. No matter what you do in life, you never know when your number is going to get called. And when it gets called, you got to answer. This dude's starting for the Warriors.
Kids, there's another way to look at this too, and that is don't be afraid to quit. Don't be afraid to quit.
Tell people you're playing right now.
I'm not playing.
Look at Evan's face.
I'm just saying.
You look like the Antichrist with that. What?
Well, what I'm saying is this. Let's say I get fired in a month. You know what? It would probably be time for me to quit the media business. No. What's the alternative? Oh, never give up.
Start a podcast.
Never give up.
YouTube.
And get on your hands and knees and go beg some company to pay you $17 an hour. Yeah, sometimes
you stay at it is my point.
Sometimes it's fine to quit. That's what I'm saying.
I don't even know who you are right now. And please tell us that's material.
It's not material.
It's never fine to quit. And that's why guys like Waters and Purdy's of the world never let people put a jacket on them.
Yeah, and I'm not an NBA player.
No, it's not about. You can be an executive.
Dude, if I get fired here, I'm not gonna not give. It's done. It's over.
I don't believe
One of the greatest attributes a man or woman can have is seeing the writing on the wall and then acting accordingly. Yes, Evan.
I'm not in complete disagreement with you, but where I am just flummoxed is how did you take that away from Lindy Waters III?
Yes,
why did your mind go there when Goo was talking about a player
because he
stepping into the starting lineup?
He just said never give up. He said Lindy Waters and Purdy, never give up. You can always get your dream. And I'm here to tell you sometimes you can't.
Well, I didn't say you can always get your dream. I just said if the opportunity knocks, answer and take advantage of it.
Yeah. For example, here's one.
Oh, boy.
I think you should quit playing pickup basketball. Because if you don't, one day you're going to come in here with a cast from your thigh down to your ankle.
Okay.
And if that were to ever happen,
you'll laugh.
No.
You will laugh.
I'll chortle. That's all. That's what I mean. Look, I quit playing pickup basketball 10 years ago.
It is funny.
It was the best decision I ever made. Just wasn't the same player. Great time. You know what?
Of course you're not the same player. You're aging.
Yeah.
You can still enjoy the game.
No, I mess up a pickup game when I'm not myself.
CBS is not watching you in pickup saying Steiny's fell off. I think you're bitter because you made that decision. And you take it out on me and others. Yeah, I really believe, Steiny, I've seen your calves. You can still play.
No, I can't.
You want to play, but you're like Pods. You're judging yourself on what you were in college.
I don't want to play.
You got to leave that at the door.
I don't want to play. I can't play, and I acknowledge that, and I'm at peace with it.
You're not.
It's guys like you who hang on to this thread of I don't know what, and you actually think that you're still playing and not messing up a pickup game. And I'm here to tell you, I haven't seen you play pickup, but I'm sure you mess up a lot of games.
So you don't think I'm not a diabetic? You don't think the fact that I'm running and losing calories in that way, I still got demons, but you don't think that's helping my overall health? I could fall out tomorrow, but I'm giving my body some love too by running. So
don't get hurt.
Oh my God.
You can run on the treadmill.
Your bones get more brittle.
No doubt.
480-43, and I'm still playing pickup. Yeah, that's about.
Talk to me when you're 50,
I played until about I was 43, 45, and that was it.
But you got more left. I can tell.
I've got golf left.
Nah, you've been playing a little pickleball.
I don't like pickleball.
Because you can get hurt. They stole off tennis. They ripped tennis off. I don't like pickleball.
It's more popular than tennis.
Well, slow it down, I heard.
Huh?
The rain.
What?
It's slowing down a bit. The weather. It's like outdoor hoops.
I just don't want you hurting yourself. That's all.
I think the day I come in here with that body cast, you will have a
I'll have to call in sick that day.
Please.
I mean,
speaking of which, you don't often do that. Me and I were talking about it.
Well,
you miss days. You take vacations. Dude, you're Cal Ripken.
Let me tell you something.
I'm for real. It's impressive.
You don't want to play that game. You don't want to play the day off game with Steiny. Nobody does here.
I just called you Cal Ripken. You and Bonte. Dude, he missed the day the other, but I'm just saying, it's impressive. Willer, too.
Who do you think is most likely to play all 82 games this year for the Warriors?
Wow. I'm looking at the thing right now. I'm going Moody.
I would say...
Should say Kuminga.
I'd actually say Podziemski if he's healthy. Because he's going to be insured. He's going to get...
Well, he's
already missed a game.
Right. He got hit in the button. Capella hit him.
Well, who's still got a shot at 82?
Trace Jackson Draymond Green.
Yep. No.
Buddy Hield.
I like that.
That would be my candidate.
You know what? I think he's been an Iron Man, if I'm not mistaken.
Played 84 games last year.
Good Lord.
Kuminga, TJD, Moody, and Gary Payton II.
Well, no, he's out.
Yeah.
He's
we love you, GP.
You know what?
What about him telling Wiggins to dunk?
You know what? I'm going to go with Buddy Hield. I think that's a great call. 82. Man, 82.
I'm going.
No, I'm sorry. 82, 80, 82.
That's impressive.
72, 71, 81,
Come
80.
On. This Karl Malone or Buddy Hield?
84.
Oh, my gosh.
And then last year, looks like
impressive.
52. And then, last year was the 84.
That's impressive.
Good for him.
I'm going Kuminga. We'll put this in the cap. You got Buddy.
But he's got tendonitis.
Who did? Well, I got...
Didn't you have that last year?
Yeah, a lot of guys I know that can jump, myself included, Steiny, get tendonitis of the knee.
Okay.
Jumpers.
You're like Andre Miller.
Who I played hoop with at 24-Hour Fitness, true story, in Sacramento. He used to show up. Bobby Jackson from the Kings. I can text him now. Come on the show. We'll do that when we play the Kings. I've hooped with the elite.
Yeah, and you probably ruined those games for those guys.
Dude, I just want to radio fight you when you say that. I know how to conduct myself.
No, you don't. Not on a pickup floor. It's like another language. You know what I mean? Seriously. All right, Guru. Oh boy.
No.
It
can't be worse than anything you've said. Told people to quit life.
Steiny. I'm not saying life. I never said life.
Well, I went life, and then you kind of had to double back.
Steiny, can you tell me what Pods do on the court that is better than what JK does? Shoot the three, though not this year.
Keep going.
He's a better rebounder than Kuminga.
That's the
He's a better
one.
passer than Kuminga. So there's three.
Would you say get others involved?
Yeah, passer. Yeah, I'd say passer. Oh, tell.
Not so much this year, though.
I guess he's close to leading the league, I think.
Well, I feel like I ain't seen one in a minute.
Oh, boy.
Hey, Evan.
What?
Evan slam dunking everything. With mostly you, though. Just payday tomorrow.
Oh, but you get paid today. Right?
Why are you snitching?
You tell people that all the time.
I got to go straight home.
408 says, I'll give Goo buckets. You probably would.
Oh, it's called basketball. It's okay for the other man to score. See, that's what I'm saying.
What do you mean? You don't defend?
No, I've been dunked on and been proud to go up there and try to stop it. I wouldn't trade it in for the world. Oh, but you're one of these dudes. Let me get out the way and act like I... No, I'm trying to go get it.
Yeah.
Anyway.
That's what you want to do in a pickup game. Take a charge.
Well, I don't do that. Well, Family Jewels.
Pod's number 1, by the way.
Wow. Oh, it just feels like...
feels like
it's first. Did you say how many, Evan?
38.
No, this season.
38. Charges drawn this season.
He's got 3 a game?
There's no way he has 38 charges. He ain't even played that many games.
Well, he could have more than one charge in a game.
It says right now, Pajemski 38, Jalen Brunson 35.
Evan, there's no...
Or sorry, this might be last year.
Right, I'm like, Evan.
Oh, that's an L.
Did he get 10 again? I'm rubbing off on E. I'll take that. Hey, Stoney, I'm like, boy.
Damn it.
30, Evan, I'm shocked. That's like an airless streak coming to a halt. But boy, Stoney, and then you tried to say 38.
Well, I was like, has he got
Oh, sorry, he's second. Draymond Green's actually number 1.
With how
7.
many? There we go.
Yeah, my bad.
Oh, 38. I'm like,
I got to believe if they have the number 1 and 2 guys, the Warriors lead the league in charges taken.
Yeah.
They do.
Yes, sir.
Called gut. Honestly, Stein, did you take a lot? I did not do that.
It's the only thing I could do. I had no lateral speed. But I could slide in. I could slide in to take a charge.
I'm excited for Barrows, man. This is a big game.
Matt Barrows coming up in 20 minutes. We'll talk about the San Francisco 49ers, a couple pieces of news coming out of practice yesterday. I was going to play some of this Draymond Green on pods, but
it was great too.
Let's keep it on Wiggins. Wiggins. What's going on with Wiggins this year, Dre?
We know how great of a defender Wiggs is, and you can always, it's always good to know that you can go to that. But at the same time, he has to score more this year for us. Those times where you can get him off the ball handler, and have somebody else guarding the ball handler, that helps. Tonight, 27 points. It's no surprise. You're not chasing around Trae Young, so I think that ultimately will help him. And then, Wiggs has been getting some blocks. He's been all over the place defensively. So not only defensively, he's stepped his game up a lot this year. And I wouldn't necessarily say step his game up. He's just playing more like the Andrew Wiggins that we know.
All right, what does Andrew say?
And I had a great summer of work. I was able to get a lot of work in and, have a lot of, time to myself and, motivated. Came in motivated this year and just want to stay like that.
Boy, is he private.
Yeah. Kirk said he was in the Bay this year working on his game.
Boy, is he chill. It's great when you're going well.
And he is right now, and so are they.
Coming up next, we're going to jump into some 49er talk. There's some news to share with you guys about who practiced, who didn't practice yesterday, and then some very interesting sound from not only Cam Inman of the Bay Area News Group, but also Greg Cosell was on with Willard and Dibbs. Man. And Guru, a bunch of what Cosell said caught Guru's ear. We'll talk about that on the other side. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment also brought to you by Lucky, California.
Make it a holly yay with festive deals at Lucky. Gobble up the savings on...
I might go viral.
Let me go, Dre. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Couple things real quick from the Comcast Business text line, 415. Who has the best smile on the Warriors, Wiggins or Buddy Hield? I would actually say Draymond Green.
I don't
see Draymond smile?
I don't.
Pearly. Those are pearly whites.
I'm out on this one.
And, of course, Steph Curry with the Lauren Hutton smile, little gap in between his teeth, which is...
I just judge performances.
Sometimes it's a trademark.
Yeah.
But I'd say Draymond. Draymond's got an incredible smile. In fact, I have a source.
Oh, you got to be careful here.
I have a source who was trying to reach out to Draymond about some dental promotions.
So he's got that... We're old enough to...
Draymond's got a great smile.
The Dentine smile.
Yeah. Draymond's got a great one.
Or Colgate.
408, Comcast Business text line. They made a great point last night. Lindy Waters got the assignment to guard Trae Young. It's allowing players to thrive more offensively. Yeah, it's kind of like they did with Clay.
Wick said that in his post-game interview. Like, he pointed that out, like, hold on. I was able to do this because but I know right now is not the time, Steiny, but I thought about prime Clay, and we had talked about it on Clay Day. He would do that and give you buckets. He would go. You know what I mean? Like, wow.
That's why he's going to the Hall of Fame.
Exactly.
One of the reasons.
Yeah.
The San Francisco 49ers are at Lambeau Field Sunday, 125. Weather calls for about 35 to 45 degrees, 40 to 45, with a small chance of showers. Of course, if it rains, that'll affect the line, because we all know.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy, what do you think about this? He didn't throw yesterday at practice.
What?
Nope. Or at least the portion that was open to the media, the quarterbacks were doing drills.
Oh, man.
Where the other two quarterbacks were like dropping back and looking one way, looking the other, and then they would throw. But Brock just pretended to throw. He didn't actually throw.
Oh, wow. And how many times have I been, honestly, Steiny, left at the altar starting week 1 with this injury report from the Niners, and they're going to practice Ward. This is across the board. Kittle, and then
Kittle's fine.
For this game. But
that's the only game that matters.
He didn't throw.
No, not yesterday. Not yesterday.
Well, I was mad about that.
Dobbsy.
Then you're really, because Dobbsy can play. He's been a starter in our league, Steiny, but my goodness.
I did a little work this morning.
All right.
Because not everybody, but one of the things people have talked about is, can you keep Garendo and Mason in the mix when since McCaffrey's come back? And Kyle Shanahan, let's see. Oh, shoot. This is my fault. Anyway, I went back and looked at some numbers.
All right.
About when the 49ers used multiple backs in the same year. And it's clear he doesn't like to do it. So in 2017, Carlos Hyde led the team in rushing.
All right.
240 carries.
Wow, Hyde.
Matt Breida, 105 carries.
The cheetah.
Okay. What I'm getting at is, since McCaffrey has arrived, it's been all McCaffrey. It's just been all McCaffrey, and that's going to be trouble.
Yeah.
But in years previous, the one thing that Kyle Shanahan referenced was 2019, where Mostert carried 137. Tevin Coleman ran 137 times, and Matt Breida 123.
Man.
So in 2019, but that was partially because of injury, I believe.
You went to the Super Bowl that way too, though, Steiny.
Was that the year they went to the Super Bowl?
Yeah, 19.
The 20 Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because the Chiefs should have won.
So, the way that Kyle Shanahan talks about McCaffrey, he's going to use him if he's healthy.
That, but it's not even about saving McCaffrey. It's about if you're this scientist on an offense like an Andy Reid, Steiny, we're just asking. We know only one guy could get the ball on one play, right? but can you trick the defense by having threats? And that's what Garindo and J.P. Mason are. How many times in life, in football, have we seen thunder and lightning? And that's what McCaffrey and Mason, to me, could be. But it just, I feel like this smoke is coming, whatever you want to deem it, if it's smoke, towards Kyle, because Garindo and J.P. Mason have popped to a point where we know they're not stiffs. So now it's like, Kyle, get creative.
Well, what if Kyle would tell you neither of them's great at pass catching and they both have struggled with blocking? What if he were just to say that?
But then I'd be like, why are they on your team?
Well,
I think the pluses outweigh the minuses. And I'm just talking about decoy at this point now. Because when McCaffrey, whatever he's doing, Stoney, it's like, I just feel like, Seattle and McDonald had a beat or one step ahead on what they were trying to do.
All right, I found what I was looking for. This is Shanahan on, will we see two running back set at all?
Yeah, two running backs on the field. Could. Can't give you our game plan, though. But, yeah, it's always a possibility.
No, I heard that.
It wasn't like that for our first 4 years here. We had three guys usually. We had Tevin, we had Raheem, we got Breida. So I think we've always done it that way. It just depends on the backs. Since Christian's been here, I think it's the only time we've had one guy. And I think that's for obvious reasons. But when he's tired, we spell him, especially with the good backups we have.
Interesting. Did it sound like he was considering two backs? Juszczyk's a fullback, so they use two running backs a fair amount of the time, right?
Yeah. And I think for the first time, you always do this where you feel like a coach's intellect, they're saying to the fans, shut up, idiots, we're smarter, or I'm smarter than you. I feel like there was some of that, but in a good way, almost taking the L in regard to, you know what, that area could be improved.
I don't think it's any coincidence that, and the way he reacted to it was, would you ever use more than one back? And he said, well, we always used more than one back. Mm-hmm. Hyde and Breida in 17. Breida, Morris, Wilson, and Mostert all got a lot of carries in 18.
Right.
19, like I said, was very balanced among Mostert, Breida, and Coleman. 2020, Jeff Wilson had 126 carries, Mostert 104, and Jerick McKinnon 81 even that year. In 2021, it was Elijah Mitchell with 207 carries, but he got hurt.
And
he was averaging 19 carries a game. Then he got hurt, and then they started using Debo a little bit, and Jeff Wilson Jr. Trey Sermon was in on the mix that year. And then in 2022, McCaffrey got here, and he ran 160 times, essentially 15 times a game because he was acquired at midseason. So what I would read into with the Kyle Shanahan is like, we use multiple backs when we don't have the big boy. We got a big boy, and we got a big boy for a reason in McCaffrey, and we're going to use him. We are going to use him. And Kyle Shanahan also is steadfast about, if a guy says he's healthy, he's healthy. Yeah. And believe it or not, I kind of like that, because what he's saying is, if you're ready, you got to be ready to take on your full load. You cannot be ready, and then we're only going to use McCaffrey 12 times a game.
Yeah, so I don't know if you know this about your partner, and Evan, I'm sure, doesn't know, but my major was psychology in college before I dropped out, and family needed me, Steiny. So I say that. Now, why would you laugh?
Did anybody hear a laugh?
You're smiling.
I'm smiling.
I can see it. But what you read
you
to me
meant to get a smile out of that.
No, I did not. I was just telling you the truth. I know people, and I know how they think. But you hit the nail on the head. If I had a white coat on and I was your psychologist or Kyle's, what that tells me, Stoney, is he shared because everybody was kind of on the same level.
Like the
He's
Warriors.
got a big boy. He looks at, but is that to his detriment that you could still spell or kind of trick the defense by using or giving carries to these others?
Well, let me ask you a question.
And we understand you're doing one trick full steam ahead, but J.P. Mason can go through defenses at that 7-yard run against Seattle. Steiny, it just signaled to me Seattle was like, oh, no, don't do this to us. We've been locked in on 23. Don't bring in this big bull at this juncture of the game. And he chose, it's easy for me to second guess, Like, why didn't you?
Because they have McCaffrey. And the bottom line is this. If you do what we've done for 2 years, which is say Christian McCaffrey is the best running back in football. Christian McCaffrey is the best running back in football. He's the best running back in football. He's going to run him into the ground. That's what the Shanahans do. And like, this is kind of me coming back to Steve Kerr. It's like, if it's part of what a coach's makeup is all about, then he's probably not going to do anything differently. Just like, Steve Kerr's got tendencies toward veteran players. I think that Kyle Shanahan believes that if you have a big boy running back, then you've got to run him like a big boy running back.
I love it.
And that's just the way he probably feels like, I want a guy to get into a rhythm of running rather than not getting into a rhythm, which would include splitting carries with two other guys.
But I hear you, Stoney, but I understand he's married to that, but what about what it's doing to the creativity component of it? Because real quick, at Game on the Line, the Warriors, there are going to be some times to where Kerr doesn't call Curry's number. You know what I mean?
And he'll get criticized for that. He just will.
And it's been all good in Ninerville. Thinking about Willard and Dibbs yesterday when he brought up the numbers up into the red zone. Like, this wasn't a problem last year. So this is new to everybody. But, Stoney, I just feel like right now, if that's what you're going to do is say hell or high water, I'm going with McCaffrey. I think now that maybe your team is not hemorrhaging, it's off a little bit, nobody maybe knows why, maybe you need to, again, trick it up a bit and do something different.
And maybe he will.
Yeah, 2 running backs on the field. Could. Can't give you our game plan, though. But, yeah, it's always a possibility.
Yeah. Maybe he's open to it. That's what that sounded like to me. Maybe that's something we'll look for. And we can ask Matt Barrows that momentarily.
I can't wait.
Matt Barrows of The Athletic. He covers the San Francisco 49ers. And he's going to be joining us in a minute or so. And this is, kind of what it always gets back to. We got him. We got Matt. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Matt, thank you so much for joining us. Let me just play this again. This is when it was suggested that Kyle can use 2 running backs.
Yeah, 2 running backs on the field. Could. Can't give you our game plan, though. But, yeah, it's always a possibility.
It feels like he's open to maybe giving Garendo and Mason a little more, a few more touches. Would you say that's fair?
I'd say he's open to it philosophically, but practically, they've talked about that in the past, and when it comes down to it, it's like 90% Christian McCaffrey, and it's even more so this year. It's just 2 games, but his 2 snap counts, at least these last 2 games, have been high, even for Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, and what the way I feel about Kyle after watching him, for 8 years is, if Christian McCaffrey's ready to go, he's going to use Christian McCaffrey because he's, they called him the best running back in football. If he's the best running back in football, he's got to play the most, or certainly play a lot. Is there anything he can do to continue to at least integrate, let's say Mason first, a little more than he has, or is his philosophy it's one guy if I can do it?
I think the philosophy, and it's not just him, it's him and Bobby Turner, his running backs coach, who's really the guy who's kind of controlling who's coming in and out of the game, is that if they have an elite guy, that's going to be the guy for, a huge portion of the game. And they feel like they've got an elite guy. When McCaffrey first got here, remember he played a game against the Kansas City Chiefs, and then his first full game was in LA against the Rams, and they still had Jeff Wilson Jr. on the roster at that point. They later traded him, but he was still there. He had been their lead runner to begin that 2022 season, and he had them both in the backfield at the same time on, I forget how many plays it was. It may have been a half dozen plays. And, this was because McCaffrey was still getting integrated. But it was also because Wilson was a really good receiver out of the backfield. So when you had those two guys on the field at the same time, there was still okay, who's going to go out for a pass pattern? Who's going to get the ball in the backfield? They had two guys that could do both really well. Mason, for all of his accolades, is not a great receiving threat out of the backfield. So that may be the reason why they don't do that very much, is because they would be basically telegraphing their intent. McCaffrey is the guy who goes out for a pass, and Mason's going to be the guy that gets the ball. So I think that's probably a reason they haven't done it to this point. But it is a possibility in the future.
Matt, I read you, so I feel like I should know your answer, but I told Steiny and the listeners, I feel like with this Niner team this year, I've been left at the altar because every week I'm thinking, okay, this is the bust out, this is the breakout. And I know there's so many things going on. McCaffrey coming back, and the offense kind of looks the same. Has anything, and I expect them to win the division, Matt, but I want to ask you in totality, has anything changed in Matt Barrows' mind in regard to how far this team can go?
No, I mean, like you, I'm waiting for the 2023 49ers to kind of emerge at some point, and they have not. I would say that the hope for that is that McCaffrey, by his own admission, isn't up to full speed yet, and it's a different offense when he is. This is a team that's run roughshod over the Seattle Seahawks in recent meetings, and their rushing numbers against them on Sunday were good, but below what they've usually done against the Seahawks. And I just feel like that integrating McCaffrey into the rushing attack, I don't know whether that's they're still kind of adjusting to each other at this point. It wasn't the Week 6 rushing attack that we saw in Seattle. So again, I mean, we talked about this in the context of Brandon Ayuk early in the season. Ayuk's back in the lineup, but he doesn't look like the Brandon Ayuk from 2023. I'm not sure that the Christian McCaffrey we're seeing looks quite like the 2023 Christian McCaffrey either. They're giving him a lot of snaps. They're giving him every opportunity to be that guy, but it might take time.
Matt Barrows joining us on 95.7 The Game. He covers the San Francisco 49ers for The Athletic. Matt, I got to tell you, I read your mailbag, and there was one answer you gave that I thought was fascinating, and it was a very simple one. When a reader of yours said, you still think Brock Purdy will get $60 million? And you said, yes, the market is the market. You don't believe there's any, let's say, internal concern about Purdy or internal discussion? You think it's, I don't want to say a fait accompli, but you still firmly believe that he's going to reset the market?
I mean, even if they have some questions about Brock Purdy and the future, I think the questions are all kind of revolving around, okay, defenses are adjusting to us, and I'm not sure that Brock Purdy has handled that adjustment all that well. That's another long answer, but yeah, I mean, I don't know really what the recourse would be. I mean, can you play hardball with Brock Purdy? Who else is going to be your quarterback? Do you want Brandon Allen to be the quarterback? Are you going to go out and sign Sam Darnold, who will be a free agent? The one sort of intriguing possibility is if in New York things just fall apart with the Jets, and all of a sudden Aaron Rodgers, a guy that the 49ers were definitely interested in the past, becomes available. But I just think that two things. One is that the 49ers are not as down on Brock Purdy as the public is. I think that they realize that Purdy is dealing with a lot of challenges this year, and we can go over them. It's a laundry list of things that are different from last year, and that they're very happy to have him for the future. And B, probably most important, is that, I mean, like I said in that mailbag answer, the market is the market. They're not going to, just like with Brandon Ayuk and wide receivers, they're not going to be able to get a discount if Brock Purdy Brock Purdy's numbers dip a little bit this year. That doesn't come with a discount. They have to kind of pay what the going rate for a starting quarterback is, and it's been well established. Some guys that we don't think of as top tier quarterbacks certainly have gotten paid as top tier quarterbacks recently.
Hey, Matt, I'll never forget a saying by the old Miami, Florida, and Dallas Cowboy coach Jimmy Johnson. He said, if you don't have the horses, you're not going to win. And that jarred me. Like, I don't agree with that. Coaches matter, and we know they do. But if there is no Bosa, the Packers have allowed the least amount of sacks in the NFL. If there's no Bosa, how much pressure and what's the reality that Sorensen can come up with something to have Jordan Love under pressure? Because if I'm a Niner fan, that's the scariest part of this game. If he can't go, how do you cause disruption?
I don't know. It would be a scenario with no Bosa and no Javon Hargrave, two of their best pass rushers. So it's difficult. The 49ers are not a very good blitzing team because they don't blitz very often. I mean, it's not what they do. It's not what they're good at. And that was a sort of an issue last year with Steve Wilks. Wilks was having them do things that weren't in their nature. So if you don't have your usual top-tier pass rusher, I don't know what they're going to do. I mean, I think they would have to manufacture it. They would have to have guys kind of step up. Malik Collins has done a good job from the interior. He's not as good as Javon Hargrave was. These two young guys, Sam Okwuonu and Robert Beal, two really kind of beginners at defensive end, I'd say. And Okwuonu certainly has shown more potential than Beal has, but those are two guys that would have to play quite a bit in this game. And this would be the time to really kind of break out, really kind of put in a tent pole for next season to basically declare that, okay, I'm going to be part of this pass rush in 2025. That would start in Green Bay on Sunday.
Matt Barrows joining us on 95.7 The Game. He covers the San Francisco 49ers for The Athletic. We know Brock Purdy has a sore shoulder. He suffered it in the game against the Seahawks. I guess we still are under the impression that we're not sure exactly when it happened, but he didn't throw, at least during the open portion that you guys saw yesterday. And then I think about the fact, the stat that he didn't throw one pass over 20 yards against the Seahawks. Where's his arm, and is there any correlation maybe between the injury and why they didn't go downfield, or was that more Seattle's scheme?
I think it was more Seattle scheme. We're going to talk to Brock Purdy later today. At least I think it's going to be Brock Purdy. The team has to make the starting quarterback available. If it's not Brock Purdy, then all of a sudden we've got a pretty big story going into Green Bay. But yeah, I mean that was, it wasn't just this past week. It wasn't just Sunday against the Seahawks. It was the week before as well against Tampa, where you're having these teams play the two deep shell, which basically discourages any deep downfield passes and makes you matriculate the ball down the field. And so both teams sort of use that, and I think that's probably the overarching reason. I don't think any of us saw any real difference in Brock Purdy's throws in the Seahawks games, other than it was mostly a case of he's taking what the Seahawks were giving him, and did a good job in that. The completion percentage was 75%, which is what you'd expect. There was just a real lack of any explosive plays either in the running game or the passing game.
Matt, I know you didn't ask me, but I feel like we're friends, and I was disappointed in Debo with the whole Pepper situation and Moody. And our morning show had Terrell Owens on this morning, and he made a comment about Debo worried about his outfit and wardrobe more than football. But all in all, this hasn't been a Debo Samuel type of year, and I just want to run by what are you seeing, and it just feels like the defense have caught up with the way Kyle's trying to use them. How do they fix that?
It's their big challenge over this last stretch of games, because it's been really one thing after another for the team. Brandon Ayuk's holdout, Brandon Ayuk's injury. I think that if you're kind of adding up things that, reasons why this passing attack in general hasn't been the way it was last year, those are probably the two biggest ones. And then that has sort of a domino effect. It means that Juwan Jennings is playing on the outside a lot more than he ever has. And he's doing a great job at that. He's been the one bright spot. It's put Ricky Pearsall into a more starring role. I think that Brock Purdy is still sort of kind of catching up with Pearsall, and they're getting their chemistry together. But, having Ayuk in there, having Ayuk, at the top of his game loosens things up for everybody else. And so, Deebo Samuel, to answer your question, was able to get open more last season than he is this year. This year, frankly, teams aren't fearing the 49ers passing attack like they did last year. They're playing a lot more press coverage against them. Deebo Samuel is not a great press coverage beater. He's more of a zone beater. He's the guy that they go to when they're playing a team that plays a lot of zone defense, and he's great against them. This year, there's just been league-wide, there's been a rise in press coverage, and against the 49ers in particular, there's been a rise. I think it's because nobody's really scared of the receiving crew.
Interesting. Matt Barrows joining us on 95.7 The Game. Writes for The Athletic, covers the 49ers. Let's take care of some X's and O's here, or injuries, if you will. Kittle's going to play, right? But then what about Bosa? What about Trent Williams? And where are we with Charvarius Ward and his unfortunate situation?
Yeah, these are all guesses, but Kittle seemed pretty adamant that he was going to play, and he was visible in the open period of practice yesterday and looked like himself. So I'd say that that's the one that you can pretty much count on. The other three, I would put Bosa as the lowest percentage. His point was, okay, let's just wait and see if this issue gets better by the end of the week. But he did say that he was feeling worse on Wednesday than he did the Wednesday prior. And it was close for the Seahawks game with him as well. Now he's dealing with the issue on both sides of his body. So, it all seems to be pointing to him not playing. They signed a defensive end to the practice squad, for example. So the 49ers at least are preparing themselves for not having Bosa on Sunday. Trent Williams, he got through the game with the help of a pain-killing injection. So I assume that he would do the same thing this time. So I think his chances are a little bit better. And I would think that Charvarius Ward's are a little bit better than those guys. He's not dealing with any sort of injury issue. He's merely kind of getting back into the swing of things. And the fact that he's back in practice probably suggests that he's going to play in Green Bay.
Yeah, Matt, I was telling Steiny, you know what? Right now, it seems like there's one way or one route for the Niners to make the postseason, and that's the division. But if somehow you could win this game, I feel like you open that door for the possibility of a wild card. I don't know if you're a gambling man, Matt, but if I asked you if you had to bet if the Niners are going to make the postseason, how would you answer that?
I would bet against that only because I haven't, like we talked about at the beginning, we haven't seen it yet. We're just waiting and waiting and waiting for this team to make its move. I'll throw it back at you guys. I would say that this is still, even without Ayuk, the most talented team in the division, and that alone ought to allow them to win it. But we haven't seen that talent really come to the forefront yet. They haven't used that talent like they did last year, and until they do, it's hard to pick them.
Yeah, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt from years past, but the thing that worries me is it doesn't feel like they've played a complete game all year long. Would you agree with that?
They looked awesome in the third quarter against the Cowboys.
Right.
And that's the only quarter really where I think that they look like their 2023 selves. And then they almost lost the game in the fourth quarter. So they very quickly reverted in that game. It was sort of a microcosm of the season. It looks great for a little bit, but then they look very, very ordinary at other times.
Matt, thank you so much for joining us. We always love talking to you. You're great with your information, and enjoy the game at Lambeau on Sunday.
All right. Thanks a lot, guys.
Yes, sir. That's Matt Barrows of The Athletic.
Who was honest as all outdoors. That jarred me that last man, Steiny.
Yeah, I'm just giving them the benefit of the doubt, but I think
they're running out of time.
No doubt. If they lose to the Packers, then I'd lean they're not going to make the postseason.
Even if,
I know. How hard's that, Steiny?
No, what if Arizona tripped up against Seattle?
Still.
It's not about what's going on elsewhere. It's about what you're not doing, huh?
That's kind of the way I feel. And you got to realize that, it's good news and bad news that the Cardinals play the Seahawks. Because one of those teams is going to win.
Wow.
Now, one of them's going to lose, but if the Cardinals get beat and the 49ers lose, well, all of a sudden now they got two teams above them, both the Cardinals and the Seahawks. So, and they will have lost their only matchup to the Cardinals. So that would then become a must-win later in the season. But, yeah, there's a lot going on right now. Man. And it does feel to me like the worm is starting to turn among those that watch this team on a daily basis. And, I'll reference Dibbs and Willard. We asked them the same question. And you know what? I'll ask 49er fans that same question. I mean, if you had to make a bet on the 49ers, do you still think they're going to win the NFC West? And if I were asked that question, I would still answer yes.
Me too.
But that answer's changing if they lose to the Green Bay Packers. But I just don't feel the need to write them off yet because there are 7 games left, and maybe I don't know that they can put it all together, but they can certainly play at a higher level and win more games than they lose, you would figure, heading down the home stretch.
Yeah, and it's apparent, Stoddy, that nobody is afraid of this Niner passing attack, and the games are playing out that way. Just think about that. So now Debo is, if you don't have everything perfect, he's rendered, less effective. Like, who thought that? And who gets 28.5 for that? I thought when things are out, you step up. And then the other part of that, Steiny, I really believe, I'm no doctor. Bosa could play Sunday. I'd be super shocked. I believe if they don't have him for the next week, Green Bay gives up the least amount of sacks. So you have no Bosa, and even with them, that was an area that wasn't on point. Just imagine that right now. If Jordan Love has time and they got Jacobs, like, what if it got ugly?
Then they'll lose and get blown out.
And be 5-6 when I see you guys on Monday.
Yeah, it's possible.
Going to Buffalo.
Yeah, it's possible. They put themselves in this position. 415, this team's done.
Damn.
It's from the Comcast Business Text Line. They have too many injured players, and you can just tell by watching them. They just don't have that fire that they had last year. Last year was our window. This year is already over. How many 49er fans kind of feel that way? See, I would be worried.
I want to hear the Steve Young sound now. That one that's infamous, the infamous sound of that last year was their bet. That was a wasted opportunity.
I would be worried if I were a 49er fan, no doubt, but I still wouldn't give up hope yet. But I also realize that there have been, what are the signs? Have there been any signs, 49er fans, that this thing may turn around? Is there anything you see out there that makes you think this is why I'm not giving up on this San Francisco 49er fans? Or are all your reasons, like mine, based on the past?
That's it. That is, I am. You know me, Stan. I've had problem letting the past go. That's where I'm at.
Yeah.
And that's not good.
888-957-9570. Let's quick take a listen to Kyle Shanahan on his concern about Brock Purdy.
Not much right now. See how this week goes, but he's limited today, so I think that's good news.
So are you worried or not?
Yeah, no, man. The guy didn't throw. And, because I'm married to the past, Stoney, I'm going to say this and put this in the cap. I believe the death knell of the 2024 Niners, if they don't make the playoffs, will go back to the sunny day in Tampa Bay when I saw team captain Deebo Samuel go with Pepper and Moody, and people tell me it was a nothing burger. I know it's injuries. I know it's other things going on, but right then and there, to me, watching that in real time with that SF on the side of their helmet, I hadn't seen that. I will say to my own self, you should have known that. You should have known then, Goo, something was going on.
Well, I would go back way further than that.
To the
I would go. Hell yeah.
But we saw Bosa and Deebo hold out and request trades.
Right, and
in
they weren't
years
the same.
past.
Yeah, they weren't the same player. Bosa wasn't the same player.
But the team got to their goals.
Well, they're not as good now. The bottom line is, if you really want to get to it, this started the day after the Super Bowl when Ayuk started chirping. Or maybe it was the day of the Super Bowl, right in the locker room. So Ayuk starts chirping about money. McCaffrey goes and gets money. Trent Williams goes and gets money. Trent Williams doesn't have training camp. He's not having a good year. Ayuk holds in. He's terrible when he comes back, and then he gets hurt. That's right there was the first sign that this team was going to have some trouble. And I get that we may have wanted to overlook it or say, guys, this is a business. People hold out. It's just the way it is. They'll be fine. But you can't tell me now that this offseason hasn't played a role in the reason that they're 5-5. You can disagree with me, but you just can't tell me the offseason didn't matter. You just can't.
I get you. And you mentioned Willard and Dibbs, and I'll go mainly Willard because when he said he didn't think they were going to make it, I was like, whoa, faith has all been lost. But I'll say this, and I know it's not for today, but if you got a question about paying Brock Purdy, who I said was going to get a blank check, and this passing game is not scaring anybody, and Ayuk has an ACL and MCL, we don't even know if he'll be back next year, Steiny. The future, you may need an overhaul of your O-line if that's really who's to blame. And I guess I'm just saying with all that, like, the future's going to be a bear to repair.
Well, yeah. I mean, again, as dominant as the 49ers have been, there's no guarantees you stay on top all the time.
And that's why Steve said you needed to cash it in.
The realization is, this is Shanahan's 8th year, so he's been the coach for 7 years. And even though it was early in his tenure, I mean, they've missed the playoffs 3 times under Shanahan, and it's possible they could miss the playoffs this year. I want to wrap up this multiple backs conversation, or at least add to it. Shanahan was asked whether he'd like to see Mason out there more.
Yeah, I mean, I like all those guys playing, but it depends on the situation, depends how many times you're getting the ball, depends on the drives, but depends if we're going to put 2 backs out there. When you do 2 backs, and you got to take either a big off or another receiver. But I'm not always thinking of how to get Christian off.
I think he meant not always thinking about how to get Christian off the field, I believe is what he meant there. So
you're going to laugh,
basically
but I'm like,
what he
Kyle,
said is,
make the situation.
He's not looking to take McCaffrey out of the game. And on one, I get it. I mean, you waited 8 games for this guy. He says he's healthy. Everybody acknowledges that when he showed up here, everything changed. They were dynamic offensively last year. I think the first thing Kyle Shanahan, the first way to go is, well, let's just plug McCaffrey back in just like we've always been using him and see if we can look a little bit like last year. It hasn't worked in 2 games. Maybe that's because McCaffrey's not the same player. Maybe that's because
the O-line is not blocking.
The O-line, Ayuk not being there, all the different kind of things. Man. But the question I'm asking 49er fans is, do you think they're going to make the playoffs? Are they going to win the NFC West? Or do you think they're done on this one? And
this would be their signature win if they beat Green Bay at Green Bay, right? Because they don't have that yet.
And if you think they're going to get this thing together, what makes you believe that? 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up next on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Ooh, we got a question. Brian W. asks, it's the holiday season and I'm looking for deals. Is Xfinity...
But we're talking Niners, and here's where I want to go here. And I see
Matt
people
said no. Matt Barrows from The Athletic. His answer was no. Right now, he don't feel like they're going to qualify.
So Brock Purdy, Matt Barrows believes he's still going to get $60 million. That's fine. This is what Kyle Shanahan said about the way Purdy's playing this year compared to last.
It's hard to make a lot of progress after the way he played last year. And it was hard to make a lot of progress after the way he played his 7 games in his first year. So I think Brock's playing at the exact same level. I think there's different circumstances around him. You know, our team hasn't been quite as good through this, but it's been close to getting there. Close doesn't matter. You know, that's why we're 5-5, but a couple plays here and there. And I think we're looking at it totally differently. And that's why we put ourselves in the hole. And that's why we made it a lot harder for ourselves here at this back half. But I still think it's going to come down to the same stuff. I bet these next 7 games come down to the fourth quarter. And we either get it done or we don't, and we got to find a way to get it done.
All right, so that was Kyle Shanahan. Now, they had Willard and Dibs had Greg Cosell on yesterday, the football savant, and they said to Greg, well, Kyle Shanahan says that Brock Purdy's playing as well as last year. Listen to Cosell's answer.
First of all, I'd be truly, truly surprised if Kyle truly meant that. He's giving a press conference.
Right.
So he knows. Believe me, he knows. I'll give you an example. On their first third quarter possession, okay, he threw to McCaffrey for 6 yards on 3rd and 15. It was just outside the red zone, so they ended up kicking a field goal. So that was a great example of Purdy just not seeing the game with the same innate, refined, nuanced feel of timing and anticipation that we've come to expect. He had 2 throws there. He had a seam route to Samuel, and he had Jennings on the high-low with McCaffrey that he would have made last season without even thinking. So instead, he threw a check down to McCaffrey for 6 yards, and he threw it too quick. It was a clean pocket. He just got rid of it quick. And then they kick a field goal instead of perhaps getting a touchdown. There was another case, and see, some of these occur when there's completions. So you don't think of them as, oh, maybe he didn't see it the right way, because some of them are completions. But there were too many dropbacks in this game in which, to me, and I've been watching the Niners, for years and years and years, as you guys know, in which I do not believe, and again, I'm not talking to Kyle, obviously, but where I believe he just did not process the route concept versus the coverage in the way that he needed to and with the necessary clarity.
Who do you believe?
I believe Greg, and I'm watching it. And what Greg is saying to me now is, the questions I have is there's panic. Why are you, aborting the mission early? And Steiny, when quarterbacks struggle, you don't see it. And to have a guru, per se, look at the film and say that there were, options on that given play. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if pressure's setting in. Brock Purdy's human. But the performance, some of the throws when you have time, have not been off just a tad bit. So, just back to Matt Barrows, Stoney, I just would ask him and double back, are you so sure that 60 is going to be there? But I think a lot of what he was saying about that, Stoney, it's not about the dollar. It's about who do you have and what do you have behind Brock. There is no other option.
Yeah.
But, man.
But if he's regressed, who's to say what may happen next year? Let's go to George in Los Altos. He's got some signs of hope for the 49ers. Cheer us up, George in Los Altos. What's going on, my man?
Hey, man. I got a whole bunch of other stuff to talk about now that I heard that Cosell argument. But let me go back to why. Oh, okay. For him to say that, I think he's wrong. I think he's nitpicking. Because I think the 2 best players this entire year on the 49ers is George Kittle and Brock Purdy. Let's talk about all the plays that broke down on critical third downs where we needed to maintain the possession. He runs around, scrambles, goes through people left and right, and ends up getting us the first down. Look at the touchdown run that he had last Sunday. That was class. Look at the pinpoint pass he made to George Kittle in the corner of the end zone after scrambling and avoiding 5 defenders and throwing the ball as he's running to the side of the field and put it on a dot. So he's playing well enough for us to win. Our problem is in Brock Purdy. Our problem is our special teams. That's our problem. Our problem is what you pointed out, Steiny, that this whole season started off wrong. With Ayuk holding out, Christian being hurt, our number 1 pick being shot in the chest. God bless him. He made it back, thank God. They just don't have the fire that they had. And all of that, I think, threw it upside down. Now, on the positive side, we should be 7-2. We really should be. There's no reason that we lost the 2 games, but we did.
Right.
So we're in the position that we are now, but we have shown signs of the old Niners in spite of all of those negative things that happened at the beginning of the season. And what I'm hoping occurs, and I thought it might occur when Ricky came back into the lineup and everyone said, if this guy can come back after what he went through, let's rally behind this kid. That didn't happen. Now I'm hoping that if Dre comes back, that he brings the fire to the defense that he always brought every game. And I'm hoping that's going to be a positive. Finally, I think if we lose this game in Green Bay, then I got to say we're in real trouble for making the playoffs. We've got to win this game. So that's all I got to say, boys.
Yeah, great stuff, George. Terrific. Yeah. Absolutely terrific. I don't disagree with him when he said, Purdy's played well enough. They could be 7-3.
Well, he didn't.
But if he played better, maybe they're guaranteed to be 7-3. I don't know. It's a tough one. It's a tricky one. This is Greg Cosell on the downfield throws and the lack of them.
Yeah, I think in this game in particular last week, he did not see the field very well. There were throws to be made that he left on the field that were downfield throws. I can't tell you why that he's not seeing it, but he has not been as decisive. There were specific plays that I made note of as I watched the tape where the route concept was there, the read was clean, and for whatever reason, he just didn't process it the right way, and he ended up not throwing balls that he should throw. So he did not play very well this week, and the number you just gave this past week was predominantly on him. He just did not see it the way he needed to see it.
Wow. I mean, that, man. And again, maybe because Cosell is not for everybody, but I trust and believe him, and that's as real as it gets. And Stoney, on my television, I think it's playing out that way. Like something seems off.
Yeah, I mean, something seems off, not just with Purdy, but with the offense. So Purdy's obviously going to catch the brunt of it, and that's the way it should be. He's the quarterback. But the entire offense is just more sluggish than we've ever known it to be. And I don't know what it is. Maybe Purdy doesn't want to or didn't take the chances that he normally would against Seattle than he would before those games. I don't know
and
what
now
it
he's
is.
Nursing a shoulder.
Yeah, I don't know what the answer is, but I know they got to fix things pretty quick.
Can I give you this?
By Sunday.
Yeah, can I give you this? On just the injury front, and the old Stoney I know is going to say, Guru, it's just football. But doesn't it seem like it just keeps getting worse? Bosa gets a sack, pops back up, and now his hip or whatever's going. And Stoney, if you don't have him for this is go time, how can you really expect this defense to be anything? And oh, by the way, you got to stop Josh Jacobs on the ground, him in the passing game. Jordan Love, it just and now Purdy, you said, Stoney, didn't throw today or yesterday. Sometimes, partner, in sports is just not your year. And the more we move down the road with this Niners season, Kittle didn't play last week. I mean, man. And our caller, God bless him, maybe Dre will come back, Greenlaw. At this point, is it even worth the risk it?
Well, of course, if they got a shot.
Yeah.
Oh, my. I wouldn't. I mean, now, if he's not ready, you can't play him. But if Dre Greenlaw's ready to play.
Expect him to come back and be the dog that he was right away, there's risk in everything. But Stoney, if we get down the road here and they're 5-6 and he can go, do you even risk that? Huh?
Yes, 5-6.
I think you have
absolutely.
a real conversation.
5-7, that might be a different story. But if you're in it. Even if you got to put together 3 or 4 wins at the end of the year, I would want Greenlaw to be out there. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to get more into Brock Purdy and the kind of season he's having. I'm trying to figure out how optimistic or pessimistic 49er fans are right now about this team winning the NFC West. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Once again, 888-957-9570. In any event, this game against the Green Bay Packers feels as much like a must-win as they've had in a long while, at least in the regular season. That segment was brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
Whether you're flying for business or pleasure this holiday season, choose SFO. With the most nonstop flights from the Bay Area, easy parking, and local eats. Now offering nonstop flights to Monterrey, Mexico on United Airlines. Choose SFO, where you're...
All righty. I'm going through some of this Greg Cosell sound from yesterday, and, well, he didn't sound very positive about what's going on with the San Francisco 49ers right now.
Well, that's all we want in this business, right, is honesty.
Call it like you see it.
There we go, Shannon. Shay.
And I'm wondering if 49er fans share in a little bit of that pessimism as they go into Lambeau Field Sunday against the Pack. It's you know what?
I just got them pulling out this game.
I get it. It's not a literal must-win, but I think if they lose to the Packers, they're in monstrous
And I'm going to
trouble.
turn into you. Now you're talking about a team that's 5-6, talking about the playoffs. Get to 6-6 and then wake me up. But, Stoney, that game would be in Buffalo.
I don't mind talking about getting into the playoffs if you're 5-6, if you're only 2 games behind, but I acknowledge that it's a monstrous uphill battle. Let's go out to the lines. Let's go to Fleet in Oakland. But this is usually Flea, I believe.
Oh, Flea, yeah.
What's up, Flea?
This is our guy.
Good morning, guys. Good morning, guys. Good morning, guys, on this rainy day.
Yes, sir.
This is what I want to say. Our defense is pretty much garbage. You guys know that. I hear people talking about Purdy. Our defense can't even get off the field on third down. Our defense ain't been this bad in the last, 5 years? So people talking about Purdy like he's the problem. Our defense is horrible. And can y'all tell me this? When have y'all seen Debo wide open? I ain't seen it.
Yeah.
That's why he's throwing the ball to Jennings every time in them tight throws because nobody's getting open. Jennings, he's not the fastest guy, but he's a big body. So stop talking bad about Purdy. Our defense is horrible. Debo is not getting open. They got to put Debo in the backfield just to get him the ball because he ain't getting open. And if Kittle ain't playing, we ain't winning in no Green Bay.
Wow. Hey, Flea,
Well,
real
he's
quick.
playing. Yeah, he's playing. He's playing.
Let me get his thoughts on this. Flea, I hear you on the D, but just Sunday, and they gave it up. I understand that. The defense is hampered as they are. No excuses. They stopped Seattle on 3rd and 4th and 1. Offense did nothing. Then you got an interception in their territory. Offense did nothing. I'm not saying it's Brock's fault, but come on, the offense has to do something.
Listen to this. Can anybody that's listening tell me when Debo is supposed to be, he's our highest paid receiver. Tell me when he got open.
I have nothing for you.
When we need in the first down, when we trying to get it on third down, have Debo made a big play this whole season?
I'm saying no. I'm saying no.
The problem is Purdy don't have no receivers but Jennings. Since Ayuk been gone, we've been trash.
Wow.
He only got one receiver.
Wow.
Thanks, Fleet.
Wow.
Appreciate it. Yeah,
But it can't be.
I don't say one more. I think that all 3 phases have been subpar.
Well, Matt just said Debo's forte is not getting open down the field.
Well, it's true.
So if they've taken away what I do best, Donnie, and the one thing I'm bringing to the party, I'm rendered useless.
Well, you can run the ball.
How's that been working?
I don't know.
It's not.
Well, then he's the problem. I mean, I don't blame it on Kyle Shanahan.
Problem.
Yeah, exactly. He's not having a good year.
Well, he's not getting open.
Yeah, that's not having a good year. I mean,
this could be a problem. I mean, it's an issue now. And now he's got me thinking maybe this is why. So you think Brock is back there like, boy, if I had another guy that could get open, it was supposed to be Ayuk? But come on, Stoney Pearsall didn't get 1 target.
2. He had 2.
Okay.
But again, I don't feel the need to single out one guy or 2 guys because it's been team-wide. To a man who's having a great year. I'll give you maybe 3. Kittle, Warner,
Lenore.
But that's it. Their big boys have not produced. And that's why I'm less, while I hold him accountable. They're not having a good year, but he can't. why are the best players on the team not having a great year?
There's only
Maybe they're
one
not as
door
great
you go
as
to.
we think.
It's the coach. I'm
not me.
Okay, no, I get you.
Trent Williams is not having. Trent Williams is not himself, and it has nothing to do with Kyle Shanahan.
No doubt about it. But
Christian
when you ask for the answers, that's where it's got to start.
Well, I start with the players. That's where I start usually. And I'm not saying Shanahan's off the hook, but the reality of the situation is go up and down the roster, and nobody's having a great year. Kittle, maybe. We can argue
he's
about a few others.
No, yeah, we got to give him that.
Well, and you know what? Well, is he? Well, just because he starts as a rookie doesn't mean he's having a great year. The offensive line's been bad.
But he's been holding his weight.
You don't know that.
Yeah,
but it's a unit.
The All-Pro
Who
next
cares?
to him. No,
it's a unit.
It's a unit is not getting All-Pro 3 years in a row. That's Trent Williams. My point is, you can look at an offensive line and decipher who's been good or not. And you're right, it's a collective, but they give individual awards, and those guys stick out when you're doing your thing. Pooney has been a godsend.
He's a rookie, though.
Perfect.
He's a rookie.
And I can make an argument he's been out playing McKivitz and Brindle.
My point is he's still a rookie, and you have championship aspirations.
But I can still say he's a positive on an individual basis.
Go ahead and say he's a positive. That doesn't mean he's a dominant offensive lineman.
We didn't say that. You said who's having a good year.
The point is, if you have 5 rookies that are having good years, you're not going anywhere in the NFL. I mean, yeah, Pearsall's having a nice little year since he's gotten back, but he's a rookie. They're rookies. Like, I don't think Pooney as a rookie. Yeah, Pooney's having a good year, but as a rookie, measuring up against veterans, is he having a great year? He's having a great year for a rookie, but we're trying to win a Super Bowl. Let's go to Robert in Berkeley. What's up, Robert? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing great. Hey, I'm a fan of the 49ers, and I've been a fan for a long time. And so every game I go into it, and I, hope they're going to win. And I mean, the end of my statement when I called in was that hope's not a strategy.
Damn.
They need everyone firing on all cylinders to win, and we just haven't seen it this year. And quite often, to me, it's kind of like when we got to the trade deadline with the Giants, and it's like they were a 500 team, and a 500 team could beat the Dodgers and lose to the Rockies, and a 500 team can beat Green Bay and then go to Buffalo and get snowed out. And Buffalo's a different team when the snow starts, I think, too, sometimes. But a friend in Chicago just told me this morning, it's like, hey, it's the first snow of the season. And I was thinking, oh, great. And the Niners fly to Green Bay this weekend.
Yeah, the weather's not going to be that bad, according to the reports, Robert. So.
Yeah, but we're all dinged up a little bit, and those dings can hurt a little bit more, right? Unless there's painkillers masking them.
Yeah. It's currently snowing in Green Bay right now. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Robert. Appreciate the call.
The problem is the Niners, when the sun's out, you ain't playing. Dude, I just want to go get into bed and let Evan finish with you. My life is over.
Phrasing.
Hope is not a strategy. I'm done.
Well, that means...
Dude,
that's guru.
Hope is not... That's what financial... Hope is not a strategy. Oh, man. I'm in trouble.
We'll see. Well, not just on the Niners.
You think? Oh, my goodness. I'm going to text that to the kids. Hope is not a strategy. It's been for so long. Oh, man.
Let's go to Mike in Hayward. See where he's coming from today. What's up, Mike?
How you guys doing? I just think that the 49ers, they didn't go into those Super Bowl this year. They didn't win their division, okay? They not. They have Purnell. They got running back. They need to give those guys some play. Let them play. See, maybe they can create some big plays. They got big play guys sitting on the bench. They're going to have to use them eventually. Why not use him now?
Wow.
Maybe McCaffrey's down 100% right now, right? Throw the ball down the field of Purnell. He can maybe give you some big plays. Okay, let the other guys rotate them running backs. Show the other team some different looks. And then maybe McCaffrey will be more effective like that way. But Shanahan, here we go with Shanahan. You guys always defending Shanahan. But Shanahan sticks to the same stuff, and that's why we ain't won no Super Bowl yet, because he sticks with the same stuff. You got to go with the best players, but you ain't going to be best every year. You got to change it up a little bit. So you ain't got IU. Purnell can catch the ball down the field. Cassidy ain't 100%. Everybody knows it. So play the other guy. You might get some big plays, and they're a big play offense. So that can spur him out of this little slump they're in. But no, you guys want to defend. You're so stuck on defending Shanahan.
No, we're not. People have been criticizing Kyle, man. I'm one of them.
No, your coworker. He defends him all the time.
Oh, Steiny.
That's all. I think Shanahan's a good coach. He's done a lot for the team, but he doesn't like change. Sorry, bye.
And
thanks for the call, Mike.
Steiny, that's fair.
Yeah, I'm a players guy.
At some point,
I believe in the players.
Will Kyle try to change or adjust on the fly, or is he Frank Sinatra? I'm gonna do it my way.
His way's been working. So So you go away from your strengths because you're struggling a little bit.
No. See, those are two different conversations. I was just going to say I feel like he's gotten in his own way by not having a Super Bowl when he had an opportunity to do so. And then the
players also had an opportunity, and they blew it too.
No doubt.
The players blew it, and Shanahan blew it. It's not just they're all together. Yeah. That's why, Purdy's not having a great year.
And
there's plenty of reasons why.
But Flea thinks he's had nobody to throw to.
Maybe he's right. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I mean, we can go back to before the season when everybody was concerned about, what are we going to pay Purdy eventually? And
I said blank check.
Yeah, and I was thinking, well, I wouldn't mind seeing this guy without a couple weapons to see what he can do. And the reality of the situation is, for whatever reason, I'm not saying it's on him, Purdy has not performed as well with less weapons around him. Duh. That's going to happen to every quarterback. But it begs the question, how much are you going to pay this guy if this is who he is for the rest of the year? I don't have to make that decision. We don't have to make it now. But, Barrows, he's got his finger on the pulse of this team. But I'm just not convinced that if things stay the way they are, Purdy's just going to be here, be the guy, and be the highest paid quarterback in football.
You talked real quick here. You talked about how Kyle, I'll use a word for you, Stoney, is finicky, and things can change. And what if he had a plan B? I'm not saying that, but what if he does?
Kirk Cousins has always been a plan B. He's just never gone to it. Let's go to Holloway in West Oakland.
Our guy.
What's up, Holloway?
Man, you already know what it is, man. So if I'm sitting here listening on the radio, getting tired of all this woulda, shoulda, coulda, I know y'all just as tired of it as I am. Some guy on here talking about the Niners should be 7-2. Was let me tell it, they should be 2-7. I'm just saying, let me tell it. So this is what I'm saying. Guys calling in, they saying Purdy's not the issue, it's the defense. I just remember that the defense bailing them out plenty of times, and the offense never came through for them. Now, Steiny, just correct me if I'm wrong on this. Just correct me. Who handles the ball the majority of the game for the 49ers?
Purdy.
Okay. I don't need to say no more. Guru, this question is for you.
Okay.
The 49ers got 7 games left. Now, a run-of-the-mill team, which they are, with this schedule, I'm going to take this off the air because I want you to answer this for me. You got Chicago, Green Bay, Detroit, Buffalo, the Rams, and the Cardinals. Now, I want to know how many wins you see coming up out of that, because they can lose to Green Bay and Buffalo.
Yeah.
I could see.
Thanks, Wes.
Okay, gotcha.
Thanks, Holloway. Appreciate it, Goo. What do you have?
Yeah, Stoney, I'm being real. I could see them going 2-5, and if they lose and just get blown out, it kind of just gets out of control. And I could see them going 5-2. But I do really believe how this looked Sunday. Will it just be one of those that somehow they lose and you're going to Buffalo and you're looking around like Purdy's arm is this, Post is nowhere to be found. Like West Oakland Holloway, maybe it could just bottom out. Like I'm not putting that past anything, but past anybody.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
It's a hard schedule, Steiny.
And we knew that.
Yeah, okay, but
we knew it was coming.
But it's more difficult when now you're dealing with everything you're dealing with. Purdy not throwing.
Let's go to Skinny Bob.
Oh, man.
In El Granada. Hey, Skinny. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great. Just left the golf course, bucket of balls.
Nice.
There he is.
Hey,
how's the Husky doing?
Yeah. My Husky's right over my shoulder. He's doing great.
Great.
He got... he's doing super. He's turning 10, I'm turning 80, and we're both
Let's
driving.
go.
Nice.
Let's go. Happy birthday to both of you.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, let me say this. Niners are entertaining for 3 quarters. Then the 4th quarter comes along, and poof, they're snake bit. So it's entertaining. They just choke in the 4th. They can't close, and that's the deal. If we had 3 quarters on games, I think they'd be in the top 10 or top 6 teams. I don't know. But I find them entertaining, but looks like they're choking, looking to lose in the end, and it's in the back of their heads, and they're snake bit.
Wow,
thanks,
Skinny Bob.
Thanks, Skinny. I mean, I don't think there's any doubt they've lost some confidence.
Now that is wow, man. But do we really? Well, does that go to the coach too?
Goes to the coach, goes to the players. I mean, if you want to single out a guy and you think it's the coach, like this is what I mean.
No, I'm at Debo right now.
If you want to single out the coach, then take it to the hilt and say you want him out of here.
So you want I can't do that.
Exactly. So then he shouldn't get an inordinate amount of blame. He gets as much blame as Purdy and the players. That's the way I look at it. Let's go back to more Greg Cosell. Yeah. This is about Purdy's play from last year to this year.
2 things really stood out. Number one, his ability to throw with unbelievable timing and anticipation. And that's one reason there were more downfield throws. And number 2, his ability to recognize coverage rotation instantaneously and know exactly where to go with the football. Those 2 things are not happening with the same level of decisiveness and consistency as they happened a year ago. Certainly not in recent weeks. He's had a stretch here probably for a month or so where he just, to me, watching tape, has not been particularly comfortable. He's leaving the pocket too early. He's not seeing it with the clarity that we expect him to based on what he had done in his past. So he just doesn't look like a comfortable player right now.
Greg Cosell on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday.
And the question is, Donnie, why?
Well, I think one of the reasons why is because, whether we like it or not, he's still a young quarterback. And he's probably seeing things this year that he's never seen before. And you can't get over that hump unless you have the experience and have seen it before. I have no doubt that he's probably seeing stuff he's never seen before, and he's got to see more of this stuff that he's never seen before in order to combat it.
So is there any part of your psyche that says there's a possibility that Brock Purdy is not good as we saw him the last 2 years?
Of course there's a possibility.
See, that's where I blew past that in a Ferrari. Like, no, this is who he is at minimum. But if there's a scenario to where this continues, then wow, Steiny.
Keep in mind, Brock Purdy's He's got 35 games under his belt. That's essentially 2 seasons. That's it. 2. I think sometimes we expect this guy to play because he's so heady and he's so smart.
And he's done it.
And he's poised. Yes, but he hasn't seen every defense in the first 2 years that he's ever going to see.
That's heavy, man.
Let's go to Jimbo in San Jose. What's going on, Jimbo?
Yeah, my take is that what we're seeing with Purdy this year is a preview of what we'll see next year if he gets 40, 50, or 60 million a year. We just won't have all the weapons. So, I think he's going to have to learn how to do more with less. But I think that's where we're at.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know where we're at. Maybe they turn this thing around and everybody starts resembling who they were last year or the year before. And again, I'd give them more of the benefit of the doubt, but they have not played a complete game. How about when I said to Barrows, Matt, they haven't played a complete game, have they? And he said, well, they played a great third quarter against the Cowboys.
Man.
It's just like saying, well, Brock's made some great throws. He's having a great year. No, he's not. He's not having a great year. He's not.
Yeah, and I'll say this. There is I think it happened to Russell Wilson when we start to see a decline.
How many years did he play, though?
Yeah, no. But that's
my point.
Thing in football called, or just in boxing, punch drunk. And when you get hit so many times, Steiny, the pressure's not there, but it's on your mind. And I got to be honest, because I'm going to defend Brock in this sense. This offensive line might be the answer to what's going on. But with that said, he's running for his life. And maybe Mr. Cosell, I'm part of it, he's running because he doesn't want to take that pounding or punishment that he's not used to. Just a thought.
Well, he never had a problem staying in the pocket before.
But was it this bad to where guys were teeing off on him? I don't know.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. And we're talking about the 49ers and what ails the San Francisco 49ers. And the problem they have right now is what ails them is a lot. They're not in sync. They are not playing. Individuals are not playing well. The position groups aren't playing well. If all that, and this is what I mean. If you feel like all that comes down on Kyle Shanahan, and he is, listen to what Cam Inman had to say.
This might be the most underachieving team I've covered of the Niners in 25 years.
Wow.
It is. They should be finishing these games. They have better rosters than the other teams, but they just aren't a better team. And it's not just one guy you can point to and say, get him out of the lineup, or one coach say, this guy's screwing up. It seems like every game there's something different. And for, a stretch there, 9 games, it was like every game there was a special team mistake. But it wasn't the same guy making the mistake. And then you compound that with penalties and injuries, and those are hallmarks of bad teams.
Okay, so, and this is kind of what I mean. If you truly believe this team has the most talent in the NFL and they're 5-5 and they're underachieving, well, then yes, it's the coach. It's the coach. So then do something.
But I'm Mr. Fire 'em anybody. I'm not doing that in this instance. But you've been taking calls. They're 5-5, Steiny. Do you think a majority of the fan base right now wants him removed? I don't. I think he's angry, and there's some out there that want him gone. They've been wanting him gone. Our guy in Boston. But the bottom line is, come on, Steiny. This too shall pass. But if this is the end of the dynasty that we know as the Niners, they got some major reconstruction.
Well, it's going to come soon.
Well, and maybe it's come faster than we thought.
Steiny, name me one elite offense that doesn't let the quarterback audible at the line of scrimmage. Easy. Last year's 49ers.
Well,
888-957-9570 is the number. Can you pinpoint what's even wrong with the San Francisco 49ers? I can't. I think it's everything. They have not been a team that has come together at all this year. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power.
dude, I just want to go get into bed and let Evan finish with you.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
One of the things that's going to drive me out of this business is the juvenile mentality
it's sophomore
of some of our coworkers.
And then, what goes through their mind is like, that's it.
I could keep going.
By the way, so, if you've listened to this show forever, you know that mostly I'm a players guy. I'm always for the players. But one of the reasons I'm for the players is because front office and management can do what they want. And so if you ever have leverage, you have to exert it. That being said, I'll tell you what, if this year ends like this, okay, let's say they go 8-9, miss the playoffs, and this is the way it looks. Why don't you just tell Purdy? No, we'll get you in free agency.
Wow.
You're under contract next year for $1 million plus. We're not prepared to pay you $60.
So we're going to go from your owner, and I'm just throwing this at you, and I need to see how you feel it. Like Derek Jeter.
Yes.
From resetting the market to where we're going to do the Kaminga on you.
Exactly.
Play it out.
Yes. What's he going to do?
Wow.
Hold out?
I didn't have that on the bingo card, but boy.
I mean, I would.
Because what would you feel comfortable paying him right now?
Not 60.
Man. I wish you'd have brought that up to Matt. Now, would the Niners look bad or cheap doing that to the quarterback?
How do they look by giving Ayuk his money?
Well,
how do they look at that situation?
In there if you want, but
so see that's
I get man.
He's under contract next year for like $1 million and $1 or something like that.
So what would be the urgency? Is what you're like? What? Wow.
I don't know what the urgency is, other than Steiny, it's the NFL, and that's what's done.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then go ahead and give him 60. He's under contract next year.
And you could get 17 more games to see him.
Exactly.
Oh, my goodness.
Exactly. You know what? Hey, Purdy's was off to a great start, and then there was some adversity in his third year, and he didn't have a great year, and we're just not comfortable writing a check for him for $60 million to him. Okay. Wow. Well, now what? Brock, you going to come back and quarterback at 1.1, or you going to hold out? I don't know.
Man.
But this idea of just automatically ripping a check off to him for some exorbitant money, and the one thing I'm never a fan of is, well, it's the market. Yeah, that's great. And how would you like to be? You want to be all those other teams?
Dallas.
If he's not the guy. And now if you're convinced he's the guy, then sign him. Then sign him to 60.
Well, I'll tell you what, if he gets that, again, the big component of this is we don't know how they finish, but the bottom line is we'll find out how much he regressed or they deemed this season was because he had some regression. If they give him a contract, Stoney, close to the number we're thinking about, but if they did and they went gangster, as you're talking about, and saying, hey, you got to play it out, like Brock's not going to say, I don't want a quarterback. He's going to be right there.
I mean, Are we watching a $60 million quarterback?
Not this year.
And the answer isn't, well, Trevor Lawrence never looked like it either. All right, well, then maybe they made a mistake. Gary in Daly City. What's up, Gary? How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, you guys.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Everything's good. Been a while.
Good.
I'm all for it. How'd that work out for Deshaun Watson? How'd that work out for Dak Prescott? It worked out for their pocketbook, but it didn't work out for the team.
Not at all.
Not at all. I mean, that's what I was going to ask. I got three things. If Purdy was a free agent and all the top teams in the league were open for quarterbacks, KC, Baltimore, etc., would they bid $40, $50 million on Purdy? I'm not putting it all on him.
Right.
I'm just saying right now.
But I'd say this to that. If you would have told me right before the Super Bowl this same question, we'd have a different answer, right?
But the team's was playing better all around than they are now.
Yeah, right.
They're spending all their money on like 5 or 6 guys, $200-300 million, but they have no O-line and D-line.
Wow.
All the great teams in the history of football, no matter how many stars they had, they still had O-lines and D-lines that can control a line of scrimmage. That's old school.
Wow. You said you had 2 more.
And last thing I want to say, give Mike Tomlin, who does the Steelers, you guys are coaches the Steelers, with less talent, put him on this talent of this team and see who kicks butt on and brings his own coaches in and see if the team has any change to it. I could keep going if you want, but I'm not.
Good stuff, Gary.
So that was a rocket, Kyle. With the Tomlin
and I'm kind of I'm with Gary. Like he obviously took he's not crazy about Purdy. He's not crazy about Shanahan.
Right.
Okay.
But we
move on to the next caller.
And I'm about to ring Stoney, but again, we cannot. Why it sounds ludicrous is, I get if you think Kyle's forget this year.
What if you get Sam Darnold for $25 million?
Oh boy, I mean that would be attractive.
That's all.
And
I'm saying.
I might do it.
That's what I'm saying.
Especially if it ends up, let's just say Purdy is just what he was. But I'm going here with Kyle. You got to get rid of him if you believe he'll never win it. And if he hasn't won it when they were at their highest powers, and now you got to do a soft rebuild or a reset because it looks like this thing has the ingredients to do that, that's when, Stoney, you would hear your partner say, I don't think it's ever going to pop here. It's time to go.
707, he isn't setting foot on the field next year for $1 million. All right. Okay, that sucks. But
they're saying the Niners wouldn't do that.
Does it suck more than paying a guy $60 million that you're unsure of?
Oh, man. Oh.
It's the same. It's
the same. Dak Prescott. That thing's up. Man.
It's you know what?
Don't be pressured into something like that.
If you can get Kuminga for 30, sign him. If he wants 50, no can do.
Wow, man.
If you can get Purdy for 40, go ahead and sign him. If he wants 60, maybe no can do. I don't know. I don't know.
We're getting ahead of the car. Stoney, this game is, if I told you the season's on the line Sunday, would you have a problem with it?
Not really.
That's where I'm at, man.
Let's go to Bosa in Oakland.
Uh-oh. Is he playing?
I don't know.
Purdy's got some dog in him, but he doesn't have any Saccharinis, guys. I got 5 things to explain why Purdy isn't playing that well this year. Actually been playing pretty badly compared to last year.
All right.
If offensive line last year was rated between 22 and 29, and yet he had MVP numbers. Now, last year early on, I told you guys that Purdy was going to throw for 4,400 yards and 36 touchdowns, which he would have, but they hadn't kept him out in Game 17. But Shanahan doesn't understand that the lines are the tips of the spears. That's the one thing that's different in Kansas City. If you take Kelsey and Mahomes to swap Purdy and Kittle from the teams, the records would be the same because the lines are the same. They got better lines on both ends of the spears. Shanahan didn't understand he had to trade Debo and Ayuk for a top right guard, and he didn't listen to me, and he's not listening to me about a 5-man front on defense. And on top of that, he doesn't know how to manage the clock. And, he's just not going to win, man.
All right.
Wow.
Thanks. Appreciate the call, Bose.
He's out, Stoney.
Speaking of the real Nick Bosa, let's take a listen to him.
Pretty good, obviously. You don't want to be down and feel sorry for yourself, but obviously you don't want to act like nothing's wrong. So yeah, I think we understand the task ahead, and we understand that we have to finish games. We've come very close in most of our losses, and we're probably 3 or 4 plays away from being a 8-2 team, which is easy to say, but it just shows that if we could play better football throughout the game, and we're as good as anybody, and we believe that. So it's just a matter of finishing in the fourth quarter. I think defensively, we've had opportunities to win 3 division games, and we haven't gotten it done. So our offense bailed us out a lot last year, and it's time for us to do the same.
Yeah, not very. Does he have a C on his chest? Because I know he ain't giving those speeches. Stoney, wow. And you are who you are.
Why, wow?
No, just that's who he is. It's just.
Let's go to Carlos in San Jose. First-time caller. What's up, Los?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
How's it going?
Hey, just a good
just driving home and just wanted to, give my input, on what ails the Niners. I think that the problem that they're having is I think this year we're just doing a little too much shotgun, a little less of the little more of the. We need a little more of the quick hits and let the run after the catch take care of itself, like we have done the last few years. And with all that being said, the defense, unfortunately, getting 3 and outs and not scoring field goals and all this, the defense is on the field too long, so they're getting winded by the end of the games and they're not able to finish. So I think the offense is what's possibly ailing us right now.
Yeah, that's one of the things ailing the 49ers right now, Carlos. I don't disagree with that.
One of the Yak brothers stopped drinking, Steiny. Debo, he quit drinking.
I don't know what that means.
The cognac, the Hennessy. Thanks, Evan. The Yak brother stopped drinking, so he ain't getting no yak. Oh, boy.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Yeah, cognac. I get it. Okay. Let's listen to more people talking about the Niners other than us. You want to hear about Deebo's struggle?
Sure, partner.
Greg Cosell. What's going on with Deebo Samuel?
I think when your quarterback's not playing at the same level, your receivers end up not getting the same number of targets. And because when fans watch a game, they can't see the route, so they automatically assume, because he's not getting the ball, that the receivers are not playing as well. And that's not really the case. Most of the time when a passing game is not working, it's more on the quarterback. But I will say that Seattle played, I would guess they played more man coverage than the 49ers might have anticipated going into the game based on what they'd seen on tape from the Seahawks prior. And I thought at times all the receivers struggled to separate and create, cleaner throws. But when it's man, you still have to deliver the football. It's just the way it is, because otherwise you're not going to make any throws. But I don't think that that Deebo Samuel's a problem. I think that the pass game as a whole, which starts with Purdy, has been a little bit of an issue.
Well, he's been pretty clear. He doesn't think Purdy's having a great year.
No doubt.
Especially last month.
How can anybody say great, Stoney? I think early on I was like, you know what? Look what he's without. But last year I said he was all you needed, And I know that sounds crazy, but I was like, he's something. And now it's obvious that, he's a young quarterback, but there's something going on, I believe, Stoney, and I can't put my finger on it, but I don't think there's anybody that can pick up the phone and call and say 13's had a great year.
Nobody's had a great year. Maybe because of this guy.
I don't think the O-line played particularly well in this game. I thought there were a number of poor snaps by the center, by the left guard Banks. I'm just wondering if Father Time has caught up to Trent Williams a little bit. I don't know if he's playing at the same consistent elite level that has defined his career. And he's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer, as he should be. But I spoke with someone else, from the league who watches a ton of tape and kind of agreed that it just might be the beginning of Father Time catching up with him.
You could do
Good thing he got his money.
But, wow, just think about that. You kept saying.
Greg, can you expand on that with Trent Williams?
Well, I think in pass pro, he's not been quite as powerful with his anchor. There are a couple times he just gets not beat, not where you go, oh my God, he's just getting beat, but where he's just getting pushed back a little bit too much into the pocket, which never, would happen. I think even in the run game, there's been a couple of times where, he just didn't quite make the block with, kind of the definition that we've come to expect. Just little things. Like I said, it's not like you watch him and go, oh my God, this guy can't play. It's just, little things that start to show.
And that gets you beat sometimes. Man. If everybody has a few little things, then we've got a problem.
But they're not winning on either one of the line of scrimmages, man. And how can you go anywhere when you don't have that? That used to be where they lived.
Dylan in Modesto. What's up, Dylan? How you doing, man?
No, I'm hanging in, Steiny. Hopefully you guys are doing good today.
Thank you.
To be honest with you, I kind of feel just like what you said right now is that it's kind of a little bit weaker at every position. People maybe got older, whatever it is. It's just not there contributing as much. they're really missing Drake Greenlaw. A lot of people say heart and soul. I feel like he's the heart and soul of the team. Brings back a better vibe, everything like that. I feel like he would have stopped Geno last week to hit in that game. I believe that the 49ers have a bad apprentice to journeyman ratio right now to contribute to winning, kind of like what we talk about the Warriors and Kuminga and the process and what you got to do, because we got Jake Moody missing these kicks out here. If we just go hire a journeyman out here to go fill his position, you know, but that's what you got to kind of go through.
Appreciate it, Dylan.
Oh, man.
Uh-oh.
What we got?
Comcast Business
I
text
haven't had
line.
it up all day, baby.
You want me to read it?
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Guru graded Purdy an 8.5 out of 10 just a week ago. Now he's not good.
1, I didn't say he's not good. 2, I expect the team to win the division. And 3, we'll revisit the grade once the season's over. But I had him at an 8.5, and that has nothing to do with them being 5 or 5. What did I say, Stoney? I know I'm nitpicking. I saw some throws that were just nothing more than incompletions. First play of the game, the Arizona game to Debo. I'm just like, man, that came out wrong. So I don't know what's going on, but I know this. This is the bottom line, and I'm not running from that. He didn't throw yesterday. Could you? I'm asking you, Stoney. Would you be at all shocked, or would this be on brand for the Niners season this year if Purdy couldn't go?
Well, I don't say on brand. I'm going to say this.
These reports have been cryptic.
The 49ers have not had more injuries than other teams. I'm not using injuries as an excuse. What I will say is the 49ers have done a piss-poor job of replacing those guys during the course of the season and still operating like a good football team. It's like if they're missing they have not done a good job of filling in for McCaffrey for 8 games.
But Mason
they haven't
was
done a good job. They were 3-3 and 4-4. He doesn't give you the dimension that McCaffrey does. He can't catch. They don't use him out of the backfield. George Kittle, he missed last game. Probably went a long way toward why they lost the game. So they didn't adjust to Kittle being out. Greenlaw, not there. They knew he wasn't going to be there for the first 12 weeks. Okay? The guy who's filling in for Greenlaw is a step down. Every NFL team has to deal with injuries. So I'm not saying injuries are an excuse. I would put it, they haven't dealt with injuries as well as other teams. What the hell? The Rams came in here without their top 2 receivers and beat your team.
That happened.
So my point is every team's injured. Every team has players who miss games, and the teams that win can still function like a good team when they're missing guys. And they have not looked like the 49ers all season long. And maybe one of the reasons is because when they're missing guys, they're missing guys and they're just not the same team because they make no adjustments, or the personnel that's filling in isn't good enough.
Don't forget the hangover thing.
That could be part of it too. And I'm just
Steiny, I'll say
500.
Hey, I'm not here to disagree with you. We do 20 hours a week. I'll say this. I am disappointed through 10 games that they're 5-5 with everything that's gone on. I still think everything is right in front of them, but man, I did not have this on the bingo card, and I didn't have McCaffrey missing the first 8 games. I still can't get over being out there Monday night and that went down. And then it just seems like every other week, it's not McCaffrey, it's somebody new missing a game. But I thought this team's strength was depth.
Well, there's no chance this team's strength was depth. The way they pay, the way their salary structure is set up.
Well, now that's starting. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, the other, people are answering their own questions at times. For the last 2 years, we just throw it around cavalierly. Oh, Christian McCaffrey's the best running back in football. Okay, well, you missed him for 8 games. So if you truly believe he's the best running back in football, you're going to feel that. You're going to feel that. And I think what we also found out is, there's a difference between Jordan Mason getting 100 yards a game and Christian McCaffrey getting 80 yards a game through the air and 80 yards a game through the ground.
But I can make an argument that was probably the closest you came to mirroring what the other guy did.
I actually disagree. I think they're totally different backs.
But that Jordan Mason's job is not to be Christian McCaffrey. It's to hold it down, and he held it down. He was leading the league in broken tackles.
He limits your offense. He limits your offense.
Or maybe the coordinator limits the offense. How dare you? No, I'm just saying, you can't. Steph Curry's feeling, you can't get mad at him because he's not Steph. You just hope he's bringing something to the table. And Mason brought something to the table, and now he's been an afterthought. That's on coaching.
They can't use him to receive the ball.
You don't know that. This guy looks like he can't do it, Steiny.
Guru, you think... you're right. I don't know he can't catch the ball.
No, but don't judge him as McCaffrey. He's not McCaffrey. He's Jordan Mason.
That's
and for 6 weeks, he led the league in rushing.
Big
Put
deal.
some respect on his name.
He's not versatile.
Big deal. It's not. I don't need him to be versatile.
Yes, you do.
If you can lead the league in rushing, hand the ball off to him.
Yeah, that's easy to say.
How unfair was that, Steiny? You said
you're misinterpreting what I'm saying. He's not McCaffrey. If he can't catch the ball out of the backfield, defenses know that.
But you cannot say he was not an A- for filling in for McCaffrey.
But there's a drop-off because you can't run certain plays when he's in there, and the defense knows it. They know it. And that's a big part of who the 49ers are.
But if you're leading the league in rushing, they couldn't stop you.
And you were 4-4 with him. So what are you telling me?
That's bigger than just the run game.
I'm just telling you.
I feel like that's... I'm not saying he's McCaffrey, Steiny. He was leading the league in rushing and broken tackles.
At the expense of their versatility offensively.
Okay. Now, I won't argue.
I'm not telling you Mason can't catch out of the backfield. They are. They are.
Okay, I got it. But you're not telling me they're 4-4 or whatever they were with Mason because he couldn't catch out the backfield.
I'm telling you, there's a drop-off between McCaffrey and Mason and what the 49ers can do on offense, and that, along with a million other things, is why they're 5-5.
But how many people have called and written that Mason's been such a find, I believe, that they want him on the field, not at the expense of McCaffrey, but Steiny, he's been a godsend, man.
Godsend?
Well,
we've known for years
he
that
held
Kyle
it down for 6 weeks.
Okay, that's different. He held it down. He held it down. Mostert held it down. Breida held it down. Who was the first guy here? Tevin Coleman, Elijah Mitchell. They all held it down. But when Christian McCaffrey plays, they're a different team. Maybe not in the last 2 games because he's not Christian McCaffrey. But the one thing I've learned this season, 100-yard rushing games are not all created equal. They're just not. 8-8. Well, no, we got the crossover coming up.
Yep.
Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change expert technicians. They check fluids, tire pressure, wipers, lights, batteries, and more. Locations and coupons, visit BayAreaOilChange.com. That's BayAreaOilChange.com.
Dude, I just want to go get into bed and let Evan finish with you.
Ooh, we got a question. Brian W. asks,
Be nicer to Guru, man.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'm okay.
Who was
He's
that?
a poodle caller.
Some caller.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
you know the show. This is my guy. He's got a voice, and he can use it in different ways to make people think he's something he's not. But he's not Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Guru's fine, Willard. I'm okay.
I did stop making my early lunch today when you decided to and you were using Lindy Waters as an example.
This was great,
and you were like, "Don't ever give up."
Yeah.
And your brain, Steiny, took that in a way.
Luthor.
What you said had merit, but it's the funniest thing of all time that you would respond to that and be like, and don't forget, kids, there are also times where you should get
Dude, I couldn't Willard.
And you're not wrong.
No.
I like the example you gave. You're 60. If you get fired, that's probably it. That's it.
It's
help me out.
I'll admit it's a judgment call at times, but sometimes just pack it in.
I mean, if she says no to an offer of a date 8 times, I'm not going to be the friend being like, don't ever give up.
Dude.
No,
there's a chance.
You give up at 8? You give up at 8?
Leave her
I'm
alone.
a married man with a 2-year-old because I didn't give up at 8.
Wow, look at you.
Push through it.
Hubba.
And I was just asking them for the drop of your famous drop of quitting gets a bad name.
I forgot that
it
one.
didn't make the trip from the old building. Today is a new reset. And I just thought it was, like Mark said, fascinating. We went from Lindy Waters and what a dramatic
Lindy
come-from-behind story to, hey, if I get fired, or, I'm out this business. It was just great.
Yeah. All right, you guys just brought something up.
Help us, man.
We did.
About the man zone thing. Give it to me.
Yeah.
Oh,
James.
the 49ers
Baby.
have the 49ers' two leading receivers are zone beaters, and nobody's playing zone.
Because I asked you, has your opinion of Debo changed?
Not at all.
And you said no.
Not at all. I don't think Debo's lost a step. I think that this is it's kind of a lazy narrative now that he can't get around the edge, so Debo's getting old. I don't think Debo's getting old.
Well, T.O. told the roast he's worried about his wardrobe, not football. That's got to hurt.
If I'm Debo Samuel, I think it's the most hilarious thing of all time that Terrell Owens.
But he gave you everything on the field, Mark.
So does Debo.
That's a bad judgment on T.O.
So does Debo. Like, if I'm Debo, I get out of practice and I flip open my phone and I see Terrell Owens thinks I'm thinking about my outfit too
Hall
much.
of Famer. Terrell Owens.
Absolutely.
Should have been first ballot, but he was not very popular.
Of course he worked his tail off, and so does Debo. I'm not saying that they're equal players. Right. Terrell Owens, a Hall of Famer, as you just said. Debo won't
So what's ailing Debo then, Mark? Like Steiny's question about the
same thing that's ailing all of these guys. The whole thing is underperforming. I know it's super unsatisfying, but to continue to have the four of us in a room and a board of phone callers picking who to blame,
wow,
you're all wrong. It's everybody. Fred's not performing anymore. Trent's not performing. Debo's not performing. Brock's not performing. Kyle's not performing. Or people aren't available. Brandon's not available. Dre's not available.
Purdy didn't throw.
The whole deal is not the Warriors are the best example to tell you what's going on with the 49ers. All the core pieces of the Warriors were there last year, and they couldn't really perform. And this year, they're 11-3. And you'd argue by getting rid of a Hall of Famer and bringing in people you've never heard of, like Lindy Waters. Why? Straw stirring the drink this year.
Two Hall of Famers, if you look at it that way.
Yeah, exactly. Good point. They're the whole thing is just fitting with the Warriors this year.
It does feel like
the ingredients with the Niners are somehow off.
It felt we played a lot of the Cosell sound from your guys' show yesterday, and it does feel like he thinks Purdy's not the same player or not making the same reads for whatever reason. He can't get in his mind.
Well, and I think that you can look at it and you can see it for a number of different reasons. All he will talk about is what's on the tape.
Right.
And what he sees on the tape is he's not seeing it like he used to, and he's got open receivers down the field, and he's not throwing it. And then we, in our business, we can think about why, and we can all speculate. It's a speculation sensation, and I love to do it. It's either he's worried about the contract, or he doesn't trust the offensive line,
which I get.
Or his shoulder hurts.
or his shoulder hurts,
Yeah.
or whatever it is. Maybe it's probably a little bit of all of it. But the bottom line is what we saw last year was Brock Purdy letting it rip and making throws and seeing it and throwing it and ripping it. And this year he gets back there and he's like, how do I get out of this? How do I run? And that's what I see.
Y'all saw the development 20 minutes ago on Purdy, right?
No.
Did y'all see that? Like, he threw today in practice,
Okay.
but then in the third quarter of the practice, he left and did not come back.
The third period of like 12 periods. And he
he
bounced.
was throwing, and then he left.
I've been left at
And
the
he did
altar.
not, and he did not come back.
This
That's
year
from David
with
Lombardi.
info like that
Yeah.
for player A, B, or C, and I'm like, this is a nothing burger. Sunday morning, they're out. So let's hope like hell.
Oh God!
With that report that he's not out.
Yeah,
Kittle.
I don't think he'll be out. And here's why I read into this a little bit differently. And yes, it's not a good thing that he didn't want to finish practice, but it's Thursday. And if it's a soreness issue or maybe there's a little something in there, then it's time to call, as Motley Crue would sing, he's the one they call Dr. Feelgood. He's the one who makes it all right. Yes, and the shoulder, you can needle up. And so you can needle him, not like Steiny needles you. Yeah. And you do need to go easier on the goo.
Just stop it,
according to some.
Yeah, he's soft. I will.
Dude's a lollipop.
My only
Come
thing
on.
is stop making bets. That's where you need to knock it
Now,
out.
Willard, you hurt my feelings. I've got to hurt
I
your
almost had
feelings.
him
Yeah,
I almost had a bet that the Warriors are going to be 20 and 4.
What'd I say?
You didn't say Guru the sucker bets, but you kind of said the sucker
You've
bets.
had a few.
But we want to have some fun on the show.
No,
I got to take a couple for
I
the
didn't say-
team.
I
Come
didn't-
on.
I didn't say don't be fun, but I mean,
Yeah,
was
I hear
it
you.
last year that you took like the Warriors against the field or something?
After I won the Warriors road bet.
Lakers going to make the Western Conference Finals.
Willis, I'm 50-50. You had me at 28.
You're not 50-50.
Can I just
want you
pivot
to
to
be
another
there.
bet? And
Be
I
nice,
don't know
this
what,
dude. Come on.
I don't know what you guys did about the Warrior win total at the start of the year, over 43.5. But
we made
Jimmy
that thing.
Shapiro just sent out a message to all of us. I don't know if you're on
Okay.
his
Yeah, I get it.
his distro list, but the current over-under for wins for the Warriors is 51. So if you want to bet it right now, it's gone to 51.
And that was prior to them winning last night, by the way, that I saw
Yeah.
that. And they are the number one riser
Yeah.
in the NBA.
Look
Plus
around.
8.
Yeah, they went up 8 games.
51 in the hook.
I put
exactly.
as much as
They're
I
gonna
could.
get fat.
Yeah, I put as much as I could, which is not a lot, but I put as much as I could on them preseason at over 43.5. They don't even need to play 500 basketball the rest of the way to do that.
Yeah.
44 wins that's a cookie. They only need 33 more.
Yeah.
Hey, Willard, this is for you. This is
What's
for
up?
you and Tibbs. So Steiny brought this up. We're talking about next year, and I'm Mr. Purdy's plan for a blank check. We got to do this. And Steiny, brings it up, his contract thing, situation, to where there's a way he could come back and the Niners don't have to pay him. And I go, the Niners would look bad. It doesn't go from blank check to that. But do you think if somehow he was just pedestrian, not all his fault, that the Niners could be what I deem that cutthroat and have them do the Jonathan Kuminga, as I called it?
Oh, God, they would. The way you asked it, absolutely they'd be that cutthroat. The Niners are as cutthroat as they come. Well, I mean,
Who had that on the bingo card? If
They tried to stare right at Brandon Ayuk and go, let's just create a bunch of draft day trade rumors. Congrats on your 1,300-yard season and your Super Bowl appearance.
But what would that signal if they did
How'd that work out for him?
Not great.
There we go.
Not great.
Not great.
So, and it's very different with a quarterback. And I'd argue, like it's a very difficult thing to pull off. Because, I mean, did you all see the Daniel Jones press conference today? This happened.
I did not.
And they got him in the red. Dude, they're making him want to go home.
He had a Jimmy G conference about an hour ago. Say goodbye.
Oh, no.
Thank you for
See ya. I'm happy for him.
It's been really great. My time here with the Giants. What a classy organization.
They had him in the red jersey, man, like just ostracized.
I saw a report that they had him playing safety on the scout team.
Yeah, I'm glad for
I mean,
him, man.
now, I don't think he's leaving,
Yeah, I hear you.
but he's not playing anymore.
No.
Wow. So,
and we've seen that.
The reason I bring that up is let's go down your road. You come back next offseason and you're like, prove it to us, Brock. Wow, that is, from an emotional standpoint, the lack of backing of your player has a trickle-down effect through the entire locker room that I think is disastrous.
And the league.
Right. So I'm not saying that means you have to sign him, but I am saying you have to decide. You have to decide next offseason if he's your guy.
Well, they've already decided, and Matt Barrows said to you guys earlier today that the market is the market, and you guys even delved further into it, and he went through some of the machinations which might take place, like, okay, the Jets continues to devolve Aaron Rodgers. Let me throw open the trash can.
Who would want him?
Sam Darnold's a free agent in Minnesota.
Well,
maybe you could bring in Sammy D. Okay, you're going to give Sammy
25.
D $3 and $100 and let him replace Brock. I mean, Brock is better than almost any other option you have, other than roll the dice in the draft and Shedeur Sanders.
No,
what are
we doing, right?
What about if Atlanta thinks Penix is ready?
I knew your head would go there.
We're naming those kind of guys.
I mean, I think that's more realistic than the other things we just brought up.
Yeah, I think Rodgers is probably out.
He's done. He's physically, he can't do it.
No one's going to give him any juice anymore. They gave him the whole organization, and it exploded.
He's playing like Mr. Rogers.
Look, Brock is, I don't think we're anywhere near Brock is not the guy talk. I am interested in the stuff that you just brought up, Steiny, on the Cosell breakdown of okay, he's not seeing it the same. He's not letting it rip the same. There you go. Why? That's my question.
Well, I told you what I think. I think of all the sports, football, you need 11 guys on the same page. Like in basketball, one guy can win you a game.
Yeah. So
in baseball, a guy hits 2 homers, you can win the game. But in football, whether you like it or not, you are way more reliant on your teammates than in any other sport. And if they're not playing well, it's going to impact you more than in any other sport.
Well, let me throw this at you because I saw Albert Breer go on with Cowherd earlier today, and one of the subjects was Brock's looming contract situation. And what Breer referenced was what the Niners have to sort of decide is Brock Purdy, it's not is he good enough to play quarterback, is he good enough to take the organization through a reboot? In other words, we're going to have to get rid of some other people.
Wow.
Look at what the Chiefs did. No Tyreek Hill, reboot, we're fine, let's win 2 Super Bowls. And then even lower, look at what the Bills did this year.
Yeah.
Got rid of a bunch of people on defense. Goodbye, Stephon Diggs. We're drafting a wide receiver.
Look at the Packers, same thing. Yeah. Packers are in the middle of a reboot.
Well, but their quarterback was kind of part of that, though. Like
he was just chilling on the bench.
But the Bills go, Josh Allen's good enough, and look at them, they're 9-2.
Yeah.
That's the question the 49ers face is Brock Purdy, and I don't think he's not Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes. No one is. But that's the question they have to answer. Could you get rid of Debo? Could Trent retire?
He's almost invisible now.
Right. Could Christian, start to decline? And can Brock take you through that and still play at a really high level?
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Yeah, I was just thinking, if the season continues like it continues and you miss the playoffs, 8 and 9, 9 and 8,
damn,
then what's going to happen?
Well, Debo stays because he reworked his deal, and his get-out number is too big, so he's back. Ayuk is out until probably October, and I do think that he's in real jeopardy as far as being a Niner again, because after next season, his out number is small enough to where they can just say, well, we messed up, you got hurt, it's over. Jawan is a guy you have to replace unless he, reworks his deal and signs and stays, and then the rest of it, you've got Trent Williams at 36, and you've got George Kittle coming up on 30, and McCaffrey, who, with a couple Achilles flare-ups, you're going to have to replace a lot of these guys.
What was the guarantee at signing for Brandon?
The actual guarantee?
Yeah, like in other words, what they had to pay right away.
I think it was relatively high.
Yeah, it was like $45 million this year. He got a signing bonus. He got a big number this year, and then next year he gets a lot, and then after that, there's almost nothing left.
Have we ever seen before a contract, and maybe Daniel Jones is the answer to this, but like a contract with that kind of guarantee get handed out, and 7 weeks later we're already talking about his departure? Good Lord.
Right?
What a hot mess.
Yeah, that's worse than a hot mess. Yeah.
And they got, it was peer pressure or whatever they felt that they actually got to the end of it and they realized they had to do it and they gave him $30 million per.
Trying to win right now.
Right.
Desperately trying to win right now.
And I get that, but if you were trying to really do that and you were going to sign him anyway, then you should have given him $30 million in March or April. And that way he would have been a camp person. And Steiny, you've mentioned this over and over, and I love it because the camp distractions from Ayuk to Trent to McCaffrey to Ricky Pearsall, not his fault, obviously, all of that led you into week one where you were in an uncertain spot.
Well, I think it's obvious that they couldn't, in the preseason games, it felt like they couldn't really do anything because they didn't have their players. And so they didn't get a lot of work done between, in the offseason and the preseason because they didn't have McCaffrey. Ayuk was holding out, and they were just kind of maintaining, it felt like, when practice started. So I don't know.
I don't know, man, because like all those numbers we played with yesterday, they are still one of the top 5 to 10 performing offenses in the NFL, despite all the frustrations, and it has pretty much been without Brandon the entire time. So I go back to one of my rare W's back in August. I'd have looked right at Brandon and said, we'll either see you week one or we won't. Bye.
Yeah, and you saw him week one.
Yep.
He was there.
Well, that's because they
Dropped
paid
the
him.
touchdown.
Right.
I'd have said, you either play for your $14 million or don't.
Yeah.
We have a game in September. Let us know if you're going to be there.
And I'll go back to my April take where I said they should trade him on draft night or before draft night. You trade him, and there were teams that wanted him and teams where he would have gone. And, not that I foresaw the injury, but you definitely saw a slow start. And he had, one good game?
Man,
and then he got hurt. And so, yeah.
Could they have really had Amari Cooper and all those picks? God damn.
Maybe, right?
Man, I would have taken that in a heartbeat.
Well, Amari went somewhere else. He's in Buffalo, so they were willing to.
Yep.
How about those Warriors?
And it's something. It's funny you said something about Brock, or Mark said it. Like, you have to decide if Brock Purdy can be the guy to basically bridge the gap between now and when you're good again. And it makes me think about Jonathan Kuminga because the Warriors are faced with the same question. Steph and Draymond are going to be gone in 3 years, maybe 4, hopefully longer because we love to see it. But when they're gone, who is that torchbearer? And if you think that it's Jonathan Kuminga, then you sign Jonathan Kuminga to a 5-year deal.
I used to think it was.
Well, and I used to kind of think that it wasn't, and then I thought that he might be like a viable piece. And the more you look at it, the more I'm realizing that if they do things the way they're doing it now, the way they play basketball, he doesn't fit with the way the Warriors play. And I kind of think
3 games
more we
under
look at
20
it,
minutes played.
Right, and the more we look at it, Goo, the Warriors sent a loud message in the offseason about, where they see he and Moses, because Moses is a $13 million a year player. He's just that guy. They offered it to him, and he was like, you know what? Yeah, that's probably me for now. I might be better later. I might not be. He's basically DeAnthony Melton,
Kuminga's
right?
45 or something ridiculous that you're not worth.
He might be worth 25. But if you're Kuminga, you'd rather go out there and show that you're worth 40 as opposed to settling for...
Well, you're not doing that now. And now
nor will you in this system, I think.
No, I'm totally with you.
Yeah, because, he doesn't fit with the system, and he's not going to get that leash, right?
Yeah. Willard, I told Steiny, I come in today, there was a great win, but I feel like I know all these guys, and I can't ignore where everybody's at because everybody's trying to win, but individually, they're rats on the table. I'm rooting for Kuminga, and I'm like, okay, you didn't get in the last 9 minutes of a close game. They're going 11-12 deep. They didn't break you off the cash. And then you got a blowout where you could just put, up numbers and you don't get in that one. I'm not saying I'm not coming in here to be Debbie Downer. I'm rooting for Kuminga, but I can't ignore, damn, you only got 15 minutes?
Dibs, what are the numbers you found? This is super interesting. Okay. Listen to this.
Looking at Basketball Reference, they do 3-player combinations. And so you look at the Warriors and 3-player combos.
Okay.
And I was just looking at the Kuminga combos just to see, and 3 of the 4 most turnover-prone combos include Jonathan Kuminga. And of the best point-scoring combos, 3-player combos, you have to go down to number 8 before you find Kuminga. And in the top 8, there are 6 Steph, 5 Draymond, 3 Buddy Hield, 2 GP2, a Kavan, a Pods, a TJD, and you get down to number 8, and it's Kuminga, but it's Stephen Dre and Kuminga. So in other words, when he's out there, turnovers go up, and when he's out there, points go down.
And if you know that, they know that.
And if it doesn't fit, you must trade it.
That's a 4.
I'm just saying.
Shout out, Johnny.
I think that, I really do. I like the kid.
Yeah,
I like that. He's got a lot of game, but I do think that's the word that's on my mind today is fit.
And there's no doubt about it.
Yeah, Steve Kerr has said a number of times this offseason how fast they want to play. Yeah. And when I watch them, look at that game yesterday against Atlanta. They've got some things that they could do inside. There were a lot of lob dunks and things like that. But when they would do that, it was like a layup for Wiggins at the other end. Doubt. The Warriors had 80-something points at halftime. They're playing so fast. I don't think Kuminga plays very fast. Yeah. He's the only guy that sometimes stops the ball.
But as far as talent, raw talent,
well, of course,
I could give you 8 teams to where he could go put up 25 and 10. I believe.
None of them are playing in June. None of them are playing in May.
No doubt. But to some, Willard, and I'm not robbing Kuminga of this and saying this is what is on his mind, but that's how talented you are in regard to individual put up number. You could go to Detroit and probably score. Portland. But here, it's cerebral.
I don't know about Detroit. They're trying to win.
They are 7-9.
That team last night is the team where
what was that, Gibbs?
You know what it was, and I don't want to.
Oh man,
I don't want to be too personal and disparage one individual. That's Grant Liffman.
Wow, Devontae, they had him on the Molly and Devontae had him on.
Steiny, laughing to the mic.
Yeah, he told me that radio trick guru. You're laughing
from
to the
TV
mic.
Host to vice president.
Yeah. Look at this. Shout out, Grant.
That tells you where your organization is focused.
Man,
where
that was bad.
So Grant was here when Kuminga was here, so I'm sure that deep down as a VP, he would be covetous of the upside.
Remember when Trae Young was going to be the little Steph Curry? I watched that guy play.
I like Trae, but that was bad yesterday.
I don't dislike the guy, but he is he's all the Stevie Francises and all of these people through the history of the league where it's
Stephon Marbury?
Yeah, go ahead and you might do
highlights.
30 points once every 2 weeks.
I liked him up
20
until last
points
night.
most nights. But what are you doing? What are you doing out there?
I think that's the danger you run into when you give a guy the keys maybe before. And the problem is that, his second year, they went to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah, that did happen.
And so, but has he improved?
No, he's gotten worse.
Yeah, I think you're right.
He's gotten worse.
That did happen.
That was a draft night trade. Yeah. Where Atlanta drafted Luka Doncic.
He's a Curry clone. He's talented, but he ain't
right.
They got DeAndre Hunter and Cam Reddish.
Oh, yeah, boy.
I mean, no, Cam Reddish is who they got. DeAndre Hunter was another draft.
Kuminga's ceiling might be, and I don't mean this in terms of style of play, because this guy was a great player, but I sort of mean the career arc of what you're talking about. It's starting to give me like Tracy McGrady vibes.
Man.
Where it's like...
I was feeling some Kyle Kuzma.
Well, maybe.
Who is a baller in my book, but not a winner. He's gifted at the game of basketball, Scotty. He's got a repertoire.
Okay, let me ask you something, Good. What do you think of when I say raw talent?
Jonathan Kuminga.
Okay, but forget the name. Don't put a person to it. What does raw talent do for you as a basketball team? I'm a GM. Raw talent.
Right.
How are we doing?
You can go out and get yours, but you can't do it in the grand scheme of a team setting or environment because you haven't learned that or you're not comfortable.
Then I'd say I'm out.
You know what it means?
And raw talent needs to develop into not raw talent.
No, it's real.
How many years does Jonathan get to be raw?
And there we go.
Believe it or not,
we have the answer.
I know he's still very young.
Imagine he's a rookie. But that's what like Dalton Connect played 4 years of college. Now he's a rookie. Kuminga played 4 years in the pros.
Okay,
but he didn't play much.
Yeah, that's
the way I would view him.
That's an interesting.
And you know what? If you view him like that, you feel a little better about him. I think
you do, but do you want to give him 40 large and the keys to the kingdom?
Yeah, now the answer was no this summer.
And that decision has to be made before Connect, who was under team control for 4 years.
Who may be in a heaven right now.
And I think that's a great conversation that you guys can continue along with the great Warriors.
We'll be listening
on 95.7 The Game.
the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, let's go. Here we go. It is, it's the best day of the week. I cannot wait. Yeah, let's get into it. Because Ramona Shelburne is coming on the show, and Mason Crosby is coming on the show.
I'm excited.
We can get into Kickergate. Tabor Pepper, Deebo Samuel. Take a side.
Right.
Mason Crosby, former Packers kicker. He does a radio show out there in Wisconsin now. And so he's going to hop on the show. We got a lot of Niners. We got a lot of Warriors. 888-957-9570. I think this is the biggest game of Brock Purdy's career. I don't even know if he's going to play in it.
That's a stretch. But
it's not, because here's what I mean.
The Super Bowl wasn't big?
No, I mean on a personal level. And again, like if I offered you a Super Bowl ring or $60 million a year, what would you take?
Probably the millions.
There you go.
If I had never made more than $1 million in a year.
What I mean by this is not in terms of the biggest game of his career, in terms of career resume and accomplishments. It I think, very well could be the biggest game in his career in terms of public perception. And this is not fair, but that's the way life works. This is the way life works in professional sports. We're going to spend a lot of time on this show today, the next 4 hours, I would bet, talking about two individuals, Brock Purdy and Jonathan Kuminga. There'll be others, but we're going to focus in a lot on those two guys. Is that fair? Does that make sense? It's just kind of the way we as fans operate. And Brock Purdy, again, I don't even know if he's playing in this game, but if he plays in this game, you got to think about what's being asked of Brock and why this game represents all the things. You are injured. You are up against the wall. You are desperate. You're on the road. It's cold. It's going to be damp. And you're going against a winning team, a conference foe, and a traditional rival. Those are the places where you grab people and you get them on your side. And by the way, even if you do play, you're hurt. Those are the places where you get people on your side. And we are moving very, very quickly toward the end of this season. This game literally holds within it the Niners either being likely to make the playoffs or unlikely to make the playoffs. That is true based on this game alone. And so for that reason, I think the way Brock Purdy plays, if he plays, is going to shape the narrative around him as we head toward the end of the season and contract talks.
Yeah, the narrative is one thing and the reality is a completely separate one. And I don't think that this game shapes anything for the organization about what they think about Brock Purdy. It seems like the owner already has come out and said that, yeah, he's getting as much money as we need to pay him to keep him. And the coach actually came on this week, not on our show, but in his teleconference and said he thinks Brock's playing as well as last year. So the narrative is very much a fan thing and a sports talk radio thing. If he plays okay and they lose at Green Bay, I don't think the team is thinking at all about, well, that's it. You know, we're 5-6, and I don't think we can move forward with Brock Purdy anymore. I'd be stunned if they change their tune over the course of one game, especially when you look at the problems with this team, and Kyle Shanahan's talked about it. It's not Brock. It's injuries. Wow. It's a lot of other things that have gone against him. It's been penalties. It's been not closing out games. It's been injuries and the rest of it. I don't think that any of this, in their eyes, falls on Brock Purdy.
The words that Shanahan said yesterday that you twice referenced right there.
Yeah.
Greg Cosell, NFL Films, came on our show yesterday and said this about what Shanahan said.
First of all, I'd be truly, truly surprised if Kyle truly meant that. He's giving a press conference.
Right.
So he knows. Believe me, he knows. I'll give you an example. On their first third quarter possession, Okay, he threw to McCaffrey for 6 yards on 3rd and 15. It was just outside the red zone, so they ended up kicking a field goal. So that was a great example of Purdy just not seeing the game with the same innate, refined, nuanced feel of timing and anticipation that we've come to expect. He had 2 throws there. He had a seam route to Samuel, and he had Jennings on the high-low with McCaffrey that he would have made last season without even thinking. So instead, he threw a check down to McCaffrey for 6 yards, and he threw it too quick. It was a clean pocket. He just got rid of it quick. And then they kick a field goal instead of perhaps getting a touchdown. There was another case, and see, some of these occur when there's completions. So you don't think of them as, oh, maybe he didn't see it the right way, because some of them are completions. But there were too many dropbacks in this game in which, to me, and I've been watching the Niners, for years and years and years, as you guys know, in which I do not believe, and again, I'm not talking to Kyle, obviously, but where I believe he just did not process the route concept versus the coverage in the way that he needed to and with the necessary clarity.
Okay, Greg Cosell, NFL Films, you can take it or leave it, but his take is what Kyle said yesterday in front of a microphone is a bunch of bunk.
Right. I agree with Greg in that assessment, having watched those plays a bunch of times from the All-22, but I also don't think that Kyle sees that and says, oh, man, all of a sudden he can't see it now. He's blind. I think that it could be a number of other factors, like you talked about, the shoulder, which may or may not be a real injury. It might just be sore and hurt, and we don't know. But today's news about him leaving the throwing portion of practice early, that's not a good sign.
Nope.
That doesn't trend toward I'm feeling better. That trends toward, ow, this really hurts. And I don't think that you can look at this team with the offensive line being okay. And I was looking at the PFF numbers yesterday. They're number 15 in pass blocking.
Okay.
They're number 1 in run blocking.
Interesting.
The offensive line.
Really?
Yeah, according to PFF numbers.
That's wild.
And, they've actually done great on the year as a run blocking unit. But the big issue for me has been the interior 3 in pass protection, and the pocket caves in and Brock runs away. And so all these things I think are interrelated. Brock's shoulder, the O-line, the wide receivers not getting open, the injuries. So I think when you look at it from the global view, 30,000 feet, I think you still see a quarterback who's really good.
Okay.
And you don't change your tune. I don't think you change course at all in what you're going to do.
Of course he's good.
I know, but I don't think that it changes your approach about the offseason.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, because we don't know what's about to happen next.
True.
Like, I'm not making the case that it's all about Green Bay. I'm simply saying that it's all about the story that's unfolding, and Green Bay's the next one. And it's the linchpin. It's the launch point.
It's a big one.
You're either moving toward the playoffs or you're next to dead. Like, you're on life support if you lose this game. Your playoff chances.
Depending on what happens around you.
I mean, I guess.
Yeah.
But,
Arizona loses. And
if Arizona loses, then Seattle wins.
Right.
So
but you'd rather have Arizona lose. That way you can control your own destiny against Arizona.
Sure, but I mean, you're heading for Buffalo on Sunday Night Football and in basically a must-win situation with the Bills coming off of a bye at home in late November. Like, good luck. Good luck. You know what I mean? So I just, to me, that's what I'm getting at. This game has a chance to save the season. And if you go out there and you don't play well, and I mean really don't play well, you better believe there's going to be a new conversation that starts to unfold about Brock Purdy. And I don't think, like Guru asked earlier, will the Niners be cutthroat here? Oh, my God, yes. Oh, my God, yes. And so if this goes awry the next few games, I'm not saying there's a new conversation about whether or not Brock's good. I think we've reached a point contractually with quarterbacks in the NFL where you got to start asking tougher questions than is he good? Dak is good. Dak is good. Trevor Lawrence at times has looked good. And now people are making fun of those teams for the contracts that they went out and offered. You have to be more than good if we're going to do $50 or $60 million. You've got to be in cement. You're our guy. We believe in you for a long time, like 6 more years. And you're not just good with our current scenario. we're projecting forward what this organization is going to look like for 6 years, and you have to be the one to navigate us through all of that.
Sure.
Those are big questions.
Yes, but I don't think that they have those questions. I really believe that they are in cement. I think that they know that he's a guy who sees it, and he can make all the throws, and he's smart, and he can make plays with his legs. For me, they've never given any indication that that is not something that they are in cement about. And then it comes down to what Matt Barrows said to the guys, Steiny and Goo, and what he wrote in his mailbag about the market is the market. And if you do think that he's that guy, and I think that they believe that, then the market will bear what you pay him, and that's just the way that goes.
Well, I mean, he's not wrong about that. Kyle Shanahan on TK's pod in the offseason said as much, not so much about Brock, but all players, where he sort of looks at the going rate, and it no different than walking into a Target. This is what it costs. Do you want to go get an area rug? Go to that aisle. They're all about $99. That's what it costs. Do you want to do it more expensive? Great, go to Pottery Barn. Do you want to do it for less? I better go to something.com and see if you can find it for less. That's the price. You want this or not? And that is the way he looks at it. At the same time, like to me, there's a larger question of not so much just the price, but you really do have to make a decision. And this is what Breer was talking about earlier that I referenced. You have to make a decision with regard to not is Brock Purdy who we want to play with right now, but is Brock Purdy good enough to navigate like what you're seeing this year basically happening all the time? Are you the glue that when all of this starts falling apart, and some of it will be on purpose, when we start releasing players with big contracts, are you the guy to still keep us good? Because the Niners, I know that that's what they have designs on. They have designs on being good every single year.
Right, but no team has a guy able to keep their team good when everything falls apart around it. And, you can talk about Patrick Mahomes, and yes, he has had a running back who was gone, and they traded the top wide receiver, and they still won the Super Bowl, and Rashee Rice is out for the year and all the rest of it, but they still have a very good offensive line, and they have enough guys around them. They have a Hall of Fame tight end, so it's not like Kansas City has the cupboard completely stripped bare. Any team that does that, you're not going to have a quarterback who's able to win and do well.
No, but
that doesn't exist.
But they rebooted. I mean, Patrick Mahomes is still doing well. Not only did they get rid of Tyreek Hill, you're watching this year, they lost their whole receiving core. And they've rebooted in different ways. Trade for DeAndre Hopkins, bring back Juju Smith-Schuster, do whatever. But they also philosophically kind of went a different way, and they started building it around defense a little bit. Maybe the Niners will do that. I don't know what the philosophy will be when there is, say, no Debo, no Christian, no George, no Trent. I don't know what the philosophy will be, but they have to feel like they can build a philosophy around Brock and win. And if they don't, then I think this is actually a question. So it would be interesting to hear what some of you think about this. Can Brock Purdy navigate? Forget what he's worth and if you think he's good. We know he's good. But can he navigate the transition of the roster, which is coming at some point? 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls on this. We're sponsored by the San Francisco International Airport. It's Willard and Dibs.
Heading out to catch the next big game? Start your journey right at SFO with the most.
Pause.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
By the way, I forgot to mention that Brock's about to talk.
Brock talk?
Brock's about to talk.
I hope somebody asks him about the Greg Cosell critique of his play.
I'm sure they will.
Or at least ask him, like, hey, Brock, on that drive in the third quarter, it seemed like you had a couple of guys open. Are you not seeing it? Are you blind? You're blind, baby. Blind to the fact.
That's a great question. No one's gonna ask that.
Hey, Brock, when you have receivers open, why don't you throw it to them?
That's a great question.
Do you have yourself in a fantasy league?
Is there a reason that you're not throwing the football when you play games? Is there a reason?
Are there open receivers that you just don't like more than others?
That's a good question.
Like, are you just a Juwanophile?
Ooh.
You just love Juwan so much?
What kind of question is that?
You and your can activity.
Well, it's kind of become my thing.
Audible can in trash during the Greg Cosell.
Well, there was that too. Yeah. At some point, we should play that again just to mark the spot where you hear me huck my my bubble water can across the room. Count it. It was good.
Clanging.
But it also made a loud noise in the middle of an interview. But anyway, whatever.
And there's that. Yeah. It's all right.
Mm-hmm.
LaCroix today. Nice.
Yeah. Brock's going to talk in a little bit. And I don't know. There's some sudden nervousness. It's one thing to not throw on a Wednesday, but when then you start throwing on a Thursday and then you leave in the middle of practice, yeah, I would say we're one bad day away from Brandon Allen starting the game of the year.
And Brock may not talk if
well, then you get that's a real tell.
Exactly.
If Brock doesn't talk, you can go ahead and start your Brandon Allen stuff now.
Exactly, because the starting quarterback is required to talk on Thursday, and so if he doesn't talk, that tells you that he's not the starting quarterback for this weekend. But even though he may or may not be the starter yet, if I'm the Niners and there's any question at all about his shoulder and him leaving practice early, I would not have him talk. And maybe you take the fine, or I don't even know how that works. If he leaves practice,
right?
And I'm not saying that he totally left practice, but he left the field. And so if that happens, does he still have to talk?
To me, I don't think you have to be correct on a Thursday in sort of predicting who your starting quarterback's going to be on a Sunday. So in other words, Brock can go talk, and then they could turn around tomorrow and be like, oof, gosh, he woke up and it flared up on him, and we're going to go ahead and name Brandon Allen the starter. I wouldn't have Brandon Allen come out and suddenly handle the press conference today.
Right.
Would you?
No, but at the same time, I don't know if I want Brock out there coming off a game where, he threw a pick and they lost to Seattle, and now he's had a couple of practices, one where he didn't throw and one where he threw and then didn't play any additional in that practice. I don't know if I want him out there answering questions about, hey, how's your shoulder and why'd you leave and what happened and how come in 2 straight games you haven't been able to throw the ball down the field and all these other things. Like today's session, if he talks, it's going to be more of a grilling than he's faced yet this year.
I don't know. I think that's actually pretty easy.
It should be.
No, it's an easy question to answer. Like, what's your level of concern on the shoulder? Well, a little bit, like it just flared up a little bit out there. There is some soreness, but we're going to manage it, and we're going to make every effort to get back out there tomorrow and be ready on Sunday.
Is the shoulder the reason why you haven't thrown the ball more than 20 yards down the field in the last 2 games?
No. I've been totally capable these last couple of games, and we felt good about some of the things that we were doing on offense. We need to execute better, but my job is to hit the open man, and I was completely capable the last 2 weeks of doing that.
But I'm looking at the tape, and my friend Greg Cosell was pointing out that there were receivers who seemed to be open down the field, and yet you didn't cut it loose. Why is that?
I mean, I can't really speak to what somebody else saw on film. I know what I saw on film, and I know it's very easy, and there's a lot of interest from a lot of people out there who are going to head on social media and get all the video and tell everybody they knew exactly what was going on. But to be out there on the field, there's a lot of stuff going on that you can't see on film. And I make the best decision that I can on every play, but there's no doubt I need to be better.
It seems like you're looking to run a little bit more than in the past. Is that because the pocket's breaking down, or do you feel like you're more spry this year?
That's because I wanted to be Flash for Halloween, and I love
right.
running, so I leave whether it's time to or not. I don't know. What do you want him to say?
You're 14th in quarterback rating. It seems like you've taken a step back this year. Did you hurt your Achilles when you took that step back?
Okay, now you're trolling.
Totally.
Now you're trolling. But
are you telling me that there will be no trolls at this press conference?
Oh, there'll be trolls. Well,
at least one. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's easy stuff to answer.
Sure.
That's easy stuff to answer. Brock's a pro, and
I get it.
Yeah.
And he'll always be humble, and he'll take a lot of the blame, but I just wonder about the shoulder mixed with the loss, mixed with, what we've seen on tape about guys being open, and also, this offense not looking the same. And I know all the numbers you ran yesterday, and numbers are numbers, especially when they're your numbers, but they were all per drive. And I look at fourth quarter points, not great. Red zone offense, not great. His overall numbers across the board, not as good as last year.
Well, you know what I actually love about the 49ers situation is that every group can sit there and go, my fault. Now, we could get a line of calls right now if we wanted to go offense or defense, who's at fault? You get a lot of people on both sides of the ledger, actually. And I know it's a great offense week because they only scored 17 points and they did not make good on a bunch of opportunities. But I also love what Fred Warner said. The 3 games that everybody's mad about that the Niners lost, he's like, we led all of those games in the fourth quarter.
Right.
The offense gave us the lead, and we didn't hold it. That's our job. You can say whatever you want about it should have been a 10-point lead. It should have been a 20-point lead. Should have this, should have that. Fred's take is, I'm the leader of the defense. You gave us a lead. Our job is to keep it, and they didn't. The offense's job is to make the lead bigger, and they didn't. The special teams, don't even get me started. And if you put all 3 of them together, they've only got 1 head coach. So here's looking at you, fill in blank. Here's looking at you. Nobody's immune from this. Nobody's doing great. I don't care that the DVOA is up in the high right, which means the offense is good and the defense is good. Well, not good enough.
Well, the defense is not up in the high right on EPA. They are over across the line as far as being good in the drop back EPA allowed, but the rush defense, they're slightly below the average, and that's been a bigger problem.
But the collective is above. We did this yesterday. They're one of 8 teams in the high right quadrant.
Offense and defense. I'm talking about blended. Just the defense.
Yeah, understood.
The defense itself is slightly below. There are 9 defenses that are up in that money spot in the proper quadrant, and the biggest issue, I think, has been the rush defense, and it's mainly been in the fourth quarter. And you go back to the Ram game, Kyron Williams, the Arizona game, James Conner. These are times where you need to stop somebody, and you have a hard time doing it because your interior defensive line hasn't been great.
888-957-9570. What's your confidence level that Brock Purdy, not is he good, is he the guy that can take the 49ers through transition? And I think it's interesting that you sort of think that decision has already been made. I've spoken like that in the past as well. I think the decision has clearly been made that Brock Purdy is a and the franchise quarterback. I also know that people change their mind. And I also think this. I thought there was an interesting question that came up with Steiny and Goo today when the idea of plan Bs came up.
Yeah.
And whether or not you think Kyle Shanahan has a plan B at quarterback. And I don't just mean this year. I mean for the future. In other words, you come into this year and you're like, Brock was an MVP candidate. Brock's fantastic. Jed Yorko's public. We're going to pay him $1 bajillion, and that's our guy. But do you think it's somewhere they went, okay, now, what if it doesn't go well this year? Because
of course, or what if he gets hurt?
And we haven't paid him yet.
What if he has a 12-month injury?
You think he's got a plan B?
Of course.
Yeah.
And a plan C, and a plan D, and a plan E.
I agree with you.
I don't think that Kyle Shanahan is the type to not overplan and plan for everything. Look at his laminated play sheet. if you look at that thing, and you can't really read what's on there because it's written so small, but it looks to me like 125 plays on each side of it. And it's folded over, and he gets his pen out and he marks it. So I would imagine that on that play sheet, he's got more than 250 plays. Normally in a football game, you get about 60 offensive plays. So I think that he's over-prepared for what he's going to face in different situations and down and distance and all the rest of it from an offensive standpoint. So if you extrapolate that to a bigger question, does he have a plan B about the quarterback? Of course he does. And this year, the plan B is to go to Allen or Dobbs. And in the future, maybe the plan B going into this next year is to draft another quarterback.
See, I don't even look at Allen and Dobbs as part of the plan. Allen and
for
Dobbs
now they are.
Yeah,
they're plan B right now.
Those are in emergency break glass guys.
Right.
And like you hope that it's a situation like this where it's like if Brock needs to miss a game, it's a game. Maybe 2 games. And you hope that if you have to do that, you're in a situation where you thought you'd be 8-2 or 7-3. And if you lose the game, okay, we can still figure this out. Like, this would be just another brick on the wall. If Brock Purdy misses this game this weekend, to me, is another brick on the wall of what has felt like a perfect storm all year long. We always use that phrase about, if anything can go wrong, it goes wrong. And that is exactly what this year sort of feels like. Everything that could go wrong has kind of gone wrong. And this would be another brick on that wall that you come to a situation where you kind of have to go on the road to Lambeau Field and win a football game that's really hard to prove to yourself and prove to everybody and keep the math all in your favor. You have to go perform. Oh, by the way, you get to do it with your backup quarterback. I mean,
well, for me, that's more of an excuse than a reason because even though you've been through some things, you had 3 games that were still winnable. And so for me, it's hard to look at injuries when you have 2 10-point leads with injured guys and you blow it.
Oh, I'm not just talking about injuries.
No, I'm just saying.
Talking about everything.
Well, things don't go right because you don't make a play. And that maybe signals that you're not as good of a team as we all think. Because ultimately, you are what your record says you are when it comes to do you make the playoffs or not.
No one's excusing anything.
Right.
A lot of this was self-made. I mean, it starts with the summer.
So I don't think it's a perfect storm per se. I think it's just you get down to crunch time in a game and you don't make plays.
You can call it whatever you want, but I'm talking about the whole deal from the beginning has felt bad. The whole deal. The summer felt bad. Camp felt bad. The season has felt bad.
The opener was pretty cool.
The opener was fun. Yeah, I'm not saying there haven't been little moments of excitement. I know people that grab their phone and started running around in circles making videos when Brandon Ayuk signed. Woohoo!
Yeah.
Great. How's that going? But so there are moments that feel good. They've been fleeting, and they've been proven to be not as good as you actually thought they were when they were happening.
Because of the results on the field.
Because of everything.
Right. If they were 8-2 right now, we wouldn't be looking at the summer as a broken summer, we wouldn't be looking at the negative. So we look at where they are, and now we look back at things that may have led us to where we are at 5-5.
Sure. I'm just saying, if they were 8-2, but they're not. They're not. They're 5-5, and when you go July, that was not fun. August, that was not fun. And then we get into September and October, and we're like, pretty much not fun and not good enough. And they're, now you've had players pushing each other in the head. You had multiple holdouts. You've had massive injuries. You've had so many things that just don't feel good, including sitting down to watch the games when they've got a 3 or a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, but that's results.
Yes.
And if you look at the process, like if they were 8-2, we wouldn't be looking at the process as broken as we are at 5-5. We wouldn't be dwelling on holdouts, and we wouldn't be hyper-focused on injuries, and we wouldn't even care about the Debo, Tabor, Pepper.
Of course not.
Because they won that game.
But that's self-review.
They won the game,
but that's how But that's how you do it.
That's why I look at the results, and now we're going to look at the process. Where,
of course, if you're a business and you don't have a good year, you look at your process if you know what you're doing.
Right, and this is where I talk about Kyle Shanahan and that process and think about what would need to change with that process, because the hires that he's made, defensive coordinator, special teams coordinator, maybe those aren't the fits. And the amount of plates that he is spinning, maybe he has too many plates in the air. And that's where I look at the process and I go to the top, Kyle Shanahan, and wonder what his process will be.
Yeah, well, and maybe it's also the cost of doing business. Grandy brought this up yesterday. I think it's an interesting point, which is there's the potential, if this season doesn't go well, that we walk out of it for the second year in a row with the organization not feeling good about who they hired at defensive coordinator. And I don't want to get into the whole, like, Wilks is a scapegoat thing, whatever. It doesn't matter. The point is at the end of the year, the organization deemed that as not a fit. And who knows? It could happen again this year. I have no idea where this is going with Nick Sorensen. But the vanilla ice cream has melted, and I don't know where this is all going to head. But a 49ers staff, from coaches to even front office executives, has been poached every single year. And that's a good thing. That's a sign of a really good organization. But it also means that you've got to go find a replacement every single year, and you can't always find the right person. I'm not saying that's not on Kyle and everybody who's making the hire, but it's a challenge that other teams don't necessarily face, right? I mean, how long has Spagnuolo been with Kansas City?
I mean, probably 8 years.
I mean, they're like, right? They found the people, and they have largely been able to sit there and keep the people. The Niners have had to replace people. A couple times they did it really well. Now it looks like a couple times they didn't do it really well.
Yeah. Well, your job is to build a staff that's going to work for you. And I look at what they've done defensively this year, and they're number 31 in blitz percentage. And I was listening to somebody yesterday or the day before talking about this team and the personnel. This personnel is not suited to blitz. So they don't blitz a lot because they don't have a lot of good blitzing players. And Fred Warner occasionally will blitz, but he's so much better in coverage that you don't want to blitz him. Devondre Campbell, he runs probably a 4.8. You're not going to blitz him. And they don't ever do the cat blitz where you bring the corner up and you blitz the corner. So when we talk about the Niners not blitzing, a lot of it is personnel because they don't have those types of players who are good at blitzing. So you rely on your 4, and of your 4, you've got 1.5 really good pass rushers, Bosa and half of Floyd. So you basically are rushing 1.5 guys on most plays. Sam-O has been good. Sam-O has gotten home a few times, and Givens has gotten a sack or two. But in general, your 4-man pressure has to be really good when you're not going to blitz, and this 4-man pressure is not really good.
Well, and I likely feel the same way about Nick Sorensen this weekend as I do about Brock Purdy. This is a defining football game because it is my prediction that Nick Bosa will not be playing. And you said they've got a pass rusher and a half. That means they're down to a half a pass rusher. And if you think you can go vanilla and just rush 4 without Nick Bosa, then I'm off your wagon. I will denounce Nick Sorensen as the defensive coordinator of the 49ers if he goes vanilla again all game long without Nick Bosa, with Jordan Love being the quarterback on the other side. You're going to have to dial something up. You have to. You're going to have to. So the defense has got to look different, and who knows what we're going to get. Maybe it'll be effective. Love is prone to throw the pick, and they're going to need it.
Yeah.
They're going to need it this week.
Green Bay, number 1, according to PFF, in pass blocking. Their pass blocking rating is 82.5, which is the best in football. Their run blocking is 26 or 27.
Yeah.
And even with that, Josh Jacobs is having a nice year. So if I'm Green Bay and there is no Nick Bosa, and it's unconfirmed, but I'm kind of the same mind as you that I don't know if he can go. But then again, you think about Nick Bosa, the dude does not miss games. He had a bad oblique last week, and he played. The only time he misses games is when he has no ACL. But other than that, he tends to play through some stuff.
Yeah. And
I'm interested to see what today looked like for Nick.
I've been surprised at how the week has sounded so far, and I mean that like it sounded better than I thought it would, but I still would predict right now that he's going to be unlikely to play. We'll see. Rafi and Berkeley on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Rafi. Thank you for calling.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
I just kind of wanted to chime in because I think, I know we need something to talk about and we got to talk about it all. But to me, watching football is always a game of inches. It's an inch here, it's an inch there. Literally, how we kind of calculate the movement on the field is a unit of measurement. We talk about it in yards. And this year, the 49ers just have lost the inches game. I think, it's really telling that their stats are good and they should be good. They're a good team. And a lot of time it just comes down to things that I think are actually outside of your control with the sport. And it's that those inches and the kind of incremental tiny things that go back and forth that really do change a game. I think we could be looking at an 8-2 team. The truth is I think, we could be looking at a 3-7 team, It's like, it's all inches all the time.
But Rafi, was it last year? Is that how last year felt to you? Because they, all of their wins were by double digits. Almost all of them.
Yeah, no, totally. I totally hear that. I think, how do you really quantify the difference between going from an elite team to merely a good team? I don't think anyone has an answer for that, right? It's all of these things, and some of them are margins, and some of them aren't margins, but they're not an elite team. They are a good team. The elite teams just are juggernauts this year, and I think we do kind of have to face the fact that they're good and they could be better, but they're not a juggernaut this year.
Yeah, Rafi, I agree with that. Thank you, Rafi. I agree with that, but I think that's what everyone's trying to figure out is when you go, well, they were an elite team and now they're just a good team. Well, why?
Well, it's pretty simple to me, and I just looked at two metrics as Rafi was talking. Third downs. Last year, they were number 4 in conversions. This year, they're number 4. Last year, red zone, they were number 1. This year, they're number 26.
Yep.
So I don't want to boil it all down to just that one thing, but when you look at those key things, and we always talk about third down, how are you on third down? This year, they're number 4. They're really good on third down.
But you can extend your point. When you go, it's the red zone. Then someone could go, but why is it the red zone? Who is causing that? Why?
It's the same thing as everything. It's the offensive line. The quarterback doesn't see it. You've got injuries. Shanahan's gotten stale. I think all the things that we look at macro, you can look at the red zone micro and see it the same way.
888-957-9570. How do you see it? How do you see it? If the 49ers were elite and now they're just good, what dropped them down a peg? We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. We're expecting Ramona Shelburne in the next hour or so. Mason Crosby, former Packers kicker, in the 5 o'clock hour. Keep taking your phone calls along the way. It's Willard and Dibs.
Love your future at the Peralta Colleges.
What are you asking exactly? I'm still confused by your question.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
The question is why? That's it. Just why?
I'm still confused by your question.
It's a one-word question, Kyle. Why?
You going Nancy Kerrigan on me?
Yes.
Why?
It's actually a good impression of what my daughter looks like when the Niners lose.
Why?
She also, by the way, she gets mad at me, and maybe I'm just different around the family because I can really I could let it loose. I can let my guard down a little bit.
Right.
This is my fam. But you know how y'all see me as just Mr. Blue Sky, Homer Dopey guy.
Milk and cookies. All shucks, all darn.
I'm talking to the kids the other day, and I'm like, and not looking good. Dad, do you think they'll make the playoffs? Right?
No, go to your room.
Come over here and sit down on this park bench and let me talk to you about it. No.
Wow.
I don't. Now, I'm not saying they can't. I'm not even really saying they won't. I'm saying that if you're going to force me into a prediction of yes or no, probably not. That's just an analytics play. They've got an incredibly hard schedule.
Second hardest in football.
They have not beaten a good team all year. They are incredibly injured. They are underwhelming and underperforming. So ask me if I think that they'll go 5-2 in their next 7 games. No, I don't. They can.
They're allowed to.
They're allowed to.
Yeah, I'm sure you tell them that.
But she doesn't like that answer. Dad, you have to believe.
Right.
I'm like, well, I don't have to believe. She always harkens back to halftime of the Lions game.
She brought you back.
She did. Because she was at home doing stuff, and she wanted to get picked up at halftime. And I'll never forget the line I said to her. She hopped in the car. She's like, how's it going? I'm like, really bad. Really bad. She's like, how bad? It's 24-7. And I said, well, I'll tell you what. We're going to go watch the second half. We're going to have a good time. But I do think probably should start getting mentally prepared for the idea that the 49ers are not going to the Super Bowl this year. And she got mad.
Yeah, she did.
Woo!
Yeah. The real positive member of the family.
No. You are not allowed to think that way. And then she sat there peacocking throughout the second half as the Niners started coming back. But you know what? That's part of the why. That's my why. My why question is, why does this year not feel like last year? And we all know a lot of the stock answers. You just threw them out. But I do wonder, what are the ones that resonate the most with you? What resonates the most with when we just ask why? Why are they not as good as last year?
Yeah, it's my answer. The simple answer is because they are sloppy. And they're sloppy when it counts the most. Their special teams are sloppy. They've given up big plays that have allowed teams to hang in or turn games around. And in general, your offense is kind of sloppy. You make a lot of foolish mistakes. You commit penalties at the wrong time. You end up behind the sticks. And your red zone offense is completely ineffective. And I know that we didn't have McCaffrey. And now he's been back for a couple of games. And it's been slightly better in the red zone over the last 2. And I'm looking at the last 3 where you are 60% and you're 48.8 on the year. So 60 is still not what you were last year, which is 68% touchdown percentage in the red zone. It's getting better, but still you are woefully below where you should be.
Yeah, well, and that's kind of how we see all things, right? We see them through the lens of what we thought they were going to be. You could have a good movie, but if you thought it was going to be great, you kind of walk out of there and you're like, wasn't as good as I thought it was going to be. And that's kind of how I see the 49ers this year. They're a good movie, but we thought they were going to be great, so we're kind of like, you're not really doing much for us. And my answer would be personnel. The personnel is not as good. Now, I'm going to say that in a couple of ways. Don't mistake that to mean injuries. That's part of it, but there are also players who are playing who aren't as good. Brock Purdy, Trent Williams, and by the way, the last 5 games, Fred Warner, Charvarius Ward, and I hate saying that because, my God, our hearts go out to him. But prior to that happening, he wasn't as good. And who knows? Maybe that had something to do with what was developing at home.
Yeah.
I have no idea. So that's not a criticism. My heart goes out to the guy, but the personnel is not as good. You know, Dre Greenlaw's not there. McCaffrey was largely not there. Ayuk is largely not there. There are a bunch of reasons. Injuries is one of the answers, but not all of them. But I just think it's that. I think we're watching this team with last year's personnel as our measuring stick. And they're not that.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
You guys have mentioned Brock Purdy scheduled to talk today down in Santa Clara. He is not speaking at the podium as he does every Thursday of game week. And as of right now, he is nowhere to be found in the locker room, as the locker room is made available to the press. So no Brock Purdy at the podium today, as has happened every game week on Thursdays this year.
What's your take?
It's kind of what I was alluding to in the last hour, that if I'm Brock and I'm the Niners and I've got a guy coming off shaky's too harsh, but coming off a loss, coming off a game where he didn't play great, and coming off a week of practice where he's been limited, he didn't throw yesterday, today he threw and then left, I'm not putting him out there. No way. So for me, this is a no-brainer from an organizational standpoint. Even if Brock wants to go out there and talk, there's nothing that can come out of today that helps him or helps them. So I'm not surprised at all.
I look at it differently. I think Brandon Allen is starting on Sunday.
Man, but it's possible. I think it's more of a possibility in light of this than I would have thought yesterday when he didn't throw it all.
Why this, by the way, Grandy? Did you see the San Francisco 49ers Twitter feed 25 minutes ago posted a video, and it is titled Nick Sorensen, Chris Forster, and Brock Purdy address the media ahead of the game.
That's just, I would imagine, just what they scheduled like ahead of time.
Scheduled tweet.
And Sorensen and Forster did talk as always, but Purdy did not follow. We've got people here that work at the station who were there in the room.
Oh, I believe you.
And yeah.
It's not that I don't
Everyone has left
you.
the auditorium.
Yeah, and that's a great read on a scheduled tweet, because I know that you guys back there do a lot of that, where you get stuff that's going to be scheduled, like Warrior-related stuff, where, hey, don't miss, Warriors Live with Mark Grandy, and you schedule it so that it launches and you don't even have to worry about it in the moment. And so, yeah, I'm sure this is one of those, and they didn't go in there and delete it, nor do they have to. But, yeah, he did not address the media ahead of GB versus SF. So, there you have it.
Not good.
No, not good.
Not good.
And I won't go as far as you just did. You're allowed to, and say that Brandon Allen will start on Sunday. I do think that today, not having him talk is a reaction to the fact that he's been limited in practice 2 straight days, and he's coming off a game where he didn't necessarily play great. So I think all of that, and this gives you an out. If he leaves practice early, then you could tell the league, well, he was just back getting treatment. He didn't even finish practice, so we're not going to break up his treatment to get him in front of the microphone.
Understood. Listen,
it's an easy one.
What I'm saying is by far from ink. I'm not like, I don't know. Just my...
It was a prediction by you.
That's my gut, is that when you've got somebody who starts the week as either limited or we're kind of tiptoeing our way into the practice week, which is what the Niners did with Brock. Let's have him out there, limited session, but not throw. And then the next day, he goes out there to throw, and he leaves in the middle of practice and does not throw when the media is present, and then does not go to his press conference, and he's got one more practice left before playing in 40-degree weather in Wisconsin. I would argue that the ramp-up plan for this week has been derailed, and therefore I would put it, let me rephrase. I'll put it at less than 50-50 that Brock's going to play this weekend.
Yeah, that's
my guess.
Well, and the best way to really know about where you're putting the odds is the actual odds themselves. And as we get into tomorrow and you get more of an indication from the experts, the gambling experts, because they're going to know before anybody knows.
Well, now, is it off the board?
I don't know. Let me take a look.
Now, yeah. Let's take a look right now.
Well, if it's off the board, that's a real scare.
Yes, it is.
Because then they're just waiting to figure out where they repost it when they get official word. I see it on ESPN at 3. Green Bay minus
wow,
3.
But that's a bump. That's an immediate, at least half to 1 point bump in Green Bay's favor than what it was before the show.
And I'd have to track, the line movement based on the timeline of it. But the Nick Bosa thing too is still a question mark as far as whether or not he's going to play. And now you got Brock Purdy, and so I wish I would have gotten it Green Bay minus 1.5 as we talked about on Monday.
Yeah,
when that thing got posted.
I'm searching. I don't. I don't see it.
You see it as off in your little online thing?
Oh, no. Okay, there it is. It has bumped a half point though from what it was an hour and a half ago. It's now. I'm seeing it as Packers favored by 2.5.
Yep. Okay.
But they were favored by 2 on this site an hour and a half ago.
Yeah. Wow. There you go. Stay tuned to 95.7 The Game for all the late breaking updates on the status of Brock Purdy.
Have we got anybody on the scene who has sort of I don't know. They had to have asked the people who were there if Brock wasn't there. There's got to be a vibe going on. Lucas, what's Hutch doing? What's Hutch doing right now?
He couldn't make it to practice today.
Okay. All right. Well, let's call some people who did. We'll get on the phone here. And because I'd love for somebody to jump in here and sort of maybe help translate this for us based on what it actually looked like at practice and what the organization is saying right now. 888-957-9570 is the number. In addition to that, we will also in a half hour be talking to Ramona Shelburne and Jonathan Kuminga, who only played 15 minutes last night, and 2 of them were in garbage time, is going to be central to that conversation. So that's coming up around the bend as well. Mason Crosby, the former Packers kicker, is a couple hours away. We're sponsored by LifeSource Water Systems. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Hi, it's Sherry, owner of LifeSource. For 40 years, families have been loving our LifeSource water.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Well, if you're just joining us, the breaking news of the last 10, 15 minutes or so is that Brock Purdy, who went out to throw today in practice and then left halfway through the session, will not speak to reporters. Thursday is the day that the starting quarterback speaks to reporters. Now, Brandon Allen and Josh Dobbs will not speak to the media either. No quarterback will. And so the only way we can translate that now, I think, Dibs, is to say that the 49ers right now don't know who their quarterback is going to be on Sunday.
Right. Their starter couldn't make it through a practice, which happened yesterday too. He didn't throw. Today he tried to throw. He went through a couple of sessions and then he stopped throwing. And I would imagine he stopped throwing because the shoulder wasn't feeling great. And so he goes off the field and Allen and Dobbs finish up the session as QB1 and QB2 for the day. And then you go into the locker room and you don't know the status. And so you're not just going to throw Brock out there coming off an injured practice, a Wednesday limited, a Thursday he didn't complete. And so you don't really know. How can you know until you see what Brock looks like tomorrow? And when he comes in tomorrow for the last practice before you get into your Saturday walkthrough and get ready for the game, you'll know tomorrow when he walks in if he's going to be able to get ready and go or if you're going to have to go to plan B.
The Niners told reporters on the scene that Brock is in the middle of receiving treatment on the shoulder and so will not make the press conference. They did not say specifically, we don't know who our quarterback's going to be, but that Brock needed treatment. Now, it's interesting because 24 hours ago, Brock was at practice in a, quote, limited fashion, but did not throw. And Kyle Shanahan was asked, what's your concern level? This is what he said yesterday.
Not much right now. See how this week goes, but it's limited today, so I think that's good news.
Okay, do you remember we went through this yesterday? And I feel like there's three ways that could have been answered, and Kyle answered it the middle way. There's no, not concerned about it at all. Then there's there's some concern. He's pretty sore in there. Now, he ends up saying, it's a good sign, he went through a limited portion, but I'm focused on the first 2 seconds of this bite. Are you concerned about Brock?
Not much right now. See how this week goes, but it's limited today, so I think that's good news.
That and pause to me, and I remember saying this to you yesterday, that and pause meant there's a thought that went through his head at least of like, I'm not 100% sure.
Right. And he ums a lot. He starts most of his answers with a good, healthy But
not a pause.
And an
not
occasional as well. But
yeah, anyway.
The and the pause, you're right. And but then he goes on to say, no, not that much today. And by today, he means Wednesday. And so,
they said we'll see how tomorrow goes.
And today didn't go well.
It did not go well.
It didn't go well because he was unable to go out there and actually complete a session. And if it is Brandon Allen, his last start was January 9th, 2022. So we're coming up on almost 3 years since he started a football game. He was a Bengals, and he took on Cleveland in the last game of the year, and he went 15 of 29 for $136.
How'd it go? Who won the game?
They lost. Cleveland beat Cincinnati, but that was the last time he started. He started one game in 2021, and since then he's been a backup and a backup who doesn't play. Wow. You go into Green Bay with, even if Nick Bosa plays, he's dealing with a couple of obliques. And if you have your backup quarterback and you're already down your wide receiver and your top tight end is coming back off an injury, it's a big ask to go in there and get this done.
Lucas, will you take down the tweet that you sent where I said that this is the biggest game of Brock Purdy's career? Just take it down.
It's getting a lot of interaction.
Yeah, I know.
Leave it up.
He's not even going to play.
We don't know that.
There's a good chance.
Failure.
There's a chance.
I mean, actually, you know what? Keep it up. Keep it up, because here's why. Ready for the new radio host take? It is the biggest game of Brock Purdy's career, because if Brandon Allen goes out there and wins it, watch what happens to the conversation the next week.
Quarterback controversy.
Hey. You mean Brandon Allen can go beat Green Bay?
He's system quarterback.
But Brocky Poo can't even beat a divisional opponent.
No.
But Brandon Allen can go to Lambeau and win a game?
Well, the other side of it is Brandon Allen goes there and he stinks to high heaven, and you get motorboated. Then you look at Brock Purdy and you go, yeah, turns out, Brock, you're the man.
I'll tell you this. I'll give you an example of what you're talking about right now. To me, is the Miami Dolphins. I thought this year, no quarterback has shown his value more than Tua. Tua's making $52 million, or that was the new contract. And a lot of people were like, damn, Tua? Is Tua actually that good? I don't know where Tua sits in the framework of the whole NFL. I certainly know where he sits in the Dolphins quarterback room. Good God, the team can't even move the ball 4 yards without him. But when he's in there, they're a legitimate team. They play football and score touchdowns and the whole bit. But Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, you took Tua out, and the two of them were looking at each other like, do you want to go get a bite to eat? There's no point in us even being on the field. So Tua really showed his value. And sure, that could happen too. Maybe the 49ers won't even get a first down this week in Green Bay.
Yeah, that might be a little dramatic, but you're right. I mean, if Brandon Allen comes in after almost 3 years of inactivity as a starter, January of 2022, so you're talking about a full 34 months since he started, and this is different than Sam Darnold, too. I mean, Sam Darnold's better than Brandon Allen, and even Darnold didn't get a chance to start last year until the last game of the year, and he was okay. Wasn't that great. Didn't even really matter.
Not even a real football game.
Right, it was twos against twos.
That was a preseason football game.
No doubt. And so this game is a little bit more of a real football game where Green Bay is playing for a lot themselves because, they're starting to feel a bit of footsteps behind them in the wild card.
I can't believe this year.
It's not over.
No, I didn't say it was. I just can't believe this year. I mean, I can.
I totally can.
Because this is the way stuff goes.
And if you wouldn't have blown games, it wouldn't matter. Honestly, if they were 7-3 right now,
that's a fair point.
If they were 7-3 and this story came and Grandy hit the breaking news sounder, a lot of us would say, you know what? If you're not 100%, sit this game out. You're 7-3. You got a little wiggle room.
Sure.
I mean, you don't want to play around with conference games and you'd rather be the number one seed and blah, blah, blah. But if you're not 100%, but you're 7-3 with a one-game cushion on Arizona and the tiebreaker because you wouldn't have lost to them, you'd be feeling different. But 5-5, this becomes a huge deal.
Well, I just, again, go back to, for instance, not even just training camp, go back to when the schedule comes out. And I know you do it tongue-in-cheek. But when we play this stupid win-loss game, you have no clue what the hell is about to unfold. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this pile of coal in the stocking that we got this year. And again, I'm not calling the year over. Brandon Allen, because I just checked, is allowed to go win the game. And I don't even know if he's playing. But if he plays and the Niners go out and lose by 10 to 14 points in this football game, I'm going to sit there to me, that's throw your hands up time. That's throw your hands up time. Where you're just like, my God. I don't know. Did you, what's the bad luck thing? Under a ladder or something with a mirror?
Yeah, broken mirror.
Black cat.
Swallowing gum.
What the hell?
Yep.
What the hell happened this year? Well, of all the years. Tom Brady going, there's no such thing as a Super Bowl hangover. I agree with him, but good Lord, there's something going on. There's something going on. A lot of it is self-inflicted. A lot of it is not. But damn, how would you answer it if I asked you this year? So far, what's gone right for the 49ers?
What's gone right for the Niners?
What has gone well?
Jawan Jennings has gone well.
That's a great question.
Thank you. Okay.
George Kittle's gone really well.
Anybody want to weigh in on that?
Fred Warner's been great.
It was. First half.
First half, he was otherworldly.
He was DPOY.
Right.
Last
He's
5
still
games,
been really good.
Not according to numbers.
Well, depends on what numbers you want to look at. Because numbers are numbers.
How about just give me your eyes and your heart? How many plays
numbers
is Fred?
Are numbers. And
numbers are numbers. But give me, Fred, last 5 games. What stands out?
What stands out is he's...
Give me the play that you remember.
Oh, there's not a marquee play, but it doesn't mean he's not playing pretty well. He's not playing as well as he did the first 5 games. But
I saw a stat.
A linebacker especially is really reliant on the guys in front of him.
No doubt.
Because if they don't do anything, then the offensive linemen are going to get to Fred Warner, and now he's neutralized.
But Fred is also a great coverage linebacker. And I'm going to check this because I don't know for sure. I saw this on a social media post that in the last 30 passes thrown against Fred Warner in coverage, do you know how many of them were completed? Last 30 passes.
Probably 20.
30.
All 30. 30 for 30.
All of them.
Man,
like a
ESPN.
documentary. Exactly. So I'm sorry. Like, I don't know that Fred Warner is playing well the last 5 games. It's fine. He doesn't stand out as being a liability, but I don't know if he's playing well, and it lines up right with when he got hurt. Like, there's also that. I don't think he's playing at 100%. I don't think he's himself. And that's what I'm getting at. You know, sure, we can name, like, if that's what you can name, what's gone right for the 49ers this year? And the best thing we can do is come up with a couple of names. Juwan Jennings, but like...
Well, you told me yesterday that their offense has been great. All those numbers about
I did not,
points
actually.
per drive
I did
and
not say that.
yards per drive.
I did not use the word great. Not once, not ever, not
Well, the numbers would
any point.
indicate that they are great because they're, and you mentioned they're top 10 in like these, all 10 of these things.
They're still effective, except for apparently when it really, really matters.
When it comes to scoring points.
When it comes to the red zone or the fourth quarter or the third down or the whatever. Like, again,
they're good on third down on offense.
I know, but they're also really good at shooting themselves in the foot. They commit a lot of key penalties in key moments. They do that. They have a lot of come-from-ahead losses. I don't think they've got any come-from-behind wins. So
no, they haven't had to.
So all of their, the only thing that I would give them in terms of sort of a close victory, I guess, is Tampa Bay. But at the same time, that was totally self-inflicted that game was close.
That was a fourth quarter comeback.
Sure, you're right.
Tampa scored 30 seconds into the quarter to take the lead.
They did. And then the Niners came back, and then they coughed that up, and Jake Moody and all the misses and the fight on the side. We remember all of it. But I'm not going to walk out of that giving them applause for their fourth quarter. Like, yes, it is still an effective team in terms of their stats, their movement, their effectiveness up and down the field for good portions of the game. But that hasn't really netted you anything. When's the game give me the game they won where you're like, whoo, got away with one there. Probably shouldn't have won that. The other team outplayed you. No. If the other team outplays you, you lose. And if you outplay the other team, you still might lose.
Well, you should win, but you haven't.
No, like this year, would you agree with this? The Niners have been outplayed twice, and they're 0-2.
Yeah, clearly.
Okay?
Minnesota and Kansas City.
And in the other 8 games, they outplayed the opponent, and they're 5-3.
Yeah, and that's football. And that's what Kyle talked about.
It wasn't last year.
It comes down to the final 4 possessions of a game, and if it's close, you got to be better than the other team, and they haven't been better than the other team. And that to me that goes beyond like bad luck or snake bit or the rest of it. You just haven't closed, and you've had your guys not close. You've had your reserves not close. You've had coaches make mistakes. You've had special teams errors. You as a team, as an organization, you have not closed out games. So, yeah, we can look at the fact that maybe they're a little snake bit and you didn't have RB1 for the majority of the year and you lost your top wide receiver in game number 5 or game number 6, and all that's football. And you can look at most every other team, and they're suffering the same kind of deal.
Couple things I'd like to throw out there that have been reported by those who were on the scene today as the 49er press conference with Brock Purdy got canceled. Tim Kawakami wrote, bit of an odd mood in the Niners locker room today, which is understandable based on all of the questions. So there was that. And then, okay. Oh, yeah. Mike Silver, when a 49er player has an injury to his arm or leg, the organization often behaves as though his larynx is also impaired. That's kind of normal, though. Teams don't have injured people speak.
Yeah.
That's totally normal.
And I believe they've moved the quarterback availability to tomorrow. So from what I read from some of the tweets and some of the people who are down there, that the quarterback who's going to start against Green Bay will speak tomorrow. So maybe we find out at that point who it's going to be.
And then also they said, Brock Purdy didn't just skip the press conference, but he was not in the locker room at all. during the period where the media was present.
Right. He's in the training room, which you don't have access to. And I do believe that when he walked off the field and he went and saw the trainers, and they probably looked at it and realized whatever they already know about the injury, and they went right to trying to treat it, whether it's, stim, giving him the stimulator to try to work on the muscle, or if it's ice, if there's inflammation, who knows what it is. Shoulder soreness is one that is so vague so as to make it so you can't even really speculate, right? It could be a number of different things. Shoulder soreness. Is it just arm fatigue? Does he need to skip a start like a baseball pitcher,
I do not think that. You're not walking out of the middle of practice because of fatigue. I wouldn't think.
I wouldn't think so either.
This feels more like an actual injury to me.
Well, and if it is an actual injury, and then we can go back to the game film against Seattle, and we can start to think about when it might have happened. And you actually said it on Monday, I think, Monday or Tuesday, and it might have been the throw where his arm got hit, his hand got hit, and that might have jarred his shoulder. And not to make excuses or to give reasons, because I know those are two touch points, but that throw to Debo on the last drive where they looked to kill the clock, that might have been shoulder related. If the shoulder was already hurt and he wasn't able to really go through that throw and rip it.
For sure.
Because that throw looks a little bit like a short arm, and he kind of half-armed it, and that ball just sailed out of his hand.
Also could have aggravated something that was already going on.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
he has not been letting it rip. He's not been letting it rip. He's not been throwing it downfield. Okay, 888-957-9570. Ramona Shelburne of ESPN is going to join us in 10 minutes. Can we pivot a little bit? Because I can tell you what one of the number one things that we want to get to with Ramona is this question. What does the league think of Jonathan Kuminga? I know what we think. I think we've got a pretty good finger on the pulse of what most of you think. I'm sure there's 100 different opinions. I'm not saying that. But I think we can gather the majority opinion. When a player is homegrown and when a player is exciting and when a player starts getting a chance at improving, that fan base wraps their arms around him. And so everybody's rooting for Jonathan. There is some frustration surrounding Jonathan based on, some feeling he deserves even more of an opportunity and more playing time, but then B, sort of his inability to really grab whatever opportunities he has and really seize them and really look like the guy that you kind of want him to look like if he's going to get $35 or $40 million a year and be a long-term Warrior. What do you think right now? What do you think of Jonathan Kuminga?
I think that he is a good player with a great upside and a guy who can go on and be a great NBA player somewhere. Not here, somewhere.
Why not here?
Because the way this team plays, and I believe that they're going to play this way as long as Steve Kerr is here, it is anathema or counter to what he does best. What this team does is bibbity-boppity-boop, zip, 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 run, pass, dribble, penetrate, kick and pass, catch and shoot, pass and shoot, run and throw. And what he does best is, I have the ball, I'm about to break you down. And I got moves, I've got shots, and I'm really good. I can go over you, I can go around you, I can go through you. I can even shoot the three a little bit, but I'm going to need the ball and me, and I'm going to need to cook that way. I don't think that he can cook the way this team likes to cook.
Yeah. I feel like so much of what I'm watching him do is forced. That's the vibe from it. It doesn't mean it's bad. Sometimes it works out. I do think he has moments where he really pops off the screen, or if you're at the game, obviously he's just an athletic freak. So there's things that he can do that the Warriors really need. But the bottom line for me is too much of what he does feels forced. And I also think the Warriors this particular season really have a focus on playing fast, and Jonathan Kuminga does not play fast, which is weird because he's fast.
Right.
But do you know what I mean by that?
He does play fast, but he plays like, I want the ball, and then I'm going to do what I do.
Yeah, too many times when the ball gets to his hands, I do actually see there's a hesitation. Am I going to drive?
Yeah.
Yep, I'm going to break someone down. And the second you do that, to me, the possession is over, especially a Warriors possession. I also see still too many turnovers on that are part of his doing. And by the way, when those happen, again, he's fast, but boy, he's having a hard time on defense catching people from behind when they're flying right by him right now. I think his defense was getting better. It has not been a great couple of weeks for his defense. And so I have questions about the fit. Yeah. I'm with you. I have questions. And so much of our show is you all reacting to stuff that we're saying. We could kind of tweak that a little bit here. Ramona's going to join us in 5 minutes, but we'd really love to hear from you with just that open-ended question. What do you think of Jonathan Kuminga? And then you can just take that wherever you want. I know there's Warrior fans who are like, he's their favorite guy.
Oh, yeah. He's a lot of fun to watch.
Favorite guy. And all kinds of optimism sent his way. But what did we get last night outside of garbage time? 13 minutes?
Yep.
And it was fairly good, those 13 minutes.
It was great.
Grandy, what was Steve's response after the game in terms of why he didn't play more?
I can play it for you. You want to hear it?
Yes.
Here it is.
Just read the game, and every game is going to be different. So we've got a very deep team. As we know, we're committed to playing 12 guys every night. We just find groups that click, and we stay with them, and JK will be part of a lot of those.
We find groups that will click, and we stick with them. And I'm looking at the Basketball Reference numbers that I referenced in the crossover. This is plus minus per 100 possessions based on 3-man combos. And if you look at the top plus minuses for 3-man combos, you've got Steph in 6 of the 8, Draymond is in 5 of the 8, Buddy Hield is in 3 of the 8, Wiggins is in 4 of the 8, Pods is in 1, Kavan is in 1, GP2 is in 2, and Kuminga is in 1, and it's the 8th best 3-man combination, and it happens to be the one with Steph and Draymond. Mm-hmm. So when Steve says what he says, we look for combinations and players. I look at the 3-man combos, and I know Steve does too. It's one of the things he's told us on our show. From a 3-man combo standpoint, he's about the 7th best player on the team.
Well, and if he says I'm looking for game flow, I would counter with this. It seems to be the same flow every game lately. Last 3 games, Jonathan Kuminga has not gotten 20 minutes in any one of them. His shooting in those 3 games combined is 11 for 32.
Wow.
From 3-point range in those 3 games combined, he is 2 for 10. So again, those are just 3 games, and he's averaged 10 points a game in those 3 games.
Yeah.
They're not going to him.
And they're winning.
888-957-9570.
2 of the 3 anyway.
What do you think? What is your scouting report on Jonathan Kuminga and his fit with the Warriors? And Ramona Shelburne of ESPN jumps into the conversation, which should be enlightening. She's tapped in, okay? So what does the league think is a really good question for her. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. This is Willard and Dibbs.
And Dan Dibley over here to talk about Fremont Bank, which does fit. And if you need a bank that is going to make...
Lillard and Dibs.
Oh, just determined to get me aggregated, huh?
Yep. Yep.
You know what my Twitter feed will look like if I answer your question?
On 95.7 The Game.
All right. You know whose voice that is. That's Momo.
Momo.
So we are moments away from seeing if we can get her to give us specific names for trade rumors for the Golden State Warriors later on this year.
Let's do it.
Probably not. Probably not. But we do want to ask her about this. Steve Kerr last night, why Kuminga has played fewer than 20 minutes in 3 straight games.
Just read the game, and every game's going to be different. So we've got a very deep team. As we know, we're committed to playing 12 guys every night. We just find groups that click, and we stay with them, and JK will be part of a lot of those.
Okay, joining us on the River Islands guest line, none other than Ramona Shelburne, ESPN. Hello, Ramona. Hello. How are you?
What's good? How are you, bud?
We're doing fantastic out here. We got some football problems, but we're pretty excited about the basketball team.
Yeah, they're better than expected, huh?
Damn right. And we're wondering, though, if it's good enough. And we know that Jonathan Kuminga is obviously at the center of that conversation. So how would you answer this? What does the league think of Jonathan Kuminga?
I think they think he's incredibly talented, and there are a lot of teams that would love to have him in their developmental system. But I'm not sure anybody really wants to commit that giant max contract to him. And so I think the Warriors have some level of leverage because he didn't sign that extension. They do control his playing time. I don't think they're trying to depress the market on him. It's not how they roll. Okay. But they also, they're trying to win basketball games. Right. And I think with JK, I just caught the Warriors the other night in LA, and that was the night they basically lost to the Clippers because of turnovers and free throw shooting. And JK is one of their poor free throw shooters, and he takes a lot of free throws because he always gets to the line. He does drive into the lane a lot, gets fouled a lot. So I think some of that is, clean up your turnovers, shoot better from the free throw line. I would have said at the beginning of this season that in some ways Podziemski is a little more valuable than him because he's not right in line for that giant extension right now. He's got one more year before they have to pay him. And also his number is lower because he was a lower draft pick. But Podziemski's been in a terrible shooting slump, right? And so, I don't know, it's interesting. They got both those guys have just got to earn their minutes. They've got to earn their spot in the rotation. And think about the Warriors, it's kind of fun. I've covered them for a really long time, right? And Steve Kerr always finds these guys like Lindy Waters, he finds these guys who just know how to play basketball. They know where they're supposed to be. It's a read and react game. They make good decisions. And he plays them a lot, and at the expense of lottery picks. I mean, it probably drives the front office or the ownership crazy because they take they pick these guys really high in the draft. They want them to play, but whatever, he's going to play whoever is running the system the best. And if it sounds like it's going to be Lindy Waters the next little bit while Melton's out and until Podziemski finds his jump shot.
No doubt, and he fits in many ways with that starting unit, especially. And I want to ask you, Ramona, about the style, because you mentioned, Jonathan Kuminga as still a developing player. Is part of the difficulty with he and Golden State that very thing with the style, and he's more of a ball-dominant guy, and he needs to be in a place where he can maybe be more just on the ball and creating on his own?
Yeah, I mean, look, the Warriors never have anyone who is all that ball-dominant. The guy who probably touches the ball the most is Draymond. Everything else is just swing. Clay, what was the famous Clay game where he had, 37 points and dribbled 11 times, and that's a lot of why things went badly for Clay the last year was he just over dribbled. There's like Steph will dribble, but he doesn't have it very long. And so that's just not their style of play. You either play with that kind of pace or you don't play very much. And I think everybody there has just got to get that. And JK is an exceptionally talented guy. And I do think that he has taken huge steps, and I still think he's going to be a big contributor for them. But, Wiggs has done better this year. I thought he had one of his best games last night. Yep. And I thought it was because Lindy Waters took the defensive assignment on Trae Young, and Wiggs could just focus more on offense, and he was their leading scorer last night. I mean, I thought, I saw him in LA just really working on his shot and really, trying to get himself into a groove again, like he was a couple of years ago. And he's been good in spurts, and I think he'll have to play a bigger role until they, until they, I keep bringing up Podziemski. I don't mean to harp on him, but he's been a guy they were counting on who just really hasn't had a good feel this year. Just second year shooting woes, right? Putting too much pressure on himself, et cetera. And I think with JK, like that job of like second leading scorer next to Steph is wide open. Somebody can grab it. Is it going to be Wiggs? Is it going to be JK? Is it going to be Podziemski? I mean, who is it? And I think, they're all kind of vying for it. And that's the way Steve set it up. Like he wants 12 guys to play every night. He wants Steph to play. What's he averaging this year? 32 minutes. That's great.
Yeah, keeping that down and keeping him healthy, obviously. Yeah, Ramona Shelburne, ESPN. So, Ramona, without getting into names, and obviously everybody knows JK and Podziemski are the young assets that were talked about a lot in the offseason, but how would you handicap the current thought of, hey, these Warriors are actually good enough as constructed versus, hey, they might need to make a move at some point to really be a title contender?
I mean, I do think they probably need to, they probably are one move away from the, being seen as a team that can challenge Boston or, who are we going to say in the West? I would have said Oklahoma City, but I think that Chet Holmgren injury is pretty intense. I mean, there's still Denver, I guess, they haven't been healthy all year and Jamal Murray's had kind of a down year so far. So I don't know, how do we talk about them? So I think they're probably one big swing away, but or maybe not even a big swing, right? Maybe they just need to find someone to sort of replace what Melton was giving them. But I think my sense is they're not looking for anything really big during the year. Like it doesn't feel like that. Like they tried several big swings in the off season. None of them worked out. They went with this strength in numbers approach that has done very well so far. And I think they really like what they have going. They like this team, you just being around them, you could tell they have a good feel about what they're doing. And so I would expect more like a replacement for Melton or maybe another big to be in there. I think they like their bigs, but you can never have, too much of that, in the Western Conference when you have to go against Jokic and guys like that.
Does their financial flexibility that they work so hard to create, does it have more power in the offseason than it probably would at the deadline?
Well, the offseason is very interesting, right? I mean, you have a couple superstars on teams that are wildly underachieving right now, and I don't think superstars usually move in the middle of the year, but there's a couple of tire fires around the league right now. I mean, you and I, we could point to them and with Milwaukee, Philly, et cetera. And then there's always Jimmy Butler who's out there and he wants an extension and, depending on how much how much he works out with the Heat. There's a lot of wings, that are interesting, out there, but I don't see anybody moving during the season. It doesn't usually happen that way.
Ramona, what would you say about the Giannis situation as a whole?
Yeah. I don't think anything happens with him during the season. I don't think he asks out. I think they play the season out. I don't think Milwaukee does anything big this season because, they really haven't. Like last year was a weird year for them. Giannis and Dame were just hurt all last year. This is the year where they're supposed to figure out whether they can find some chemistry. They've looked pretty good offensively. The last, what have they won? 3 out of 4. It's not like a big win streak, but in the Eastern Conference it is. They look pretty good offensively. They still need perimeter defense, but I think in the East this year, they if they can kind of get it together enough, I just don't think anything seismic happens with them. A, they have nothing to trade, right now. They don't really have many assets, and while they need help on the perimeter, there's just not that much they can do. And B, I don't think you take as big a swing as they did with Dame and not even give it 2 full years. I don't think they do anything drastic this year.
You mentioned,
and I don't think Giannis would push anything.
Yeah, and that would be a shock if he eventually did. He's been loyal and he's won there, but he's never really given that indication. You mentioned Jimmy Butler before. What's the level of intolerance from Miami to Jimmy and Jimmy for Miami at this hour?
I mean, I really believe Jimmy's going to have a great year this year if he's healthy. And I think he's one of those guys that he's always going to be in shape. He's always going to work hard. He's not going to, blue fluid. He's not going to, lower back tightness it or whatever you want to call it, right? That's not his game. He always just plays hard. And I think Miami wants to keep him. He would like to stay there. I think they eventually work something out. But, and this is also me saying this based on like the fact that I just think the whole NBA, guys, is still figuring out what this new CBA is. And I think people like the Warriors are, and this is a phrase we use, but they were light years ahead here in the way they treated it, the way they approached it, the way they handled things with Chris Paul and with Klay Thompson and structured their roster. And I think even waiting to pay JK is smart because you want to have that flexibility as long as you can in this era. And so there's just a lot of teams where, there's so many players, like let's just name names that you've heard in trade talks, Brandon Ingram or Zach LaVine or all these guys who make max money, but maybe haven't translated into being the top player on their team, but they are worth that money. But in this NBA and this CBA, with the way the rules have changed, it's not so much that people don't want them. It's just, do you want to extend them? And you want to extend them at max money. And what does that do to your cap for years to come? Trae Young in Atlanta, these are all interesting situations that those teams are going to have to sort through because of the way the rules have changed.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We're talking with Ramona Shelburne at ESPN. Ramona, one of the things I love about talking to you and others at a high level who are reporting on the league nationally is you seem to have a really good finger on the pulse of how star players are feeling about their situation. So with the curtain sort of falling, how would you describe how Steph and Draymond are feeling about their situations?
I think they're feeling really good right now. They're positioned well. They know they're in an organization that is that has a lot of assets. Would you rather be on a team like the Warriors that has a lot of good young players, that has a bunch of guys on these sort of mid-level contracts that are easier to trade if you need to, or aggregate salaries that you're not in second apron hell, or would you rather be like the Milwaukee Bucks? What can the Bucks do?
Yeah.
The Sixers. There's not much the Sixers can do. Everyone will want Jared McCain. That's been their best player this year. You can't trade Jared McCain, right? And so I think Steph and Draymond are in about as good a place as you can be. Outside of being able to do, Oklahoma City is pretty well positioned, right? Of all the teams, but every single contender, and I did a story with Denver, a month ago or something at the beginning of the season, because they got off to a rough start, and also they've lost free agents, they've lost guys like Bruce Brown and Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, right? and Jeff Green. A lot of the guys from their championship teams, ended up going elsewhere and getting more money, and they've kind of gotten ahead of it by saying we're going to draft and develop players that we believe can fit our system. And it's a hard one for a guy like Jokic to see all these guys that he's won with and then now replace them with much younger players who are less experienced. But Jokic is like, I'm really happy that I have a chance to win every single year. I understand that there's so many good players in this league that don't ever get that chance. And I think if you're Steph and Draymond and all that, they have a chance to win every year, and they're also well positioned to make that needle-moving move. But the way they've managed their salary cap, I think you feel a lot better about your situation than a Giannis would, or a Joel Embiid, or whoever else, whatever other team you point to.
The Warriors kind of revolutionized basketball with their love of the three when Steph and Klay were doing their Splash Brothers thing. Are they starting a new revolution in this, we're going to play 11 or we're going to play 12-man rotation game?
Maybe. That's a good question. They've done the strength in numbers thing before, right? But I don't know if they were as committed to it back then. I just remember it from 2015. That was that first championship year, and they got a lot out of people. And that's a fun game to play, and it works if everybody is really on board and they're all okay in their financial situations and their playing time. A good example, like Buddy Hield. Okay, Buddy Hield came out and he was firing and he was shooting threes at an amazing clip, and he was starting, and he was doing great. And now his minutes are like 20 minutes a game, and his stats are cut in half, and he's doing fine, But as long as he's okay with that, then it works great, right? As long as Lindy Waters is okay starting 3 games in a row and then maybe not even playing for a few games, then they're okay. But that's where you pay Steve Kerr a lot of money to keep everyone feeling okay about that, because it's I know why teams do that. I think it's great if you can pull it off. It tends to be hard with guys on 1-year deals or 2-year deals or people who even just need to get into a rhythm. Right? Like one game you're going to play 10 minutes and you stay in and find your shot. Next game, maybe you're in for 2 minutes and then you're out. It's kind of hard to play your way into a rhythm. So we'll see how long they keep it up.
Ramona, did you say you're about to go take a nap before going to a game tonight?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's what I do, Mark.
I know, but
I do the show at noon.
Yeah.
And I get here at 10:30, 11. We get hair and makeup, which means, at LA, it takes me an hour and something to get in here.
Sure.
I have 2 children, so I'm up at 6 something and take them to school. Then I drive downtown, I prep, and then I drive downtown. And then you can't go home in between, right? Because it's too far to drive home in between before the game. And I got to be over there about 5:30. So I was like, I got a good hour right now. And you said 3:45, and I was like, yeah, 1 segment, no later, because I got a car nap with my name on it.
Well, that was going to be my question. You're going to do this in the car. Like, my first thought when you said that, I'm like, you have 2 little kids. How are you napping at 4 o'clock?
Because I have to. Otherwise, I'll get 5 hours of sleep every night. I got to get a nap in here.
Right. No, the answer being you're not going home. Like, that's what we're...
There's no way to go home in between.
No.
If you finish... I finished at 1:30, 2 o'clock. You can't drive home. That's an hour back in traffic, an hour back home, and then an hour and a half back downtown. That's not going to happen.
All right, what's your car nap plan? Is it what's the recline angle? What's the time length?
Oh, all the way down. Okay. We got tinted. We got some tint, and I put on the white noise, and I set an alarm. And I just go all the way down, and so a lot of times I put a shirt over my face so nobody can look in and see me.
I was going to ask your address. Yeah, somebody wanted to come by and take a picture of Ramona Shelburne asleep.
I'm in a parking garage. I find a corner. Nobody coming over here.
It's elite.
Wow.
It's elite.
Wow.
Yeah, man.
The jacket over the face is next level. That's paparazzi proof right there.
I like the white noise machine. I think that's a good move.
It's elite,
The glitz and the glamour of the sports media life is really next level, Ramona.
I mean, because I'm going to be here till 11 o'clock tonight. So it's this is 15 hours away from home. You got to catch a nap in here.
And the kids in the morning don't care how tired you are. They want breakfast and snuggles. And
6:30, whether I like it or not.
Exactly.
So it's actually, I got to get up even earlier because we have parent-teacher conference tomorrow morning at 7:30.
Gosh, yeah, boy. I just had those. Those are stressful. All right, well.
He's in kindergarten. What are they going to tell me? He needs to work on his cutting?
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
He colors outside the lines too much,
he's
Ramona.
He's using too much blue crayon. Let's mix it up.
Yeah.
All right.
Mix it up. Crayon angle.
That's right.
Ramona Shelburne drooling in her car live on 95.7 The Game. All right. Hey, thank you, Momo. Thank you so much. Good night.
Night.
Yep.
That's the real night
and
right
drive
there.
home safely.
Yeah.
There it is. All right. Thank you, Momo.
Yeah.
There she goes. Ramona Shelburne, ESPN, who is about to go to sleep.
Yeah, and it's naps. The car nap is underrated. I caught you in a car nap about 4 months ago.
But if you see me car napping, it's not part of the plan.
No, you have a headache.
That means I have a migraine.
And you actually texted me hey, Dibs, I may be asleep in my car when you park. Don't be alarmed. And I actually walked up to the window and looked in. I was like, oh, my guy's got a headache.
White as a sheet.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God.
When the migraine hits you, you are,
Dude.
You're down. But Ramona, I like a well-planned.
Yeah.
And she's crafted it out. White noise machine, jacket on the face, gone.
She's literally like, I'll come on the show, but you can't keep me all day. I got to go to sleep. She left out the part about it being in a parking garage.
Well, yeah.
It's incredible.
Safest place to car nap, without a doubt.
Yeah. Make sure that there's security in the building or whatever. Okay, sweet. All right, so great stuff from Ramona Shelburne, Willard and Dibs, and now we can continue the conversation with all of you. Just what What are you currently thinking about Jonathan Kuminga? How are you feeling about it? And Dibs and I will we'll reboot our thoughts on this, but Ian, who's driving around out there as well, hopefully not asleep, wanted to weigh in and has been patient. Hi, Ian. Thanks for calling.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Hey, cool. So I really did Coach. Did a great platform for the Olympics this year to give those players a theater to win the championship and all he's done. And he doesn't like these type of sticky ball players. They're a little bit sticky with the ball. He doesn't like that a lot. He wants Jonathan to run the floor, kind of put his head down almost. Not really put his head down, but run the floor. But here's what I say. If they lose this kid, it's an organizational failure. He's shown growth. I know he's been a little bit of distraction to the team and all this stuff. And, I had my times where I was mad at him and everything. But, he's increased in all categories every year.
Yeah.
He's easy top five. Huh? What's that?
No, I'm agreeing with you. But, Ian, what if they lose him and they win a chip? Now how are we feeling?
So I mean, that's kind of like, to me, that's something, of course, that you're going to think about. But, like, that's kind of like saying a few years ago, that they should have played him anyways because, they knew they weren't going to win a championship. So if you're asking me if they made some kind of trade and got a fabulous, team and they won a championship, well, no, I wouldn't think that was a failure at all.
Right.
But just when I look at like the talent, that it's a players league, and that, you go as far as your talent takes you, I think it would be a failure of the organization I lose him, I guess, for nothing. And it's hard to say whose fault it would be. I mean, I think it would fall on the coach, but I don't know. So I guess that's where I'm at.
Yeah, Ian, thanks. I mean, this idea that the Warriors could lose him for nothing, understand there's a number of hoops that would need to be jumped for that to even happen. The Warriors,
just one hoop, really.
Well, but I mean, first of all, they would have to get to a point where at the end of this season, they didn't sign him to a contract themselves. So actually, hoop number one, don't trade him. Hoop number two, you have the opportunity to sign him. Hoop number three, even if you don't sign him, someone else has got to sign him, and you've got to decide not to match that.
I don't think they can offer him again until the offseason. I thought that
So it starts with don't trade him.
Yeah.
Then you would have to get to the offseason and not be able to come to your own agreement. Then he would have to go find a different agreement somewhere else that you didn't want to match. Like for the Warriors to lose Kuminga, I mean, they're going to have to kind of want to lose Kuminga.
Right, or not want to match that price. And that's why the whole idea about the question that we asked Ramona, what does the league think of Jonathan Kuminga? And I think her answer was astute and well-researched and the rest of it, but we're going to find out in the offseason when another team theoretically offers him a contract. Right. That will tell us what the league thinks about it.
Okay, can we reboot that answer, by the way? Guys, coming up next, what Ramona said when we asked her, what does the league think of Jonathan Kuminga? We'll also share exactly kind of where we stand based on what we've seen through the first 14 games of the year. And we would love to continue to take your phone calls on what you think of Jonathan Kuminga right now, right here, in this moment. What do you think of Jonathan Kuminga and how things have started for him this year, a pivotal year? Just 13 non-garbage time minutes last night. That's it. And 3 games in a row of under 20 minutes in the lineup. 888-957-9570. We're sponsored by Safeway. It's Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for this deal for members and more. Fresh Signature Farm.
go out there and take the Celtics' ass. Kick their ass. We're Warriors. You got to go out there and be tough.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You do know, Grandy, that you're allowed to do that anytime. I don't care if we're in the middle of the hot stove, which has been cold for 5 years now.
I don't know.
You could hit breaking news. The Giants have signed Justin Verlander.
I'm tired of getting pushed around.
And you can just, your rejoin can be Guru screaming about the Celtics. They can listen to it all day.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know which part of it is my favorite. It used to be, you got to go out there and be tough.
You got to go out there and be tough.
But my new favorite is we're Warriors.
We're Warriors.
Because the voice just goes.
Yeah, it's a tremble and it's a quiver. The emotion, it's just dripping. We're Warriors.
Let's go out there and take the Celtics' ass.
That's the best one because you like lunch starts coming back up.
Yeah.
At the end of that one. Like there's an.
Let's go out there and take the Celtics' ass.
Do you hear that? Like the esophagus is filling up at the end of that one.
With enchiladas.
Absolutely.
And emotion.
That's ench emotions. But it's like, oh my gosh, it's so good. And the beauty of it all is that it was said directly at Matt Steinmetz. And if there's any human of all the humans I know that's like, I don't want to hear this right now.
Right.
It would be Mr. Steiny.
And they had a similar exchange today. I love that one. Today when Guru's like, you can't quit. Lindy Waters and Brock Purdy, you got to stay with it. No matter what you're doing in your life, you don't quit. Stein's like, sometimes it's okay to quit.
You probably should. Yeah.
Yay!
You probably should.
Quitting gets a bad name.
Some people are hanging on too long.
Yeah. Anyway,
we will get back to football. We have a fancy former kicker joining us.
Okay.
Mason Crosby, who you broke the news to me, is still listed as a free agent in our fantasy league.
He is listed as NA, not available, because he doesn't kick for anyone. But the fact that he's still in the hopper, today I may or may not have been shopping around for a kicker. Yeah. My kicker's on a bye.
Mine too.
And so...
Who'd you get?
I won't say because I'm probably going to drop him.
It's not a secret.
He's questionable.
Who?
The Washington kicker.
Oh, yeah.
He got
Austin,
the bad hip.
Something with an H. What is it? What's his name?
I can't remember.
The Austin guy.
I picked him up and thought, well, I'll wait till Saturday night, Sunday morning, and if he's not going to go, then I have another kicker that I'm going to lean on. But as I was shopping for kickers today, I looked at Mason Crosby.
Siebert?
Yeah.
Is that his name?
That's the guy.
Yeah, okay.
That sounds about right.
I was going to pick him up yesterday, and then I'm like, hey, he's questionable. We better not do that. Plus, you know what my rule is about kickers once Thanksgiving gets here? Indoors.
Yeah.
That's it. All I want is somebody kicking in a dome.
Yeah. So interesting you say that because the Packer kicker, did they have McManus now?
Yeah, they do.
And he's a good kicker, and he's kicked in Denver, so he's good in the outdoors. And I also think that the Niners defensively are the kind of team that will let you get field goals. Like, they don't give up a ton of touchdowns. The Niners defense has been pretty good in the red zone, and so the Packer kicker, weather permitting, might be a good pickup as well.
Well, I don't like to pick up people who are playing the Niners.
I know you
That's
don't.
my rule.
Yep.
That's my rule. So I will not be playing any Packers this weekend.
Yeah, I'm going to sit Josh Jacobs and Jaden Reed just because they're going against the Niners.
No, you won't. No, you won't.
Going against Grandy. It's a virtual must-win for the Denver.
It's a big... Oh, now we can use the must-win phrase because we're talking about your fantasy team.
I said it's a virtual must-win.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can lose and still make the playoffs, but it's
not a must-win.
It's getting a little slippery for your boy.
What happens if you lose? Do you die?
No, but I get a week. I get a week of that punk kid giving me his smarmy glare.
He actually won't do that. He beat me. Was it last week? Grandy, did you beat me last week?
Yeah, I had a hell of a week.
Yeah, he had a hell of a week, and he grinded one out by about 5 points. And his response to me, this is amazing trash talk. It's actually next level trash talk. Because he's hosting the post. He's doing the post. And at some point, I got done with the Fox stuff, and I was just like, hey, nice win. And his response was something along the lines of, oh, did I win?
I didn't even notice.
I didn't even know.
I mean, it was true. I didn't check for like 6 hours.
It could have
He's
been
grinding.
It could have been that you were working.
Yep.
Or it could have been that you were being the most disingenuous jerk of all time. Who, me? Did I win?
I hadn't noticed. Yeah.
So anyway, if you lose to Grandy, it's fine.
It's not fine.
It's okay. It's not a must-win, Dibs.
It's an emotional must-win.
Well, that's up to you.
Oh, it is.
You're in charge of your emotions.
Thank you.
I used to hate Mark Grandy, but now I admire him.
That's also true.
All right. What do you think of Jonathan Kuminga? What was your answer? What are you thinking of him right now?
I think that he's a great player with tremendous upside, and he will be a very good pro somewhere. And I don't believe that somewhere is here. I think that I don't think that they're going to trade him.
Okay.
If they find a deal at the deadline that would involve the contract of DeAnthony Melton and Kuminga and one other player, let's just say it's GP2 or Looney, around the $8 or $9 million, you're at about $27 million right there. If they can find a $27 million player who they can get back, who is expiring and still productive, then I think Kuminga might get moved. But short of that, I'm kind of with Ramona Shelburne, who just joined us about, Giannis is probably not moving. I don't think you want Jimmy Butler.
I agree.
Zach LaVine, no thank you.
Oh, God, no.
Brandon Ingram is a pass. And as we're starting to move down the totem pole of available options, I do think that they're more likely to do, if they make any deal, it's going to be more of a middle salary player.
I agree. I think names like Jonas Valanciunas.
Yeah, I like the player.
Very the big guy in Washington, only making $10 million. But you could see how that might have an effect on the Warriors if you had a body that's that big that you could bring in to the rotation. I'm with you. I don't think there's a huge deal out there for them. But I also think this, if Andrew Wiggins keeps playing like this, we haven't made this point yet. You want to know why, on a night like last night, that Jonathan Kuminga doesn't play a lot? Because Wiggins is playing his butt off, and they don't play well together. It's that simple. If I'm Steve Kerr, I'm not taking Wiggins off the floor because all of you want Jonathan Kuminga to play, or Jonathan and his agent want him to play. No. Andrew Wiggins is playing phenomenal basketball, and he's back, and he looks comfortable. Comfortable in his own skin, comfortable in the offense and the process, and all of these things. And it just feels to me like I'm with you. Jonathan Kuminga is you used the word great. I don't think that. He's a good player.
I think he has upside to be great.
I think he's got upside to be really good. But he's talented. And yes, he's growing. He's doing some good things. I just am not convinced that he's a fit. That last caller called him sticky. I think it's a great word. And what I mean by sticky is that when the ball is flying around on offense, sometimes it hits Jonathan and whoop, it sticks.
Yep.
And that is not what you want. That's not what you want. And so I do think that there is a little bit of a discord, not some sort of bad relationship, but some discord in terms of how the team would like Jonathan to play and how Jonathan would like to play. And that can happen when somebody's trying to play for a new deal.
I don't even think that it can be necessarily in your control. And we think about it in terms of football, where you've got some running backs who can run best in a outside zone scheme, and some running backs who are much more fitted for power, straight ahead, one gap. You've got running backs who are better on the outside. Some running backs are better on the inside. And if the running back's style doesn't fit the offensive scheme, well, then that player is going to have a hard time changing the way that they're good at running the football. And I do think in basketball, a lot of it's the same. James Harden could not play in this offense. I don't think
Oh, God, wouldn't want him to.
Russell Westbrook could not play in this offense because of the very nature. Like, LeBron James is a great example of a guy who could. He can play anywhere. Different sort of way. He can play all styles. Kevin Durant was a guy who didn't necessarily fit very naturally in this offense, but when you're that good, guess what? The offensive scheme changes for you. And you remember when Kevin Durant was here? Kevin Durant didn't do a lot of the pass and move and run offense they would get him the ball and he would go get you a bucket. And Kuminga's obviously not at that level, but at the essence of it for me, the way he is best at basketball doesn't fit with the way the Warriors like to play basketball.
888-957-9570. What do you think right now of Jonathan Kuminga? Ramona Shelburne, ESPN, on with us a short time ago, was asked what the league thinks of him.
I think they think he's incredibly talented, and there are a lot of teams that would love to have him in their developmental system, but I'm not sure anybody really wants to commit that giant max contract to him. I think the Warriors have some level of leverage because he didn't sign that extension. They do control his playing time. I don't think they're trying to depress the market on him. That's not how they roll. They're trying to win basketball games.
Okay, so that was Ramona's answer. What's yours? Let's go to Mark in San Rafael. Hi, Mark. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me. Big fan of the show.
Thank you.
A word comes to mind when I think about Kuminga, and that word is expendable. I think, obviously, I'm a big fan of the upside, but I think he represents the Warriors brass not moving on from a two timelines mindset. And you could say the two timelines could have worked. We're one James Wiseman away from it being a great idea and everyone looking like geniuses, but it didn't work. And the fact that he's not playoff ready is evident, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be talking about Lauri Markkanen or you wouldn't be talking about Paul George over the summer. So to me, he's a few years away from being great, and he wouldn't be a fit in our system. But I think the Warriors need to maximize this window towards the end of Steph's career, and Kuminga's not going to be ready to contribute within that window. So it's time to move on and find the best way to do that. That's my thoughts. Thanks, guys.
All right, Mark, thanks.
Thank you, Mark.
That's a little heavy-handed in my mind, the word expendable. I think that there are a number of ways that this can develop throughout the year. And I will fully admit on this topic, which you and I have detailed, is going to be a topic all year long.
Yep.
I have already labeled myself a flip-flopper. But I think that that's the nature of the conversation. And here's what I mean. I think we're going to spend all year trying to figure out, is this Warrior team good enough as constructed to actually contend? We know they're good. Can you actually contend? Or do you need to rid yourself of some of the parts, because you've got a lot of parts, to whittle down the rotation and make it a little bit more dynamic so that you can actually try to win a championship? And I go back and forth. If you'd asked me a week ago, at the end of the week, no, keep them. I love this group. I love their chemistry and the way they're playing. Then the DeAnthony Melton injury happened.
Right.
And we saw 3 straight games of Jonathan Kuminga not getting 20 minutes. And right now, I look at them and I go, I think that we may arrive at a time. It's wonderful how they're playing, but we may arrive at a time where you feel like you got to tighten some screws if you really want to win in June.
Yeah, and I think that when you talk about April, May, and June, the playoffs, you're not going to play 12 guys. You just aren't. 10 is even an extreme number when you get into the real deep, deep series, the deep water of April and May, and hopefully June. You get down to 9 players, sometimes even 8. So if you're a team that has 12, and right now you're looking at 12 with Lindy Waters now not only in the rotation but starting, you've got 12, so you may have a couple of extra players as you get down into the crunch time of the playoffs. So if there's a 3-for-1 trade out there that makes sense, you have to look at it, especially when you've got GP2 making $9 million expiring, DeAnthony Melton gone for the year making 12.8 expiring, Kevon making 8 expiring, Kuminga's expiring, heck, even Lindy Waters at 2.1, 2.2. It's a 1-year deal. So you've got a lot of financial flexibility already for next year. So you got contracts that might be attractive for other teams.
Drew in San Jose, you're next up. Hi, Drew. Thank you for calling.
Thank you guys for taking my call. How are you guys doing?
We're good, man.
Yeah, for sure. So, what do I think of Kuminga? Look, I think he's very much an improving player, and I think he's had some bright spots even this year. Did the Warriors win that game in Houston without Jonathan Kuminga? So I think he's had bright spots, and I think he's an improving player. But I'm in agreement with pretty much everybody who has spoken. I think they're all saying that he doesn't really fit on the Warriors, and he's not worth a max contract. I guess one way where he could fit is be sort of that super sub scorer off the bench. but he's not efficient from the field, and he's definitely not efficient from the free throw line at this point. And so, using that contract along with the Anthony Nelson's contract would net a player maybe like a Cam Johnson from the Nets, somebody who just fits in the system and knows how to play. Because as long as Steph is here, and as long as Steve Kerr is here, you're going to have that system. And so that's how I feel about Kuminga. As far as the trade market goes, there doesn't seem to be a trade out there right now that really makes sense. And if that's the case, I would just keep him and wait until the off season, and you can make a decision then. But yeah, it's very apparent he doesn't really fit on this team.
Yeah, Drew, thanks, man. It's interesting. Again, we're just taking a handful of calls and a straw poll here, and I'm sure more voices will come in. But I feel like whatever has gone on this year for Jonathan Kuminga, because if we go back just a couple of weeks to when Clay was coming to town, it had been recent that Jonathan had been, quote, benched. Yeah. But actually, it was just changing roles, and he was still playing 26, 27, 28 minutes a night, and he was scoring actually better, 17 a game since he had moved to that role and all of those things. And there was some relative positivity about, A, the way he was handling it, and B, the output they were getting. And my, has it changed fast. And we're having a hard time finding anybody who, at this moment at least, feels like they really see a long-term future for Jonathan Kuminga with the Golden State Warriors. For two reasons. One, he's probably the biggest chip you have in a year that suddenly people are thinking, wait a minute, the Warriors aren't just surprisingly good. Like, they're the 1 seed right now.
Yeah.
Like, maybe they can actually, maybe they can actually really have a special season, and Jonathan is the chip that could help you get there. But B, here's the easy one for me. If you're telling me that this player is going to cost $35 to $40 million, I'm out.
Well,
he's not a $35 to $40 million player.
He's not, and that is where the whole rub lies, because that's probably what he wanted. He wanted the max, which is even more than that, reportedly in the offseason, and the team balked at it. And that's why we asked Ramona Shelburne that very question about what does the league think of him. And we're going to find out in the offseason if he doesn't get traded, a team is going to make him an offer, and the Warriors have the opportunity to match it or not match it. And I would bet if that offer comes in at 4 years and $160 million, then the Warriors will shake his hand and say, good luck in fill in the blank.
Right.
And if that offer comes in at 4 years and $100 million, now you got a choice to make, and you probably match it at $25 million a year. Although looking at next year's salary numbers, Mark, they're already they already have $151 million on the books, and that is with just 7 or 8 players, which tells me if you really want to get better next year, you're going to have to do it by spending between $20 and $40 million on one guy or a couple of guys. Right. And if Kuminga's making 25 of that, and you already kind of have him as your 6th man, 7th man, 8th man, you're going to need to spend better and do better than that.
Well, and let me ask you this too. What has been the most annoying thing to you about the Warriors so far this year when you watch games?
Probably the turnovers.
Okay. I would argue there's only 2 answers that even make sense, and that's one of them.
And the free throws would be the other one.
There you go.
Yeah.
And I hate to submit this to y'all, but your number one culprit is right here. Jonathan Kuminga.
He's down 8 percentage points from his career.
He's shooting 56% from the line in the month of November.
Yeah, 62 on the year.
56% in the month of November, and that's not a small sample because it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 games. 56% from the line, and obviously he's one of the guys who gets there the most.
Right.
Like, I would tell Jonathan, if I were Jonathan's agent or his dad or his brother or whatever, I'd be like, Jonathan, dude, like, one of the things holding you back from being a star is the free throw line. If you want to average 17, 18, 19 a night in the NBA with your skill set, dude, you have got to be amazing. You have got to be 75% from the free throw line. And he's not. Again, 56% here in the 9 games in November.
And he leads the team in free throw attempts.
Yeah.
He's shot the most.
It's a brutal number.
Yeah.
It's a terrible, terrible number. And he's the number one culprit with the team-wide problem that is.
Well, he's not alone, and you got Wiggins at 72%, Draymond shooting 69%, Looney at 53%, TJD at 58%.
But your name,
Pods is at 60.
That's the one. That's the other one because you're naming names where you'd expect that.
But I was going in order of free throw attempts.
Right, but
that's
the
where
big
it becomes an issue.
But Looney and TJDs of the world, you expect a lower percentage. Draymond at 70%, I'll take it.
Kevon is 7.5 points lower than his career average.
Okay.
And Kuminga's 8 points lower than his career average. That to me is where the problem is. And yeah, I'm not expecting Kevon to shoot 75%. But when you're shooting 53.8 and you're usually 61, that's a problem.
It is, but Jonathan gets there a lot more than Kevon does. And so I look much more at him. Plus, he's a wing player, not a big. He's not a rebounding big.
Yep.
Andrew Wiggins, Jonathan Kuminga, and Brandon Podziemski are the three that I have my eye on. And Andrew is the least offensive because at least he's north of 70%.
Right.
But the other two, they're the two guys we're talking about the most.
Kuminga and Wiggs are 1 and 2 in attempts. And that's, Kuminga not even playing as many minutes as Wiggs, not even close. And he shot 60 free throws to Wiggins 47. Steph 38 for 40 from the line. I'd like to remember the two misses, but I can't.
Actually, I can.
You can remember them both.
I think he missed at least one of them in the Clay game, didn't he? I think he missed a free throw late in that game.
That sounds right.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's one of them. We found it.
Yeah.
I mean, that guy might have a job in this league.
Yeah. The thing about Kuminga, and one stat that I kind of have created in my own mind is it's a plus minus related to the team. If your plus minus is 10 points better than the team's overall plus minus, then you had a good game. So in other words, last night Kuminga was a +1. The team won by 23. That tells me that he probably didn't impact the game that much in his 15 minutes.
Right.
Of his 14 games this year, he only has 2 games where he's 10 points or more better than what the team was. The caller mentioned one of them, Houston. They won by 6. He was a +18. He had 23 points. That tells me that he was the man that night, where he's a +18, and he kind of carried the team in many ways. The other one was in a loss where they lost to Cleveland.
Cleveland.
He was a
Cleveland
-4, and they were a -19. So
he was pretty good, but I'd also argue that game got out of hand immediately.
Immediately, yeah.
So it's not like there was nothing clutch about it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I look more of it when there's a win, a close win, and you were bananas. And, there's only been 2 of his 14 games where he made that impact.
All right, we're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. We will continue with your phone calls. Tom, Ed, Jose, stay right where you are. We're coming on the Kuminga thing. But I also want to clue everybody into this. Check this out, okay? And you and I, we talked about this earlier. Terrell Owens came on the roast this morning and roasted Deebo Samuel. Deebo has gone to Twitter to clap back at what was said on the roast this morning here on 95.7 The Game. You are very much going to want to hear all of this, so we'll talk about that coming up next on Willard and Dibbs.
Liam Maitland here. What better way to celebrate the holiday season than by relaxing in your brand new hot spring spa from...
I am ready to go.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, Debo with a clap back. Few minutes away. We'll let you know exactly what Debo said. But we also need to know what Dibzo says because we don't want to get too close to Thursday night football and an opportunity for you to not get hot.
I'm getting closer.
But it's another opportunity for you, if I'm correct, to get back to 500, right?
It's currently 17-18 on the year. Mr. Coin Flip.
What a disgusting record.
We talked about this in the offseason. The one thing that we didn't want from this bit was for me to be 500.
For you to do this.
You either wanted me to be super hot or super cold.
Seriously.
I'm all over the road.
So do everybody a favor and mess tonight up, will you? Please?
Well, the pick is in.
Not yet. You keep saying that. The pick is not in until you make the pick.
Until I cuckoosh?
Let's make the pick.
It's time for
Fade the Dibbers.
Please explain. Nostradiblis gives out his pick. You bet against it, you make money. Cash me out one time. It's that simple.
Hey, Dibs, your pick's stink.
Dibs, what's the lock of the day?
The weather is messy. It is an interdivision matchup. The Cleveland Browns and the Pittsburgh Steelers tonight. Jameis Winston and Russell Wilson getting together with new uniforms. And as we know, the number is 3.5 in favor of the road team, the Pittsburgh Steelers. We got a home dog tonight. Dan?
Yeah, home dogs this year have not done great ATS against the spread. It's something that you and I have always kind of championed. Oh, that home dog, give me some of that home dog. Home dog, but the home dogs aren't doing it this year. And I'm looking at the EPA per play, one of those advanced metrics, and Cleveland's offense is second worst in the National Football League, better than only the Raiders. Defense is good. Pittsburgh's defense also good, and their offense is dead mediocre. This feels like a field goal kind of ball game, but you know what? I'm living on the edge, Bon Jovi.
What are you about to say?
I'm going to lay the extra hook. I'm taking Pittsburgh.
Hey.
Can I finish the pick first?
Yeah!
I didn't even get to lock it up.
Yeah!
Take Pittsburgh, lay the 3.5, cuckoosh. There, it's locked. It's locked. I don't, honestly, in my confidence pool, this is like my 6th least confident pick. I don't love the pick.
Doesn't matter.
But I've been hot on Thursday night this year.
Would it make you feel more or less confident if I told you Guru's on the same side as you?
Oh.
You know what I would respond that with? Oh, no. A classic Guru, oh, no. How can you guys like Cleveland? Jameis Winston has never played a game.
You got to go out there and be dumb.
In this temperature. He's terrible.
No, you got to think.
Stink.
Wait a minute. If it was that simple, then everyone would be rich. There's a reason. There's a reason they're
Tell me why you like Cleveland.
First of all, it's a division matchup, and they're at home. Second of all,
those are some deep insights.
Pittsburgh. I'm not done over here.
I couldn't even get through the pick without you clapping it up. All three of you guys running around the room.
Woo!
I like Cleveland personally because no one in their right mind would pick Cleveland.
Well, that's the other part of it. You know what we do. We lean into things that don't really look like they make sense, but actually can kind of make sense. If this weather is an equalizer and there's bad weather in the area, I'd also say Pittsburgh is going to experience a letdown up in the Baltimore Raven game that took a lot of emotion out of them and a lot of physicality just a week ago. That was actually not a week ago. It was 4 days ago. You got to turn right around and do this on a Thursday night and now live up to your billing while Cleveland can come out and play free and easy. And as you said, the Steelers, what do they do when they score? What do they do? What do they do, Dibs?
They celebrate.
No, they kick field goals. That's what they do. They've won 2 games this year where they didn't even score a touchdown. They kick field goals, and they can do one against the Browns and still lose the bet. Hey.
The Browns are terrible. The Browns have lost 7 of 8. They lost to the Saints, the hapless Saints, by 3 touchdowns.
I'm telling you to fade.
Yeah, you can fade me all you want. Yeah, you won't.
I will.
One of your classic $7 wagers.
No.
All the
So I'm fading, I want y'all to fade with me. Y'all fade with me now. Y'all fade with me
This
now.
smells like a classic Willard micro bet. Shout out Micronesia.
All of my bets are micro. I'm not out here slinging it. What's the matter
When
with
you
you?
clap and cheer and chant, you better put more on it than $4.19.
What would you like me to put on it?
$100.
I ain't
Put your name on it.
$100 on it. No, that's too much.
Say what you do.
Stand on what you do.
Stand on it.
You won't
stand on what you say. Stand on what you do.
You won't stand on it.
How much you want me to bet? But not 100. Come on.
33 to win 30. That's a good, solid investment.
All right, hang on. Let me do this. Hang on. Before the number changes.
Yeah, that's.
You want me to do $33 to
I
win
made a
30?
similar bet a couple weeks
33.
ago on a stupid game in the MAC, a Tuesday night MAC game. All right.
You okay?
I'm rooting against you now.
I'm rooting against you.
Yeah, you are. Fade. Pittsburgh minus 3.5. Kukush.
I can't believe I just wasted $33 on the Browns.
But you didn't waste it because fade.
No, fade.
Because, the Browns are really.
Fade.
Man, I just.
I know, but you make it sound like, if it was that easy, everybody would do it.
It's not that easy.
It's not that easy.
I'm 17 and 18. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that it's that easy.
The Steelers are not a good offense. The Browns are a good defense. It's snowing. They're on the road on a Thursday night, and they've got to cover more than a field goal. That's hard.
Jameis Winston has never in his life played in these conditions, and he's not very good.
And neither is Russell Wilson, quite frankly, anymore.
Najee Harris, and that's the Prize Picks play of the day. I don't even know what his over-under is in rush yards, but I'm going to bet it. I'm going to go right now.
It's 181.5.
Yeah, probably go under.
Okay.
Probably go under that.
Terrell Owens was on the roast this morning. And he said this about Deebo Samuel.
Deebo is not really playing up to Deebo standards. Deebo seems like he's more focused on his pregame attire than he is actually the game. So again, if we can shift that focus, maybe that can energize and create some more production, from an offensive standpoint. I'm just kind of tongue in cheek with that.
Okay, and you can hear Terrell at the end. I think Terrell was just kind of riffing, and then he said it, and he realized within 15 seconds, that's going to end up on social media. I'm just being tongue in cheek here. Deebo Samuel, and I knew it. I knew it this minute I saw it. I go, that's going to get to Deebo, and he's going to roll his eyes. And he did. And he went to Twitter about 40 minutes ago and wrote, T.O., cut it, fam, with a bunch of exclamation points. And then I think that's a facepalm emoji.
It's a ninja.
Okay, it's a ninja. There you go. Anyway, that's Deebo's response to this, and I agree completely. But I also hope it doesn't land in any sort of a way. Like if there's one human being on planet Earth that probably shouldn't be pointing to people and making fun of how they want to express themselves as they get ready for a game, I'd put Terrell Owens pretty high on that list.
Well, I always believed in the biblical verse, my favorite verse, which is, judge not lest ye be judged. So if you want to judge somebody for what they wear into a football game, well, you open yourself up for similar judgment. I do know this, that T.O. was a guy who, no matter what he did, he balled out. He played through a broken leg in the Super Bowl and gutted it out. And Deebo has been very physical and tough, and he's gone out there. So I think that T.O. was just trying to riff and have fun and tongue in cheek. But when you're 5-5 and you're Deebo Samuel and you're having a down year, then you're going to open yourself up to criticism.
Yeah, listen, I'm not offended by it. This is not a big deal by any stretch. Again, it just, before Deebo even said anything about this, it caught my attention this morning. I'm like, really? Really? Terrell Owens. Terrell Owens is now going to say that Deebo Samuel is more focused on pregame outfits than playing football. First of all, I see zero evidence of that at all. None. Like, I
don't even know what that means.
It means that it means that Deebo Samuel is not focused. It means that Deebo Samuel's not giving max effort. It means that Deebo Samuel's putting more time into how he looks on the way in for his arrival video than the amount of time he's putting in to actually play football. That's a silly notion, number one. But the bigger thing is, if anybody should be very mindful of self-expression, knowing where cameras are, and playing to them, it's Terrell Owens. My God, he's caused an international incident after scoring a touchdown in Dallas one time. Like, come on, man.
That was in between the lines, though. That was during the game. That was not a pregame fit.
In between the wrong lines. And by the way, was it in between the lines when he stuck a pen in his sock and knew that he was going to make a big thing out of it?
Yeah, and get your popcorn ready and all the rest of it.
I'm not ripping it. I have no problem with it. But don't turn around and do that to current players and come down their road because you don't like the result of a football game. Come on, man. You're Terrell Owens. You're Terrell Owens. So I'll go Draymond. Stand on what you say. Stand on what you do. That's what I would say to Terrell Owens.
Yeah, what I would say in response on his behalf is he did stand on what he did, and he played 219 games, and he played through a broken leg, and he never let the distractions, as some would say, whether it's a Sharpie in his sock or grabbing popcorn or doing the pom-pom cheerleading thing, he went out there and balled out. No matter what he did distraction-wise, it never took away from him going out there and being a fantastic player.
Okay, Donovan McNabb might disagree with you, but I'm not using this to try to criticize what Terrell Owens did on the field. He's the one criticizing what Deebo Samuel does on the field.
Right. Well, you're criticizing him, criticizing Deebo based on what he did on the field.
I'm criticizing him for being a hypocrite. That's what I'm not doing anything with what Terrell did on the field. Deebo Samuel plays hard too, and Deebo's allowed to express himself. And I think it's silly that Terrell Owens would come down someone's road for expressing themselves, knowing the career that he had, which was largely built, yes, great player, obviously, Hall of Fame player, but the name value of Terrell Owens was built by the way he expressed himself. And so I think it's silly for him to bring this up about another player.
I would disagree with that part of it. Okay. I don't think that the name value was built on that. It was built on the fact that he was a phenomenal player, an all-pro and a Pro Bowler, and one of the best receivers in the history of the game. And the other stuff made it maybe more aware and more known for the casual fan.
But he did it.
Yeah, he did it.
Okay.
And Deebo does what he does.
Yeah.
He grabs the boombox and he goes out there and he wears whatever he wears pregame. I don't even know what he wears in the pregame.
I would argue Deebo Samuel does a lot less of the build-up and the marketing, a lot less than Terrell Owens. A lot less.
Well, yeah, there aren't many players who did, what T.O. did, but everything that T.O. did was mostly during the game, after touchdowns on the field.
I don't know why we're even talking about what Terrell did. Like, that's not even the point. He's the one who went there. Why would you go there? Especially when you're T.O. and you've clearly, let's be real, you've made millions off of the way you present yourself. That's definitely part of who Terrell Owens is. And I have zero problem with it. But don't criticize other people for doing the exact same thing.
Well, he's allowed to.
I mean, you're allowed, and I'm allowed to think it's hypocritical. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Okay. We're going to kind of reopen everything here at 888-957-9570. Mason Crosby joins us in 20 minutes. But the big news of the day is that Brock Purdy started a throwing program in practice today and left halfway through. His normal Thursday starting quarterback media availability was canceled. And so now there is confusion and question with regard to whether or not Brock Purdy is playing. Also, Kyle Shanahan said publicly, Nick Bosa and Trent Williams are in danger of missing this game. It feels like the season is on the brink. It feels like the moment the Niners have been waiting for is here. And as they arrive to it, a whole bucket full of their top players might not be available. And even if they are, they might not be at their best. So this is what Shanahan said about his concern level for Purdy yesterday when Brock was only limited and did not throw.
Not much right now. See how this week goes, but it's limited today, so I think that's good news.
And so far this week has not gone well. And so I look at this 49ers season, and I'm sort of left, I think, in a moment where I don't know what to make of this. At minimum, I guess we'll wait for tomorrow. We'll wait for tomorrow to see what it's all about. But this has the opportunity to be a huge pivot point, quite frankly, in the future of the 49ers. Because think of everything that could happen coming out of this. First of all, Brandon Allen could go out there and play really well. That could change the way people think about Brock. 49ers could go out there and get their butts beat so badly over the next 10 days that their season is done. This injury could dog Brock for the rest of the season, and then where does that leave you with regard to extension talks? This is, and I'd argue, if the Niners lose this weekend and the season sort of feels over, I think this kind of just becomes one of those throw your hands up seasons where you're like, my God, everything that could go wrong did.
Yeah, and if you dip to 5-6 and then you get to Buffalo and you happen to lose that one and you're 5-7, then you will take a hard look at everything, and you'll have to just, rework exactly what you're thinking about for the rest of the year. And then you start to talk about, shutting people down if you're 5-7, and if Arizona wins twice and the Rams jump over you, they're already ahead of you, and you start to get some real distance between you and a playoff berth, then yeah, it definitely would change how you would look at the rest of the year.
I just that's kind of where my emotions went when I saw this today. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. And I always hesitate to do this. Oh, what else can go wrong? Don't ask.
Right.
Don't ask, because there's always more. But by the same token, I look at this whole season and all the stuff in August, expectations and Super Bowl or bust, and boy, the division, that's a done deal, and 12-5, maybe 13-4. Remember what was the win total? Was it 11.5?
It's just 11.
Okay,
yep.
And you and I both were like, whoop, go under.
Yeah,
go under on that sucker, because it's a harder schedule and there's just a lot going on, and the pressure that comes with the situation the 49ers are in. Even this weekend, did you see the Vivid Seats prediction?
No, we were going to do it yesterday. I never looked.
What? By the way, you can game show music at it for real quick here, Grandy. I'll give you plus or minus 4%. Plus or minus 4%. And the Vivid Seats thing, for those of you who don't know, they predict what the crowd size of the road team will be based on ticket sales. So what percentage of the crowd is forecast to be Niner fans at Lambeau Field this weekend? What do you think it is?
Yeah, it's tough to get into Lambeau, but the Niners travel well. So I'm going to say 14% is where the Niners will be.
14%. And what was your guess? You said something yesterday, and I was like, I better be higher than that.
9, I think I said.
9. Okay, so you're up to 14.
Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah.
37%.
Jeez. Wow.
Lambeau Field in the freaking November cold.
Yeah. Well, it is a destination, so if you're a Niner fan and you think about a trip that you want to take, you and I talked about it back in July when we looked at the schedule, and I said Buffalo would be the one trip I'd want to make, and you said Green Bay, and here they are back-to-back. So just looking at the opponents, you don't often get to go to Green Bay, and you don't often get to go in this spot where it's, people are calling it a must-win. So 30, you said 30%?
37.
37, that's a lot.
North of a third. 1 in every 3 people plus in this building are going to be wearing T.O. retro jerseys.
That I'd like to see, and I will see it on Sunday. I find that hard to believe. When you look at the crowd, I know not every fan wears a jersey, but that's usually a good indicator when you look in the crowd and you see the colors. And in Lambeau, it's normally a lot of that green and gold, but I guess we're going to see a lot of red. That's the expectation. I don't believe that it's going to be 37%.
Well, I mean,
I have a hard time believing that that's actually what
I don't know
it's going to look like.
I don't know why they'd make it up. Like, I mean, they're running numbers based on sales.
Based on tickets, exactly. That seems really high to me, but in Packer fans, I wonder how often they look to resell. If you're a season ticket holder, do you look at your schedule and go, yeah, that's the one I'm going to sell to recoup some of my money?
Well, and normally you would think a team does that when they're not doing that well. Like the Packers are playing well.
Yeah.
This fan base is into it, man. Like they got a great division, and they've got a shot. And that division right now is I'd argue, the most exciting in football. Easily. It's incredible. You know, the Bears were 4-2. They've kind of gone sideways, but they're interesting too just because they have the number 1 pick in the draft and people kind of want to watch that story unfold. And even if they just get to play foil the rest of the way for these other 3 teams, but, I mean, you could argue that those are the 3 best teams in the NFC right now. They're all in the same division.
Yeah, you know, Philly, I think, would have a lot to say about being in that group as well. But at the same time, the NFC West is the only division without a 7-win team or a 7-loss team in it. Every other division has at least one of those things in it, but not this one.
Crazy, man, crazy. So anyway, 49er fans expected to travel out there, but what are they going to see when they get there? We'll get more information tomorrow, but it well could be Brandon Allen as the quarterback. It well could be Jalen Moore as the left tackle, and it well could be, I don't know, over there at left defensive end, rushing Jordan Love on the other side of Leonard Floyd. I don't know exactly what this team is going to have to offer. And so this, to me, this moment as we sit here today, Dibs, this feels like the most pessimistic moment of 49er football possibly in the last 4 years. I can think of other moments. Jimmy Garoppolo's ACL, Jimmy Garoppolo's ankle situation, along with Bosa and an ACL in the same game against the Jets. That was certainly deflating. Trey Lance getting hurt and not knowing where that was going to go. Then Garoppolo getting hurt and everyone going, well, Brock Purdy can't play. That's the end of this season. But from the moment Brock Purdy walked out onto the field against the Miami Dolphins and won a football game, optimism around the 49ers has been booming. And this, I think, feels at least like it has the potential to be the most deflating moment since Brock Purdy took the field.
Depending on what happens. I mean, Brandon Allen's allowed to go out there and play well, and they can still win the game with their backup quarterback. And you can have, you know, Brock out and Trent out and Nick out, and your depth gets tested, and you go out there and you win the game. So, yes, it feels deflating now, and it feels a little bit demoralizing already at 5-5. And part of it for me is a culmination of what's already happened. The fact that you're not 8-2 and you're not 7-3. I mentioned this earlier in the show. If you were sitting at 7-3 and you were facing everything that you just laid out, you would think, it's a bummer. I really wanted to see the Niners best against Green Bay, but we're still 7-3. Worst case is you lose and you're 7-4, and you're still very much in there. So maybe it's a good thing that you give these guys the week off. But when you're 5-5 and people are calling it a must win, and you don't go there with 3 of your 8 best players on the field potentially, now it does feel like a gut punch, and it feels very daunting to go to Green Bay and win.
I also think, man, this has the potential to really be just a game-changing time for Brock Purdy. And maybe I'm feeling that way because of the conversation that sort of unfolded on our show yesterday. You know, we were talking to Greg Cosell, and just to kind of give you the 1-2 punch on this, like Kyle Shanahan had this comment after practice yesterday, got a lot of attention, comparing Brock Purdy last year to Brock Purdy this year. This is what he said.
It's hard to make a lot of progress. That's the way he played last year. And it was hard to make a lot of progress after the way he played his 7 games in his first year. So I think Brock's playing at the exact same level. I think there's different circumstances around him. You know, our team hasn't been quite as good through this, but it's been close to getting there. Close doesn't matter. You know, that's why we're 5-5, but a couple plays here and there. And I think we're looking at it totally differently. And that's why we've put ourselves in the hole. And that's why we've made it a lot harder for ourselves here at this back half. But I still think it's going to come down to the same stuff. I bet these next 7 games come down to the fourth quarter, and we either get it done or we don't, and we got to find a way to get it done.
Okay, so Kyle says essentially he's playing just as well this year as he did last year. Greg Cosell, NFL Films, who does nothing but crush tape.
Crush it.
Nothing. I don't know if he eats. He just crushes tape. And when we told him that Kyle said that, Brock's playing just as well this year as last, this is how Greg responded.
First of all, I'd be truly, truly surprised if Kyle truly meant that. He's giving a press conference.
Right.
So he knows. Believe me, he knows. I'll give you an example. On their first third quarter possession, Okay, he threw to McCaffrey for 6 yards on 3rd and 15. It was just outside the red zone, so they ended up kicking a field goal. So that was a great example of Purdy just not seeing the game with the same innate, refined, nuanced feel of timing and anticipation that we've come to expect. He had 2 throws there. He had a seam route to Samuel, and he had Jennings on the high-low with McCaffrey that he would have made last season without even thinking. So instead, he threw a check down to McCaffrey for 6 yards, and he threw it too quick. It was a clean pocket. He just got rid of it quick. And then they kick a field goal instead of perhaps getting a touchdown. There was another case, and see, some of these occur when there's completions. So you don't think of them as, oh, maybe he didn't see it the right way, because some of them are completions. But there were too many dropbacks in this game in which, to me, and I've been watching the Niners, for years and years and years, as you guys know, in which I do not believe, and again, I'm not talking to Kyle, obviously, but where I believe he just did not process the route concept versus the coverage in the way that he needed to and with the necessary clarity.
Now, Kyle said something today that I also caught that I find interesting, and he made the comment to a reporter that he did not feel like the shoulder injury that Brock is experiencing held him back in this game against Seattle. Now, what I would have loved to follow up on is, does that mean that you're sure that this injury happened in that game? Or is this something that's been going on maybe for more than 1 week? I don't know that.
Right. He was asked if he knew what play he got it hurt on, and he didn't know.
He said no.
Yeah.
So I don't know when this happened to Brock. Here's what I do know. Number of throws, 20-plus yards downfield, last 2 games, 0. And he had been averaging 3.5 per game up to that point in the first 8 games of the season. He's flat out not done it. And then now here's Greg Cosell going, boy, there's people open downfield. He doesn't see it. I find that incredibly hard to believe. That's what Brock does. If someone said, if he landed here from Mars, hey, tell me about Brock Purdy. What does he do well? He sees it. He can't always throw the ball over the heads of the defensive linemen, and he doesn't have this physical tools of Jordan Love. But my gosh, he can process the field and see it. And he's not throwing it. He's not letting it rip. And I don't know. I don't know what Brock's dealing with right now. It may well be true that he's been hurt for a while. That would help explain some things. I do know that.
Right, but I do think that just because you see it doesn't mean you see it every time. And also when you have an offensive line that maybe is collapsing around you more than it used to, it's harder to actually see it. And I watched the tape, and I don't see Brock Purdy standing in and delivering the ball like he did last year. It seems like when the pocket is collapsing, he's getting out of there. Last year, there were so many throws where he would hold it for the last minute and just wait as long as he could and then deliver it, let it rip, and deliver big-time throws down the field. This year, things are breaking down in front of him, and he's getting out of there, and he's scrambling, and he's re-scrambling, and he's running around like a madman and either throwing it away or running and diving for the pylon, which is another play where he might have hurt the shoulder, because he goes with the left and then he ends up twisting and landing on his right shoulder a little bit. You just don't know where he got dinged up. But,
no idea. But
for me, if you're out there and you're playing, you've got to be held responsible for the fact that you got to be able to go out there and play and make the throws and make the plays that you have to make.
None of this is to create an excuse. But I go back to the question that we've been asking since the start of the show. If you're watching 49er football, this could be about Brock or anything. When you look at these numbers that we're now aware of, this team that goes to the NFC title game almost every year and now is sitting here 5-5 with 3 division losses. They can't score in the red zone. They can't they can't hold a lead late. They can't push that 4-point lead or that 6-point lead. They can't push it to 14. They can't do any of these things. And Brock suddenly isn't seeing this and isn't seeing that. And I only have one question. It's one word. Why? Why? We're left to search for answers. This one, I think, would be helpful. What would you do in the pocket if your shoulder hurt? I know 2 things I would do. I would, A, not let it rip downfield. And B, if I felt like someone was about to hit me, get the hell out of there so that I can control where I'm going to fall, how I'm going to be hit, I don't know if any of this is true, but if it is, it would explain a lot of how we're seeing Brock Purdy play.
Right. It would explain it, but for me, it wouldn't excuse it. I'm not saying that you're saying that at all, but you have to be in a spot where you can make the throws, and if the scheme has a play design where you've got 20 yards down the field, a guy who breaks open, you got to be able to throw it to him. And he had a few of those toward the end of the game, certainly in that drive in the third quarter where they ended up not getting it done. And that's just something that you've got to figure out. If he is somewhat limited, then you got to change the way you're going about running your offense. And you can't really do that because teams already are playing a lot of press man against you. And they're saying, all right, Debo, go ahead and separate. You won't. And Jawan Jennings, not great at separating and the rest of it. And so defenses now, you don't even have to worry about getting beat deep because if the quarterback's shoulder hurts and the wide receivers can't get open anyway, you can go ahead and tee off. And that's what's kind of happened.
Tomorrow's going to be a big day.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's going to be a really, really, really big day.
The will he or won't he moment.
Yeah, well, right. I mean, that's Friday practice. And, if it's a limited session, okay, I guess maybe there'll still be some question about the whole thing. But this is we're going to get some hopefully some questions answered and a little bit more clarity on this. But it really, to me, it feels like this is. It just feels like everything's on the edge of a cliff. And it already felt like it was a back against the wall type of a game. But if you're really telling me now that there is a strong possibility that in this situation against this opponent on the road, Green Bay, Week 12, and you're going to go do this without Purdy, Bosa, and Williams, I mean, what would you expect to happen out there this weekend?
Well, I would say that the spread would jump to probably 7.5.
Which it hasn't yet.
Correct, because we don't have definitive answers on any of those. But and Brock Purdy's worth about 5 points, I think, is what your odds maker friend John Avello told us before. John Avello. So if it's at 2.5 now and it's at 3 in some shops and Brock officially is out, that thing could jump to 7.5, 8. And if you add in a sprinkle of no Nick and no Trent, well, geez, what would I expect? I would expect that you're in a heap of trouble.
I mean, the good news, if you're really hoping Purdy plays, the good news is that the spread has not jumped much, and people in Vegas know more than we know.
Of course.
They know more about injuries, and they didn't even pull it off the board. So, to me, I'm getting the message that right now, Vegas is not under the impression that Purdy's going to miss this game.
Right.
That's Vegas's impression, and that's just my translation of it. But
and tomorrow is big because for the Niners, if you realize that Brock may not be able to go, well, you got to get Brandon Allen up to speed on everything, and you got to totally rework a lot of the plays you want to run to suit what he does best. And I think Friday normally is the red zone installation, which maybe they should have started that today and do 2 days on the red zone. But you're getting down to the nitty gritty of preparation, so. For Shanahan, he's got to know far in advance what he's going to be working with.
1057 The Fan. Out there in Wisconsin, in Green Bay, is former Packers kicker Mason Crosby, who now joins us on the River Islands guest line. And I never had the chance to talk to Mason before in my life. And now here it is, the second time this day. I was lucky enough to get to go on his show this morning in Wisconsin, and now Mason joins us here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Mason. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great. Yeah, a little cross-cultural, back and forth, jumping on each other's shows. So y'all have a long one here. Y'all go for 4 hours in the evening there and out there in San Fran, huh?
We don't mess around, Mason.
Yeah,
I hear you.
Yeah, we're long haul people. Hey, what do you make? Because one thing's different from when I talked to you this morning, and that is that Brock Purdy left in the middle of practice. What do you make of that news?
I was going to bring that up. Yeah, I saw that, honestly, right before I was coming on, just kind of, reading up on the day, and, saw that he left. Someone sent something, all the stuff, the trainer was rubbing his shoulder, looking at all the stuff, and I heard y'all talking about, it doesn't look like Vegas and the lines have quite changed yet to indicate that he is going to be out or that they're assuming he's going to be out. But not practicing on Thursday, going and being taken off is not usually a good sign and a recipe for success to be on the field on Sunday.
When you get to a Thursday situation and now we're heading into Friday, if you want to elevate the backup at that point, how much does that put you behind the 8 ball from an offensive scheme standpoint?
Yeah, I mean, Friday is usually just like kind of a cleanup day. I think I heard you saying like a red zone day, just a day to just kind of get all your things dialed in that you might need through the week. You're almost going to you're never going to add anything on Friday, but you might drop some stuff, in the plan that just maybe didn't go well throughout the week and want to adjust. So if you have a guy coming in and able to at least get a Friday practice in, that's better than something happening on Friday and not having any action and just going into a Saturday and hoping for the best on Sunday. So, you got Brandon Allen there. You got Dobbs as well, right? So, or is Dobbs out? I can't remember.
It would be they're both ready to roll. But Brandon Brandon would be the starter if Brock can't go.
So definitely not like it's not a 1-for-1, like, bringing in somebody that just, all right, can plug and play. But, I don't think Brandon Allen is a huge step down, and especially a well-coached team like, Shanahan has and, what they try to do on offense. You probably could adjust and find a way. I mean, the Packers showed what they could do with Malik Willis, in that 3-game stretch whenever Jordan Love wasn't there.
Yeah, actually, that's something I wanted to ask you about. Jordan Love gets a lot of love. He's got tremendous physical gifts. He's also in 7 games, I think this year, if I have that right, has 11 interceptions, and the Packers' record is only 4-3. What do you think of his season so far?
Yeah, he's he had an interception last week against Chicago that I wouldn't say was like it wasn't one that was because of a bad decision. Ball just kind of got away from him. He looked like he looked like he was feeling better coming off that bye week. But previous games, it looked like he was trying to create and force and find ways to, get the ball to certain guys or make that special throw, to do something outside of himself. And, some of those decisions, really cost him, especially in that Lions game, right before half, whenever he threw the pick 6. He just, looks like he was just kind of reeling a little bit, trying to find, the perfect play instead of the play that presents itself. And, we're on the radio there in Wisconsin, and you're getting calls or getting things, people saying that they think Malik Willis should just kind of play the rest of the season, the knee-jerk reactions because he won a few games. I mean, Jordan Love has stepped in and been exceptional. I was really impressed with what Malik Willis was able to do in his absence, and more impressed with Matt LaFleur and the way this coaching staff kind of put together a plan when Jordan Love was out. So I think they found a little bit of rhythm last week with, honestly, a limited amount of possession against the Bears. And I think Jordan here, hopefully on his side of things, as the weather deteriorates, it's getting late in the season, they just keep leaning on Josh Jacobs, keep running that ball, because we've been very effective there and trying to keep kind of his whole game plan very simple. So if he does take shots down the field, they're a lot cleaner and not something that he's trying to force.
Yeah, don't tell LaFleur about the defensive softness for the 49ers in the middle, because we would hate to see Josh Jacobs exploit that. Sunday.
Exactly, right? I mean, if Bosa doesn't go, and then you don't have Greenlaw in there, I mean, you got a little bit of a light interior for that run game. So I'm assuming that's going to be a Packer game plan, is trying to run the ball as much as possible, try to find play action off of that, and continue to get Christian Watson the ball. He had a really good game with somewhat limited touches against Chicago, but just find playmakers the ball, because our receivers are good on paper. They have the skill sets. They've done some good things, but at times they've had some drops, had some things that haven't gone their way. So, they're probably going to look to try to get the balls in their hands, let them make plays with their legs, and kind of use their athleticism to get off in the game.
Former Packers kicker Mason Crosby, 105.7 The Fan in Milwaukee, joining us here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. Hey, Mason, I know you know about this. A few weeks ago here with the Niners, there's a situation where their kicker, Jake Moody, missed 3 kicks. Deebo Samuel got in his face a little bit. The long snapper then got in Deebo's face. We got a shoving match that comes out of it. How would you react if you missed a kick and a teammate came up and kind of got in your face and said, man, you need to bleep and lock in?
Well, fortunately, never had like an altercation serious like that, on the sideline. I definitely had guys. I had Charles Woodson, at one point just kind of put his arm around me, less like confrontational, and was just like, hey, man, we need you. You got to come and, get this thing done, lock in. I love talking about the story with him he was like, you can't go out there and try to make field goals. Like, you are a field goal kicker. Like, kick the dang ball and, put it through the uprights. Like, just do your thing. And honestly, it was simple words that I really actually used through the remainder of my career, just whenever things were reeling a little bit, things weren't going quite right, kind of for a reset, lock in, stop trying to make field goals. You see your line, you've done this a million times, just go do your job. Right. So, I was surprised to see that. And honestly, I played with Tabor for a short time in Green Bay. He kind of came through for a little period, and he seems like he's got a little persona, a little I guess vibe and ego to him. So he stepped up for his kicker, which is his right and all those things. But it's definitely Moody's job as he gets more experienced and gets that kind of presence on this team to own misses. You go out there and you miss. If somebody wants to say something, you look them in the eye and you own it and you move on. And that guys just want to win and go out there and compete. So I think Moody has a responsibility to kind of take it on himself and own it. But I can always appreciate when a teammate steps up and has someone's back in those situations. That I asked you about it this morning. If it's been a lingering situation, and you kind of assured me it wasn't, but who knows? Those kinds of things sometimes can have some underlying issues if you don't address them directly right away.
It seemed like they squashed it right away, and Moody did come back and make the game winner in that same game that he missed 3 field goals, so that probably made everyone feel a little bit better about it. How difficult is it as a younger kicker, especially, to go and have to kick somewhere like Lambeau where it's going to be cold and there's going to be elements? Is there any way to prepare for that?
Well, fortunately, they weren't playing today because the weather conditions up there were really brutal. So it looks like it's going to be at least a decent enough day on Sunday. I hate to say it, but 49ers kickers have had some success, coming into Green Bay and hitting game winners against us. In my time there, I think we lost at least 2 playoff games off the foot of a kicker there from the 49ers. So. I don't think it's one of those where you just have to lock in and kind of have that mindset that you have 3.5 hours. You're going to evaluate footing, conditions, wind stuff, everything as you get out on the field, and just not let it be too big of an issue. The hardest thing is if you build it up in your mind so much, there's always going to be, differences and changes and challenges that kind of present themselves. So just trying not to have an expectation and going out there and executing what you see, what's happening on the field, and trying not to make stuff up. Whenever you're a young kicker, sometimes your mind plays more tricks on you than what the conditions are actually presenting.
Mason Crosby's with us here on Willard and Dibbs. Mason, I want to have some fun with you a little bit here. This is kind of a wacky place to go, but I was watching recently an interview with one of the band members from the band Oasis, and he kind of joked. Yeah, they said, "What's the worst part about being in the band Oasis?" And he arrogantly answered, "The worst part about being in Oasis is that I never got to go to an Oasis show." And so is the worst part about being a Packer that you never get to go to a Packer tailgate?
That might be. You know, honestly, I've heard some amazing stories from my friends and family. So they tell me all the fun things. They kind of have a different perspective from all the experience and all the games. I will tell them though that I always had the best seat in the house. You know, I was right there on the sideline, getting to see everything firsthand, getting to see all the the audibles and calls that Aaron Rodgers was always making and the adjustments. So I never felt too bad that I got to have the seat that I had for those games. I actually went back this year for an appearance there in Green Bay and was out in the kind of fan parking lot area taking pictures and signing autographs. So I got to experience a little bit of the tailgate atmosphere. I wasn't in the thick of everything, but probably the only thing I was disappointed with, nobody offered me, a beer or a cocktail the whole time.
What?
Which, was shocking.
That's beyond shocking.
Even. I didn't even get a brat.
Especially because you're Mason Crosby. Like Mason, I was lucky enough one time to do the Lambeau tailgate experience. I've never met nicer people in my life. I've never eaten more food in my life. And I didn't know where I was or who was inviting me or what. Like, I didn't know anyone. And you used to play for the team. No one offered you a brat?
I know. It was, I think there's a mindset, I have this clean cut, persona there. So no one, wanted to, break that and offer me a beer or a brat and, just get me going in the whole tailgate atmosphere, I guess. But, I'll definitely go back at some point and then do the whole show, go watching a game from the stands and, do the whole thing. But, haven't felt like I'm not quite ready to go and do all of that yet. It's it's still too close from my playing time.
Maybe they didn't offer you because they thought you were still playing. And I was telling the guys earlier that
exactly.
I'm doing fantasy. We all are in a league together, and I was looking for a kicker, and I came across you, and I noticed in Yahoo you've been added 3 times this week as a kicker to someone's fantasy team. So tell me this: you still kicking?
Well, maybe people are trying to will it to happen. Yeah.
Right?
I haven't officially, made the announcement of my retirement, but not really getting any looks or, really pushing too hard to do anything. I'm enjoying chasing kids around. We have 5 kids here at home.
Wow.
So it keeps us really busy. I'm enjoying doing this radio stuff and kind of diving into the media space a little bit. So right now, I have no real interest in going back out on the field, but who knows what will happen. I'm sure that that time will come here where I kind of get it in my heart and in my head and it all aligns and I'm like, all right, I'm going to just actually formally announce and move on from this thing, but got to find that right timing, I guess, for myself mentally and kind of emotionally.
Mason, take it from us. As soon as you get a radio show, your career is over.
It's over, right?
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah, that's the end of that.
I thought it was only 2 hours a day, but I feel like there's a lot of extra that goes into it.
A couple things.
Yep.
Yeah, a couple things. All right, Mason, hey, on the way out the door, what's your favorite cheese?
My favorite cheese? Well, it's tough because I was always sponsored actually by Sartori Cheese there in Wisconsin. Did a great deal by them, so their Bella Vitano is one of my favorites. I also like their one. Y'all being out there in Cali, and I'm actually going to head to wine country here in a few weeks. They had this a Merlot Bella Vitano with a little edge that was dipped in Merlot. Really tasty.
Oh,
so
you're a natural.
Anything Sartori is awesome.
I don't even know
what a classic pitch, man. Hi, I'm Mason Crosby. I need cheese.
I don't even know what Bella Vitano is, but it's really fun to say.
Oh, I know exactly right. You gotta check it out. If you're at a nice grocery store, look for that Sartori Bella Vitano. It'll get you right.
And tell them Mason sent you.
Exactly. Maybe they'll give you a couple dollars off.
Where are you going in wine country?
We're actually, so a few former teammates of mine actually are in Sonoma. Uh-huh. They have 3 Fat Guys winery, 3 former offensive linemen.
Yes.
So I don't know if you've ever heard of that. So
I've seen
Darren
it.
College, Tony Mull, and Jason Spitz. And so we'll go and visit them. My wife and I are actually looking at starting a wine podcast. She's got this whole, a whole plan and a whole, kind of business model put together for that. And so we might be kickstarting that here in the next month or so.
Ooh.
Just our love of wine and, all things. She wants it to be more educational. I'm more of the on the tasting side of things. So just enjoying the amazing bottles that we'll be able to open up and enjoy. But she wants to kind of dive into the educational side of wine and why we love it the way we do. So we have some winemaker friends up there in Napa that are going to join us on this journey. And so it's going to it's nice. It's going to be a business trip where we get to go and drink wine and hang out for a couple days.
Amazing. Kicker Cabernet. I can just see it now.
That's right. Just wait for it.
Perfect. Hey, Mason, thanks for doing it, man.
All right. Really appreciate you. Thanks for having me on. And I appreciate you coming on my show earlier today. It was a great time. And hey, I'm hoping for a great one on Sunday. Whatever the result, these games are always exciting.
Well, the Niners are sending their third string out there, so we'll see what happens.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you. Mason Crosby joining us here on Willard and Dibs. And we ended up, we started with football and we ended up with wine and cheese.
Yeah.
There's nothing more 49ers than that.
Totally. Well, the Green Bay and the 49ers, it's a nice collision between the wine sippers and the cheese eaters. It's really the wine and cheese bowl when you think about it.
What's your favorite cheese?
I'd have to think long and hard. We have a lot of Havarti of late. I like a Havarti. It's just a good, solid, flavorful cheese. But if I'm going off the board, Manchego. I like a good Manchego, a little Mancheche. That's probably my favorite cheese.
Mancheche.
Yeah, that's what my son used to call it when he was a kid. Let's get some of that Mancheche, the Manchego.
Like how old? Like what
10.
kind of? Okay.
Young, precocious
like,
10-year-old.
Was it still cool or was it?
It was just between
cute?
us. It wasn't like, he'd walk around school saying it.
I didn't know if he was like 4 years old. Like, Mancheche.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't know exactly what you were
The 2-year-old likes string cheese. She likes to.
Okay.
And then when you go to peel it, of course, the response is, Mila can do it.
Yeah, of course Mila can do it.
Of course you can do it.
I know Mila can do it all.
Yes.
All right.
What's your favorite cheese?
Stupid question on the way out the door.
I like it.
888-957-9570. What's your favorite cheese and why? Look, there's only one answer. The answer is brie. Of course the answer is brie. Like, you get one of those flat crackers, a little jam, a little brie, maybe even a piece of salami, something like that. Get the charcuterie out there, the brie right in the middle. There's nothing better. There's nothing better than a triple cream brie.
Look at you.
That's the correct answer to the question.
Nice.
Okay? Although I like the answer you gave earlier that you suddenly then didn't give on the air. Dibs reveals his secret favorite cheese coming up next on the radio program. 888-957-9570, your favorite cheese. And then we can obviously continue to talk about, how the 49ers might be starting Brandon Allen coming up this weekend. More on that around the bend. It's Willard and Dibs.
Make it a holly yay with festive deals at Lucky. Gobble up the savings.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah.
Why'd you shrink, dude? Why'd
What are you talking about?
You coward. You said to me an hour ago.
Longer.
Mozzarella.
Right. Well, I didn't.
And then you got to and then you didn't want to give mozzarella any love.
I did, but what you put me in was a tough spot because I know we're coming up against it, and I didn't want to spend 2 minutes explaining my nuanced answer about cheese because for me, there are two different levels of cheese, and probably more than just two. There's your regular cheese, your garden variety, Jack, cheddar, Swiss, mozzarella, your everyday cheese.
Yeah, things that go on a cheeseburger.
Things that go on multiple things, like Parmesan. Parmesan's a very good cheese, but it's more of like your ordinary cheese. It's like a 3-yard run. It's a nice run. It's a nice cheese. And then there's the really fancy cheese, the trick play cheese, the vertical route.
Well, some of those things get ridiculous. Honestly, to all wineries out there, when you put out the charcuterie board, if you put a block of something that has different colored skins on it and is harder than the cement below my feet at the table, what are you doing? Who's eating that? What is that?
Yeah.
What is that? I never know. There's always there's one block of cheese on that board where you're just like, that's for show. Nobody's putting that in their mouth. That's absurd.
There's some extreme cheeses out there. So when you asked me up against it in the break, I didn't think that I had the time to really elaborate on the two different levels of cheese. Now, in your ordinary 3-yard run cheese, it's mozzarella. It's good in a number of different facets.
The pizza,
of course, and you can, put it in, even if you get some of the fancy mozzarellas, you can put it on a piece of bread or a cracker. The mozzarella of the ordinary cheese is very versatile and delicious, but it's not like one of these highfalutin fancy cheeses.
Can I confess something?
Go ahead.
So, no joke, what I was saying to Mason, it is a whole world out there at Lambeau Field on game day. It is a whole thing. And these people do not mess around. And so it's not even just the game day. It's the night before the game, the restaurants, everything that's going on. The first time I went out there, the night before the game on a Saturday night, we go out to a white tablecloth something or other. I don't even know where the hell we were going. You know what I mean? When you're with a group, you're like, whatever, all right, we got a reservation here. You go in there, before our butts even hit the seats, whole plate for free, just a plate of cheese curds.
Pow!
They go crazy about the cheese curds. They kind of take those personal out there.
I'm going to eat it.
It's like
like toasted cheese, basically, right?
Well, that's what I want to confess. I have no clue what the hell that is. Do you know? Does anyone know what a cheese curd is? And literally, the word itself makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Because it rhymes with turd. And it sounds gross. Cheese curd. I don't even know what it is.
Moist pieces of curdled milk.
Yuck. and they take it very personal if you want try their cheese curds. And so it's the only problem I've had with people from Wisconsin, because they're the nicest people ever. They'll give you the shirt off their back. They'll invite you everywhere. There's brats everywhere. But they really want you to try their cheese curds.
Moist.
And I'm like, that's so gross. And then you find out what it is, and it's even grosser than you thought.
Moist.
Moist what?
Piece of curdled milk.
What on earth? Who thought of making that food?
So here's how you do it, Californians. Take some milk, pour it in a glass, leave it outside.
For a week?
Weeks. And then when it starts to get curdled and moist, serve it to your friends. Hi, I'm Dan Tipley for Cheese Curds.
What is that?
Before we go to the cheese line, I just was fascinated by the kicking portion of it. Mason Crosby kicked in, and I want to get the number right, 261 games.
Okay.
He appeared in 261 games. How many times do you think he missed 3 field goals
in a game?
In a game.
The answer is either 1 or 0. 1.
The answer is 2.
Oh.
He went 4 for 7 in a game.
Oh.
And he went 1 for 5.
Oh, damn. He missed 4?
And a loss to Detroit. That's it.
I wonder which teammate gave him a piece of his mind.
Right.
Donald Driver went over there and said, "You better freaking lock in."
Seriously. But it put it in some perspective for me about, Jake Moody has already one of those games, only one, 3 field goals missed in a game. But Mason Crosby played 16 years and only had 2 in his career. That's how good he was.
650, I love them, especially Cajun cheese curds.
So you got to fly to New Orleans and leave that glass of milk outside now.
510, cheese curds on poutine. Delish.
Okay, now we're just showing off our extreme cuisines.
I'm going to eat it. I'm
out.
Did you just call them cuisines?
Cuisines.
I hate it when people call them cuisines.
I hate when you call it a coupon.
But that's actually not. It's not inaccurate. Why do you hate it?
Mispronunciation sensation. I don't really hate it. It's a coupon. It's not a coupon.
Tomato.
Like a small coupon would be, it's a coupon. It's so cute.
Yeah. Well, they're all small. What are you walking around like you won a golf tournament with life-size coupons?
Let's go to the cheese line.
Let's go to Rob in Castro Valley. What do you want to say about cheese, Rob?
I just want to tell you my favorite cheese is cheese out of Seattle, Beecher's Flagship. Probably a mix between Asiago and cheddar. A little hard, little soft.
I do like an Asiago, but like most cheeses, I don't even know what the hell it is.
It's a versatile cheese that is balanced, dense, and creamy.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you, Google.
That sounds good. Balanced and creamy. That sounds delicious.
Yeah.
I'm in.
Versatile, too.
Okay.
With hints of brown butter and caramel.
Is it soft?
If you melt it, it'd be soft.
Okay,
you're not into like the really hard cheese.
Yeah, like what do we? Well, it feels like it's been sitting out for a week and a half.
Yeah.
I need some soft cheese, okay?
But not moist.
Moist is fine, just not curdled milk. Let's go to Fozzie in the East Bay. Another person who called a radio show to talk about cheese. We're all just weirdos right now. What, Fozzie? What do you want to say?
Yes, sir. What's up, boys? Thanks for having me on. The only right answer is regatta cheese, man. You can throw it on anything, eggs in the morning, toast, cheese. You can throw it on cheesecake for dessert. It was, hey, yo, Dibs, you got to thank Greg Cosell, man. He's really stepped your game up with interviewing. Really enjoyed that Mason Crosby conversation. You got some good questions there.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Iron sharpens iron.
Okay, and, Fozzie.
Between Greg Cosell and Steve Kerr.
That's a good question.
Thank you. And Ramona gave me some love today for the question. I'm having a good week.
Is it weird that when Fozzie went, yo, Dibs, I swear I was ready for him to be like, your pick stink.
We all were.
Nobody asked you, clowns.
Oh, my God.
Steelers heading toward a cover.
I thought, think again, but that would be a false start.
How do you false start on a field goal?
Well,
Please miss.
What are we doing?
Well, now I'm all conflicted because Boswell's my fantasy kicker. That's my kicker. How far is this? 48 yards? That stinks. He already made it. Now he's got to make it again.
Yeah.
In the driving snow. This is very difficult.
Mike Tomlin's pretty cheesed off at seeing that.
He got it. He made it. Skills in Vallejo. Hi, Skills. What the hell's going on with you?
It's windy.
Hey, Willard and Dibs, real quick, your comment about Donald Driver made me laugh very hard. So thank you for that.
That's what we're going for.
Cool. Well, mission accomplished. My favorite cheese is goat cheese, and the reason why is because it reminds me of my now teenage daughter when she was younger. We rounded up a posse. We went out to this goat farm out near Sausalito. She fell in love with the goats right away. She would milk them. She would chase them all over the place and cuddle them. They sent us home with some free samples of goat cheese. She's loved it ever since, and that's why it's my favorite too.
It's an amazing story.
It's a great story.
Went to Sausalito, saw some goats, fell in love with them, fed them, went home with cheese.
Yep.
Perfect.
Yeah.
By the way, the previous caller also, did you notice he said ricotta, but he used a G. That's when you know, like, I bet that guy was actually, like, Italian. Regatta.
Yeah.
Which I thought, like, that has something to do with boats, doesn't it? Regatta?
A regatta is boats, yes.
Okay.
It's an album by The Police, Regatta de Blanc. Yes, they're a band, Grandy.
I love Regatta de Blanc. We drank some last night with turkey burgers. It was beautiful.
We could do a stream of consciousness. You want to do another hour?
We basically just did the Tony Bruno show for the last 7 minutes.
Pretty funny.
We should move on now. What's happening next, Grandy? What are we doing?
We got a special Thursday edition of the Football Hour because we've been tied up with Warriors basketball the first 3 days this week. So
Damn.
Football Hour with myself and Kyle Madsen next.
Love it. Love it. Here we go. Grandy, Kyle Madsen, the Niners have a crappy 5-5 record, and they are going to complain about it for an hour and yell and scream and tell you all about it, okay? So that's coming up, and it's brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Do you want to do it again tomorrow?
It's going to be Friday tomorrow, Payday Friday.
Payday Friday?
Yeah.
Dubs and Pelicans?
I can't. Short show. We got a little shorty.
Yeah. Go shorty. It's a Warriors game.
It's a Friday.
For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your